Beast. Get off your mother-in-law at once. You heartless wretch, a disgrace to humanity. Look at the havoc you have wreaked. Duan Lingxiao opened his eyes to behold the stunning figure of his would-be mother-in-law, Jiang Wanrong, completely unclothed, curled beneath him. Her exquisite form bore bruises, her cheeks flushed, then her alluring eyes glistened with tears. Her hands had left bloody imprints on his chest. In the corner, his loyal comrade, Xiaolonghu, lay with a knife plunged into his heart, lifeless and unblinking. Duan Lingxiao was engulfed in shock and confusion. Surrounding him were a multitude of indifferent, cold gazes. Before he could utter a word, over 30 armed personnel stormed in, taking him into custody. Breaking news, according to official reports, on the morning of September 12, 2021, Duan Lingxiao, the youngest champion in the history of Long Kingdom, violently assaulted his mother-in-law while intoxicated and brutally murdered his deputy, Xiaolonghu. His martial arts prowess has been stripped, then he is sentenced to life imprisonment in Zero Prison. 5 years later. Zero Prison. 7 grotesque villains surrounded a handsome young man, praising him fervently. Lingxiao, your god of war technique has reached the 7th level. You can emerge from prison and stir the world. The leader of the 7, an ancient figure with a head of white hair, resembling a withered corpse, remained shrouded in mystery. Though his lips did not move, Duan Lingxiao could hear his voice resonating in his ears, akin to thunder splitting the skies. You have mastered the 13 needles of the Ghost Valley medical sage and the life-borrowing needle of the King of Hell. Whomever you wish to save, even the King of Hell cannot take. Whomever you wish to kill, even the King of Hell cannot retain. The second villain, masked, deftly manipulated a needle as he stitched a dying hair. In the blink of an eye, the hair sprang to life, bounding away in a flash. Your agility is unmatched. The dragon soaring 9 heavens technique I imparted to you will grant you freedom across the heavens and the earth. The third villain, with both legs severed, casually remarked as he picked his nose. Your fist technique has captured the essence of the dragon fist. One punch possesses the might of a heavy mech. I shall also bestow upon you this dragon emperoring. The fourth villain, a disheveled man with shattered arms, chewed on betel nuts. You are now impervious to all toxins. Here lies the pharmacist's Bible, containing myriad formulas and antidotes. There's even a beauty formula. Henceforth, you shall be the darling of women. The fifth villain, an elderly man oozing pus, had a large puddle of murky green liquid dribbling from his mouth. While speaking, he ravenously chewed on a centipede as thick as a child's arm, severing its crunch. Here are 7 marriage contracts, each one capable of causing national calamity and captivating beauty. Whether you can win the hearts of these beauties depends on your prowess. The sixth villain slyly produced several filthy cards from his grimy pocket, stealthily handing them to Duan Lingxiao, akin to distributing illicit invitation cards. This is a token of the Angels' Hall. With it, you can command all angels to fight for you. However, whether you can beg them depends on your skill. The last of the villains is a woman, clad in coarse cloth and wearing a hood, yet her voice is as melodious as a celestial melody, captivating all who hear it. To my 7 masters, I express my profound gratitude for the trials you have imparted over these past 5 years. Without your guidance, I would not possess such formidable skills. The date of your teachings shall remain etched in my memory. Duan Lingxiao bowed deeply to the 7 notorious figures. Gratitude, regardless of how these individuals may appear to outsiders, they have been genuinely benevolent to him. Though they bear physical disabilities, their prowess is formidable. They have merely faced certain adversities that have led them to their current state. Enough of the pleasantries, let us venture forth and unleash chaos upon the world, exclaimed the disheveled man, who had lost both arms, and who often boasted of his unmatched might, now with tears welling in his eyes. Damn it, where did this sand come from? Indeed. If you cannot dominate the world, do not dare claim to be our disciple. We cannot afford such disgrace. If anyone dares to bully you, return and inform us. We shall support you. The voice of the 7th villain trembled with emotion. Yes. Duan Lingxiao rose, leaping to his feet like a raging dragon emerging from the depths of the sea, an aura of formidable intensity erupting from his being. 5 years have passed, the full 5 years. He enlisted at 18, joined the elite special forces, Dragon Tooth, at 19, and half a year later became the commander of the Dragon Tooth Special Squad. At 21, he led 8,000 battle-hardened troops to sweep through the southwestern battlefront, annihilating 30,000 southern armored soldiers, resolving the southwestern threat, and earning the title of the youngest champion Marquis. Yet, on the day of his triumphant return 5 years ago, he fell victim to a conspiracy orchestrated by his fiancée's family. At the celebratory banquet, he was poisoned and thrown onto the bed of his mother-in-law, Jiang Wanrong. When he awoke, he found Jiang Wanrong disheveled, her clothing torn, her body marred with bruises and evident wounds. His comrade, Xiao Longhu, who had fought alongside him, was beheaded, his heart gruesomely pierced by Duan Lingxiao's own dagger. His future father-in-law, Mu Rongxiongba, personally crippled his martial arts foundation, while his fiancée tore up their engagement before his very eyes. And he himself was swiftly sentenced to prison, with a speed that was utterly astonishing. For 5 years, he endured hardship and persevered, driven by the desire to uncover the truth, to exact vengeance, and to repay blood with blood. Mu Rongxiongba, Jiang Wanrong, Mu Rongwanxue. You wretches would never have imagined that deep within the depths of Zero Prison lies these 7 unparalleled villains. Nor could you fathom that I have mastered all their extraordinary techniques. During these 5 years, he was initially treated as a plaything by the 7 villains, subjected to relentless torment, yet he gritted his teeth and persisted. His indomitable will earned him their recognition, and they imparted to him various esoteric skills, healing his grievous injuries in the process. The War God technique endowed him with the most potent internal energy known to man. The Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens technique and Dragon Fist propelled his martial arts to an incomprehensible level. Then let us not overlook the celestial medical arts, the supreme array techniques, and the mastery of weapon forging, among other abilities. Each of the 7 villains is a paragon of strength, and Duan Lingxiao embodies the synthesis of their prowess. This young lad has mastered all our unique techniques. The world is about to be turned upside down. After Duan Lingxiao departed, the 7 notorious villains of prison No. 0 whispered among themselves. However, we must begin to prepare for that grand heist. 3 days later, in Jiangnan City, at the Xiao family's villa. Duan Lingxiao stood tall, his gaze profound, when suddenly, the glimmer of icy light shot from his eyes. The once splendid villa estate now lay in desolation, overgrown with weeds and decay. Duan Lingxiao's handsome features were shrouded in clouds of gloom, his expression heavy with sorrow. With Longhu dead, the Xiao family has fallen into such ruin. Longhu fought valiantly by my side in our battles, achieving great merit. Who would have thought he would meet such a fate? I wonder how Manxue has fared over these 5 years. I recall Longhu's parents passed away early, leaving only this one sister. Since Longhu was killed 5 years ago, her life must have been perilous as well. I wonder where she is now. At that moment, a piercing scream echoed through the air. Duan Lingxiao's gaze sharpened, and he strode purposefully toward the source of the sound. Please, no. Don't come any closer, you beasts. Get away from me. Manxue huddled in a corner of the courtyard, her voice a wretched cry, her face streaked with tears. Her body was barely clothed, her garments tattered and inadequate for decency. Chains bound her, kept like a dog in captivity. Before her lay remnants of food, reeking with a foul odor. The former young lady of the Xiao family, once of noble birth, and now reduced to kneeling before us like a dog. How exhilarating. Manxue, do you still think you are the illustrious young lady of the Xiao family? I tell you, you are now nothing but a dog kept by young Master Lu, a barking female dog. Our master's wedding ceremony is about to commence, and today we shall escort you there. You will serve as a guard dog at the entrance of the wedding. Several burly men in black loomed over Manxue, their expressions sinister, eyes glinting with predatory intent, as if they wished to tear her apart. The leader among them was a middle-aged man, the steward of the Lu family in Jiangnan City, whose gaze was exceedingly lascivious. At that moment, Manxue slowly raised her head. To her dismay, her once lovely face was now utterly disfigured, with scars resembling centipedes crawling across it. Grotesque and terrifying. I would rather die than go. Even if I become a vengeful spirit, I will ensure you beasts meet a miserable end. Manxue declared fiercely. Having lost her family and status, she had transformed from a stunning young lady into a woman marked by scars and anguish. Brother, I miss you so much. I miss you dearly. Tears streamed down her disfigured cheeks. You think you can refuse? Such wishful thinking. At that moment, the steward of the Lu family reached out and yanked the chain from her neck, causing it to redden painfully. In the next instant, he violently tore away her ragged clothing. Though you have become quite ugly, I relish the thrill of the unusual. I wouldn't mind providing you with a little excitement. I am curious to taste the flavor of a fallen heiress. Dreaming snow. Upon seeing Manxue, Duan Lingxiao's pupils instantaneously constricted, his entire being engulfed in a tempest of rage, as if his heart and lungs were being torn asunder. Manxue was the sole sister of his closest ally, the valiant Xiao Longhu, who had fought alongside him through thick and thin. Yet, she had endured such a tragic fate. He immediately advanced, forcefully severing the chains that bound her delicate neck. Manxue's fragile form trembled like a blade of grass caught in a fierce gale, shivering as if it might snap at any moment. What torment had she suffered over the past 5 years? In Duan Lingxiao's eyes, a sudden crimson hue enveloped him, his chilling murderous intent surging forth like a tempestuous storm. The surrounding flora and fauna cowered in submission, while birds perched a dozen meters away took flight in panic. You little brat, who the hell are you? Get lost and don't ruin my fun. Or do you wish to join this ugly woman in her predicament? But Lalu's eyes glinted with malice as he let out a lewd guffaw, wielding a steel rod menacingly towards Duan Lingxiao's head. Seeking death. Duan Lingxiao's gaze turned frigid. In the blink of an eye, he vanished from his position, only to unleash a devastating punch. Bang! But Lalu was instantly sent crashing to the ground. Before he could comprehend the situation, Duan Lingxiao's foot struck mercilessly at his groin. You enjoy playing, don't you? Let me ensure your lineage ends here. Duan Lingxiao's voice was as cold as ice. He then forcefully stomped down. Crack! The sound of breaking shells echoed. My brother! But Lalu screamed in agony. His eyes wide, his features contorted in excruciating pain. The searing agony of his shattered manhood engulfed him as he rolled on the ground, clutching his groin and emitting a wail akin to a slaughtered pig. You worthless scum dare to lay hands on my brother's sister. What do you think you are? A creature lower than a pig or a dog? As Duan Lingxiao spoke, he delivered a resounding slap across But Lalu's face. The force was tremendous, leaving half of his visage grotesquely mad. Who are you? I am the steward of the Lu family. But Lalu bellowed. Disbelief etched across his face as he regarded Duan Lingxiao. The Lu family was a prestigious lineage in Jiangnan City, from where had this man emerged? I am the one who will end your life. Duan Lingxiao's gaze was icy, his murderous aura palpable. Upon hearing this, But Lalu's pupils trembled violently, his complexion paling. He did not recognize Duan Lingxiao, leaving him utterly bewildered. No. Wait. Just now, he mentioned that Xiao Mangxue is the sister of his brother. Could it be that this man is the brother of the deceased Xiao Longhu? Yet, Xiao Longhu had perished 5 years ago. And those who were close to him had been silenced. Who would dare to step forward? But Lalu's expression shifted dramatically. It was rumored that Xiao Longhu had accompanied the legendary champion of the Dragon Kingdom, Duan Lingxiao, on countless campaigns, achieving unparalleled feats on the frontier, destined for greatness. Yet on the night of his commendation, he had been brutally slain by Duan Lingxiao. With the demise of Xiao Longhu, the influence of the Xiao family diminished significantly. Consequently, the Lu family, betraying their prior commitments, chose to annul the engagement between their young master Lu Junxian and Xiao Mangxue, opting instead to forge an alliance with the Han family from the southeastern province. Today marks the grand wedding ceremony of Lu Junxian and the Han family's daughter, Han Yudi. His presence at the Xiao family's villa is by mandate, as he seeks to compel Xiao Mangxue to attend the wedding. The rationale behind this is rather straightforward. Han Yudi, possessing a fierce jealousy, harbors dissatisfaction towards her husband's past engagement with another woman and thus seeks to humiliate her at the ceremony to satiate her twisted desires. Naturally, the Lu family dares not refuse, given the Han family's formidable power far surpasses their own. Consequently, they acquiesced without a second thought to the demands of their esteemed counterpart. However, unexpectedly, an unforeseen adversary emerged amidst the chaos. The butler of the Lu family found himself in utter despair, with tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, a cadre of black-clad bodyguards shouted in unison, "What are you all waiting for? Charge forth and eliminate this fool." The butler, in a fit of hysteria, bellowed in response. As his words echoed, several bodyguards brandished steel rods, grinning menacingly as they lunged towards Duan Lingxiao. These seasoned mercenaries, battle-hardened and muscular, were formidable opponents, easily overwhelming someone of Duan Lingxiao's caliber. Yet, in the next instant, a series of sharp, cracking sounds echoed through the air. Before the onlookers could even graze the hem of Duan Lingxiao's garment, they were met with anguished cries. Duan Lingxiao moved like a spectre, his speed astonishing as he weaved through the throng. With a mere flick of his wrist, he disarmed them effortlessly, leaving behind a gruesome scene of carnage. Gasps of disbelief filled the air. How could this be possible? The crowd stood agape, their astonishment fueled by the sheer magnitude of Duan Lingxiao's prowess, which surpassed all expectations. Who are you? If you dare lay a hand on me, the Lu family will not let this go unpunished. The butler exclaimed, his expression shifting dramatically. What is the Lu family to me? Duan Lingxiao's gaze turned frigid, radiating an aura of lethal intent. What do you think the Lu family represents? The butler stammered, his bravado faltering. Today marks the union of the Lu family and the Han family from the provincial capital. Are you intent on incurring the wrath of both clans? Incurring wrath? You have so shamelessly humiliated Mangxue, killing you would be a mere formality. Duan Lingxiao replied coldly. Do you dare to kill us? The butler's face darkened, disbelief etched across his features. Before he could finish his sentence, Duan Lingxiao's foot struck down with overwhelming force. And the butler was obliterated in a mist of blood. The remaining black-clad bodyguards met the same fate, annihilated without mercy. This was his principle, leader refrained from intervening. Or eradicate every threat without leaving a trace. After spending 5 years in Zero prison, he emerged not to play games, but to exact vengeance and fulfill his thirst for justice. Hello, thank you for saving me. At that moment, Xiao Mangxue, who was lying on the ground, expressed her gratitude, while curiously scrutinizing Duan Lingxiao. Mangxue, it's me, your brother Lingxiao. Do you not recognize me? Duan Lingxiao spoke. In the days before he embarked on his battles, he often roamed about with Xiao Longhu, taking Xiao Mangxue along to indulge in culinary delights. Those times were filled with bliss. You are brother Lingxiao. Xiao Mangxue paused, closely observing Duan Lingxiao's countenance. Although his appearance and demeanor had markedly changed, that familiar feeling remained unchanged. Wow! The emotions that had been suppressed for 5 long years erupted in that instant. She suddenly leaped into Duan Lingxiao's embrace, tears streaming down her face as she wept uncontrollably. Brother Lingxiao, you are alive. I can't believe you are alive. Xiao Mangxue clung tightly to him, fearing that this moment was but a fleeting illusion. I am alive. I emerged from the prison. Duan Lingxiao lovingly caressed the frail spine of Xiao Mangxue, his eyes betraying a sense of tenderness. What moved him most was that Xiao Mangxue did not question or reproach him. After all, 5 years ago, according to the official report, Xiao Longhu had been killed by him, which led to his imprisonment in Zero prison. However, at that moment, Xiao Mangxue's expression suddenly turned grave, as if recalling something urgent. With tears streaming down her face, she implored Duan Lingxiao. Brother Lingxiao, you must leave this place. If those from back then discover you have been released, they will kill you. You must go. Mangxue, since you trust me, I did not kill your brother Longhu. How could I possibly live? Duan Lingxiao replied. Upon hearing the name Longhu, Xiao Mangxue's body stiffened. She burst into tears, her fist pounding against Duan Lingxiao's shoulders. Brother Lingxiao, I know you did not kill my brother. You had such a close bond with him, he once said you were brothers who could entrust each other's backs. I would never doubt you. Moreover, there are too many inconsistencies regarding the events of 5 years ago. After my brother's death, you were imprisoned. And all news about you vanished as if erased from existence. At that time, I realized that there must be an unimaginable secret behind this. Xiao Mangxue shook her head and spoke. She was not foolish, she understood that her brother Xiao Longhu and Duan Lingxiao were life and death brothers, with no conflict of interest between them. Would Duan Lingxiao have any motive to harm her brother? Furthermore, it was illogical to think that after killing her brother, Duan Lingxiao would then assault his mother-in-law and subsequently be caught and imprisoned. It defied all reason. I didn't expect you to have figured it out, Duan Lingxiao remarked, casting a surprised glance at Xiao Mangxue. The situation did not unfold as a melodramatic narrative. He had anticipated that Xiao Mangxue would harbor a deep-seated animosity towards him. Yet she chose to believe in him instead. Duan Lingxiao felt deeply moved, though curiosity also stirred within him. Pondered why Xiao Mangxue believed in him yet still wished to drive him away. My brother is gone, I cannot bear to lose you as well. Otherwise, I would be left utterly alone in this world. You have harmed Butler Lu, and the Lu family will undoubtedly seek vengeance. Moreover, should they discover you are alive, those who conspired against you 5 years ago will also come after you. You must leave this place swiftly, the farther, the better, as if you had never existed. Xiao Mangxue's voice was tinged with sorrow, as if a dense mass of unyielding snow was lodged in her throat. Duan Lingxiao trembled, embracing Xiao Mangxue tightly. Rest assured. Upon my return, I shall traverse the depths of the underworld and the heavens. No one shall harm us again. I am determined to uncover the truth behind what transpired 5 years ago and ensure that the mastermind meets their end without a grave. Do you trust your brother Lingxiao? He stepped closer, holding her firmly, and no matter how hard she struggled, she could not break free. Brother Lingxiao, I believe in you. But I want you to live. Xiao Mangxue cried out, desperately trying to escape. This time, that I will not live. How could I face Longdu otherwise? As long as I am here, I shall be your strongest shield. Anyone who dares to harm you must first reckon with my fists. Duan Lingxiao declared solemnly. Witnessing the torment Xiao Mangxue had endured over the past 5 years, he could never abandon her. If he turned away, how could she possibly survive? With Xiao Longdu gone, Xiao Mangxue was now his sister, and he bore the responsibility of protecting her. If you believe in me, do not let me go. This time, I will stand before you and vanquish all our enemies. Duan Lingxiao vowed with unwavering determination. I believe. Xiao Mangxue nodded emphatically. Even in her moments of doubt, she had never wavered in her faith in brother Lingxiao. To her, those 4 words embodied her inner conviction. Very well. Duan Lingxiao nodded in affirmation. He then gazed tenderly at Xiao Mangxue's scarred cheek and asked, was it the Lu family who disfigured you? Yes. To curry favor with Hon Yudi. The Lu family subjected me to various humiliations, and it was their sulfuric acid that marred my face, she lamented softly. Brother Lingxiao, am I very ugly? Recalling those painful memories, Xiao Mangxue's expression darkened. Nonsense. In my eyes, you will always be the most beautiful fairy. Duan Lingxiao insisted, shaking his head firmly. Moreover, even if it were a more grievous injury, I could heal you. I have inherited the pharmacist's canon from my master, and my medical skills are unparalleled. Restoring your beauty will be but a matter of one treatment. Really? Xiao Mangxue smiled sweetly, though her heart held no expectations, given her disfigurement. Yet, the warmth of brother Lingxiao's concern enveloped her, bringing a long-lost sense of happiness. Come, I will take you to exact vengeance. Afterward, I shall procure the necessary herbs to heal your wounds, Duan Lingxiao stated calmly, as if discussing a trivial matter. Vengeance? Xiao Mangxue was taken aback. Indeed, vengeance. Duan Lingxiao affirmed with a nod. Today marks the grand wedding ceremony of the Lu family. It would indeed be a regrettable oversight if we were to forego attending such an amusing occasion. I have resolved to prepare a splendid gift for the Lu family. What kind of gift? Xiao Mangxue inquired, puzzled. A gift of annihilation? Duan Lingxiao declared, as he took Xiao Mangxue by the hand and led her in the direction of the Lu family. Although Xiao Mangxue was utterly bewildered, she chose to support her brother Lingxiao unconditionally. After all, if it came to it, perishing alongside him would be the epitome of happiness for her. Boom. The thunderous sound of cannon fire reverberated across the sky of the Tianfu Grand Hotel as colorful streamers danced in the air, firecrackers exploded in jubilant chorus, and bright red lanterns hung high, creating a scene of festive exuberance. In front of the hotel, a plethora of luxury vehicles, including Rolls-Royce Phantoms, Porsches, Ferraris, Mercedes-Benzes, and BMWs, lined the streets, creating a veritable sea of opulence. Today is the wedding ceremony of Lu Junxian, the young master of the Lu family, and Hon Yudi, the esteemed daughter of the Hon family. Nearly every prominent figure in Jiangnan City has gathered to celebrate. The atmosphere is nothing short of electric. With the long street in front of the hotel completely sealed off and traffic police maintaining order at the scene, the Lu family has truly ascended to great heights. Successfully forging an alliance with the Hon family, henceforth the Lu family shall stride confidently through Jiangnan City. Indeed, previously, their alliance with the Xiao family faltered after the demise of Xiao Longdu, leading to the Xiao family's gradual decline, prompting the Lu family to swiftly sever ties with Xiao Mangxue and seek a more advantageous match. Such opportunism is hardly a rarity, is it? Many affluent individuals were discussing amongst themselves, expressing envy and jealousy towards the Lu family's newfound alliance with the Hon family. It is well known that the Hon family is a prestigious lineage in the southeast province, far surpassing the stature of a small locale like Jiangnan City. Soon, guests began to converge, and the auspicious hour had arrived. The faces of the Lu family members radiated joy, especially that of the family patriarch, Lu Beilai, whose excitement was palpable. Observing Lu Junxian and Hon Yudi from a distance, he could not help but stroke his short beard with a sense of immense pride. He mused to himself, once Junxian marries Yudi, I shall boldly expand the Lu family's enterprises. Jiangnan City will soon be under the dominion of the Lu family, haha. Congratulations, Patriarch Lu. Congratulations. The wealthy attendees, astute as they were, showered him with flattery, eliciting hearty laughter from Lu Beilai. As the auspicious moment approached, the MC announced, "It is time for the newlyweds to step into the sacred hall of matrimony." At that instant, the atmosphere soared to a fever pitch. However, just then, Hon Yudi, adorned in a white wedding gown, suddenly furrowed her brow, her expression darkening. "Did I not specify that the presence of that wretched woman, Xiaomanshu, was imperative at the ceremony? I want her to witness the entirety of this wedding on her knees. Where is she? The steward has gone to fetch her and will arrive shortly. We shall proceed with the ceremony." Lu Junxian hastily reassured her. "No. I must ensure that wretched woman watches the entire proceedings. If you are unwilling, then let us not proceed with this marriage." Hon Yudi retorted sharply. All right. I shall call old Lu and urge him, at his age, why is he taking so long to catch someone? Lu Junxian dared not to lose his temper at Hon Yudi and was about to retrieve his phone to call Butler Lu when suddenly a thunderous crash reverberated through the air. A massive, blood-red shadow burst through the golden Nanmu doors of the villa's hall and crashed down at the very center of the wedding stage. As the crowd beheld the crimson apparition, their expressions shifted dramatically. It was, astonishingly, a coffin oozing with blood. Gasping in disbelief, the onlookers were struck by the sheer audacity of this act. On a day meant for celebration, someone had dared to deliver a blood-stained coffin to the Lu family wedding. Who possessed such gall to bring a coffin, let alone a bloodied one, to this occasion? The faces of the Lu family turned ashen with rage, and Lu Beilai looked as if he had swallowed something foul. Amidst the shocked gazes, a strikingly handsome yet sinister young man entered. Holding the delicate hand of a frail girl, a black plastic bag in his other hand, slowly making his way forward. Blood dripped from the bag, revealing the identities of the pair, Duan Lingxiao and Xiaomanshu. Duan Lingxiao had been socially dead for 5 years, with the authorities having nearly erased all traces of him from existence. Moreover, after 5 years of rigorous cultivation, his demeanor had transformed so drastically that almost no one recognized him. However, the crowd was quite familiar with Xiaomanshu. Wasn't she the infamous ugly daughter of the Xiao family? What was she doing here? And who was that man by her side? His appearance was less than appealing, yet he showed no disdain in holding her hand, exhibiting an exceptionally unique taste. Some whispered that despite her lack of conventional beauty, her figure was quite admirable. Stripped of her garments, she would undoubtedly be exquisite, a true contrast, if you will. It was said that various underworld organizations would deliberately inflict injuries on young women to cater to peculiar desires. Their ignorance was palpable. The crowd burst with malicious gossip, oblivious to the effect their words had on Duan Lingxiao and Xiaomanshu. Xiaomanshu's visage turned pale, her lips pressed tightly together. Duan Lingxiao's gaze hardened, and with a swift motion, he clapped his hands, producing a series of sharp sounds. In an instant, every individual who had spoken ill of them found their cheeks swollen, their faces bruised, and teeth scattered, blood spewed forth from their mouths. Dare to speak of my sister in my presence? You seek death. Duan Lingxiao's eyes narrowed, glimmering with a dangerous light. The crowd regarded him with horror, their minds racing to ascertain his identity. This man was audacious beyond belief, not only crashing a wedding with a bloodied coffin but also bold enough to strike at the assembled guests. It was a display of unparalleled audacity. Among those present were some of the most prominent figures in Jiangnan City. Where is that old dog, Butler Lu? Lu Junxian furrowed his brow, questioning. Are you referring to this old car? Duan Lingxiao replied coldly, a smirk playing on his lips. In the next moment, he tossed the black plastic bag aside. A sickeningly bloody head flew out, and Lu Junxian instinctively caught it. As he realized what he was holding, his expression morphed into one of fury. Butler Lu. You actually killed Butler Lu. You have some audacity. He was merely an old dog, killing him was no great feat. Duan Lingxiao stated calmly. Surrounded by the gazes of those around him, he felt the weight of their scrutiny, compelling him to lower his head, as if he were being watched by the specter of death, plunging him into a chilling abyss. Bold rogue. Today marks the grand wedding ceremony of the Lu and Hon families. Who are you to exhibit such audacity? Moreover, what is your connection to the Shao family? And by what right do you defend this hideous woman? Lu Beilai's countenance darkened as he bellowed. Humph, undoubtedly a paramour of this grotesque creature. Such a wretch delights in seducing men. It appears that disfiguring her with acid is insufficient. She should be seared with a branding iron until her skin is nothing but scar tissue. Hon Yudi's eyes gleamed with malice as she spoke sharply. At her words, Shao Mangshue trembled. For the obliteration of her beauty was the deepest thorn embedded in her heart. A hideous woman. You must be Lu Junxian, the man who aspired to be a phoenix man while humiliating Mangshue. Duan Lingxiao furrowed his brow. Indeed, that is I. What of it? Do you intend to stand up for this hideous creature? Let me tell you, the bird that sticks its head out is the first to be shot. By defending her, you are merely courting your own demise. Are you truly willing to oppose the Lu family for the sake of an eyesore? I have heard that some have peculiar tastes, drawn to ugly women for the thrill of it. Lu Junxian sneered at Duan Lingxiao, his gaze slithering like a serpent over Shao Mangshue, punctuated by sinister laughter. Your tongue is most vile. Duan Lingxiao's eyes darkened, and he swiftly seized a dinner knife from the banquet table, launching it towards Lu Junxian with little precision. Swish. Thud. In an instant, Lu Junxian's right hand was severed, blood gushing forth as it was cleaved clean from his wrist. Lu Junxian collapsed to the ground, his face as pale as death, howling like a madman. Junxian. Lu Beilai's eyes bulged with rage, trembling with fury, called for an ambulance at once. Darling. Hon Yudi's bosom heaved, her gaze icy as she contemplated the loss of Lu Junxian's hand, realizing that her golden opportunity for happiness had diminished significantly. Now, all that remained was a dexterous tongue. There is no need to call for an ambulance, it would be futile. Before it arrives, you shall all perish. Duan Lingxiao's expression was as cold as stone, radiating an aura of ruthless composure. Who are you? My Lu family has harbored no grievances against you. Why do you persist in this hostility? Lu Beilai roared in extreme fury. I am the harbinger of your demise, replied Duan Lingxiao coolly. Father, do not waste words on this fool, just eliminate him. He severed my hand, I want him dead. Lu Junxian screamed. Men, seize him. Lu Beilai commanded with a wave of his hand. In an instant, a throng of black-clad bodyguards armed with steel rods surged towards Duan Lingxiao. Death. The bodyguards swiftly encircled Duan Lingxiao, their steel rods descending mercilessly and with great speed. These bodyguards were formidable mercenaries, and a single strike could fracture the spine of an ordinary man. With such a multitude of bodyguards converging to deal with Duan Lingxiao, it seemed an effortless task. Just as the rods were about to strike him, the Duan Lingxiao moved. His speed was ghostly, eluding the eyes of the onlookers entirely. In a mere breath, he halted his movements. The crowd gaped in disbelief, their mouths agape in shock. Dozens of bodyguards lay sprawled on the ground, wailing in agony. The limbs of the body were far from intact. All the bodyguards had lost their combat effectiveness, their fates uncertain. The crowd was momentarily stunned, utterly annihilated. A complete and utter annihilation. Useless, they were all a bunch of useless fools. Lu Junxian's face darkened considerably. It seemed he had encountered a formidable practitioner. No wonder he dared to cause trouble. However, this was where it ended. Duan Lingxiao's strength exceeded his expectations, yet he remained unfazed. Directing his gaze towards the man in black beside him. Mr. Hong, it is your turn to intervene. From behind Lu Beilai, a burly middle-aged man clad in black stepped forward. His physique was robust, muscles rippling with an overwhelming sense of pressure. Hong Tao, the head of the Jiangnan City Longhu Taekwondo Dojo, wielded the prowess of a 7th-degree black belt. In Taekwondo, the ranks are distinguished by belt colors: white, yellow, green, blue, red, and black, with black being the highest and white the lowest, encompassing up to 9 degrees. Attaining the 2nd degree allows one to open a dojo, while those above the 7th degree ascend to a prestigious level. That Hong Tao was a 7th degree black belt at such a young age spoke volumes about his formidable capabilities. Hong Tao nodded indifferently, declaring, "Rest assured, this matter is in my hands." He then turned to Duan Lingxiao, speaking haughtily, "You, boy, this is the Lu family. It is not a place for you to act recklessly. Kneel at the entrance immediately and await your fate after the wedding. This does not concern you. I have come solely to annihilate the Lu family. It is best if bystanders refrain from intervening. Those who do will meet death. Duan Lingxiao retorted coldly, annihilation. Upon hearing this, all eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Duan Lingxiao. Annihilation, he actually spoke of annihilation. Hong Tao's eyelids twitched. This boy possessed audacity. We live in a society governed by law, and even the powerful cannot carelessly utter threats of annihilation. You are quite the arrogant one. I shall test your mettle. Since you are so stubborn, next year on this day shall be your day of demise. Hong Tao sneered at Duan Lingxiao. But before he could finish, his expression shifted dramatically. Duan Lingxiao had already unleashed a powerful punch, akin to a tiger descending from the mountain. Witnessing this scene, the crowd's expressions froze instantly. So abrupt. Diving straight into action. Was there not even a hint of prelude? Duan Lingxiao had endured countless life-and-death battles within Zero Prison, facing the most heinous of foes. Thus, he understood one fundamental truth: in life-and-death combat, one either refrains entirely or commits fully. Instead of wasting breath on idle chatter, it was far better to deliver a solid punch. Boom. Duan Lingxiao's fist struck forth, exuding an overwhelming force reminiscent of mighty river surging. The strength behind this punch seemed capable of shattering stone and splitting metal. Sensing the immense power surging from Duan Lingxiao's fist, Hong Tao's countenance changed drastically. He dared not be careless. His arms tightened, muscles like forged iron, as he adopted a defensive stance to shield his chest. Bang! With a resounding explosion, the next moment, a blood-curdling scream escaped Hong Tao's lips. His arms shattered, and a gaping wound erupted from his chest, blood and flesh mingling, piercing through to his back. How could you be so formidable? You too are a martial artist. Quickly summon my master. With a sudden jolt, Hong Tao fell backward, crashing to the ground, lifeless. He had actually killed Hong Tao. Hong Tao was a 7th-degree black belt, equivalent to a high-level yellow-tier martial artist. In the realm of Taekwondo in Jiangnan City, he was among the elite. He had garnered numerous accolades in both domestic and international Taekwondo competitions, earning millions annually merely from teaching and conducting classes. All present were expressions of shock, staring incredulously at Duan Lingxiao. A martial artist. Moreover, one capable of dispatching a high-level yellow-tier warrior with ease. A collective gasp echoed through the wedding hall. The hierarchy of martial artists is categorized into 4 realms: Heaven, Earth, Xian, and Huang. With Heaven being the highest and Huang the lowest. Above the Heaven tier exists the Martial Dao Grandmaster. However, even disregarding the pinnacle level of a Martial Dao Grandmaster, a yellow-tier martial artist is considered a top-tier expert in all of Jiangnan City. After all, in contemporary society, martial artists are exceedingly rare, as the majority are ordinary individuals. Yet this fellow is doomed. He has slain Hong Tao, whose master is the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, possessing profound Shen-level prowess. This lad is courting death. The crowd regarded Duan Lingxiao with cold disdain. Ha! No need for Master Hong to intervene, I shall handle this. Suddenly, a chilling voice pierced the air. An elderly man clad in grey emerged, his gaze icy and his aura overwhelmingly potent. This was Su Baoquan, a martial artist retained by the Han family. Someone gasped. Su Baoquan was the Han family's dedicated martial artist, earning an annual salary exceeding 10 million. Primarily tasked with the protection of the Han family's jewel, Han Yudi. Elder Su, do not hold back to ensure this pair of scoundrels is thoroughly beaten. Those who dare to disrupt my wedding must pay the price. Han Yudi's eyes glinted with malice as she spoke venomously. As the daughter of the Han family, she had long been accustomed to treating lives as mere trifles. Yes, miss. Su Baoquan nodded respectfully, stepping forth with a haughty demeanor. Little brat, you are quite arrogant. Yet, in this world, many are boastful without substance. Arrogance devoid of strength is merely a farce. Kneel before me, and I might consider sparing your wretched form. Representing the Han family, Su Baoquan himself was at the pinnacle of the yellow tier. 2 or 3 Hong Taos combined would not pose a challenge for him. Instantly, all eyes shifted to Duan Lingxiao. They anticipated that he would tremble in fear and beg for mercy, yet they were astonished to find him composed. As if he were merely observing an amusing spectacle. Boy, are you deaf? Do you not hear my words? Su Baoquan barked coldly. Annoying. Without further ado, Duan Lingxiao unleashed a powerful punch. In an instant, a formidable wave of energy surged outward in all directions. Boom. What transpired next was beyond anyone's expectation. A figure was sent hurtling backward, blood spraying in a dazzling arc through the air. It was none other than Su Baoquan. Upon hitting the ground, Su Baoquan stared with lifeless eyes, blood gushing relentlessly from his mouth. Who on earth are you? How can your strength be so terrifying? Su Baoquan managed to rasp out the question from deep within his throat. Who am I? I am a presence you shall never provoke in your lifetime. Duan Lingxiao's gaze resembled that of cold stars, looking down from a towering height upon Su Baoquan. In this moment, he appeared as the supreme ruler, seemingly capable of controlling the lives of everyone present. Suddenly, Su Baoquan could no longer withstand the onslaught. Vivid crimson blood erupted from his artery, bursting forth like fireworks in the hall. This all transpired in the blink of an eye, leaving the crowd utterly unresponsive. Alas, another punch that obliterates in an instant. Su Baoquan, the peak-level yellow tier warrior, could not withstand a single blow. The onlookers were utterly shocked, with their faces displaying sheer horror. At that moment, Duan Lingxiao's gaze shifted to Lu Beilai and his son. Lu Beilai, it is time for you to utter your last words. Upon hearing this, Lu Beilai's expression changed drastically. The strength of Duan Lingxiao far exceeded his expectations. However, he remained composed. With a swift motion, he drew a handgun from his waist, aiming it directly at Duan Lingxiao's head, his tone laden with menace. Ha ha ha, you little brat, what does your martial prowess matter? This is the modern age. No matter how formidable you are, can you withstand a bullet? I now command you to kneel immediately, as a dog would. Lu Beilai declared with a malevolent grin. In this modern society, where gun control is stringent, the fact that Lu Beilai could procure firearms spoke volumes about his connections. In an instant, everyone in the hall retreated, fearing the stray bullet. He. Duan Lingxiao's gaze remained tranquil as he strode towards Lu Beilai, devoid of any trepidation. Are you a fool? That is a gun. Do you think you can stop a bullet? Lu Beilai screamed frantically, bewildered by Duan Lingxiao's demeanor. How absurd. I wield a gun, and you dare remain so composed. Lu Beilai was now thoroughly unsettled. A gun? Merely a child's toy. Duan Lingxiao scoffed. His god of war technique had reached the 7th tier, and his dragon soaring in the 9 heavens granted him lightning-like speed. Even if he stood still and allowed bullets to rain upon him, he would not suffer a scratch. A toy? Ha ha ha, you truly are audacious. Very well, I warn you, should you take another step forward, that I shall send you to your demise. Lu Beilai retorted, his anger transforming into a mocking laugh. Duan Lingxiao's behavior was utterly perplexing. Was there truly someone in this world unafraid of firearms? Could it be that this fellow was a fool? Brother Lingxiao, please don't. Get away. Xiao Manxue cried out, her body trembling violently, her eyes filled with profound worry. She had just reunited with Brother Lingxiao and could not bear the thought of losing him again. Father, kill him. This fool, this brat, he has ruined my right hand. I want him dead. No, do not kill him. I want to force Xiao Manxue to endure the humiliation before his eyes. I want him to suffer unspeakably. Lu Junxian shouted, clutching his bleeding wrist in a frenzy. Duan Lingxiao cast a cold glance at Lu Junxian. Yet, he did not immediately strike him down. He intended to craft a slow and excruciating experience for the Lu family, allowing them to genuinely grasp the depths of despair. The suffering Xiao Manxue had endured over the past 5 years must be repaid in kind. How could he allow these wretches to perish so easily? With an impassive expression, Duan Lingxiao advanced towards Lu Beilai. Lu Beilai's complexion changed in an instant. He remained uncertain whether Duan Lingxiao was truly mad or possessed of some profound confidence. At such a close range, even a martial artist of the Earth realm would find it exceedingly challenging to escape unscathed. If you seek death, then embrace it. I shall end your life. Lu Beilai roared, his eyes bloodshot, as he pulled the trigger with fervor. Bang! The bullet was expelled from the chamber, hurtling directly toward Duan Lingxiao's head. Lingxiao, brother. Xiao Manxue gasped, her eyes widening, ready to shield him with her own body. Merely a trick. In the next instant, Duan Lingxiao suddenly extended his hand, effortlessly grasping the swiftly approaching bullet in his palm and gently rubbing it. Dust particles cascaded softly to the ground. In a flash, Duan Lingxiao appeared before Liu Beilai, mere inches apart. Crack! The force of his energy reverberated, and the tightly clutched handgun in Liu Beilai's grip was instantaneously reduced to a heap of metallic shavings, shattered into several pieces. Liu Beilai's eyes widened in terror. To catch a bullet mid-flight and reduce a gun to mere fragments. Are you a human or a ghost? His voice trembled, and then his knees buckled, forcing him to kneel before Duan Lingxiao. You, the Liu family, have betrayed your vows, are refusing to honor the established engagement. That is one matter. But you should not have harmed Meng Xue. Duan Lingxiao towered over Liu Beilai, his gaze devoid of warmth. I was wrong. The Liu family is willing to compensate and apologize. Whatever you desire, I shall fulfill. Liu Beilai shouted desperately, fear palpable in his voice. He had encountered many adversities, but Duan Lingxiao's display instilled a primal terror within him. Stabilize the situation fast, and then proceed gradually. This was Liu Beilai's plan. You do not perceive your wrongs, you are merely afraid. Duan Lingxiao replied coldly, shaking his head. If you dare to harm us, how will you live afterward? My Liu family still has the old patriarch. Our ties with the mayor of Jiangnan City are strong. You need not jeopardize your future for a moment of recklessness. Liu Beilai's tone dripped with menace. The Liu family was vast and influential despite the patriarch's retirement. His impact in both political and business realms remained formidable, capable of rallying many to his cause. I understand. Duan Lingxiao nodded. You are part of the affluent elite, wielding wealth and power with extensive connections. To eliminate you would undoubtedly invite endless troubles. Just as long as you comprehend. Liu Beilai exhaled in relief. Thus, anyone connected to you, anyone who wishes to stand for you, I shall eliminate without hesitation. Duan Lingxiao stated calmly. What? Liu Beilai's pupils trembled. Do you realize how many enemies Xiao Manshue's brother has made? Do you think the Liu family would target her solely due to the annulment of the engagement? Are you suggesting there are other forces at play behind this? Duan Lingxiao inquired, a frown creasing his brow. Indeed, but the depths of this situation are profound. You, a mere youth, cannot grasp its intricacies. I advise you to refrain from meddling. Liu Beilai snarled. Reveal the puppet master behind this, and I shall grant you a swift end. Duan Lingxiao's eyes glinted with icy resolve. Do you wish to know? You lack the qualifications. In the past, Xiaolonghu accompanied the renowned champion Ho on various campaigns, incurring the wrath of numerous powerful aristocrats, not just one or two. Did you think that mere martial prowess would allow you to act with impunity? How naive. Liu Beilai shook his head indifferently. When the champion Ho was mentioned, a flicker of apprehension and fear crossed Liu Beilai's eyes. In his heyday, the champion Ho led his troops in a decisive battle at the southwestern border, laying a robust foundation for the peace of Long Nation and enhancing its international influence to unprecedented heights. Had it not been for the disgraceful incident 5 years prior, the champion Ho would undoubtedly be a formidable presence, one that countless nobles could not dare to rival. However, this world is rife with those who take pleasure in striking down the fallen. The champion Ho has since been imprisoned for life, rumored to have perished in the depths of his cell. Xiaolonghu also met his demise. Those who once supported them faced a thorough purge, and the powerful families they had offended revealed their vicious fangs. This is also why Xiao Manxue endured relentless torment without anyone daring to intervene. Yet, Liu Beilai could never have imagined that the man standing before him, Duan Lingxiao, was none other than the illustrious champion Ho from 5 years ago. Not only had he survived, but he had returned with an even greater strength. Humph. Duan Lingxiao scoffed. In the next instant, with a swift motion of his right hand, several silver needles pierced the bodies of Liu Beilai and his son, Liu Junxian. The 9 devil needles. This technique, passed down to Duan Lingxiao by his malevolent master, possesses the dual nature of healing and inflicting excruciating suffering. The 9 devil needles, as the name suggests, unleash countless demons from the realm of 9 within the body, tearing and devouring the host's vitality until they are left in unbearable agony. Uh. Uh. Lu Beilai and Lu Junxian writhed as if they were being ravaged by a horde of brutish giants, their muscles convulsing as they emitted anguished cries. The guests, witnessing their torment, were left aghast, their expressions a mix of horror and disbelief. What kind of pain could provoke such wretched screams? Speak. Duan Lingxiao's voice thundered, shattering the air around them. I don't know. Panic flickered in the depths of Lu Beilai's eyes. He was aware of the truth, yet dared not voice it. Indeed, over the past 5 years, if the Lu family merely wished to annul the engagement with Xiaomangshui, they had countless methods to achieve it. However, they chose the most brutal and ineffective approach. Was it possible that the powerful figures offended by him and Xiaolongwu 5 years ago were now targeting Xiaomangshui, intentionally humiliating and tormenting her? Duan Lingxiao's gaze darkened ominously. The Lu family, the prominent clan in Jiangnan City, remained tight-lipped, indicating that the forces behind this were formidable. Since they refuse to speak, then they shall perish. With a grim determination, Duan Lingxiao prepared to unleash the 9 devil needles, ready to ensure a tragic end for Lu Beilai and his son. Stop. Suddenly, a thunderous shout reverberated from outside the wedding hall. Who just killed my disciple? With that, the grand redwood doors of the hall exploded, and a robust figure burst through. A figure approached, standing at a height of 6 feet. With hair ashen and an imposing gaze that radiated authority. His aura surged with vitality, that tempestuous presence that commanded attention. It was Vice President Jiang. Gasps of surprise echoed among the crowd, who promptly bowed in reverence. Master Jiang, known as Jiang Bujing, was the esteemed mentor of Hong Tao and currently served as the Vice President of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Tao, scoundrel! Who dares to slay my disciple? Jiang Bujing bellowed with fury. Vice President Jiang, it was he who committed the act. A middle-aged man in a black suit pointed an accusing finger at Duan Lingxiao. I just discreetly sent a message to your assistant. Very well, I shall remember this favor, Jiang Bujing replied, nodding appreciatively. The suited man's face brightened. Establishing a rapport with Jiang Bujing, the Vice President of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association, was a coveted opportunity for many. Vice President Jiang, please take action. The Lu family will forever be grateful and will reward you handsomely. Lu Beilai, enduring excruciating muscle spasms, shouted fiercely. Rest assured, as long as I intervene, you have nothing to fear. Jiang Bujing declared confidently, then turned his gaze upon Duan Lingxiao, his murderous intent unmistakable. Boy, why did you kill my disciple? He deserved it, Duan Lingxiao replied coldly. Do you not understand? He was my only disciple. Jiang Bujing's eyes glinted with menace. And what of it? Duan Lingxiao remained unperturbed. I, Jiang Bujing, have traversed Jiangnan for over 20 years, commanding respect in both the shadows and light. You, a mere insignificant brat, dare to take the life of my disciple? Who instigated you? I do not slay nameless vermin. Jiang Bujing's demeanor was grave. Who do you think you are to inquire about my background? Jiang Bujing, I see you are merely a frail old man, perhaps troubled by prostate issues. Duan Lingxiao scoffed. A collective gasp swept through the crowd. Everyone was taken aback, their scalps tingling in disbelief. This was the Vice President of the Martial Arts Association. A figure of great stature and profound skill, respected even by the mayor of Jiangnan, this was no trivial matter. Had this man lost his mind to insult Jiang Bujing so brazenly? Brother Lingxiao. Xiaomangshui's eyes sparkled with admiration. Her brother remained as dashing and valiant as he had 5 years prior, embodying a spirit of justice and unmatched charisma. You dare to insult me, you little wretch. Jiang Bujing roared, unleashing a powerful strike toward Duan Lingxiao. A formidable force surged forth, his palm radiating a chilling energy akin to a dagger slicing through the air. The crowd instinctively recoiled, fearing the repercussions. Master Jiang, this man can catch bullets with his bare hands. Please, exercise caution, warned the man in the black suit who had alerted Jiang Bujing earlier. What? Jiang Bujing's expression shifted dramatically, shock etched across his face. By heavens! The ability to catch bullets indicates a mastery of external energy. This signifies at least the strength of a terrestrial realm martial artist. How could it be? He appears to be merely in his 20s, how can he possess such power? Jiang Bujing was incredulous, his eyes flickering with intense uncertainty. Duan Lingxiao's figure materialized before him, a hand gripping his throat. Jiang Bujing's entire energy was instantly shattered. How could you? Jiang Bujing trembled like a leaf, his mind in turmoil. He was a martial artist of the Shen realm, possessing extraordinary strength, reigning supreme in Jiangnan city, basking in the adoration of many. Yet now, he found himself utterly powerless. Subdued with ease by Duan Lingxiao. You cannot kill me, I am the vice president of the Jiangnan Martial Arts Association. Should you take my life, you will be opposing the association. If you dare lay a finger on me, the association will ensure you face a fate worse than death. Jiang Bujing, though astonished, maintained a facade of composure, invoking the authority of the Martial Arts Association to intimidate. Whether I can withstand the association's retribution is irrelevant for a corpse. Crack. A sharp sound echoed as Jiang Bujing's throat was crushed in an instant, his lifeless body collapsing to the ground like a discarded fish. Vice President Jiang. The crowd gasped in horror. Lu Beilai was so terrified that he nearly lost his wits, trembling violently. The man in the black suit who had brought the news recoiled at the sight, turning and fleeing towards the door. Swoosh! Duan Lingxiao casually hurled a glass, which swiftly pierced through the man's back, creating a gaping wound. The whole fell into a deathly silence, everyone huddled in the corners, fearing for their lives. The remaining members of the Lu family shrank back, resembling wilted turtles. Lu Beilai, is it now possible to say whose orders you follow to torment Manxue? Duan Lingxiao regarded Lu Beilai coldly, his voice chilling. I truly don't know. I cannot say. The overwhelming fear, coupled with the torment inflicted by the 9-in demon needle, provoked a terrified shriek from Lu Beilai. Yet he remained silent. To speak would not only seal his fate but also doom the entire Lu family. Even with the Han family's backing from the provincial city, they could not shield the Lu family from annihilation. In that case, may you suffer slowly. Duan Lingxiao's gaze was devoid of warmth. Soon. Amidst his agonized cries, Lu Beilai chose to end his own life. He viciously tore at his own throat, brutally concluding his suffering in the most violent manner. The 9-in demon needle was unbearable, even for those skilled in martial arts. The truth was a burden Lu Beilai could not bear. Thus, he opted for suicide. Father! Lu Junxian bellowed. You devil! Bastard, I will fight you. He charged at Duan Lingxiao. Bang! Duan Lingxiao's foot landed on his shoulder with a crack, shattering it. Lu Junxian fell to the ground, writhing in agony. In the next instant, Duan Lingxiao stomped down hard, crushing Lu Junxian's neck. Crack! Lu Junxian's neck snapped. His head hanging at an unnatural angle, grotesquely contorted. Arteries ruptured, blood gushing forth like a fountain, instantly staining the ground crimson. Husband! No! Hon Yudi widened her eyes, her voice piercing. Did you instruct the Lu family to throw sulfuric acid on my sister's face? Duan Lingxiao turned his gaze towards the trembling Hon Yudi. What do you intend to do? Please don't come any closer. I am the daughter of the Han family in the provincial capital. If you kill me, my father will never let you go. The death of her personal bodyguard, Subakuan, weighed heavily on her. As she visualized the anguished cries of Lu Beilai and his son, who ultimately met a tragic end, their suffering akin to that of vengeful spirits haunting her. In a panic, Hon Yudi screamed, desperate to flee. Today's wedding was merely a small ceremony held in Jiangnan city. According to plan, after this wedding, Hon Yudi was to accompany Lu Junxian to the provincial capital for a more extravagant celebration. Hence, the elders of the Han family were absent from this event. When you threw sulfuric acid on Menshue's face, did you ever envision this day? The Han family. They ought to be eradicated. Duan Lingxiao remained unmoved as he approached Hon Yudi and casually yanked her arm, resulting in a sickening crack. Blood flowed from her shattered bone, staining her opulent gemstone bracelet and the lavish white wedding gown worth millions, turning them a dull crimson. Spare me. If you let me go, I'll do anything. I am quite capable, I am willing to submit to you. Hon Yudi cried out frantically, the pain crashing over her like a relentless tide, rendering her weak and crumpled on the ground. This once proud daughter of the Han family now resembled a whimpering dog, spewing lewd and despicable words, more direct than a street prostitute. In a frenzy, she tore at her clothing, revealing her bosom, her most prized asset. Come on, Lu Junxian, has he touched me yet? I am willing to offer myself as a price for my life, I beg you. Hon Yudi displayed her trembling, alabaster form and attempting to ensnare Duan Lingxiao's attention. The onlookers in the hall wore peculiar expressions, yet they could comprehend the gravity of the situation. Under the threat of death, few could maintain their composure. You want me to take you? Duan Lingxiao looked down indifferently at Hon Yudi's soft, alluring figure, unmoved. I am not the sort who would indulge in anything merely for the sake of it. Upon hearing this, Hon Yudi's face turned ashen. Does it hurt? Duan Lingxiao's gaze remained calm. It hurts terribly. Hon Yudi struggled to adopt a pitiable expression, beads of sweat forming on her forehead. It's supposed to hurt. Duan Lingxiao exhibited no sympathy or pity. On Shao Manshue's face were deep, grotesque ridges, horrifyingly evident of her pain. How much agony had she endured at that moment? Moreover, over the past 5 years, the humiliation and torment Shao Manshue had suffered were far from limited to this. As the sister of a heroic martyr, was such treatment appropriate? I beg you, I was wrong, I truly was. I should not have harmed Miss Shao, I was too extreme. I am willing to apologize. I will do anything. Hon Yudi trembled, her fair chest splattered with blood, resembling a streak of red against a snowy peak. If apologies worked, why seek justice at all? No need for your trouble, apologies are meaningless, all that matters is your death. Duan Lingxiao's tone was astonishingly calm, as if recounting the most mundane of matters. Yet it sent shivers down Hon Yudi's spine. However, I shall not kill you directly, that would be too merciful. You must endure the torment and anguish that Manshue has suffered over these past 5 years. I shall sever your tendons, pierce your carotid artery, allowing you to listen closely to the death knell sung by your own blood as it flows from your body in your final moments. Duan Lingxiao gazed down at Hon Yudi. No. Please, no. She screamed. With a swift motion, several streams of energy erupted from Duan Lingxiao's fingertips, striking precisely at her limbs and neck. Her limbs became immobile, and the sight of blood gushing from her carotid artery was vividly etched in her mind. She never anticipated that the last fountain she would witness in her life would emerge from her own body. The sound of blood coursing through her veins was excruciatingly unbearable. Immersed in a pool of her own blood, Hon Yudi's body convulsed for a brief moment before falling completely still. The intense metallic scent of blood filled the hall, overwhelming and nauseating. The guests were paralyzed with fear, unable to move or remain, trembling uncontrollably. The remnants of the Lu family were filled with dread. In 1 hour, I shall personally visit. Be prepared, Lu family. If you fail to clarify who stands behind the Shao family, prepare for your utter annihilation. Duan Lingxiao cast a sweeping glance at the crowd, disregarding them, as he took hold of Shao Manshue's wrist and departed from the Chenfu Grand Hotel. Long after Duan Lingxiao had left, the guests finally dared to breathe. Goodness. I thought I was going to die. I've never felt my heart race like this in my life. Who on earth is this person? How does Shao Manshue know such a formidable master? The Lu family had truly miscalculated, both father and son were dead, and the Hon family's precious daughter, Hon Yudi, had perished. This news would undoubtedly send shockwaves throughout Jiangnan City and the entire southeastern province. Brother Lingxiao, where are we headed now? Shao Manshue asked, gazing at Duan Lingxiao with admiration. For the first time in 5 years, she felt a sense of being protected. An overwhelming sense of security enveloped her. To Shenongfang. Duan Lingxiao replied, ruffling Shao Manshue's hair with a smile. Shenongfang is the largest pharmaceutical conglomerate in the Dragon Kingdom, well stocked with medicinal herbs, perfectly suited for gathering all the materials needed for Shao Manshue's treatment. All right. Shao Manshue nodded obediently. At the Lu family's wedding venue, both Lu Beilai and Lu Junxian had met their demise, and Hon Yudi had collapsed lifelessly. The vice president of the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Association, Zhang Bujing, and his disciples were also slain on the spot. This news ignited a frenzy throughout Jiangnan City. Is this fellow a dragon crossing the river or a desperate fugitive? He is simply ferocious. A significant upheaval is on the horizon for Jiangnan City. Moreover, he threatened to descend upon the Lu family within an hour, promising another bloody storm. The old master of the Lu family is not to be trifled with, let us wait and see. I fear he will unleash his wrath this time. Throughout Jiangnan, Major institutions and prestigious families received news of the tragedy at the Tianfu Grand Hotel almost immediately. Panic spread like wildfire. At the same time, within the Lu family villa, the members of the Lu family carried the bodies of Lu Beilai and Hon Yudi back, placing them in the grand hall of the villa. Lu Junxian had been reduced to a mere mist of blood, leaving nothing of his body to reclaim. The entire Lu household felt ensnared in an eerie silence, so profound that the sound of a falling needle could be heard. In the hall, the elderly patriarch of the Lu family sat in the main seat, gazing at the incomplete corpse of his eldest son, Lu Beilai, his face dark and brooding, as if it could weep. "Father, we have utilized our connections to investigate. And just now, news has come from the police department that this individual has a mysterious background with no record in their official system." Lu Nanxiong, the second son of the Lu family, spoke in a low, grave tone. Yet, deep within his eyes lingered a hint of relief. Lu Beilai was the primary heir of the Lu family, now that he was dead, and with the only remaining bloodline, Lu Junxian, also severed. The inheritance rights of the Lu family undoubtedly belonged to him. "Are you suggesting that this little wretch simply appeared out of thin air?" The elderly patriarch's voice was chilling and venomous, exuding a palpable intent to kill. "That Xiao Mangxue is the sister of Xiao Longhu. Over the past 5 years, most of those who supported Xiao Longhu have faced retribution, yet he was once a deputy general of that esteemed figure. I fear there are still many hidden supporters lurking in the shadows." Lu Nanxiong shook his head. "He killed the 7th and black belt Hong Tao and Su Baoquan, a peak martial artist of the Yellow Realm, was dispatched with a single strike. Even Vice President Jiang fell before him in an instant. It appears this youth possesses strength at least at the pinnacle of the profound realm, perhaps even at the earth realm level." The elder's gaze narrowed, revealing an icy demeanor. "Is he truly that formidable?" Lu Nanxiong's eyes quivered with disbelief. "This is not entirely surprising. Our Jiangnan city is merely an ordinary prefecture-level city. The emergence of a martial artist in their 20s at the profound realm is rare, yet in the provincial capital, such occurrences are far from uncommon." The elder shook his head, his eyes calm, refusing to be unsettled by the revelation. "He has killed your elder brother, your nephew Junxian, and even Hon Yudi. If the Hon family learns of this, our Lu family cannot evade the repercussions. The immediate priority is to apprehend this little wretch. You must deploy all family resources and spare no expense to uncover this fellow's origins. Additionally, contact the mayor of Jiangnan City. The Lu family has cultivated its roots here for many years. We cannot simply wait for our demise in the face of such humiliation." The elder's gaze was frigid, sharp as an eagle's, his expression dark. "Father, are you going to meet Mayor Chun?" Lu Nanxiong's heart leaped at the thought. The mayor is the foremost leader of the city, wielding significant authority. Indeed, though I have retired, I still possess some influence in both political and business circles. Mayor Chen has previously received support from the Lu family. At this juncture, he will undoubtedly show some regard for us." The elder instructed the driver to prepare the car, heading toward the mayor's office building. Meanwhile, on the 10th floor of the Martial Arts Association building on Jianxi Road in Jiangnan City, the association's president, Yu Longjun, was engrossed in a game of poker on the sofa. He relished the thrill of sweating it out in his office, moving with ease, especially since his opponent in this game was none other than Jiang Buqing's wife, his most capable subordinate and right-hand woman. As his term was drawing to a close and he was to be reassigned elsewhere, Jiang Buqing, in a bid to secure the position of president, willingly offered up his wife. Naturally, his wife, too, was eager to devote herself to her husband's aspirations. How delightful! It is indeed surprising how well Jiang enjoys himself. With such exquisite skills, no man could possibly resist the charms of your eloquent tongue. General Yu Longjun sighed with contentment, expressing his admiration. "Dear President Yu, your happiness brings me solace, and your comfort assures me. As long as you resolve my husband's career issues and speak favorably to the leaders of the Provincial Martial Arts Association, I will certainly serve you well." The woman did not raise her head, continuing her labor diligently, her words slightly muffled. "Rest assured," Yu Longjun replied with a smile, though a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. The pleasure he derived from engaging with subordinates' wives was unmatched, and the notion of assisting in the appointment of the association's president was utterly preposterous. Such matters were directly handled by higher authorities. As the president of a municipal martial arts association, he possessed no such influence. But it mattered little. He could always claim to Jiang Bujing that he had done his utmost. After all, the man willing to offer his wife was hardly a difficult individual to manipulate. President. Trouble is brewing. At that moment, a staff member rushed into the office, words stumbling out in a frantic urgency. What is the matter that you are in such a hurry? Yu Longjun snapped, pressing down on the woman's head to prevent her from lifting it. Issuing an irritated command, continue. The woman complied. The staff member then spoke, President, Vice President Jiang is dead. He was publicly murdered at the Lu family's wedding ceremony. Even his beloved disciple, Hong Tao, has perished. What? Yu Longjun was momentarily taken aback. Before he could fully process the information, the woman, who had been laboring diligently, abruptly raised her head, her eyes wide with shock, neglecting to wipe the drool from her lips as she hurried to confront the staff member. What did you say? My husband is dead. The staff member glanced at the woman, only then realizing the gravity of his mistake in busting in without knocking, thereby exposing the affair between the president and Jiang's wife. Damn it, we are in deep trouble. Speak. Yu Longjun commanded coldly. The staff member, fearing delay, hastily recounted the events that transpired at the Lu family's wedding. They killed Hong Tao and Jiang Bujing. Lu Beilai was armed and could not subdue him. Are you taking me for a fool? No one in Jiangnan City would dare claim they could evade a bullet. Yu Longjun retorted icily. President, I assure you. What I say is true, many witnessed it. The staff member insisted. If that is the case, then this individual must possess strength surpassing the Shen realm. In all of Jiangnan City, aside from myself, only the valiant General Tiger stationed at the military district could contend with him. Yu Longjun's expression darkened. Subsequently, he cast a fleeting glance at the woman beside him, her eyes filled with panic and her complexion pale, and waved dismissively at the staff. You may leave for now. I need to contemplate my course of action. The staff promptly exited the office. President, you must avenge my husband. The woman implored, her gaze earnest as she looked towards Yu Longjun. I promise to comply with whatever you ask in return for your vengeance, no matter how distasteful. For some inexplicable reason. As he regarded her charming visage, Yu Longjun suddenly felt a wave of disinterest. He preferred the company of married women, not widows. However, the fact that someone had slain his vice president was a direct affront to the Martial Arts Association. Such an act was intolerable. It demanded severe retribution. Wow! It's enormous! Xiaoman Xue exclaimed, her mouth agape as she beheld the grand Shennongfang building. Shennongfang is the largest chain pharmacy in the country, apart from the threat posed by Yawang Valley. It stands as a monopolistic entity within the pharmaceutical industry. Duan Lingxiao elaborated, historically, anything essential to the populace has often fallen prey to monopolization, for instance, salt and iron in ancient times. Nowadays, it's pharmaceuticals, oil, tobacco, real estate, and more. Those in power have always maintained stringent control over industries that yield substantial profits. Sir, do you require a consultation? At that moment, a slender woman clad in a slit cheongsam approached and inquired. No, I wish to purchase medicinal herbs, Duan Lingxiao replied. Very well, please follow me. The cheongsam-clad woman led the way to a service window. Dr. Li, this gentleman wishes to purchase medicinal herbs, please prepare them. She instructed a middle-aged male doctor seated behind the counter. Understood. The doctor, without lifting his gaze, inquired, what herbs do you need? Huanyan grass, century-old ganedama, a four-leaf fruit. All vine root, tage tangerine peel, and old clampal, Duan Lingxiao listed in one breath, naming over 30 rare herbs. So many precious herbs. Dr. Li exclaimed, lifting his head in surprise. These herbs were quite costly, with a total value reaching into the millions. Such a significant client was highly desirable and would yield considerable performance bonuses. Instantly, his face, lined with creases, broke into a smile. Sir, please wait a moment. I will prepare your herbs immediately. Dr. Li rose, his smile effusive. He had no concerns regarding Duan Lingxiao's ability to pay. The last individual who had attempted to flaunt wealth at Shennongfang without the means was still detained at the police station. Well. Just then, a disdainful voice interrupted. Isn't that our class's flower, Xiaoman Xue? The speaker, a flamboyant woman dressed in attire from the Longdu Ishi brand, clutched a designer handbag. She was linked arm in arm with a middle-aged, somewhat greasy man, her surgically enhanced bosom provocatively brushing against him, threatening to spill over. Her outfit was exceedingly short, barely covering the upper part of her derriere, occasionally revealing glimpses of her undergarments, as she was not wearing safety shorts. "You men? Long time no see," Xiaomangshui said, turning her head, her expression instantly becoming awkward. She tightened her mask over her face a little more. "It has been quite a while since we last met. What brings you to Shennongfang? The prices of medicinal herbs here are rather high." Yu Mengmeng scrutinized Xiaomangshui, her gaze drifting to the side where Duan Lingxiao stood. Two impoverished souls. This was Yu Mengmeng's initial impression. Xiaomangshui, needless to say, appeared rather shabby. Duan Lingxiao, upon their first encounter, had taken Xiaomangshui to the Lu family's grand wedding without having the chance to procure new attire. Duan Lingxiao himself was not faring much better. In Zero prison, his days were consumed by rigorous training, study, and self-improvement. Upon his release, his clothing was naturally quite modest. These characteristics, in Yu Mengmeng's eyes, were a clear manifestation of destitution. "Let's observe for a moment," Xiaomangshui whispered. She understood that Duan Lingxiao, having just been released, was certainly short on funds. Prior to his imprisonment, although he had been a champion, he had devoted nearly all his earnings to rewarding his subordinates and contributing to the military's development. Remaining uncorrupted and principled. To say he was financially strained would not be an exaggeration. Can you not afford it? "Umph. I can smell your poverty from 2 miles away," Yu Mengmeng remarked, her brow furrowed. "Darling, look, this is what I told you about. The belle of our high school class. I heard her face was disfigured by sulfuric acid. How frightening." Yu Mengmeng squeezed against the greasy man beside her, speaking with a mocking tone. "Is that so? What a pity, her figure is rather fine, but alas, she must conceal her face." The greasy man leered at Xiaomangshui, passing his judgment. You have quite the discerning taste, desiring a woman like that. Did she not serve you well enough?" Yu Mengmeng teased, licking her lips in a coy manner. "You are certainly lovely. I bought several sets of white and black stockings for you. Wear them tonight. And do remember to be a bit provocative." The greasy man slapped Yu Mengmeng's exquisite figure with practiced ease, eliciting a soft gust from her. With sultry eyes, Yu Mengmeng then cast a provocative glance back at Xiaomangshui. Xiaomangshui clenched her teeth, lowering her head in humility. The disfigurement felt like a sharp thorn piercing her heart. "Xiaomangshui, did you hear that? My husband said he likes your figure. How about this, if you accompany my husband for a night, I shall cover your expenses here in Shennongfang. What do you say?" Yu Mengmeng, observing Xiaomangshui's anxious demeanor, spoke with disdain. "Yu Mengmeng, you are utterly vile." Xiaomangshui's expression darkened. "Vile? Xiaomangshui, do you still believe you are the elegant son from before? Look at the man beside you, he epitomizes the spirit of hard work and struggle. His attire is of such poor quality that it pales in comparison to that of my maid. That you would find him appealing is truly laughable." Yu Mengmeng exclaimed proudly, pointing at Duan Lingxiao and continuing her critique. "But then again, you and I saw could hardly attract a quality man. Unlike me, who receives 200,000 a month from my husband, the sum I can hardly exhaust." Upon her declaration, laughter erupted among those around them. Xiaomangshui's countenance instantly morphed into one of profound distress. She could endure humiliation, but she would not allow anyone to insult her brother Lingxiao. No one would. Xiaomangshui trembled with indignation, on the verge of standing up to refute Yu Mengmeng, but was restrained by Duan Lingxiao's hand. This scene, witnessed by Yu Mengmeng, further convinced her that Duan Lingxiao was indeed a coward. How could he endure such humiliation towards his own woman and willingly shrink back like a turtle? Truly, he is a coward to the core. I heard you've been tethered like a watchdog at the Lu family's doorstep. How enviable. With your meals and lodging provided daily, akin to a civil servant. It seems that the death of your brother has brought you stability. A mocking glint flashed in Yu Mengmeng's eyes, her demeanor dripping with disdain. She felt an intense jealousy towards Xiaomangshui, whose brother was a renowned military general, while she herself was the class beauty, adored by her male classmates. Yet now, Shao Mangshue's brother is dead, the Shao family has fallen into disrepair. And Shao Mangshue has transformed into an object of ridicule. A sense of unspoken satisfaction surged within Yu Mengmeng. So, she is indeed the Shao Mangshue who was rejected by the Lu family, no wonder she wears a mask. The Lu family is quite ruthless, rejecting the engagement was one thing. But to have someone disfigured as well? It's unfortunate. But are you not aware that the Lu family has now allied with the influential Han family from the provincial city? They wield wealth and power. Thus they act as they please. Whispers filled the air, their hushed tones only serving to pale Shao Mangshue's complexion further. Her fingers clutched the hem of her garment tightly, her lips quivering, tears welling in her eyes. In her clear gaze, boundless sorrow reflected back. Yet, she fought back the tears, having grown accustomed to such insults and slander over the past 5 years. What are you about to cry? Am I mistaken? Do you think you are still the old Shao Mangshue? You are nothing more than a dog now, or perhaps a cursed soul. For you are the one who caused your brother's demise. Yu Mengmeng's voice was sharp as a needle, each word striking at the heart, leaving wounds that bled profusely. The more familiar one is, the better they know where to inflict pain, the more adept they are at plunging the knife. Shao Mangshue's delicate frame quivered violently, her gaze flickering like a candle in the wind, ready to extinguish at any moment. Just then, Duan Lingxiao moved. A blur of motion, and delivered a resounding slap across Yu Mengmeng's cheek. Crack. Her teeth shattered to blood gushed forth as she was sent sprawling across the hall floor. Akin to a lifeless dog. Is my sister a person you, a wretched woman, can judge? Have you lost your mind? Duan Lingxiao's eyes blazed with fury. His murderous intent palpable. If the 7 great evildoers were present, they would recognize that Duan Lingxiao had indeed harbored thoughts of killing. Within Zero Prison. Beyond the 7 great evildoers, lay countless notorious criminals. Duan Lingxiao honed his combat skills by battling these desperate rogues. To him, taking a life was as simple as drinking water. Yu Mengmeng shrieked, blood frothing from her mouth like a fountain. Honey, he hit me. He hit me. He hit your precious. Yu Mengmeng cried out in pain. You little brat, how dare you lay a hand on my woman? Do you even know who I am? The greasy man's face contorted with rage, his belly trembling with fury. No matter who you are, if you dare insult my sister, you will pay the price. Duan Lingxiao's gaze was indifferent, causing the greasy man to tremble involuntarily, as if he were being scrutinized by a malevolent dragon from the abyss. His entire body bristled with goosebumps, an eerie sensation coursing through him. The commotion drew the attention of others within the hall of Shenongfang, plunging the atmosphere into a profound silence. Who is this person? How dare he create a disturbance and assault someone in Shenongfang? With its formidable background, Shenongfang would never tolerate such behavior. All eyes turned towards Duan Lingxiao, filled with astonishment. They could scarcely believe that he had the audacity to strike someone within this esteemed establishment. Previously, troublemakers had been met with swift retribution, often leaving with broken limbs. Would history repeat itself? Little punk, how dare you strike my woman? You're courting death. Hitting this ugly creature is an act of charity. Not that I have any affection for her. The greasy man barked with a chilling authority. You will kneel and apologize at once. Or I shall make you understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. With a dismissive wave of his hand, he exuded an air of confidence. Believing he had Duan Lingxiao completely at his mercy. His eyes glinted with malice, his tone imperious, allowing no room for negotiation. The man was stout and burly, resembling a bear, having trained in sumo, wrestling, and various martial arts. He cracked his knuckles ominously. In contrast, Duan Lingxiao did not possess a robust physique. To the greasy man, this light figure seemed easily overpowered. In an instant, Duan Lingxiao approached him with an unwavering expression. You shall meet your demise. The greasy man sneered, his eyes flashing with cold fury as he launched a punch toward Duan Lingxiao's face. Enjoy the warmth of my fiery iron fist. The man's deranged grin deepened, reminiscent of a lunatic eager to rend Duan Lingxiao's flesh and drench himself in blood. The onlookers remained impassive, some even shielding their eyes in fear. At that moment, Duan Lingxiao extended his hand, gripping the greasy man's fist with an unyielding hold. You dare to strike? The greasy man scoffed, his confidence unwavering as he believed the force of his punch would shatter his opponent's arm. Yet the ensuing scene startled him profoundly. Upon grasping the greasy man's fist, Duan Lingxiao seemed to adhere to it like a powerful adhesive, tightening his grip. Suddenly, he unleashed a tremendous force, lifting the greasy man effortlessly into the air, as though he were a pendulum in an amusement park, soaring in an exaggerated arc. By heavens! The greasy man exclaimed, feeling as if he were weightless. In the next moment, Duan Lingxiao released his grip, sending the greasy man hurtling through the air. With a resounding thud, he crashed onto a tempered glass table in the hall, shattering it with a deafening crash. The impact struck the greasy man's chest with immense force, causing blood to spurt forth as his ribs fractured, his complexion paling as if he were a corpse. In that instant, the hall fell into a chilling silence. Everyone stood in stunned silence, gazing at Duan Lingxiao. My goodness, such remarkable skill. This individual is clearly a master. It's terrifying. The woman in the chippah who had led the way shrieked in alarm. The greasy man, weighing at least 200 pounds, was flung several meters away like a mere ragdoll. It was simply inconceivable. The crucial point was that no one had witnessed how Duan Lingxiao had executed his move. It seemed as if he had completed all actions in the blink of an eye. Duan Lingxiao stood with his hands behind his back, as steady as a green pine, as if he had merely accomplished a trivial task. How could this be? Yu Mengmeng's eyes widened in disbelief. Clap, clap, clap. Duan Lingxiao, with a tranquil demeanor, slowly approached the greasy man, looking down upon him from a commanding height. You little scoundrel, what do you intend to do? I am one Defa, the general manager of Nyoma Construction Group. What are you even worth? If you dare to lay a finger on me, I assure you, no one in Jiangnan City will be able to protect you. One Defa screamed in terror. As he spoke, he inadvertently aggravated his injuries, grimacing in pain. Honey, are you all right? Xiao Mangxue exclaimed. You, Mengmeng, tell your dog of a man to cease at once. If you provoke my husband, to prepare for a lifetime behind bars. Yu Mengmeng shouted, sensing the situation spiraling out of control. Hearing this, Xiao Mangxue glanced at Duan Lingxiao, not wishing for him to be embroiled in further trouble because of her. Rest assured, Duan Lingxiao replied with a faint smile, then walked up to the greasy man. What do you truly wish to accomplish? Shall I cower now? One Defa cried out in fear, panic-stricken, overwhelmed by Duan Lingxiao's imposing presence, unable to lift his head. He felt utterly humiliated. Well, both of them hurt. I grant you a chance right now, immediately, call for assistance. Summon as many as you can to save you. Duan Lingxiao declared, his foot resting upon one Defa's flabby face. Wah! One Defa was taken aback. Call for help. Once he did, this little scoundrel would undoubtedly meet a most gruesome end. As the general manager of Nyoma Construction Group, he had countless henchmen and bodyguards at his disposal. It was well known that those involved in construction often had ties to violent demolition. One Defa commanded a crew of ruthless thugs, and he failed to comprehend why this little scoundrel would willingly seek death. What, do my words not resonate with you? Duan Lingxiao raised an eyebrow. Very well. I shall make the call immediately. One Defa, trembling, retrieved his phone from his pocket and dialed. Xiao Mangxue, you ugly creature, you finally found a boyfriend. And now he is about to meet his doom. He will perish most miserably. Yu Mengmeng spat blood, her voice garbled with fury. Had you simply knelt and apologized, this could have been avoided. Yet now you've injured us and dare to boast about calling for help. Ha! You will never fathom the extent of Nyoma Construction Group's power. That is of no concern to you. Xiao Mangxue coldly retorted. Yet, the worry in her eyes was unmistakable. But she felt utterly helpless. Now you understand fear. Ha, it's too late. Within Yu Mengmeng's heart, a torrent of resentment surged. Ever since she had allied herself with one Defa, she was met with deference from all who crossed her path. She had never before endured such humiliation. When the group's bodyguards arrived, she vowed to deliver a resounding slap to the faces of that insufferable couple. What is happening? Who dares to cause a disturbance in my Shonong Square? Just then, a handsome young man clad in a black Armani trench coat, donning golden-rimmed spectacles and wearing a smile, strolled over, disrupting the prevailing silence. Trailing behind him was an elderly gentleman dressed in casual tang attire, matching his pace yet exuding an impressive aura. "I am Lin Haotian, the manager of Shonong Square in Jiangnan City," the young man spoke slowly. Not only was he the youngest manager in Shonong Square's history, but he also held significant influence, as Shonong Square had branches in numerous prefecture-level cities across the nation. To attain a managerial position in any branch indicated that one possessed remarkable talent and an extraordinary background. Lin Haotian was no exception. Moreover, his father was the deputy head of Shonong Square, a position of considerable power. "Since assuming my role as manager, I have established a strict rule: those who cause trouble or engage in conflicts within Shonong Square will face severe repercussions. It appears you have taken my words lightly." Lin Haotian's gaze, cold and piercing behind his golden spectacles, conveyed a chilling authority. "Master Lin," Wang Defa, prostrate on the floor, was overwhelmed with joy as he propped himself up and bowed respectfully towards Lin Haotian. The others in the hall followed suit. Lin Haotian belonged to the upper echelon of Jiangnan City's elite, and for everyone present, merely catching a glimpse of him was a rare privilege. "Master Lin, it is you." Yu Mangmang's eyes widened in astonishment. She had often heard Wang Defa boast about his close relationship with Lin Haotian, taking pride in their connection. "Who are you?" Lin Haotian inquired, his brow slightly furrowed. "Do you not remember me? Last month, I had the fortune of dining and singing with you at the Haitang Pavilion. I still have your business card," Wang Defa hastily reminded him. "Oh, I recall now, you are the owner of Nyoma Construction." Lin Haotian's eyes flickered with recognition. He had a vague impression of Wang Defa, who was quite adept at ingratiating himself with others. During their previous encounter at the Haitang Pavilion, he had even gone to the nearby university town to procure two young ladies, one a dance student, the other majoring in English. That night, Lin Haotian practiced yoga and studied English for an entire evening, paying homage to his idol, Comrade Chen Qingchuan. The next morning, he awoke with trembling legs. "Indeed, that is me," Wang Defa responded with delight. "Very well, then enlighten me about what transpired just now." Lin Haotian inclined his head, gesturing for Wang Defa to continue. "Master Lin, the situation is as follows: these two impoverished individuals dared to attempt to purchase precious medicinal herbs. When I intervened, they resorted to violence." Wang Defa's expression brightened, realizing that his previous decision to present those two campus beauties to Lin Haotian had been wise. Otherwise, how could someone of Lin Haotian's stature ever consider him worthy of a response? He suddenly splashed a large basin of dirty water directly onto Duan Lingxiao. I glanced at their list of medicinal herbs. Lin Haotian turned to Dr. Li at the pharmacy window, who promptly handed over the list. The items included precious herbs such as Huanyan grass, century-old ganedama, four-leaf fruit, old vine roots, aged tangerine peel, and old clampa. Upon seeing this, Lin Haotian scrutinized Duan Lingxiao from head to toe, letting out a cold sneer. It appeared that someone from Shonong Workshop had come to take advantage of the situation. Such an abundance of valuable herbs was worth at least 10 million. Observing Duan Lingxiao and Xiao Mangxue, whose attire barely amounted to 200 yuan, Lin Haotian, well acquainted with the prominent figures of Jiangnan City, had never seen someone like Duan Lingxiao before. Based on his judgment, it was evident that they could not afford these herbs. "Do you know the consequences of causing trouble and acting ostentatiously without money at Shonong Workshop? If you kneel and apologize now, I might show you some leniency today." "As I am in a good mood," Lin Haotian said icily, exuding an air of undeniable indifference. "Why should I apologize?" Duan Lingxiao retorted, his gaze devoid of emotion. "This is Shonong Workshop. In this territory, whether you apologize or not is not for you to decide." Lin Haotian replied coldly, his tone commanding and presumptuous. Disregarding the principles of right and wrong, and even neglecting to inquire about the truth. "I see you with Xiao Mangxue. And the herbs you intend to purchase are all related to disfigurement and injury treatment. Are you a remnant of the Xiao family? The Xiao family is no longer in its prime, but I doubt you are any formidable character. I advise you to be wise and not seek trouble." 5 years ago, Lin Haotian would have bowed and scraped upon encountering Xiao Mangxue. However, the times had changed. The Xiao family had fallen, and Xiaolong was dead. Over the past 5 years, the Xiao family had endured blow after blow, rendering them no longer comparable to their former glory. Anyone could step on them now. Yet, To everyone's astonishment, Duan Lingxiao remained silent. More precisely, he completely ignored Lin Haotian, for his heart was filled with fury. Xiaolong, who had fought valiantly alongside him, earning great merit, and now he was being so disrespected posthumously. A remnant of the Xiao family. This was clearly a family of martyrs. If you merely sought to flaunt your authority, I would have chosen to disregard you, but you should never have mocked my brother's honor. Duan Lingxiao cast a faint glance at Lin Haotian, his eyes harboring a chilling murderous intent. Meanwhile, Lin Haotian glared at Duan Lingxiao, his brows furrowing. In his eyes, Duan Lingxiao was akin to an ant easily squashed. Originally, he intended to have Duan Lingxiao bow and apologize before showing him mercy. However, he did not expect Duan Lingxiao to be so oblivious as to stand his ground against him. How marvelous. The damned must die, especially a fool seeking his own demise. Wang Defa grinned with excitement, never anticipating that Duan Lingxiao would be so foolish as to dare trample on Lin Haotian's face. Among the crowd, who would dare to disregard Lin Haotian in such a manner? No one. Except for Duan Lingxiao alone. It seems that the bodyguards and henchmen of Nyomo Construction will not need to make an appearance. Lin Haotian will undoubtedly incapacitate him directly. Hey. Soon I will relish in the demise of this insolent wretch, along with that contemptible woman. Wang Defa's eyes sparkled with excitement, his entire body trembling. Yu Mengmeng wore a face full of anticipation. Having been dealt a blow that left her toothless today, she was resolute in exacting retribution. The onlookers were left astounded, all unanimously believing that Duan Lingxiao had lost his senses. No, it was more likely that he had lost his mind entirely. Lin Haotian's father is the deputy chief of Shonong Workshop, and the Lin family possesses extensive enterprises in Jiangnan City, spanning various sectors including entertainment, tourism, the internet, and e-commerce, with a corporate valuation nearing 10 billion. The audacity of Duan Lingxiao to disregard such a figure left everyone speechless. Oh, you certainly possess a remarkable courage. In my 20+ years of life, this is the first time I have encountered someone as headstrong as you. Lin Haotian regarded Duan Lingxiao with a playful glint in his eyes, a cold smirk eventually gracing his lips. Initially, he only wished for you to bow your head. But it appears you are intent on turning away. To Lin Haotian, extinguishing a few insignificant ants incurs no legal repercussions. This world is inherently realistic, especially in a realm where martial artists exist. Your incessant prattle is nothing short of an irritating cacophony, akin to a lustful toad croaking wildly in a pond. Speak again, and I shall ensure that you utter not a single word. Duan Lingxiao turned to face Lin Haotian. His voice resonated, prompting the crowd to instinctively dig at their ears, convinced they had misheard. The young elite of Jiangnan City was being likened to a toad. This fellow must be utterly deranged. How outrageously audacious. To insult and provoke Lin Haotian in such a manner, did he truly consider him a benevolent figure? For a scion of such a prominent family, eliminating someone is hardly a challenge. This was a reckless dance on the edge of self-destruction. Very well. Lin Haotian let out several cold laughs, his expression swiftly transforming into one of icy resolve. He snapped his fingers stylishly, poised to command the security of Shonong Workshop to take action. Suddenly, Duan Lingxiao moved. Whoosh! In an instant, Duan Lingxiao appeared before Lin Haotian, as swift as thunder and lightning. The crowd could scarcely comprehend the trajectory of his movement. It was astonishingly fast, swifter than an Olympic sprint champion. Lin Haotian widened his eyes, only to find Duan Lingxiao's figure materializing before him as if a deity had descended, leaving him in disbelief, unable to react. I'd Lin Haotian opened my mouth, speechless. Before I could utter a word, a chill ran down my spine, my ears ringing as if drums were being struck. Boom! A tremendous force erupted. Lin Haotian felt a sharp pain in his chest, as though it had been torn apart. He was instantly hurled away, crashing through 4 or 5 glass cabinets before ultimately slamming against the wall, collapsing weakly to the ground. Pfft. Lin Haotian's face turned pale, his muscles spasming. His nasal bridge fractured, his jaw dislocated, and his chest caved in. Blood gushed forth, staining his clothing crimson. Ugh, ugh, ugh. Duan Lingxiao's punch used less than 10% of his strength, yet Lin Haotian felt as if he had lost a life. He continued to groan incessantly. Yet, like a gluttonous child swallowing food whole, his words were shrouded in ambiguity. The crowd fell silent, akin to cicadas in winter, fixated upon Duan Lingxiao with widened eyes, not daring to utter a word. Remember, there are certain truths that must remain unspoken, and certain individuals who must not be desecrated. You profit from the people's toil. Yet you dare to insult the valiant martyrs who sacrifice for the peace of the populace. Individuals like you are unworthy of the title of human. Duan Lingxiao's voice was frigid, each word akin to a sword, piercing Lin Haotian's heart and resonating through the ears of all present. The crowd's faces flushed with shame, though many maintained a nonchalant demeanor. Bring forth reinforcements, swiftly subdue this ruffian. Lin Haotian spat out the remnants of his blood, his voice booming. In an instant, the security department of the Shanongfang building responded promptly, mobilizing dozens of security personnel. Fully equipped, they encircled Duan Lingxiao, shields in their left hands and retractable batons in their right. Mr. Lin, are you all right? The Bali security captain, Wu Luyong, surveyed the scene, his brow furrowing deeply. As a retired Special Forces operative, his agility and keen assessment of the distraction indicated that the adversary's strength was formidable. Captain Lu, this troublemaker must be apprehended immediately. Lin Haotian bellowed. Rest assured, Mr. Lin, Luyong nodded, stepping forward. Sir, you are causing a disturbance at Shanongfang, in violation of regulations. It would be prudent for you to surrender peacefully, do not bring harm upon yourself. We have contacted the Jiangnan City Police Department, and they will arrive shortly. As he spoke, Luyong's muscles tensed, his demeanor exceedingly cautious. Years of experience as a Special Forces soldier warned him that Duan Lingxiao was an exceptionally dangerous individual, even more perilous than international fugitives. A single misstep could lead to catastrophe. Caution was paramount. Is this the code of conduct at Shanongfang? You may strike me, yet I am forbidden from retaliating. Duan Lingxiao's gaze was icy. The onlookers nodded in agreement. While the Shanongfang wielded considerable power, reckless tyranny would deter consumers from seeking their services. How dare you cause a ruckus at Shanongfang and expect justification? Captain Lu, cease this idle chatter and act. Lin Haotian's expression darkened. Damn it, fool. Luyong's countenance soured. He was utterly at a loss for words regarding Lin Haotian's thoughtless behavior. To act without knowledge of the adversary's background was tantamount to courting disaster. Yet, as merely the leader of a security detail, he was bound to follow orders. Moreover, with dozens of them, even if the opponent was powerful, they would not be easily overwhelmed. Since you refuse our goodwill, do not blame us for resorting to force. Luyong declared with a cold snort, signaling his men. In an instant, dozens of security personnel charged forth, wielding their batons. Get lost. Duan Lingxiao uttered a single word. What? You dare to command us to leave? Young man, this is Shanongfang, not a place where you can run wild. The security guards sneered maliciously, reveling in their perceived authority, despite merely being guards. They were overstepping their bounds. In an instant, Duan Lingxiao moved with the swiftness of a dragon, his speed unparalleled. Bang! Boom! Thud! Dozens of guards were sent flying simultaneously, the expressions of agony etched upon their faces. Each was left with either shattered arms or crushed knees. You little pests. How brazen. Luyong's countenance twisted with fury upon witnessing this. With a thunderous rebuke, he charged forward, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Duan Lingxiao's head. As the head of the security team, the sight of his men being reduced to a pitiful state was a direct affront to his authority. If he did not suppress this insolence, how could he maintain his standing in the future? Bang! Duan Lingxiao extended his hand, effortlessly grasping Luyong's fist with pinpoint accuracy. The once formidable punch turned feeble in Duan Lingxiao's grip. With a sharp crack, Luyong's eyes widened in horror as he let out a wretched scream. The tendons in his wrist tore, exposing bone, with blood trickling down in a steady stream. Hiss. Luyong knelt on the ground, his expression one of sheer terror. Though the pain in his wrist was excruciating, his greater fear stemmed from the realization that he felt akin to a defenseless chick facing a bloodthirsty beast in that brief moment of confrontation. It was as though Duan Lingxiao could crush him at any second. You scum. Lin Haotian's face paled. In mere seconds, the entire security team had been rendered powerless. How terrifying. Where had this individual emerged from? Young man, you have crossed a line. At that moment, an elderly man in traditional attire, who had been trailing Lin Haotian, lowered his gaze and spoke with a calm, indifferent tone directed at Duan Lingxiao. He stepped forward, hands clasped behind his back, his eyes narrowed slightly, exuding an aura of a master. Old Hon. Lin Haotian's face lit up with elation. He realized that this was a certain death for Duan Lingxiao. No matter how arrogant or audacious he was, he could not escape his fate before Old Hon. The elder was a skilled practitioner for the Lin family, having dealt with numerous matters that were best left in the shadows, earning the family's utmost respect. His presence was a testament to the family's intention to groom Lin Haotian as the next heir. However, Lin Haotian lacked the authority to command Old Hon outright. The elder would only intervene in moments of peril. Crossed a line? I do not believe so. Duan Lingxiao gently shook his head. He had merely fractured a few of Lin Haotian's ribs and broken his nose and jaw. In his view, this was a mere light punishment. Youngster, do not presume that a few learned techniques grant you the right to act recklessly. In my eyes, you are but a capering monkey, the elderly man remarked. His face weathered yet exuding vitality. His murky eyes, at that moment, were like arrows, sharp and piercing, clearly indicating he was also a martial practitioner. Old Hon, spare his life, I wish to toy with him slowly. Lin Haotian, disregarding the agony tearing through his chest and the blood trickling from his lips, shouted with all his might. You have provoked an existence you should not have, and now you can only await your demise. Since my young master intends to gradually bring about your demise, you can only blame your unfortunate fate, for it is a consequence of your own overestimation of your abilities. Old Hon nodded slightly, his tone laden with gloom. How tiresome. Duan Lingxiao unleashed a powerful slap. Arrogant and presumptuous. Utterly oblivious to the vastness of the heavens and the earth. Today, I shall teach you the true meaning of overreaching, akin to an ant attempting to shake a tree. Old Hon shook his head, his voice sharp as ice, relentlessly advancing. His figure moved like the wind, creating a thunderous roar, and in the blink of an eye, he stood before Duan Lingxiao, palms spread wide, a foe swelling as he struck directly at Duan Lingxiao's chest. Begun. Duan Lingxiao countered with a palm strike. Bang. As their palms met, Old Hon was immediately sent flying. In midair, the spray of blood arced gracefully, tracing a smooth and elegant parabola. Yet Duan Lingxiao stood unfazed. In a mere exchange, Old Hon was thoroughly defeated. The arena fell silent, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. Everyone gazed at Duan Lingxiao in disbelief. Lin Haotian's eyes widened, filled with horror and trepidation. Wang Defa and Yu Mengmeng covered their mouths, trembling uncontrollably. This scene was utterly shocking. How could this be? I have trained in the Iron Sun Palm for decades, how can you be so effortlessly powerful? Who on earth are you? Old Hon's mind was in disarray, struggling to comprehend the astonishing sight before him. He was a personal bodyguard assigned to Lin Haotian from the Lin family. Having made quite a name for himself in the martial arts world years ago, having reached the pinnacle of the Yellow Realm, merely a step away from the Shen Realm. Yet before Duan Lingxiao, he felt as insignificant as a mere chicken. There was no competition to be found. What was more alarming was the youth of his opponent. Such power was utterly astounding. Who am I? I am the arbiter of your life and death. Duan Lingxiao shifted, placing his foot upon Old Hon's head, his expression indifferent. His voice resonated like thunder from the heavens, gathering strength, echoing in the ears of the onlookers like the roar of a celestial storm. Old Hon's disheveled grey hair resembled a wild chicken's nest. His eyes lost all glimmer, and the poise and pride accumulated over decades shattered completely in this moment. Pfft. Severely injured, and now subjected to such humiliation, Old Hon was overwhelmed with rage, spitting out a mouthful of blood. Lying on the ground, his fate uncertain. Lin Haotian. It seems your family's foundation is not as profound as I presumed. Duan Lingxiao's gaze fell upon Lin Haotian, speaking with a calm demeanor. Thud. Thud. Lin Haotian's eyes trembled, his heart seemingly on the verge of bursting. Though Duan Lingxiao's face bore no expression, to Lin Haotian, he appeared as a formidable demon. What? What do you intend to do? Lin Haotian felt a surge of fear, his muscles and bones quaking, producing sounds akin to taut bowstrings. Fear not. I shall not kill you, Duan Lingxiao declared. Just as Lin Haotian exhaled in relief, he heard Duan Lingxiao continue, that would be too lenient a fate for you. With that, several silver needles shot from Duan Lingxiao's hand, piercing Lin Haotian's body. As a former soldier, Duan Lingxiao harbored a deep disdain for those who regard life as mere fodder. He enlisted to serve his country. For the sake of peace and the welfare of the people. He ascended to the rank of champion marquis, and in the eyes of many, he was a figure of great success. Yet, only he knew the terrifying path he had traversed, where the triumph of one general often meant the demise of countless others. The few who could reach the end of that road were exceedingly rare. Thus, had Lin Haotian merely been a common braggart, he might have laughed it off. However, aware that Xiao Mangxue was the sister of Xiao Longhu, he still chose to insult her. Duan Lingxiao could not allow such a transgression to occur. The 9-in demon needle was the most fitting fate for such individuals. As the 9-in demon needle was activated, Lin Haotian and Wang Defa immediately cried out in agony. Duan Lingxiao deftly controlled the potency of the needle's assault. The 9-in demon needle would shatter their meridians, condemning them to a life confined to a wheelchair, stripped of their humanity, reduced to mere shadows of their former selves. Duan Lingxiao discerned that both Lin Haotian and Wang Defa were the type who valued lust above all else, reveling in their carnal desires. To incapacitate their masculinity would be a far greater torment than death itself. Beyond these two, his gaze shifted to Yu Mengmeng. This woman was even more repugnant than Wang Defa. As a high school classmate of Xiao Mangxue, she not only cast aside their camaraderie but also exacerbated Xiao Mangxue's suffering. Such recklessness was tantamount to courting death. As Duan Lingxiao's gaze fell upon her, Yu Mengmeng trembled, about to speak. Just then, a thunderous voice erupted. "Yu Mengmeng! You wretched harlot, come here at once." A man, slightly plump and in his 30s, clad in a designer suit, approached with a fierce glare directed at Yu Mengmeng. Upon recognizing him, her expression shifted dramatically. "Su Kuanyue." Su Kuanyue's gaze bore into Yu Mengmeng, filled with venomous hatred. He advanced and delivered a resounding slap across her face. The sound echoed sharply. A 5-finger imprint appeared on her face, now swollen like that of a pig. "You wretched creature, professing your love for me eternally. Yet you squandered my money and ran off." Another slap followed, leaving her face bruised and mottled. "Are you not a disgrace? Damn it. I divorced my wife and left with nothing, only for you to throw yourself into the arms of this fat contractor. How could you be so debased?" Su Kuanyue's voice dripped with rage. Yu Mengmeng's complexion turned ashen. Su Kuanyue was a small-time boss she had previously latched onto, possessing modest wealth but already married. However, Yu Mengmeng did not care. She exerted every effort to ensnare him. After several passionate encounters, the Su Kuanyue had completely succumbed to her charms, even going so far as to divorce for the sake of a life together with her. Yet, upon learning he had left his wife, she turned and walked away without a second thought, leaving him bereft of both love and money. During the intervening time, Su Kuanyue had been investigating and tracking her. Today, he finally seized the opportunity. With a barrage of slaps, Su Kuanyue unleashed all his pent-up rage. The intensity of his assault far exceeded the fervor of their earlier encounters. "Spare me. Su Gu, I beg you, spare me. I may have spent your money, but you have also enjoyed my company. We are not at a loss." Yu Mengmeng pleaded in a high-pitched voice. Originally, Su Kuanyue dared not act recklessly with Wang Defa backing him. However, Wang Defa now lay defeated, reduced to a pitiful state by Duan Lingxiao. The mad Buddha crossing the river cannot even protect itself, let alone shield her. What a pity. You filthy wretch. You are nothing but a common harlot, passed around by countless men. It was sheer foolishness on my part to be attracted to such a wretched creature. You may deceive me of my money, but you must never deceive me of my feelings. You shameless harlot. Su Kuanyue snarled, gripping Yu Mengmeng's hair and mercilessly slamming her head against the floor repeatedly. Yu Mengmeng screamed, her forehead battered and bloodied. In her moment of despair, she glanced at Xiao Mangxue and cried out, "Mangxue, help me. I am your friend. I beg you, save me." Although Xiao Mangxue was physically incapable of fighting back, she had the formidable Duan Lingxiao by her side. With him intervening, Su Kuanyue would undoubtedly think twice before acting further. Su Kuanyue's nervousness grew. He had witnessed Duan Lingxiao's terrifying prowess firsthand while hidden in the crowd. If this vile woman were to be rescued, he would never be able to avenge himself today. Humph. Good begets good, and evil begets evil. You have brought this upon yourself. Xiao Mangxue shook her head, her gaze indifferent. She was kind-hearted but understood that justice would eventually be served. It was not a matter of timing. Moreover, had Yu Mengmeng not provoked the situation earlier, Duan Lingxiao would not have faced such humiliation. It was already generous of her not to slap Yu Mengmeng. Why would she voluntarily come to her aid? Over the past 5 years, Mangxue had indeed matured. Duan Lingxiao nodded inwardly, satisfied. 5 years prior, Xiao Mangxue's naive nature would have prevented her from being so resolute in the face of such cruelty. However, the current Xiao Mangxue demonstrated clarity in distinguishing right from wrong. Thoughtful kindness is far more precious than blind compassion. Blind kindness, in contrast to outright malice, can lead to far more significant destruction. You deceitful wretch. You dare to fool me again. Do you think anyone is eager to assist you, you worthless being? Su Kunyue showed no mercy, intensifying his blows, delivering slap after slap in a relentless cycle. Yu Mengmeng's already disfigured face became even more grotesque. Before long, her visage was almost entirely ruined. The injuries were severe. Even immediate medical attention would likely prove futile unless attended to by a master healer. Ha ha ha, splendid. You vile creature, who deceived me of my money and affection, will now spend the rest of your life as an ugly monstrosity. Su Kunyue laughed heartily. Suddenly, a contingent of uniformed officers marched through the entrance of Shanongfang. The police had arrived. All eyes turned toward the doorway, where a dozen imposing officers strode in. At the forefront was Li Dongming, the chief of the Jiangnan City Police. Standing at 6 feet tall, with a robust physique and muscles well-defined, his gaze radiating an intimidating brilliance. It was evident that he was a man of authority, commanding respect and awe. Director Li, you have arrived. How wonderful. How wonderful. This individual is nothing short of a thug, recklessly inflicting harm upon others, devoid of any sense of law or morality. Such a person must pay a grievous price. You must apprehend him at once. Lin Haotian suddenly bellowed. He retrieved a specially formulated healing elixir from his bosom and swallowed it, allowing his breath to stabilize somewhat. However, his vitality remained irreparably damaged. The energy from the 9-in demon needle felt like razor-sharp blades, reducing him to a state of utter ruin. Even if the most exquisite beauties such as Jiaochun or Shisha stood before him in their full glory, he would remain utterly unmoved. His hatred for Duan Lingxiao was profound, wishing nothing more than to shred him into pieces. With the police force now involved, Lin Haotian's posture immediately stiffened with newfound confidence. Especially with Police Chief Li Dongming personally present, he was filled with immense joy. His standing was indeed significant, given Li Dongming had come. This ensured his victory. He was eager to capture Duan Lingxiao, then inflict upon him relentless torment until his own rage subsided. However, after Lin Haotian shouted these words, he suddenly froze. To his astonishment, Li Dongming remained utterly still. No. More precisely, Li Dongming's gaze was fixated on the location of Duan Lingxiao's right thumb, his eyes betraying an expression of disbelief. Remarkably, this towering man, standing over 6 feet tall, began to tremble, his eyes reflecting an awe that was incongruent with his stature. At the base of Duan Lingxiao's thumb lay a ring, exquisitely crafted from white jade, adorned with the image of a roaring black dragon. Duan Lingxiao maintained a stoic expression. Yet he observed every shift in Li Dongming's demeanor. This ring, known as the Dragon Emperor's ring, had been bestowed upon him by the fourth evil man, who claimed it symbolized his leadership within a criminal organization known as the Dragon Palace during his past. It seemed the fourth evil man had not lied. The Dragon Emperor's ring was indeed recognized even by the police force. Duan Lingxiao's gaze flickered, deep in thought. Within Zero Prison, the 7 masters of evil each possessed unique talents and backgrounds, yet Duan Lingxiao had never inquired further, nor had they divulged their histories. Nevertheless, he was acutely aware that none of these 7 masters were to be underestimated. Furthermore, it appeared they had all retreated to the depths of Zero Prison due to a shared, staggering secret. Clearly, the depths of this matter were profound. Though he had little regard for a police chief, the recognition of the Dragon Emperor's ring suggested an alliance, thus alleviating potential troubles. Chiefly, what troubles you? Hurry and apprehend this scum, Lin Haotian urged, momentarily taken aback. As the manager of Shonong Workshop, he believed Li Dongming would extend him some courtesy. Clan. In the next instant, Li Dongming suddenly drew his firearm, the dark barrel glinting ominously. Yet, to everyone's astonishment, the muzzle was not aimed at Duan Lingxiao, but rather directed at Lin Haotian's forehead. This scene left everyone in a state of shock. The crowd's gaze flickered in disbelief as the chief of police, Li Dongming, pointed a gun at Lin Haotian's head. It was utterly insane. "You, Director Li, what are you doing? Put down the gun and let us talk." Lin Haotian's voice trembled, his teeth chattering. Yet, Li Dongming remained unmoved, his eyes fierce and brimming with murderous intent, unrestrained and palpable. "Li Dongming, what do you intend to do? This is Shanongfang, not your police department. How dare you assert your authority here?" At that moment, a deep voice resonated through the air. An elderly man in a black Zhongshan suit descended from the second floor, his expression grim. He cast a glance at Lin Haotian and scolded in a low voice. "Truly useless, always bringing shame upon me. Dad." Lin Haotian's face lit up with surprise, tears of joy welling in his eyes. The elderly man's name was Lin Xiaonan, the current deputy chief of Shanongfang. Lin Haotian's audacity stemmed from his father's position. Without it, he would have had no courage at all. However, he had not anticipated encountering such a setback today. Fortunately, his father had arrived just in time. "Dad, you must avenge me. This guy kicked me from over there to here." Lin Haotian cried, tears streaming down his face. "Fool. After this matter is resolved, I will deal with you." Lin Xiaonan shook his head, exasperated. He then turned his gaze to Li Dongming. "Director Li, this is Shanongfang, and I believe holding a gun in such a manner is inappropriate." Lin Xiaonan's eyes were as piercing as a serpent's, his hands clasped behind his back, his tone somber. "Oh, what is the meaning of Deputy Chief Lin's words?" Li Dongming narrowed his eyes, coldly inquiring. "I have come to understand the full context of this situation. Our Shanongfang has done nothing wrong, and this youth must bear all responsibility. Do you intend to oppose Shanongfang for the sake of an unrelated boy? I trust that you, Director Li, will make a wise decision." Lin Xiaonan's tone was ominous. "Unrelated?" Li Dongming's eyelids flickered, the chilling aura emanating from his gaze. Suddenly, a dull thud resounded. A bullet erupted from Li Dongming's gun, piercing Lin Haotian's forehead with a sickening thud, the blinding spray of blood erupting into the air. With a loud crash, Lin Haotian's body collapsed to the ground, his eyes lifeless and devoid of focus. "This is my choice." Li Dongming's voice rang out, resolute and sharp as a blade. The whole fell into a suffocating silence, as if time itself had ceased. No one had anticipated that Li Dongming would execute Lin Haotian right before Lin Xiaonan's eyes. Madness. Utter madness. The crowd erupted, emotions surging like a tempest, indescribable and unutterable. "Li Dongming, you are audacious. This is abuse of power and murder." Lin Xiaonan wiped the blood and brain matter splattered across his face, his eyes narrowing with a menacing glare. He had not foreseen Li Dongming's sudden shot. "Who accuses me of abusing power and murder?" Li Dongming stood unfazed, his expression void of emotion. "In front of everyone, do you dare to argue?" Lin Xiaonan was utterly infuriated, perplexed by Li Dongming's sudden outburst. Xiao Mangxue, the younger sister of the renowned warrior Xiao Longhu, belonged to a family of martyrs. According to the first article of the Dragon Country's laws protecting the families of martyrs, any insult directed at them could lead to severe penalties. Moments ago, the manager of Shanongfang had insulted the family of a martyr and intended harm, while Lin Haotian recklessly abstracted official duties. In urgent response, I discharged my firearm, which falls under the exercise of legitimate authority, Li Dongming stated coldly. "Is that all you have?" Lin Xiaonan's expression darkened. Though this law existed, who truly cared? When the tree falls, the monkeys scatter. After Xiao Longhu's demise, Xiao Mangxue had been treated like a dog by the Lu family. And now, you speak of caring for the families of martyrs. What a joke. Is that all? Li Dongming's expression turned frigid, ignoring Lin Xiaonan and instead respectfully addressing Duan Lingxiao. "Sir Long, may I inquire if you are satisfied with this handling?" Li Dongming stood upright, resembling a javelin. Everyone present felt his genuine awe. The crowd was astonished. It was known that Li Dongming, at the age of 36, held the esteemed position of director of the Municipal Police Department, a vice bureau level leader. Such a person had an extraordinary future and considerable power. Yet, he was showing utmost reverence to a young man in his 20s. This was simply unfathomable. What kind of identity or background did this individual possess that could compel a vice bureau level leader to bow in humility? Proceed according to the law, Duan Lingxiao stated calmly, adding, I do not wish to see them again. Understood? Li Dongming immediately nodded. Although Duan Lingxiao appeared to be merely in his 20s, he wore the Dragon Emperor ring, symbolizing his status as the helmsman of the Dragon Palace. The emergence of the Dragon Emperor ring signified the impending resurgence of the Dragon Palace. Li Dongming was indeed a member of this organization. Bring these individuals away. With a wave of his hand, Li Dongming commanded. Soon after, several police officers stepped forward, apprehending Yu Mengmeng and the greasy man Wang Defa, handcuffing them and escorting them away. A dire fate awaited them. Wait. Lin Jianon suddenly interjected, his gaze icy as he faced Duan Lingxiao, threateningly stating, Li Dongming, do you intend to live just like that? Are you not going to provide me an explanation for what just transpired? Explanation. Li Dongming's eyes were indifferent, a hint of murderous intent simmering beneath the surface. What do you seek, Lin Jianon? I am the deputy head of Shenongfang in Jiangnan City. Offending me brings no benefit, you are merely inviting another enemy upon yourself. As he spoke, he became acutely aware of Duan Lingxiao's possibly extraordinary identity, especially given Li Dongming's humble demeanor. However, could the death of his son be dismissed so easily? Absolutely not. He could not swallow this indignation. Oh, and how do you plan to resolve this? Duan Lingxiao smiled slightly, yet his eyes glimmered with an icy coldness. Here lies the city of Jiangnan, in neither vast nor diminutive, where even the mightiest dragon may find it challenging to dominate this modest expanse. Just as Lin Jianon's words lingered in the air, a sudden, chilling gust of fist wind erupted, striking him squarely on the shoulder. The assailant was none other than Li Dongming. With a resounding thud, Lin Jianon let out a cry of anguish as he was propelled backward. The fierce wind from the punch grazed his scalp, severing several strands of his grey hair. He was acutely aware of the ominous specter of death looming over him. His eyes widened in horror, he never anticipated that Li Dongming would dare to strike him. As he beheld the frigid depths of Li Dongming's gaze, the shiver coursed through him. He had no doubt that should he utter another word, Li Dongming would obliterate his chest with another blow. Lin Jianon, I am executing my duties, and should you persist in impeding me, I am fully prepared to take immediate action against you, Li Dongming declared with unyielding authority. And show some respect, sir. Li Dongming's aura surged forth, an overwhelming presence akin to a chasm cracking open, instilling fear in those present. They were reminded that before assuming the role of chief of the police, Li Dongming had emerged from the blood-soaked battlegrounds of the border as a soldier of renown. You. Lin Jianon clutched his chest, rendered mute. A wave of dread washed over him. What manner of man was this young individual? Why was Li Dongming behaving in such a subservient manner? This was entirely contrary to his known character. Sir, I take my leave. Li Dongming gestured towards Duan Lingxiao, then waved his hand, instructing the officers to remove Lin Haotian's lifeless body. What of my herbs? Duan Lingxiao approached Dr. Li, who had gathered the medicinal ingredients. Here they are, all accounted for. Dr. Li trembled as he presented a substantial bundle of herbs. Duan Lingxiao inspected them thoroughly, satisfied with their completeness. Excellent. Consider these herbs as compensation for the emotional distress incurred here at Shennong Workshop. With that, Duan Lingxiao grasped the herbs in one hand while taking the delicate hand of Xiao Manshui in the other, departing from Shennong Workshop. The onlookers were left speechless. They had nearly demolished the workshop, yet he still had the audacity to claim compensation. However, no one dared voice their thoughts. Upon returning to the Xiao family villa, they found it overgrown with wild grasses, stripped of valuable paintings, antiques, and furnishings, leaving only a rudimentary wooden bed and tattered bedding. Xiao Manshui was reduced to scavenging leftovers from nearby markets, with only an electric stove remaining in the villa. Duan Lingxiao intended to concoct a medicinal elixir. Unfortunately, he lacked a proper alchemical furnace, nevertheless, the electric stove would suffice for this particular formulation. He powered it on and awaited the temperature to rise. Brother Lingxiao, are you cooking? I can go out and gather some vegetables, Xiao Mangshui suggested, observing his actions. Yet her words sent a pang to Duan Lingxiao's heart. He surveyed the dilapidated villa, noting the few wilted vegetable leaves beside the stove, discarded refuse unfit for sale at the market. Mangshui, you have suffered greatly, Duan Lingxiao thought. Unable to fathom the past 5 years of Xiao Mangshui quietly scavenging for scraps after her shifts at the market. Upon reflecting on this, his murderous intent towards the Lu family intensified. Such a beautiful maiden, with a brother who is a national hero, yet she endures such trials. Such actions are intolerable by the heavens. The Lu family, having started with chaos and abandoned morality, deserves to be punished. Brother Lingxiao, I have grown accustomed to it. And I fear not. In truth, those vegetables were rather fresh, as you see, I am quite plump and have not gone hungry in the slightest. Xiao Mangshui comforted Duan Lingxiao in return. Mangshui, please wait a moment, I shall quickly concoct a beauty restoration pill to help restore your appearance, Duan Lingxiao assured her. Steadying his mind. Concocting pills. Xiao Mangshui's large eyes sparkled with curiosity, her gaze fixated on Duan Lingxiao's actions. She had never encountered an alchemist before. Though she had gleaned some knowledge from books. Alchemists require ample resources for their craft. In ancient times, they were often called fengsha, residing among royal families or powerful households to ensure sufficient funds and resources. Using an induction cooker for alchemy? How is that even possible? Xiao Mangshui's lovely face was filled with astonishment. As time passed, the temperature of the induction cooker swiftly reached the optimal peak. Duan Lingxiao gradually added the purchased herbs into the cooker. This was a crucial step in the pill-making process. Purification. As the saying goes, every medicine carries a degree of toxicity. After purification, the harmful substances are eliminated and the beneficial elements amalgamate into a cohesive whole. Especially now, using an induction cooker. Its quality cannot compare to that of a traditional alchemical furnace. A moment's carelessness could lead to an explosion, resulting in disaster. Brother Lingxiao is so handsome. Watching Duan Lingxiao's focused profile warmed Xiao Mangshui's heart. She had once felt that she would never see him again in this lifetime. But this moment brought her a profound sense of comfort and reassurance. Approximately half an hour later, a rich fragrance wafted from the induction cooker. Upon lifting the lid, 4 glistening white pills emerged prominently. Wow, it's a success. Such adorable pills. Xiao Mangshui exclaimed, gently wrinkling her nose to take a whiff, her eyes sparkling with delight. Gazing at the 4 plump white pills, she felt an indescribable fondness. She had not anticipated that Brother Lingxiao would not only be adept at alchemy but that his technique would be so masterful. The notion of successfully concocting pills using an induction cooker would surely be met with disbelief. Had he used a proper alchemical furnace, he could have harnessed true qi to enhance the results, but for now, this was quite sufficient. Duan Lingxiao approached Xiao Mangshui, holding the pills. Mangshui, this is the beauty restoration pill I have concocted for you. Upon consumption, your visage will regain its former radiance, Duan Lingxiao stated. Brother Lingxiao, is it really, truly possible? Xiao Mangshui's voice trembled as she tightly grasped Duan Lingxiao's hand. Looking at the 4 beauty restoration pills, it would be a lie to claim she was not excited. Of course, Duan Lingxiao replied with a warm smile. Without hesitation, Xiao Mangshui consumed the 4 pills. Her heart brimming with anticipation. With a swift motion, Duan Lingxiao produced several silver needles and expertly applied them to the acupoints on Xiao Mangshui's cheeks. Dreaming snow. Do take a well-deserved rest, it will likely restore you in about an hour. Seizing this opportunity, I shall make a visit to the Lu family. Upon finishing his words, Duan Lingxiao swiftly departed from the Xiao family villa. Brother Lingxiao, Xiao Mangshui exclaimed, her heart filled with concern. She intended to intervene but found herself unable to catch a glimpse of Duan Lingxiao any longer. At the Lu family manor, a chilling atmosphere enveloped the surroundings. The elder Lu had gone to pay respects to the mayor of Jiangnan City and had yet to return. Lu Nanxiong summoned all the members of the Lu family, gathering them at the manor to fortify defenses, creating a tense and forbidding ambience. The Lu family's enterprises in Jiangnan City were extensive, encompassing not only legitimate businesses but also entertainment venues, foot massage parlors, and underground gambling houses. These ventures largely fell into the grey market, often bordering on criminal activities. Most appalling was the fact that many women in the foot massage parlors were coerced through various means by the Lu family, leading virtuous ladies into a life of debauchery and depravity. Should they resist, the Lu family would readily sell these women into remote mountains or even to regions like northern Myanmar. A close examination of any family's rise to prominence will reveal unsavory elements, and the Lu family exemplified this in the most disreputable manner. At this moment, their enforcers were all present, armed with electric batons and fully equipped, exuding an air of imminent danger. Second master, as per your instructions, everything is prepared. A leader of the enforcers approached Lu Nongxiong, speaking courteously. With the deaths of Lu Beilai and his son, the mantle of inheritance and responsibility had inevitably fallen upon second master Lu Nongxiong. Naturally, these leaders would strive to curry favor with him, as their livelihoods depended on him. That scoundrel said he would arrive at our Lu family in an hour. The time is nearly upon us, yet the elder is still with the mayor. What shall we do? Lu Nongxiong's eyes gleamed with urgency. Second master, we have gathered hundreds of men here. If that scoundrel catches wind of our preparations, he will surely shrink back in fear. Even if he dares to come, he will meet his demise. The blood on our hands far exceeds the meals he has consumed, boomed a burly man with a deep voice. After all, who among them had not stained their hands with blood? With that, a sudden rush of wind sliced through the air. A willow leaf, propelled at an astonishing speed, hurtled towards the speaker, cleanly slicing through his throat. Blood gushed forth like a waterfall. An hour has passed. Has the Lu family cleaned your necks? Duan Lingxiao entered the Lu family manor with a calm demeanor. His footsteps deliberate, while behind him lay a trail of the Lu family's enforcers' corpses. How dare you come alone to my Lu family? You seek death. Lu Nongxiong trembled, utterly unprepared for Duan Lingxiao's arrival and such decisive prowess. Quickly, surrender. This is the Lu family, not a place where you can act recklessly. Kneel, boy. With so many of us, your death is inevitable. Capture him and take him to the operating room for immediate organ harvesting. We shall create living specimens. The crowd roared. Yet their bravado concealed a palpable fear. Moments ago, Duan Lingxiao effortlessly dispatched his foes, exuding an air of nonchalance that concealed a terrifying prowess. All present were compelled to introspect, questioning if they possessed such capabilities. None did. As for the old dog of the Lu family, I had previously asserted that I demanded the identity of those orchestrating the schemes against the Shao family. Upon noticing the absence of the elder Lu, Duan Lingxiao's brow furrowed in discontent. The old man had gone to summon reinforcements. Wretched scoundrel, it is not too late for you to kneel and beg for mercy. Or else when the old man returns, your fate shall be sealed. Lu Nongxiong glared intently at Duan Lingxiao, issuing a thinly veiled threat. Very well. Since the old dog of the Lu family does not show himself, I shall await his arrival. To stave off boredom prior to his emergence, I shall eliminate one individual every second, treating it as a mere game. Duan Lingxiao's tone was calm. Now, let the games begin. With a single stride, he appeared before the leader of a local entertainment establishment, snapping the man's neck with a swift crack. The first, Duan Lingxiao carelessly discarded the lifeless body. His form was as fleeting as lightning. Crack. The second. Crack. The third. The scene had transformed into a personal slaughter spectacle for Duan Lingxiao. Charge. Attack together. Lu Nongxiong roared, positioning himself as a shield for those around him. Kill. Hundreds of bodyguards brandishing electric batons and machetes lunged fiercely at Duan Lingxiao's head. Bang. 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 A series of explosive sounds erupted, causing Lu Nongxiong's complexion to shift dramatically. These were the elite enforcers of the Lu family, the very foundation of their survival. Yet in Duan Lingxiao's hands, they were akin to playthings, sent sprawling like discarded dogs. In mere moments, the marble floor was drenched in crimson. The wails of the fallen echoed throughout, the scene utterly horrific. It is now your turn. Duan Lingxiao's gaze fell upon the trembling Lu Nongxiong. In a flash, he seized Lu Nongxiong by the throat. Please, do not kill me. I did not provoke you, it was my father and brother who angered you. Lu Nongxiong's voice quivered in fear. Halt. You wretched scoundrel, dare to move and see what happens. At that moment, The voice of the elder Lu resonated from outside the estate, laden with thunderous fury. Crack. Unfazed, Duan Lingxiao snapped Lu Nanxiong's neck. You scoundrel. I will ensure your demise. The elder Lu ceded, his heart bleeding profusely. With the deaths of Lu Beilai and Lu Junxian, now even the remaining second son had been slain, aside from his daughter married off to the distant metropolis, the Lu family faced utter extinction. He had rushed to seek aid, yet arrived a moment too late. Such audacity, to commit murder in broad daylight in Jiangnan City. Behind the elder Lu surged a formidable throng of armored soldiers. At the forefront stood a man with a dark complexion and a robust physique, resembling a raging tiger. He spoke coldly. This man was the Tiger General of the Jiangnan Military District. A formidable force commanding 30,000 soldiers and presiding over both military and political spheres in Jiangnan City. Tiger General, I implore you to act to eliminate this scoundrel. I am willing to double the previously agreed remuneration. 50 million as a fee, 2 sets of properties in prime educational districts. And 2 campus beauties from Jiangnan Normal University as your reward. All that matters is to eliminate this wretch. Roared the old Master Lu. Consumed by a singular desire to see Duan Lingxiao perish. With the formidable prowess of the tiger subduing general. Slaying this insignificant figure would be as effortless as a mere flick of the wrist. How delightful. A smile graced the face of the tiger subduing general. The Lu family had previously bestowed upon him numerous benefits, such is the nature of collusion between officials and merchants, where profits abound. By oppressing the common folk, joy is multiplied. This time, merely ridding himself of a petty thief could yield such exorbitant gains. What an exquisite bargain. My vendetta with the Lu family is personal. Since you have chosen to intervene, you shall become a casualty of my wrath. Duan Lingxiao's gaze was icy. Seeking death. The tiger subduing general chuckled. Amused by Duan Lingxiao's audacious bravado, he wasted no time in idle chatter, unleashing a fist that surged forth with the ferocity of a descending tiger, conjuring an illusory image of a savage beast. Roar. Duan Lingxiao responded with a punch of his own, infused with the resonance of a dragon's roar, shattering the tiger subduing general's tiger apparition with the force of a tempest. Though both wielded fists, Duan Lingxiao's strike was imbued with a devastating power that could obliterate all in its path. You are a celestial realm martial artist. The tiger subduing general's countenance turned ashen, terror gripping him as if his very scalp might burst. Bang! Without a word, Duan Lingxiao's fist shattered the defenses of the tiger subduing general, fracturing his arm and sending a tremendous force surging into his chest. The tiger subduing general staggered back several steps. Duan Lingxiao advanced, delivering another punishing blow. Wait, I concede. Spare me. Boom. The tiger subduing general's chest exploded, blood gushing forth in a gruesome spectacle, his life extinguished in an instant, his final words forever unuttered. Since you chose to aid my enemy, you have become my foe. My principle with enemies is unyielding, kill. The chill in Duan Lingxiao's eyes was palpable. His intent to kill unmistakable. How audacious. You dare to slay the tiger subduing general. The faces of the hundreds of fully armed soldiers paled. And they erupted in a unified roar, gathering a tremendous momentum that barreled toward Duan Lingxiao. Begone. Duan Lingxiao bellowed, his voice like thunder, scattering the dark clouds. In an instant, he swept away the soldiers' amassed force with ease. With the tiger subduing general dead, their presence was merely an invitation to death. All the soldiers trembled, cowed by Duan Lingxiao's overwhelming aura, retreating in disarray like startled birds and beasts. You. Old Master Lu's face was ashen. His mouth agape yet unable to utter a single word. He had assumed that summoning the tiger subduing general would allow him to manipulate Duan Lingxiao as easily as one would handle a ripe fruit. Who could have imagined that the opponents might exceeded his wildest expectations? I ask you, who orchestrated the Lu family's vile machinations against the Xiao family? Even the sister of Long who was to be eradicated. Duan Lingxiao's foot pressed upon old Master Lu's head, his gaze radiating a deadly coldness. You wish to know? Very well, I shall reveal the source. It is the Marquis of Southeast. 5 years ago, the Marquis issued a secret order to ensure that the Xiao family could never rise again. So, do you possess the gall to confront the Marquis of Southeast? Do you dare? Old Master Lu screamed madly, a glimmer of insanity flickering in his eyes. He was acutely aware of his impending demise. And the Lu family would be left without a successor. There was nothing in this world for him to cling to. He was left with a singular objective, to ensure that Duan Lingxiao accompanied him to the grave. What do I have to fear? Do you believe I emerged from prison for any other reason? It was solely to eliminate you wretched individuals. Duan Lingxiao leaned closer to the elder Lu, whispering softly. Emerging from prison? Who exactly are you? The elder Lu, summoning the last vestiges of his strength, gritted his teeth and inquired. I am the champion Marquis who, 5 years ago, committed the heinous act of violating my mother-in-law and slaughtering my brethren. Duan Lingxiao's tone was calm, yet to the elder Lu's ears. It rang like a thunderclap. He raised his murky, pallid gaze, rendered speechless by astonishment. So it was. Crack. Before the words could fully escape his lips, Duan Lingxiao forcefully slammed his head against the wall, causing blood to splatter instantaneously. The sound of his neck fracturing echoed in the air as he crumpled to the ground. Lifeless. Some truths, once known, are best left unspoken. 5 years prior, the Murong family had imprisoned him in zero prison rather than executing him outright. The rationale was simple: he was the youngest champion Marquis in the history of the Dragon Kingdom, celebrated for his remarkable achievements and wielding considerable influence within the military. To kill him would invoke public outrage, even with the alleged crimes of violating his mother-in-law and murdering his brothers. The establishment of a special investigation team could potentially unveil the intricacies of the conspiracy behind it. If it were revealed that the so-called tragedy was merely a scheme, the Murong family would face utter ruin, along with the forces supporting them. Thus, they hastily confined him to prison rather than deliver a death sentence. However, do not be deceived by their apparent mercy. Zero prison is reputed to be the most terrifying prison in the world. Upon his entrance, Duan Lingxiao faced incessant assassination attempts. Night after night, he was targeted by the most vicious inmates. By a stroke of fate, he found himself in the depths of Zero prison, encountering the 7 infamous villains, which finally liberated him from the relentless onslaught. Meanwhile, the outside world, particularly the Murong family, likely assumed he had perished within Zero prison. This, in turn, granted Duan Lingxiao ample time for retribution. The Southeastern Marquis. Reflecting on the elder Lu's earlier words, the Duan Lingxiao's gaze sharpened. Indeed, it aligned with his suspicions. With the death of Xiao Longhu, the Xiao family, being a family of martyrs, should have ensured that Xiao Manxue, regardless of her wealth, would at least have fundamental security. Yet, in reality, her existence was akin to that of a wretched creature. It is impossible for this to happen without someone orchestrating it from behind the scenes. Regardless of who it may be, whether from the provincial capital or the capital city itself, I will unearth the truth and enact my vengeance. What followed was a ruthless extermination of the entire Lu family lineage. Subsequently, he ignited a conflagration that consumed the Lu residence entirely. To merely cut the grass without uprooting the roots allows it to sprout anew with the spring breeze. Having emerged from a battlefield strewn with corpses and rivers of blood, how could Duan Lingxiao fail to comprehend this principle? Before seeking out the Southeastern Marquis in the provincial capital, he first resolved to cleanse the mess in Zhongnan City. As flames raged and blazed into the sky, Duan Lingxiao stepped forth, resembling a vengeful deity emerging from the depths of hell. The inferno illuminated his solitary and proud figure, accentuating his towering presence. As Duan Lingxiao departed from the Lu family, the Hon family hall in the provincial city erupted in chaos. Yu Dai was dead. Both Lu Beilai and Lu Junxian, father and son, had perished. What on earth was the Lu family doing that in a place like Zhongnan City they could be slaughtered brazenly during a wedding ceremony? The speaker was Hon Yuegang, the father of Hon Yudi. Hon Yudi was his beloved daughter, whom he had doted on since childhood. He had not attended the wedding in Zhongnan City because he was preparing for an even grander celebration in the provincial city, inviting prominent families from the area to attend. Yet, to his shock, the first news he received was the announcement of his daughter's death. Master, the Lu family has been deeply rooted in Zhongnan City for many years. With this incident, they will undoubtedly seek revenge. Old Master Lu has sent word that he has already gone to confront the mayor of Zhongnan City. The murderer will certainly not escape. He will bring the head of the assailant to the provincial city to plead for forgiveness, said a middle-aged manager from the Hon family. Indeed. Others nodded in agreement. They simply could not fathom who had the audacity to confront the Han family so head-on. At that moment, Han Yuegong's phone rang. He answered, and in the next instant, his countenance darkened. With a forceful crash, he hurled the phone to the ground, shattering it into pieces. "Master, what happened?" The Han family inquired urgently. "The Lu family has been exterminated. Even the formidable General Wu Hu has fallen." Han Yuegong's voice trembled as the news struck him like a tempest. Far beyond his comprehension. "What?" The Han family erupted in shock, their expressions a mixture of disbelief and horror. The General Wu Hu, a military figure stationed in Jiangnan City, was a force to be reckoned with, and now he too had succumbed to the enemy. This demonstrated the sheer terror of their opponent. The most concerning aspect was that they did not even know who their adversary was. "Find the Assassin's Guild for me." "No, or I shall go personally. This insolent wretch must die," Han Yuegang declared, rising abruptly and heading towards a certain location in the provincial city. After leaving the Lu family, Duan Lingxiao made a stop at a clothing store to purchase several garments for Xiao Mangshui. With his keen eye, he discerned her measurements effortlessly. He had several top-tier international bank cards at his disposal, but they required activation at the headquarters in the capital, rendering them unusable for the time being. The liquid assets he could currently access amounted to about 10 million, accumulated from other inmates during his time in prison, though the sum was limited, as many prisoners had their funds frozen. Nevertheless, it was sufficient to meet his basic needs for now. Having procured the clothing, Duan Lingxiao carried the shopping bag and returned to the Xiao family's villa. However, as he approached, he was met with a thunderous noise reverberating through the ground. Was it an excavator? From a distance, he caught sight of an excavator parked at the entrance of the villa, its engine roaring as it relentlessly tore at the front gate, which was now in ruins. Duan Lingxiao's gaze darkened. Xiao Mangshui was his sole concern and his greatest vulnerability. The sinister dragon possesses a reverse scale, and to touch it is to provoke the wrath of the heavens. He is indeed curious to see which fool dares to seek their demise at his doorstep. Meanwhile, before the Xiao family villa, an excavator relentlessly burrows into the earth, while a bulldozer rolls forward, clearing away the excavated soil and stones. Standing before these machines are 3 men and 1 woman, Xiao Dingan, Xiao Xiaojun, and a woman named Li Wenli. Xiao Dingan is a distant uncle of Xiao Mangshui, and Xiao Xiaojun is her cousin, and Li Wenli is her aunt. The 4th man is Gao Deyao, the general manager of Sunshine Construction Company in Jiangnan City. Opposing them stands Xiao Mangshui, solitary and forlorn. "Oh, look at you. With needles still stuck in your face. Do you truly wish to transform into an unparalleled beauty? I suggest you save your efforts. You might as well don a mask and sell yourself in the park, as those elderly gentlemen would surely have a taste for someone like you." Xiao Xiaojun gazes at Xiao Mangshui with mockery, licking his lips while deliberately making lewd sounds. "What do you mean by this? What business do you have at my home?" Xiao Mangshui, her face flushed with anger at such lewd words, retorts. "What do you mean your home? This is a fixed asset of the Xiao family, and not merely yours. Now that Gao from Sunshine Construction Company has set his sights on this place, you still refuse to sign the demolition agreement. Are you courting death?" Xiao Xiaojun sneers. "This is my home, why should I allow you to demolish it?" Xiao Mangshui replies angrily. Though the villa stands empty and overgrown with weeds, it is a repository of her and her brother's most cherished memories. How could she bear to part with it? "Mangshui, given your current situation, you can barely afford a meal, can you? We can help you sell the villa, then we will take care of your future. Coincidentally, your aunt's cousin owns a foot massage parlor. It may be small, but it has 10 foot masseuses. Given your figure, with some training, you could easily take up a position." Xiao Dingan interjects, his impatience evident. "Indeed, my cousin's establishment makes several thousand each month. You'd be better off making money while you're still young rather than clinging to a dilapidated villa." Li Wenli adds. The relative's words, laced with veiled threats, fall upon her like arrows. Yet, Xiao Mangshui stands her ground, spreading her arms wide to block the excavator, her fragile form seemingly attempting to resist the behemoth. "Oh. So you intend to stand there with your arms outstretched, like a mantis attempting to stop a chariot? Or do you believe your physique is robust enough to withstand an excavator?" Xiao Xiaojun sneers, his gaze lecherous as it drifts over her. Little girl, don't be stubborn. The land I have set my eyes upon won't be left unclaimed. Besides, I've gathered enough information about you. You are alone and unsupported. To put it plainly, if I were to dispose of you now, no one would come to investigate. Gaudeo declares, tossing the contract he clutches to the ground. Today, you will sign whether you like it or not. This is coercive demolition. I will report this. The police will not ignore it. The nation has long imposed regulations against violent demolitions. Xiao Manshue's tone was resolute, striving to maintain a facade of toughness. Call the police? Ha! You think that frightens me? Go ahead, call them. If I were to stop you, I wouldn't bear the surname Gao. Do you know why I summoned your distant uncle and aunt here today? To eliminate you and coerce them into signing the voluntary demolition contract. There's nothing wrong with that. Gaudeo's eyes flickered with a hint of mockery, displaying disdain and indifference. He had ample methods to deal with such lowly individuals. Xiao Manshue's complexion turned pale. As a fragile woman, how could she possibly contend with this seasoned rogue? Moreover, it was evident that Gaudeo was well prepared. How could she respond? Enough with the stubbornness. Someone grab this girl. If she resists, teach her a lesson so she understands her place. Gaudeo commanded. Two burly men approached, one on each side, advancing toward Xiao Manshue. Despite her delicate appearance, she possessed an enviable figure. A little bit of rough handling could be quite the delightful experience. Xiao Manshue stumbled backward, yet remained resolutely standing before the villa. She was acutely aware of the peril she faced, but she refused to allow these thugs to annihilate her home. No matter how dilapidated, it was a repository of countless cherished memories. Oh, so you actually dare to resist? It seems today I must indulge myself. The two burly men grinned maliciously as they extended their hands. Bang! Bang! Two explosive sounds rang out. Simultaneously, the wrists of the two men shattered. Blood mist filled the air. Two willow leaves had pierced through their wrists. Following this, her voice as cold as ice reverberated through the air. Dare to lay a hand on my sister? You are courting death. The crowd's gazes trembled as they turned towards the source of the voice. A young man approached, carrying several garment bags, his expression grim, his gaze radiating an unassailable authority. Lingxiao. Xiao Manshue felt warmth in her heart. Just when she thought her situation was dire, her brother Lingxiao appeared just in time, just as he always had. After enduring 5 years of humiliation, the prospect of living under someone's protection felt utterly wonderful. The two burly men screamed in agony, their anger boiling over. Who the hell are you to strike us? Their words barely escaped their lips when Duan Lingxiao, uninterested in further conversation, unleashed a punch. Crack! Their chests caved in, ribs fractured, bone shards even puncturing their lungs. A copious amount of blood gushed forth. This gentleman. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Gaudeo from Sunshine Construction Company, and my brothers on the streets call me Brother Yao. If you don't mind, may we become friends? At that moment, Gaudeo produced a box of soft Chinese cigarettes from his pocket, offering one to Duan Lingxiao. Ignoring Gaudeo entirely, Duan Lingxiao strode directly to Xiao Manshue. Manshue, are you all right? Tell me, what are these ruffians here for? He spoke without any attempt at concealment, ensuring Gaudeo and the others heard him clearly. Kid, you're looking for trouble. Gaudeo held the soft Zhonghua cigarette, his hand suspended in midair. He was a man of pride, revered wherever he went. Had it not been for Duan Lingxiao's impressive strength and presumably high status, he would have been disinclined to engage in pleasantries. However, to his astonishment, he was met with Duan Lingxiao's indifference. They intend to demolish my home. I refuse to comply. They are forcefully tearing it down. Xiao Manshue lamented. Oh, so they are merely a band of miscreants. Duan Lingxiao's gaze sharpened. Young man, your prowess is indeed commendable. But if you believe this grants you the liberty to act recklessly, you are gravely mistaken. Since you know this young lady, I suggest you persuade her to sign the agreement willingly, lest she be unaware of her own fortunes. Gaudeo furrowed his brow, despite Duan Lingxiao's formidable strength. He had around 10 burly subordinates at his back, along with excavators and bulldozers as reinforcements. Even if the opponent could contend with numbers, he was unperturbed. As he spoke, his 10 or so subordinates closed in from all directions, effectively severing Duan Lingxiao's escape routes. And if I refuse? Duan Lingxiao's expression remained impassive. Refuse? Gao Dayao glanced at his brawny subordinates, then at Duan Lingxiao, and a sneer of disdain crossed his lips. In that case, I shall impart upon you a profound lesson. Attack. Cripple this fool. With a wave of his hand, his subordinates immediately surged forth to assault Duan Lingxiao. Duan Lingxiao's demeanor was calm. His right leg swung out in a fierce arc, brutal and relentless, akin to a cutting machine. Crack. Bang. The spines and limbs of several subordinates were swept aside, their bones fracturing in an instant. Duan Lingxiao dispatched them effortlessly, landing a punch on each hapless fool. They were no match for him. In less than 3 seconds, the ground was strewn with mourning figures. Bang. In the next moment, Duan Lingxiao stood before Gao Dayao, his grip like an eagle's talon around his neck. Buzz. Gao Dayao felt a resonating thrum in his head, darkness clouding his vision. It is your turn, Duan Lingxiao spoke with calm resolve. Do not act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil. Gao Dayao's face was one of sheer terror. Faced with such strength, he could only contemplate surrender. Yet, a flicker of cold malice glinted in the depths of his eyes. Boom. Simultaneously, a sudden crash erupted from behind Duan Lingxiao. An excavator roared to life, its massive bucket hurtling directly towards Duan Lingxiao's head. The speed was astonishing, everything transpiring in a heartbeat. Brother Lingxiao. Xiao Mangxue cried out in alarm. Die. A cruel smile spread across Gao Dayao's lips. As a seasoned rogue, he was well aware of the adage about the cunning rabbit having 3 burrows. The excavator's driver was one of his subordinates. With a mere glance, the latter understood the directive. Little brat, perish. Gao Dayao exulted. What is one life worth? At worst, we will encase the body in concrete and turn it into a foundation pile. Such occurrences are hardly rare in construction work. However, in the next moment, Gao Dayao's expression froze in disbelief. He witnessed Duan Lingxiao's right hand reach upward, colliding with the excavator's bucket. However, the imagined scene of Duan Lingxiao being overwhelmed did not materialize. With a resounding clang, the excavator's bucket was firmly held in place by Duan Lingxiao. What on earth? The excavator operator's expression shifted dramatically as he immediately revved the engine and applied maximum force. The machine roared to life, yet even a smoke billowed from the engine. It could not budge Duan Lingxiao's steadfast form. He stood like a mountain, unwavering in the face of any force. What kind of person, or perhaps creature, is this? The operator's eyes widened in shock, a whirlwind of emotions, astonishment, fear, disbelief, colliding within him. In the vicinity, Xiao Ding and Li Wenli and the Xiao family were equally paralyzed. Their expressions a mix of shock, horror, and incredulity. They were ordinary individuals, having scarcely encountered martial practitioners, let alone witnessed such extraordinary power. Moreover, Duan Lingxiao was no ordinary martial artist. Are you not entertained? Duan Lingxiao's gaze shifted back to Gao Dayao, a teasing tone in his voice. Spare me, brother. I will not demolish this villa. I shall leave at once. Please treat me as inconsequential and let me go, for the sake of the Black Tiger Hole. Gao Dayao stammered, panic rendering him incoherent. In his desperation, he invoked the name of the Black Tiger Hole. Indeed, Gao was a member of the Black Tiger Hole, a sworn brother to its leader, Zhao Heihu. If you dare to harm Gao, Zhao would undoubtedly retaliate fiercely. Xiao Shaojun was momentarily taken aback before suddenly speaking. Zhao Heihu of the Black Tiger Hole is a formidable fighter, renowned in Jiangnan City, commanding respect from both the underworld and legitimate circles. Mangxue, you must persuade this man to cease. Offending the Black Tiger Hole would be a death sentence, even if one possessed 10 lives. Li Wenli interjected, her brow furrowed. If you inflict even the slightest harm on Gao, given his ties to Zhao, he will mobilize the full power of the Black Tiger Hole against you. Young man, while raw strength is admirable, one must also employ wisdom. Do not act recklessly. Xiao Dingan shook his head, his gaze dripping with disdain. He perceived Duan Lingxiao's actions as thoughtless, foolish, and utterly irrational. Damn it all. Gao Dayao's complexion darkened. He was pleading for mercy. What sort of foolishness is this from the Xiao family? Are they incapable of speaking sensibly? Such words are leading me to my demise. Though Zhao He, who commands the Black Tiger Hall with hundreds of loyal followers and possesses genuine martial prowess, Gao was 1000% certain that Xiao would not stand a chance against Duan Lingxiao. The force of the excavator's bucket was measured in tons. Zhao He's strength, impressive as it was against ordinary men, could not compete with a monster like Duan Lingxiao. Mr. Gao, what is this? Xiao Ding'an was taken aback. Shouldn't he be praising Zhao's capabilities? Why then was he cursing? I implore you, please be silent. If you cannot speak wisely, spare us your words. I do not mind if you are mute. Gao Dayao trembled with rage, unleashing a torrent of hysterical curses. It appears that even if I wish to spare you, they desire your demise. Duan Lingxiao suddenly interjected with a mocking tone. As he spoke, he released his grip on Gao Dayao's neck. Damn it. Gao Dayao slumped to the ground, then scrambled to his feet, his gaze menacingly directed toward Xiao Ding'an and his family. President Gao, what do you intend to do? Xiao Ding'an exclaimed in terror upon seeing Gao Dayao's contorted expression. Yet he did not dare to flee. If he ran, Gao Dayao would undoubtedly have myriad ways to eliminate them. Xiao Ding'an, if you must lay blame, then blame your utter ignorance for dragging me into this predicament. If that is the case, then let it be known that my hands shall show no mercy. Gao Dayao's eyes burned with fury. There was no choice. Today had been a roller coaster of events, merely intending to carry out an eviction as per usual. Who would have anticipated that it would nearly cost him his life? Moreover, he felt an overwhelming urge to ensure Duan Lingxiao's satisfaction, for he had an ominous premonition that all present would face unimaginable consequences should he fail. Today, he had struck a solid iron plate, unyielding and invincible. With a resounding slap, Gao Dayao struck Xiao Ding'an's face, and without hesitation, he followed with a vicious punch to his chest. Strike after strike, it was a frenzied assault. At 53 years of age, Xiao Ding'an, in the throes of middle age, lacked the strength to retaliate. Even if he dared, he could hardly withstand Gao Dayao's frenzied onslaught. The pain was excruciating. His face swelled grotesquely, the veritable mountain of bruises. Extend your hand. Gao Dayao's countenance darkened, casting a glance at Duan Lingxiao, whose expression remained inscrutable, inciting Gao Dayao's wrath further. President Gao, spare us, please. Xiao Xiaojun and Li Wenli pleaded. But their entreaties fell on deaf ears. I command you to extend your hand. Do you dare defy my orders? Gao Dayao's eyes glinted with malice. Trembling, Xiao Ding'an reluctantly extended his hand. Gao Dayao seized his wrist, pressing it against the excavator's bucket. In the next moment, he stomped down with ferocity. Boom. 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 With 3 successive strikes, crack. Xiao Ding'an's wrist was brutally shattered, leaving only a severed tendon dangling from the bone. Xiao Ding'an cried out in agony, beads of sweat pouring from his forehead, his complexion as pale as a sheet. Mangxue, I implore you, intercede for him. He is your uncle. We are bound by blood, dear relatives. We even fed you as a child. Li Wenli rushed to Xiao Mangxue, grasping her arm, weeping and pleading. Indeed, our approach to President Gao regarding the demolition is for your benefit. How will you survive alone? Would it not be better to enjoy the latter half of your life without worry with the compensation from the demolition? How can you be so selfish? Xiao Xiaojun stood on a moral high ground, frowning. What blood ties, what carefree living. You were never there when I needed you most. Yet now you conspire with outsiders to violently demolish my home. This is what you call family. Moreover, if should the demolition truly occur, all expenses would merely be a reflection of your usurpation. Xiao Mangxue shook her head, having long since seen through these pretentious facades. How could you fools dare to utter such words? Gao Dayao, witnessing the foolish ramblings of Li Wenli and Xiao Xiaojun once again, was instantly consumed by rage. After all the effort he had expended to appear conciliatory, what could possibly be occupying your minds? To still act morally superior at this juncture? Have you all gorged on excrement, rendering your thoughts muddled? With a swift pivot, Gao Dayao unleashed a vigorous strike towards Li Wenli and her son, Xiao Xiaojun. For the next several minutes, he thoroughly dispatched the Xiao family, leaving them disheveled, clothing torn, faces bruised, and blood streaming from their noses. Only once they were in such a pitiful state did he cease, turning his attention to Duan Lingxiao. Big brother, are you satisfied with this display? Gao Diao inquired cautiously, meticulously observing the expression on Duan Lingxiao's face, fearful of even the slightest frown. Not bad, though it is somewhat tedious and vexing to witness. Let us do this, leave one hand each, and then depart. Duan Lingxiao's tone was indifferent. The expressions of Xiao Xiaojun and Li Wenli shifted dramatically. Having been so brutally beaten, the demand to leave a hand behind was utterly shocking. Gao Dia's countenance also darkened, yet upon meeting the cold, indifferent gaze of Duan Lingxiao, he felt a tremor of dread returning to the pair before him. Crack! Crack! Xiao Xiaojun and Li Wenli's wrists were forcibly broken. Next, Gao Dia picked up a brick from the ground, positioning his own wrist in the groove. Bang! He struck down with tremendous force until the bone shattered, finally releasing his grip. Excellent. Duan Lingxiao nodded slightly. This man truly deserved his reputation, he was ruthless indeed. Harsh to others, yet even harsher to himself. As long as you are pleased. Gao Dia had initially felt aggrieved, but at this moment he was completely convinced. While he had been breaking the wrists of the others, he had been secretly observing Duan Lingxiao, noting his unwavering calmness. Such demeanor could only be forged through countless trials and tribulations. This individual was undoubtedly a formidable force. A true savage. Not to be trifled with. By the way, your excavator has been digging here for quite some time, damaging the entrance and the gate. Which is rather unsightly, Duan Lingxiao remarked, the playful smile on his lips. Grant me half a day, and I shall immediately gather 30 million as compensation. Gao Dia declared through gritted teeth, resolute. 30 million was no trivial sum, yet when weighed against his life, it was entirely worthwhile. Very well. Duan Lingxiao nodded. Gao Dia was indeed decisive and capable. This was a rather wise course of action. Enough, all of you may leave, your presence is irksome. Duan Lingxiao waved his hand dismissively. Yes, yes. Gao Dia felt as if a great weight had been lifted. Before departing, he commanded his driver to use the excavator to haul away the Xiao family. After enduring injuries and financial loss today, merely breaking their wrists felt far too lenient. A greater price must be exacted. Upon returning, he yearned to mercilessly unleash his wrath upon the three tormentors, a tempest of fury brewing within him. Soon, the scene was left immaculate. Manxue, are you unharmed? Duan Lingxiao's gaze fell upon Xiao Manxue, his previously frigid demeanor softening into a warm smile. Brother Lingxiao, I am fine. Did you visit the Lu family? Nothing untoward happened, did it? Xiao Manxue inquired with concern. I am unscathed, the Lu family has vanished from this world. Duan Lingxiao replied with indifference. Vanished? Xiao Manxue was taken aback, her eyes widening in astonishment. The implication of disappearance was undoubtedly annihilation. She could hardly believe that Duan Lingxiao had truly eradicated the Lu family. Brother Lingxiao, with the Lu family gone, the police, the military, and all the influential families associated with them will undoubtedly pursue you. Should we flee? Xiao Manxue's expression grew grave, her anxiety palpable. There is no need for concern. I shall ensure your safety. Duan Lingxiao was not reckless. Having previously served in the military and achieved success, he was a martial artist himself. Aware that the elite families in society were predominantly composed of martial artists. Yet, he believed that society operated on principles of law and fairness. Until the night of his commendation, when he fell victim to treachery. Everyone turned against him, wishing for his demise. Thus, he understood, this society is a game of power. And the foundation of power is strength. It is strength that dictates the fundamental logic of this world. After 5 years in prison, training under the tutelage of 7 notorious masters, his convictions only deepened. For above martial artists, there existed an even more enigmatic class of practitioners, spiritual cultivators. And Duan Lingxiao was indeed a bona fide spiritual cultivator. It was within the confines of Zero Prison that he transformed into a spiritual cultivator. Spiritual cultivators are entities far more mysterious and formidable than martial artists. While martial artists reign supreme over ordinary people, wielding the reins of power, spiritual cultivators transcend martial artists, becoming the taboos of this world. I am worried about you, Xiao Manxue confessed. After all, Duan Lingxiao's identity was exceptionally unique. Although his appearance and demeanor had changed, and 5 years had elapsed, there remained a possibility that someone might detect a clue and recognize him as the former champion. Nonetheless, regardless of the decisions Duan Lingxiao made, she would unwaveringly support him, for he was her brother Lingxiao. Let us not dwell on that. Here, Mangxue, I have purchased these garments for you. Do take a look and see if you like them, Duan Lingxiao said, handing her a bag of clothing. Oh, thank you, brother Lingxiao. Xiao Mangxue replied, her heart fluttering with delight as she accepted the bag. Upon opening it, she was momentarily speechless. Inside were an outer garment and intimate wear, Victoria's Secret. Xiao Mangshue's cheeks flashed crimson, her ears tinged with pink. Goodness, how could brother Lingxiao have bought this, and how did he know my size? Perfectly fitting. Neither too big nor too small. Could it be that he secretly saw my lingerie before? Nope, brother Lingxiao is not that kind of person. But even if he had, it would not matter, for he is my brother Lingxiao, the one and only in the world. Aside from my biological brother, Xiao Longhu. Brother Lingxiao is the kindest person to me. Xiao Mangshue's heart raced, a flurry of emotion swelling within her. Sweet as first love, though she has yet to experience romance. However, the blush on the girl's face speaks volumes. Suddenly, Lahama approached from the distance. Once it came to a halt, the towering figure emerged, none other than Li Dongming. He strode swiftly towards Duan Lingxiao, and without hesitation, knelt on one knee, his voice reverberating with reverence. I am Li Dongming, subordinate of the Heavenly Sin Hall. One of the 36 halls of the Dragon Palace, and one of the 7 Hall Masters. I pay my respects to the Dragon Emperor. If this scene were to be witnessed by outsiders, it would surely leave them aghast. Li Dongming, the esteemed director of the Jiangnan City Police Bureau, a leader of vice-ministerial rank, exhibited no airs of authority, instead displaying utmost deference, kneeling before Duan Lingxiao with the fervor of a devotee before a religious founder. Such behavior is difficult for the average person to comprehend, yet Li Dongming felt an overwhelming excitement in his heart. Had it not been for the throng of onlookers at Shonongfang, he would have prostrated himself before Duan Lingxiao then and there. It seemed that upon his release from prison, brother Lingxiao had become even more formidable. Xiao Mangxue gasped in disbelief, her expression one of astonishment. A figure of Li Dongming's stature, a true power broker in Jiangnan City, humbled himself so profoundly, it was indeed perplexing. Little did she know that Duan Lingxiao, wielding the Dragon Emperor's ring, was none other than the Dragon Emperor himself. The master of the Dragon Palace, which governed 36 subordinate halls spread across major cities in Dragon Country. The organization was deeply rooted and possessed vast influence. For members of the Dragon Palace, encountering the Dragon Emperor was akin to meeting a deity. Rise, Duan Lingxiao spoke calmly, his demeanor serene. Yes. Li Dongming quickly complied. His eyes filled with profound awe and excitement. Since the upheaval 20 years ago, the Dragon Palace had concealed itself within the shadows, refraining from public appearances. The Dragon Emperor's ring had similarly vanished from the realm. Many speculated that the previous Dragon Emperor had perished in a mysterious place while being pursued by enemies. Yet, a multitude believed that the Dragon Emperor had merely embarked on a significant mission, destined to return one day. And today, Li Dongming bore witness to that return. Dragon Palace. It is time for the world to recognize your true visage once more. Li Dongming, as the director of the police bureau. I wish to investigate the forces that have targeted the Xiao family over the past 5 years. Please compile a list for me. Duan Lingxiao's gaze was profound. His tone frigid. Understood, the Dragon Emperor. In fact, I have information regarding the Xiao family. After the demise of Xiao Longhu, the military compiled his records and discovered instances of corruption, bribery, and the falsification of military achievements. The reason for his assassination by the champion marquis stemmed from disputes over the spoils, leading to internal conflict. Li Dongming continued, unaware that the Dragon Emperor before him was once the champion marquis himself. Since then, the Xiao family has faced relentless targeting. To the extent that even the Lu family dared to breach their marriage contract and insult Miss Xiao. Compile for me a list of those who have conspired against the Xiao family, those who have cast stones into the well. Duan Lingxiao's eyes gleamed with a chilling intensity. His murderous intent palpable. A loyal brother had perished unjustly, only to have his name tarnished posthumously. Such indignation was unbearable, he harbored no desire to swallow it. He yearned for retribution. Bloodshed, he believed, was the most effective means to cleanse the stains of evil and injustice. I will prepare it for you immediately. Li Dongming trembled. A sense of dread gripping his heart. He was a seasoned veteran from the battlefield. Yet he still felt a chilling aura emanating from Duan Lingxiao that penetrated to the bone. The pressure that Duan Lingxiao exerted upon him was akin to a mountain pressing down, as if Kunlun itself had taken residence above him. It was somewhat unimaginable. How could someone as young as Duan Lingxiao possess such a profound and formidable killing intent? No wonder he was regarded as the new generation Dragon Emperor. He truly possessed that strength. Hurry and bring it to me, Duan Lingxiao stated calmly. As you command. Li Dongming quickly nodded, then turned and departed. Brother Lingxiao. Why does Director Li call you Dragon Emperor? That title sounds so powerful. Shao Mangshui inquired curiously after Li Dongming had walked away. It is because I have a master. The previous Dragon Emperor, and I am his disciple, thus I naturally inherit the title by succession, Duan Lingxiao replied without reservation. Wow, your master must be incredibly formidable. Shao Mangshui exclaimed in admiration. You have never even met my master, how do you know he is formidable? Duan Lingxiao chuckled. Because Brother Lingxiao is so powerful. Your master must certainly be impressive as well. Shao Mangshui replied with a playful laugh. Haha, clever girl. Duan Lingxiao affectionately ruffled Shao Mangshui's little head and said, now. The time has come, I will help you remove the silver needles. His fingers moved swiftly. In an instant, all the silver needles flew away. With a series of soft thuds, unsightly patches of dead flesh fell from her face, revealing smooth, lustrous skin as delicate as mutton fat jade. Coupled with her sparkling star-like eyes, she appeared enchanting, as if she had stepped out of a work of art. Little girl. You are even more beautiful than 5 years ago. Duan Lingxiao could not resist pinching Shao Mangshui's rosy, soft cheeks, which felt delightful. Really? Shao Mangshui questioned with a hint of insecurity. After all, her disfigurement had been caused by sulfuric acid splashed on her face. A torment that had accompanied her for 5 long years. She had yearned day and night to restore her appearance, yet reality had often proven harsh and unyielding. She had long ceased to harbor expectations. Why not take a look in the mirror? Duan Lingxiao smiled as he took out his phone and activated the camera. Shao Mangshui felt an overwhelming wave of anxiety as she carefully leaned closer to the screen. In an instant, her petite body froze. Upon seeing her almost flawless visage reflected back at her, her mouth fell open in disbelief. She gently caressed her cheeks, her expression one of utter incredulity. It felt as though she were dreaming. She could hardly believe that the girl on the screen, with skin as smooth and radiant as jade, was indeed her. Over the span of more than 5 years, through countless nights haunted by nightmares, she had awakened in tears, her sorrow soaking the sheets and drenching her heart in despair. But in this moment, all past suffering dissipated like smoke, every hardship had come to an end. Overwhelmed with joy, she leapt into Duan Lingxiao's embrace. Brother Lingxiao, thank you. Thank you. Shao Mangshui's tears fell like pearls. I told you, from now on, I will protect you. I will ensure you become the most beautiful woman in the world. The happiest woman, the one who feels the safest. Duan Lingxiao vowed, wiping away her tears with solemnity. Shao Mangshui nodded earnestly. Inhaling the scent emanating from Duan Lingxiao's embrace, coupled with the solid sensation of his muscular chest, Shao Mangshui's cheeks instantly flushed crimson, overwhelmed by shyness. Do not weep any longer, such a beautiful girl like you will only turn into a little kitten if you continue to cry. Quickly take a bath and change into new clothes, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Duan Lingxiao chuckled, playfully pinching Shao Mangshui's delicate face. Shao Mangshui clutched her garments and turned, stepping into the room. Although the villa was devoid of furnishings, the essential amenities remained intact, and the water heater was still operational. Otherwise, the two would have had no choice but to seek lodging at a hotel. Meanwhile, Duan Lingxiao sat in the living room. Listening to the sound of rushing water from Shao Mangshui's room, his mind devoid of distractions, engendering a sense of tranquility. 5 years ago, upon returning to the capital from the southwestern border, he had intended to investigate the mystery surrounding his parents' disappearance. However, he fell victim to the treacherous schemes of the Murong family, which led to his imprisonment for 5 years. On the night of his 18th birthday, A storm raged outside as several enigmatic figures broke into his home and abducted his parents, leaving no trace behind. Reporting to the authorities yielded no results. Flyers were posted in every alleyway, and information circulated online, all to no avail. It was as if they had vanished from existence. In his desperate quest for the truth regarding his parents, Duan Lingxiao resolutely chose to enlist in the military. As an individual lacking any influential background or power, the military represented the most viable path to enhance his abilities. Indeed, he distinguished himself, achieving remarkable feats and earning the title of the youngest champion. Just as he was poised to leverage his authority to uncover the truth, he found himself ensnared in a web of misfortune, resulting in a 5-year delay. Upon his return, 3 matters demanded his attention. First, to rectify the injustices inflicted upon the Xiao family in recent years. Second, to ensure the demise of the entire Murong family. Third, to locate the individuals responsible for his parents' abduction and reunite his family. With a sword in hand, he vowed to make the heavens weep with blood, turning the heads of his enemies into vessels for his sorrow, as he sang a wild tune amidst the chaos. At this moment, the sound of water in Xiao Manshue's room diminished, then suddenly, a loud voice echoed from the doorway. Chao Mengchen of Shennong Workshop has come with Lin Xiaonan to make amends. Upon hearing this, Duan Lingxiao calmly replied, "Come in." Soon, a visibly anxious elder clad in a Zhongshan suit, exuding an air of nobility, entered the villa, followed closely by Lin Xiaonan, the deputy head of Shennong Workshop. Lin Xiaonan appeared disheveled, his complexion pale, with an intense fear lurking in his eyes. After the tragic shooting of his son, Lin Haotian, by Li Dongming, he was consumed with rage, seeking vengeance and demanding retribution from both Duan Lingxiao and Li Dongming. Yet, as he approached Chao Mengchen, hoping to utilize the power of Shennong Workshop to resolve the matter, he was met with shocking news. The wedding ceremony between the Lu family and the Hon family had been violently disrupted, resulting in the horrific deaths of Lu Beilai and his son, as well as the tragic demise of Hon Yudi, the daughter of the Hon family. The perpetrator was none other than the petty troublemaker who had stirred chaos at Shennong Workshop. Before he could fully process this information, another shocking report reached him. The Lu family had been annihilated, with the patriarch's head severed from his body. The valiant warriors summoned to provide support were ruthlessly slain on the spot, and every direct descendant of the Lu family had perished without exception. As the news struck him like a sudden tempest, Lin Xiaonan was left utterly bewildered. It dawned upon him why the police chief, Li Dongming, had been so obsequious. This individual was far from ordinary. Yet, what was his true background? Lin Xiaonan employed all his connections to investigate, but to no avail. He even resorted to using the likeness of Duan Lingxiao from the middle section of Shennong Fang to seek the assistance of hackers for facial recognition. The results were astonishing. The system could not find a single match. It was as if this person had materialized from thin air. But how could that be possible? It was utterly outrageous. Yet, the more elusive he became, the more enigmatic his persona appeared. When Lin Xiaonan eventually met Chao Mengchen, after understanding the entire context, he acted decisively. He directly took Lin Xiaonan by the hand and brought him to offer apologies. "Sir, today in Shennong Fang, Lin Xiaonan behaved improperly and has offended you greatly. I bring him here to express my sincerest apologies." Chao Mengchen maintained a humble demeanor. He did not know Duan Lingxiao, but he was well aware of Li Dongming's reputation. Known for his unwavering integrity and fierce temperament, Li Dongming had once dismantled 3 major underground industries overnight, each backed by formidable forces capable of shaking Jiangnan City to its core. Yet, Li Dongming remained resolute. Even when the provincial police headquarters bombarded him with calls, he stood unmoved, ultimately apprehending all individuals involved in the 3 establishments. Now, even someone as unyielding as Li Dongming was showing deference to Duan Lingxiao, which could only signify one thing: Duan Lingxiao's true identity was likely terrifying. "Sir, I have wronged you today, please forgive me." Lin Xiaonan uttered, his complexion pale. He was utterly frustrated. His son had been ruthlessly slain, and not only was he unable to avenge him, but he also had to grovel for forgiveness. Where could he seek justice? Apologizing? Shouldn't he be the one seeking confrontation? Duan Lingxiao responded with a serene smile, "You jest. Shennan is simply unaware of the gravity of the situation, but he has indeed paid a heavy price. I implore you to show magnanimity." Chao Mengchen maintained his lowly posture. Forgiveness is possible, but you must demonstrate sincerity, Duan Lingxiao remarked with a gentle smile. Originally, he had not regarded Lin Xiaonon as a significant figure, but their initiative to come and apologize presented a rare opportunity he could not afford to overlook. After all, they were both affiliated with Shennongfang. The establishment was replete with medicinal resources. Precisely what Duan Lingxiao required for his own enhancement and to assist Xiao Manxue in refining her body. Continuous access to medicinal supplies was essential, and Shennongfang was undoubtedly the most suitable choice. What does the Tsar require? Xiao Mengchen hesitated, feeling a tinge of displeasure. As the master of Shennongfang, his willingness to apologize was a testament to his sincerity. Yet, Duan Lingxiao audaciously pressed for demands. That was truly unacceptable, given his own standing. Even if Duan Lingxiao's origins were daunting, he remained unafraid. He simply wished to avoid unnecessary trouble. Unexpectedly, Duan Lingxiao displayed such naivety, climbing the tree as soon as a ladder was provided, demonstrating a complete lack of discernment. It is quite simple. I require Shennongfang to offer me comprehensive services in supplying all necessary medicinal herbs, Duan Lingxiao stated with an air of nonchalance. Supplying elixirs? Xiao Mengchen's expression instantly soured. He had already learned that Duan Lingxiao had taken away medicinal herbs worth over 10 million today from Shennongfang. While this may not seem significant, a long-term supply would inevitably deplete even the most substantial of enterprises. He was on the verge of refusing when Duan Lingxiao interjected. Do not be so hasty in your refusal, I shall ensure that you do not suffer losses. I will periodically concoct a batch of elixirs as equivalent compensation, Duan Lingxiao declared. Concocting elixirs? You are an alchemist. Xiao Mengchen's countenance was one of astonishment. Indeed. Duan Lingxiao nodded. In that instant, Xiao Mengchen's eyes widened in disbelief. Alchemists, whether in antiquity or modernity, are exceedingly rare professions due to the high entry barriers. The innate talent required is exceptional, and the depth of knowledge demanded is profound. Hence, alchemists are typically of advanced age, with few in their 20s. As the head of Shennongfang, Xiao Mengchen was naturally the most skilled alchemist there. Yet he had only just crossed into the threshold of a one-star alchemist. Despite this, he was held in high esteem, with a constant stream of visitors seeking his alchemical services, underscoring the desirability of the profession. Arrogant Lin Xiaonon, initially dragged along by Xiao Mengchen to apologize, could no longer contain his pent-up frustration, shaking his head and scoffing. Do you even know the steps involved in alchemy? Are you aware of how difficult the craft is to master? Do you understand the immense effort we expended to become alchemists? You can concoct elixirs? What a farcical joke. I once thought you possessed a notable background, but it seems you are merely a foolish charlatan seeking fame. I cannot fathom how Li Dongming could be so blind as to hold you in such high regard. Do not presume that because you eradicated the Lu family, you can act with impunity. This vast society is not one that allows the likes of you to wreak havoc unchecked. Xiao Fangs, I believe this individual is nothing but a reckless fraud. There are no young alchemists of such caliber. We have no reason to bow to him. Why should we apologize to someone like this? Lin Xiaonon finished his rant, feeling a surge of relief. Xiao Mengchen, upon hearing this, found himself wavering. Feeling better now? Duan Lingxiao smiled, his tone unperturbed. Am I mistaken? You annihilated the Lu family and incited Li Dongming to kill my son. Since the Jiangnan City Police Department is unresponsive, I shall seek recourse from the provincial police headquarters. I refuse to believe you can remain so brazen indefinitely. Lin Xiaonon turned to leave. Did I permit you to leave? Duan Lingxiao's gaze suddenly grew frigid as he casually extended his hand and struck. Bang! Lin Xiaonon was sent flying like a lifeless dog, his teeth shattered, blood gushing forth like a fountain. To approach with such an attitude seeking apology was more regrettable than not coming at all. Duan Lingxiao's eyes remained cold. He held Lin Xiaonon in utter disdain. Lacking in skill and harboring resentment, such individuals are better left in the shadows. Once they emerge, they will not hold back. Moreover, who decrees that youth disqualifies one from becoming an alchemist? Manxue, come forth. Upon the utterance of Duan Lingxiao's command, the door to the inner chamber swung open, revealing a delicate and graceful figure. Xiaomangxue, clad in a white dress, her long hair cascading like a waterfall, exuded an enchanting darkness. Her starry eyes sparkled brilliantly. Her nose elegantly arched, and her luscious, crimson lips glowed with vitality. Her exquisite features resembled a masterpiece of art, evoking a sense of reverence. Strikingly beautiful to the point of taking one's breath away. Beneath the white dress, her alluring physique showcased a remarkable silhouette, with curves that ebbed and flowed, her bosom proud. A slender waist akin to willow, and a rounded posterior reminiscent of a full moon or a peach poised to fall from its branch. Her long, fair legs extended, captivating the soul like ivory carvings, ensnaring the onlooker's spirit and rendering them utterly entranced. Such beauty. Unbelievably breathtaking. Xiaomangchen, despite his extensive travels and worldly experience, could only stroke his beard and sigh in awe. And who might this young lady be? He inquired with curiosity. I am Xiaomangxue, and I visited Shonong workshop today. She replied with a gentle smile. Just moments ago, after bathing, she had marveled at her own reflection, astonished at the transformation brought about by a single elixir crafted by Lingxiao. Not only had it restored her appearance, but she shone even more brilliantly than before. Xiaomangxue, you are the infamous ugly heiress. Xiaomangchen was momentarily struck dumb, astonished beyond belief, to the point of forgetting basic etiquette. The woman before him was undoubtedly a paragon of beauty, starkly contrasting the rumors that had labeled her hideous creature. A moniker bestowed upon the last scion of the Shao family, who, it was said, had been disfigured by acid at the hands of Hon Yudi and Lu Junxian, making her a well-known figure of ridicule throughout Jiangnan city. Today, my brother Ling took me to Shonong workshop, where I used the herbs I purchased to refine a facial rejuvenation pill, and he was the one who healed me, Xiaomangxue hurriedly explained. However, when addressing Duan Lingxiao, she refrained from calling him Brother Lingxiao, opting instead for Brother Ling, as she was aware of his desire to keep his identity concealed. So your surname is Ling, Xiaomangchen pondered. But soon his face was overtaken by profound astonishment. What did you say? Facial rejuvenation pill. A facial rejuvenation pill. The mention of this term struck him like a bolt from the blue, sending tremors through his body. The facial rejuvenation pill, a 3-star elixir, was notoriously difficult to concoct. Aside from a few venerable alchemists in Yawang Valley and a certain individual at the headquarters of Shonong workshop, it was next to impossible for anyone in the Dragon Kingdom to produce it. How could you possibly have refined it? Xiaomangchen gazed at Duan Lingxiao in disbelief. The evidence speaks for itself, Master Chao. Here I stand, a living testament. Could it possibly be a fabrication? Xiaomangxue replied with a smile. Xiaomangchen was momentarily left speechless. The tale of Xiaomangxue's disfigurement by acid was well known throughout the city, yet the present Xiaomangxue appeared utterly transformed, reborn anew. The stark reality lay before him, irrefutable and undeniable. Mr. Ling, are you a 3-star alchemist? Xiaomangchen inquired, his voice trembling. Perhaps, he replied, shaking his head. He had merely inherited the complete legacy of the 5th evil master, including the pharmacist's scripture. However, he was uncertain as to which level his alchemical skills corresponded. Nonetheless, he was certainly at least a 3-star alchemist. Could you concoct a pill right here? Xiaomangchen hastily suppressed his astonishment and asked cautiously. Certainly, replied Duan Lingxiao, aware that although Xiaomangchen was somewhat convinced, he needed tangible proof to fully believe. He required the Shonong workshop as a source of herbs. And the first step was to win over Xiaomangchen. At that moment, Duan Lingxiao produced an induction cooker and tossed the remaining herbs for refining the facial rejuvenation pill into it. These herbs were just right for concocting a chi blood pill, he remarked casually, beginning the alchemical process with nimble hands. Xiaomangchen, upon seeing his alchemical tools, was utterly dumbfounded. An induction cooker? This was not alchemy. It was clearly cooking. It seemed I have grown old, harboring such expectations, he thought, shaking his head in disappointment as his rising hopes swiftly dissipated. He had never witnessed anyone using an induction cooker for alchemy. At the very least, one would expect a reasonably decent alchemical furnace. Such a crude and ignorant approach was hardly fitting for deception. He shook his head, intending to excuse himself, when suddenly, an enchanting aroma wafted through the air. What a delightful fragrance! The potency of the herbs is remarkable. Xiaomangchen was taken aback, his gaze fixating on the induction cooker. Behold! Duan Lingxiao lifted the lid, revealing a pot of herbs that had been thoroughly distilled into an essence. A milky white pill rested at the bottom of the pot, plump, lustrous as jade, and exuding a rich herbal fragrance. Xiao Fengzhu, please take a look. Duan Lingxiao smiled. Very well, I shall first observe the precious pill you have concocted to Mr. Ling. Xiao Mengchen replied politely, then eagerly picked up the pill for inspection. Indeed, it was a chi blood pill. A 2-star elixir of exquisite quality. Moments later, Xiao Mengchen exclaimed in astonishment, his eyes seemingly glued to the chi blood pill, his pupils utterly entranced. 2-star elixirs are exceedingly rare, let alone one of such exceptional quality. The quality of elixirs is categorized into ordinary, superior, and exquisite grades. Most elixirs are of ordinary quality, with some even failing to meet that standard. Superior quality is already a rarity, and when such elixirs emerge, they invariably attract fierce competition at major auctions. Exquisite quality, however, is as rare as a giant panda in the market. Yet today, he had witnessed one. What was even more astonishing was that such an exquisite elixir had been produced using an induction cooker. Xiao Mengchen pinched his thigh hard, feeling a sharp pain. This was no illusion. Xiao Fengzhu, what do you think? Duan Lingxiao observed everything with a calm smile. Impressive. Xiao Mengchen's gaze turned fervently eager, and in the next moment, he unexpectedly knelt on the ground. Mr. Ling, please accept me as your disciple. Xiao Mengchen's greatest aspiration throughout his life was to make advancements in the art of alchemy and achieve notable success. However, given his innate abilities, he was destined to remain a mere 1-star alchemist. Yet, in Duan Lingxiao, he perceived a glimmer of hope. Xiao Mengxue was utterly astonished by this scene. She never anticipated that Xiao Mengchen, merely after glancing at the elixirs crafted by brother Lingxiao, would wish to take him as his master. Were this to be witnessed by outsiders, it would surely leave them with wide-eyed astonishment. Numerous influential figures from Jiangnan City had gone to great lengths to curry favor with Xiao Mengchen, all in pursuit of a single entry-level elixir. Such a prominent individual, now standing before brother Lingxiao, exhibited the deference of a schoolboy before a teacher, and it was a respect that emanated from the depths of his being. Brother Lingxiao is truly remarkable. Xiao Mengxue gazed at Duan Lingxiao with admiration in her large eyes, genuinely delighted for him. Not far away, Lin Jianon, who lay on the ground coughing up blood, felt his gaze stiffen at this spectacle. He truly was an alchemist. A 3-star alchemist, no less. A profound sense of dread washed over Lin Jianon. Offending a martial artist might still allow for some form of redemption, given the prevalence of martial clans and sects in the Dragon Kingdom. A single martial artist could hardly stir significant trouble. However, should the individual in question be an alchemist, and a 3-star one at that, the implications were vastly different. 3-star alchemists, not just in Jiangnan City but across the entirety of the Dragon Kingdom, were coveted by countless factions eager to win their favor. At this moment, Lin Jianon regretted his actions deeply. He realized that if Duan Lingxiao truly possessed remarkable abilities, even harboring a grudge for the death of his child, he would have to swallow his pride and ingratiate himself with this formidable being. Overcome by a surge of emotions, Lin Jianon's blood surged, and he fainted on the spot, though no one paid him any heed. Your talent is insufficient, you are not qualified to be my disciple, Duan Lingxiao stated calmly, shaking his head in refusal. Upon hearing this, Xiao Mengchen's face fell, embarrassment washing over him as he felt acutely out of place. Nevertheless, he recognized the truth in Duan Lingxiao's words, his talents indeed paled in comparison. At his age, he bore little difference from a stray dog. I am willing to serve you as an alchemical apprentice, attending to the various tasks of elixir crafting. If you could spare a moment to guide me, I would be immensely grateful, Xiao Mengchen implored. Duan Lingxiao nodded in agreement. The moment was one of pure elation for Xiao Mengchen. Duan Lingxiao added Xiao Mengchen on WeChat and sent a message, these are the materials I require, prepare them and deliver them to me immediately. Additionally, this chi blood pill is a gift for you. As long as you fulfill your duties well, I shall ensure you are not treated poorly in the future. Yes, sir. Xiao Mengchen replied with a respectful demeanor, the excitement evident in his nod before turning to leave. Before departing, he summoned a vehicle to transport the unconscious Lin Jianon away, much like a butcher would handle a pig. As for Lin Jianon's fate, Duan Lingxiao need not concern himself as Chao Mengchen's alchemical apprentice. He would undoubtedly ensure that no one harboring disrespect or resentment towards Duan Lingxiao remained in his vicinity. Duan Lingxiao turned his gaze toward Xiao Mangxue, who stared at him with wide eyes and affectionately ruffled her hair. Goodness, what are you thinking about, so lost in thought? I was pondering how Brother Lingxiao seems to have grown even more formidable than 5 years ago. Xiao Mangxue blinked, her beautiful eyes seemingly attempting to see through Duan Lingxiao. For these 5 years, Brother Lingxiao has never slackened his efforts. He has always yearned to be released from prison to find you. Duan Lingxiao replied with a smile. This was the unvarnished truth, a sincere sentiment from the heart. However, upon hearing this, Xiao Mangxue's eyes suddenly glistened with tears, and she rushed into Duan Lingxiao's embrace, weeping softly. Her smooth back undulated like the neck of a swan. Do not cry, what troubles you, Mangxue? Duan Lingxiao gently patted her shoulder, inquiring softly. I am fine. Brother Lingxiao. I merely thought of the hardships and sufferings you must have endured over these 5 years, and it pains me. Xiao Mangxue's voice was filled with sorrow, her emotions genuine. Duan Lingxiao's gaze was filled with affection, and his heart felt warm. He found that the 5 years of imprisonment did not seem so dreadful after all. Moreover, compared to Xiao Mangxue's painful experiences over the past 5 years, he did not consider his own suffering to be significant. This young lady remained as considerate and gentle as ever. Though he had endured his share of trials, he was still more inclined to care for those around him. It is all right, after 5 years of hardship, perhaps there will be no more suffering ahead. All in all, it has been worthwhile, Duan Lingxiao reassured her. At that moment, Duan Lingxiao suddenly felt an overwhelming softness against his chest expanding. He looked down and was instantly captivated by the sight of Xiao Mangxue's blossoming figure. Indeed, this young lady has truly grown. Upon hearing Duan Lingxiao's admiration, Xiao Mangxue initially did not comprehend. However, upon meeting his gaze, she froze, her cheeks flashing crimson, even the tips of her ears turning bright red. She gazed at Duan Lingxiao's sharply defined brows and his deep, ocean-like eyes, with lips that curled into a subtle, mischievous smile, exuding a charming yet gentle elegance. His tall and slender frame, broad shoulders, the narrow waist, and straight legs resembled a majestic eagle soaring through the skies, emanating an air of dominion over the world. Nestled in his embrace, she felt an overwhelming sense of security. Suddenly, the thought crossed her mind, causing her to blush. Brother Lingxiao, you are so handsome and capable, Murong Wanxue must have been blind to sever ties with you. Xiao Mangxue, recalling past events, spoke with indignation. 5 years ago, Brother Lingxiao had shown immense concern for that woman, embodying the ideal of a perfect gentleman. Yet, what did she do? She ended their relationship in the most ruthless manner. Upon hearing the name Murong Wanxue, Duan Lingxiao's memories instantly transported him back to the night of his commendation 5 years prior. He awoke to find his mother-in-law, Jiang Wanrong, in disarray, and the sight of Xiao Longhu, stabbed in the heart, followed by his own armed detention. In the holding cell, he encountered Murong Wanxue. He had hoped she would listen to his explanation, or that she would believe in his character. But then, that woman, who had once vowed eternal love, whispered a phrase into his ear that would haunt him for the rest of his life. You are merely a warrior skilled in combat, with parents gone missing and an unremarkable lineage. Alone, you cannot bestow upon me the glory I seek. The man I desire is one who can stand atop the pinnacle of the Dragon Kingdom, and not a frivolous guardian of the borders, lacking ambition and purpose. To her, his sacrifice for the nation and protection of the populace was merely a reflection of his mediocrity. In that moment, Duan Lingxiao understood that further words were superfluous. Speaking to one whose values were diametrically opposed and whose essence was cold and self-serving was a futile endeavor. For some truths require no validation, or they manifest through action. And belief and support will naturally follow. Awakening from his memories, a cold smile graced Duan Lingxiao's lips. The tragedy of 5 years past would never be repeated. Not even the Murong family, nor the entire world opposing him, could deter him from rising above it all, shattering any obstacles with his own fists. Those who stand in his way shall be deemed enemies, and they must be prepared to meet their demise beneath his blows. Brother Lingxiao, are you all right? I shouldn't have said those things. I apologize for reminding you of unhappy memories, Xiao Mangxue said, noticing Duan Lingxiao's changing expression and feeling regretful for her words. I'm fine, I merely reminisced, Duan Lingxiao replied with a casual smile, gently brushing Xiaomanshue's nose. Come, let me treat you to a feast. It has been ages since I savored the culinary delights of Jiangnan City. I wonder if that Hunan restaurant we frequently visited is still in operation. Let us go and see. Taking Xiaomanshue's hand, Duan Lingxiao hailed a taxi and arrived at a quaint three-story building in the South District. Xiong Weiyun. It appears to still be thriving. Let us enter. The bold and flavorful Hunan cuisine truly suited Duan Lingxiao's palate. In the past, he and Xiaolonghu would often indulge in hearty meals with Xiaomanshue. Welcome. How may I assist you? The server greeted them with enthusiasm, particularly admiring their striking appearance as a handsome man and a beautiful woman, a match made in heaven. Do you have a table by the window? Indeed, please follow me. The server led them to a table beside the window, offering a splendid view of the scenery outside. Soon, Duan Lingxiao ordered several signature dishes along with the hidden treasures of Xiong Weiyun. Brother Lingxiao, do you still remember that my favorite dish is spicy fried chicken? Xiaomanshue said, her heart swelling with joy. This Hunan restaurant was bustling with patrons, and the dishes arrived promptly, and not of the pre-prepared variety. In no time, their table was filled with an array of dishes, and they began to enjoy their meal. The taste is just as I remember, Duan Lingxiao exclaimed, savoring the flavors with a nostalgic smile. Indeed, I haven't enjoyed a meal this joyfully in ages. Xiaomanshue replied with a radiant smile, her eyes crescent-shaped with delight. From now on, I shall accompany you for every meal. Duan Lingxiao thought of the image of Xiaomanshue chained to a wooden post by the Lu family. A pang of pain striking his heart. Quickly, he placed a piece of spicy chicken into Xiaomanshue's bowl. As long as I'm with Brother Lingxiao, I shall find joy in any meal. Even if it's just gruel, it would taste delightful. Xiaomanshue exclaimed, relishing the spicy chicken with great enthusiasm. However, it had likely been a long time since the spicy food had been savored, causing beads of sweat to form, while a little tongue peeked out, playfully panting. Which was quite endearing. I cannot bear to let you subsist on mere scraps. Duan Lingxiao chuckled, and the two enjoyed their meal and conversation with great delight. Soon, they had eaten and drunk their fill, since Duan Lingxiao's WeChat and bank card were not linked to his real name. Xiaomanshue took the initiative to scan the QR code for the bill. Just as they were about to rise and leave, a figure suddenly descended the staircase from the third floor with a series of clicks. The individual approached their table, towering over them. She was a woman in her 30s. Clad in a uniform that left half of her chest exposed, her cleavage quite prominent. She wore a black lace lower garment complemented by a form-fitting short skirt. And her feet were adorned with red high heels. Her lips, painted a fiery red, exhaled clouds of smoke. The woman flicked her slender cigarette, seemingly a bit tipsy. Her gaze hazily fixed on Duan Lingxiao. Is there something you need? Duan Lingxiao thought to himself, not wishing for his first dinner out after prison to be marred by this unexpected intrusion. You are quite the young man, the woman exclaimed, her eyes roaming over Duan Lingxiao's physique with a serpent-like intensity, her greed palpable as she swallowed hard. Duan Lingxiao's muscular form was undeniably appealing, inciting her desires. She then turned her gaze towards the stunned Xiaomanshue. With your poise and attire, you must be a young lady of refinement. This young man must be your kept boy, am I right? How much do you pay him monthly? I'll offer 10 times that to have him for myself. Her tone was haughty, her conviction unwavering. Having encountered countless men, she found Duan Lingxiao's aloof charm to be a rare treasure. And she was eager to claim him for her own. Moreover, noting the designer labels adorning Xiaomanshue's attire, which spoke of considerable expense. While Duan Lingxiao's clothing was markedly simpler, she surmised that their relationship could not possibly be romantic given the disparity. The fact that the meal was paid for by the woman only reinforced her belief that Duan Lingxiao was indeed a genuine gigolo. Thus, she was determined to pursue him wholeheartedly, envisioning a night of passion ahead. Upon hearing her words, Xiaomanshue was momentarily taken aback. Duan Lingxiao's expression stiffened as well. He assumed the woman was merely looking for trouble or some other issue. He could never have imagined that she was actually proposing to keep him. What's the matter? Is the money insufficient? How about this? I'll offer you 500,000 to hand him over to me. We can exchange contact information. And I'll arrange for a few athletic young men to entertain you tomorrow. What do you say? Noticing their silence, the woman furrowed her brow slightly before continuing. Xiao Mangshui couldn't help but chuckle at the absurdity of the situation, never expecting her brother Lingxiao to encounter such a ludicrous proposal. What are you laughing at? We are all playing with men, no one is superior. The woman frowned, then turned to Duan Lingxiao. So, handsome, what do you say? If you choose to come with me, tonight my harbor will be where your grand ship docks. The waves in my harbor are quite tumultuous, you know. Her words dripped with a seductive flair, almost to an exaggerated degree, leaving even Duan Lingxiao momentarily at a loss for words. Even a seasoned hostess with a decade of experience would not stoop to such ostentation, would she? Duan Lingxiao furrowed his brow and pulled Xiao Mangshui to her feet. I apologize, please make way. He felt exasperated, never did he anticipate encountering a wealthy woman notorious for her indulgence while merely dining. Are you refusing me? Or perhaps you find my offer insufficient. 30,000 a month, 50,000? No. How about 100,000 or even 150? I shall provide you with the highest market rate. The woman obstructed Duan Lingxiao's path, her voice cold and demanding. Leave. I have no patience for this, he replied. His irritation palpable. Yet, the woman displayed an unwavering tenacity, as if intent on physical confrontation. Duan Lingxiao sidestepped her, intending to push this deranged woman aside and exit. Just then, a well-dressed young man in a suit descended from the third floor, his attire from Armani and a Longines watch adorning his wrist. With hands tucked in his pockets and a frown etched on his brow, he strode purposefully towards them. Xiao Mangru, you are truly a disgrace to the family. Seeking men in a place like this. The woman blocking Duan Lingxiao, Xiao Mangru, visibly paled at the sight of the suited youth. Brother, I merely found someone appealing. Must you be so enraged? Such a man is hard to come by, I couldn't help myself. Xiao Mangru twisted her body, her legs entwined. Her gaze betraying a hint of infatuation. Have you no shame? How will you explain this to uncle? He has promised to find you a suitable match. You must return with me at once. Zhao Guofeng, witnessing this scene, wore an expression of extreme displeasure. Ever since his sister's divorce, she had lost her sense of decorum. Indulging in fleeting romances and reckless desires to the point of addiction. Even dining had become an occasion for such indiscretion. I refuse. Mind your own business. I am simply living according to my desires, is that wrong? Xiao Mangru retorted defiantly. You have truly lost your mind. Continue this way. And I will have all your spending cards revoked. Leave this place immediately, I am busy and have no time for your antics. Zhao Guofeng felt the eyes of onlookers upon him, his face darkening further, overwhelmed by embarrassment. I don't care, you go about your business. And I shall enjoy myself without your interference. Xiao Mangru's rebellious spirit ignited, her obstinacy apparent. Duan Lingxiao. I did not realize your charm was so potent that it could drive her to such madness. Xiao Mangshui whispered conspiratorially into Duan Lingxiao's ear. Little girl. Even you jest with my name. Do you dare to test my patience? Duan Lingxiao teased, pinching Xiao Mangshui's nose playfully. How would you discipline me? Like before? Perhaps with a playful slap. Xiao Mangshui provocatively puffed out her chest, her eyes gleaming with mischief. Indeed, how the young ladies transform. Duan Lingxiao mused, rubbing his nose. He had always regarded Xiao Mangshui as a sister, but 5 years had wrought significant changes, she had blossomed into a young woman. It was clear that their relationship could no longer remain as it once was. Meanwhile, at the same moment, Zhao Guofeng's gaze was icy as he fixed his eyes on Xiao Mangru, taking a deep breath. Observing her brazen demeanor, he found himself utterly at a loss. After all, she was his younger sister, and despite his dissatisfaction, he could not overreact. In an instant, he unleashed his pent-up fury upon Duan Lingxiao. Who do you think you are? You bastard. Didn't your mother teach you to behave yourself? Are you so mad for money that you've lost your mind masquerading like this? How outrageous. Get the hell out of here right now. Otherwise, I swear I'll break your legs. Though powerless against his reckless sister, Zhao Guofeng felt no restraint in directing his venomous words at Duan Lingxiao. His tone was exceedingly harsh, and given the Xiao family's influence, Eliminating Duan Lingxiao would not pose a significant challenge. At that very moment, the Duan Lingxiao's expression turned abruptly frigid. His eyes, if seen by the most notorious criminals confined in zero prison, would surely instill fear. This signified that Duan Lingxiao was enraged, and the consequences of his wrath would be severe. Duan Lingxiao's gaze remained cold and resolute. He felt no guilt for his actions today. It was the pair of siblings who had instigated this conflict from the outset. What? Did you not hear what I said? I told you to leave. And if you don't, I swear I'll have you killed. Zhao Guofeng, seeing Duan Lingxiao unmoved, erupted in fury. The two thugs in suits following him also readied themselves, their expressions menacing and their demeanor aggressive. Brother, you are so fierce. Zhao Mangru scoffed, then turned to Duan Lingxiao, blowing him a kiss. Handsome boy. If it's too much for you, just back off and come find me at the Dream Butterfly Pavilion another day. Sister will be waiting for you. Your words are filthy. Slap yourself 10 times. However, Duan Lingxiao ignored Zhao Mangru, directing his attention instead towards Zhao Guofeng. What did you say? Zhao Guofeng was taken aback, then snarled. I am Zhao Guofeng, and my uncle is Zhao Hehu. Zhao Hehu. At the utterance of this name, the expressions of the onlookers transformed dramatically, fear, trepidation, and schadenfreude mingled in their faces. Zhao Hehu had clawed his way up from obscurity in Jiangnan City to establish the Black Tiger Hall, securing an unassailable position in the city's underground realm. Legends whispered of his name instilling terror, and now, to learn that Zhao Guofeng was his nephew was astonishing. Everyone cast narrow-eyed glances at Duan Lingxiao. The Zhao family was entrenched in the underworld, and crossing them was never without repercussions. The adversaries did not concern themselves with right or wrong, only resolving disputes with brute force or eliminating those who raised them. Zhao Hehu. Duan Lingxiao smiled faintly. What a coincidence. The afternoon's demolition crew, led by Gao Deyao, had claimed to represent the Black Tiger Hall. Now, he encountered this same organization again over dinner. Truly fated. Now that you know my identity, you must be terrified, mustn't you? But this is the stark reality, you have provoked an entity you should not have. And now you must pay the price. You wish for me to slap myself? Ha! How amusing. I now command you to kneel and apologize. Upon hearing the discussions around him and feeling the awestruck gazes of those nearby, Zhao Guofeng was filled with an overwhelming sense of pride. With his hands tucked into his pockets, his demeanor exuded arrogance, his nostrils flaring as he wore a sinister expression. It was indeed unfortunate for that young man who, while merely dining, had been mistaken for a mere duck and had inexplicably offended the nephew of Zhao Hehu. Such misfortune was unavoidable, given the circumstances. The only recourse left was to bow and apologize. Yet, a man's knees are adorned with gold. There exists an age-old adage in Longdu, those who discern the times are the true heroes. In the face of the current situation, putting on airs would only lead to greater humiliation. The murmurs and pleas of the onlookers incessantly reached Zhao Guofeng's ears. He had come to understand that he had misjudged Duan Lingxiao, but what did it matter? He could misinterpret the entire world. Yet he would not allow the world to defy him. Why should he concern himself with the common folk? In the presence of power, ordinary people are destined to bow and submit. With eyes like a venomous snake, Zhao Guofeng fixated on Duan Lingxiao, eagerly anticipating the moment when Duan would bend his knees and prostrate himself before him, crawling like a dog. Then he would place his foot upon Duan Lingxiao's head, humiliating him in the most degrading manner before the gathered crowd. It seemed that merely slapping him had been too merciful. You might as well sever your own arm, Duan Lingxiao stated calmly, yet with an undeniable authority. As his words lingered in the air, the crowd was left in a state of bewilderment. What did you just say? Zhao Guofeng thought he had misheard and reached up to clear his ears. In an instant, he was met with a fleeting shadow. Duan Lingxiao unleashed his dragon soaring 9 heavens technique, appearing before Zhao Guofeng in the blink of an eye. With a gentle tug, the sound of a sharp crack echoed as Zhao Guofeng's arm was violently wrenched from his body, hanging limply like a withered vine from his shoulder. Aghast, Zhao Guofeng collapsed to the ground, emitting a chilling scream. His body convulsed uncontrollably, cold sweat cascading down as excruciating pain engulfed him, his face contorting into a grotesque mask of agony. Pale as a ghost, his cries echoed like the wails of the damned. What is Zhao Heihu to me? Duan Lingxiao regarded Zhao Guofeng with a frigid gaze, his tone devoid of warmth. Why you dare to resort to violence? Zhao Mangru's face drained of color. Terror etched across her heavily made-up features as she realized her formidable brother had just suffered a severed arm. This was beyond her comprehension. Oh. I almost forgot to deal with you, you wretched fool. Duan Lingxiao casually slapped Zhao Mangru away, her delicate face swelling instantly, resembling that of a pig. In Duan Lingxiao's eyes, there was no distinction between genders. Had Zhao Mangru not sought trouble and insisted on making her presence known, the previous series of events would not have unfolded. To avoid gender confrontation, he opted to deal with her as well. Break his dog legs. Zhao Guofeng hissed through gritted teeth. Behind him, two bodyguards approached without hesitation, clad in shirts that revealed fierce tattoos across their chests, adorned with a heavy gold chain around their necks. They dared not underestimate the situation and charged at once. Duan Lingxiao did not even raise his gaze, his feet striking their abdomens in swift succession. The two individuals fell in unison, hurtling along the path and shattering several tables and chairs with a resounding crash. Let us go. Duan Lingxiao grasped Zhao Mangshue's hand, preparing to depart. You dare to harm my nephew Zhao Heihu and think you can simply walk away? Did you not just proclaim that I am of no consequence? At that moment, an unexpected twist arose as a deep, imposing voice resonated through the air. The next instant, several figures emerged from the staircase, led by a man whose complexion was as dark as the bottom of a pot, with thick brows and large eyes, his physique robust, resembling a black tiger. He stepped forward with a composed demeanor, exuding an aura of authority, yet a hint of murderous intent glimmered in his gaze. Uncle! Zhao Guofeng and Zhao Mangru exclaimed in unison, astonished to encounter Zhao Heihu in such a place. Zhao Heihu was seething with rage earlier that afternoon. He had dispatched his most trusted aides, Gao Dayao, to oversee a demolition, only to have them return empty-handed, reporting that they had encountered a formidable opponent. Not only had the demolition failed, but he also faced a compensation of 30 million. The land surrounding the Shao family villa was of paramount importance. If successful in the demolition, it would connect with nearby villas, paving the way for the construction of an affluent district, complete with various large-scale commercial facilities. A project projected to generate billions in annual revenue. Furthermore, the success of this venture would allow Zhao Heihu to cleanse his reputation and all his enterprises. Thus, this matter was of critical significance to him. Tonight, he had arranged for a skilled individual to discreetly eliminate the obstacle hindering the Shao family's villa demolition, only to stumble upon the dismal scene of his nephews being beaten. Such occurrences led him to doubt his own influence. Had his intimidation diminished to such an extent that even the most insignificant individuals dared to defy him? You, young man, are quite audacious. But you should know that your life hangs in the balance. You should not have crossed my path today. Initially, for harming my nephew and niece, I would have merely broken a leg. However, now you will be minced to feed the dogs. Zhao Heihu's expression turned icy, his words laden with a chilling menace as he began to stride toward Duan Lingxiao. Wait. Suddenly, a hand grasped Zhao Heihu's arm. In the next moment, a figure stepped out from the side. It was Gao Dayao, who had directed the demolition at the Shao family villa earlier that day, his left arm still bandaged. Old Gao. What is the matter? Zhao Heihu furrowed his brow. Brother Hu, this is the person I mentioned to you. Gao Dayao's face turned an ashen shade, not anticipating that he would encounter Duan Lingxiao again that evening. Turning towards Duan Lingxiao, he managed a smile that appeared more akin to a grimace, saying, Mr. Xian, we meet again. Indeed, we meet again. Where is your compensation? Duan Lingxiao replied with a playful smile. At this, Gao Dayao's expression immediately soured. He had intended to discuss compensation, but Zhao Heihu was unwilling to part with 30 million, nor could he relinquish the territory of the Shao family villa. Thus, they had planned to deliberate on how to resolve this predicament tonight, specifically, how to deal with Duan Lingxiao. Little did he know, the heavens were not in his favor, and he unexpectedly encountered the original owner. However, he was not overly concerned, for the formidable expert invited by Zhou Tianhao today was even more terrifying, with astonishing prowess. While Duan Lingxiao could withstand an excavator with one hand, this expert could demolish a 2-meter thick wall with a single punch. In comparison, The latter seemed to possess a far greater aura of intimidation, both in reputation and strength. It appears you have no intention of honoring your commitment to compensation. I have a deep aversion to dishonesty. Duan Lingxiao's gaze turned frigid. Young man, today you have assaulted one of our brothers and demanded compensation. I am magnanimous and will overlook that. However, your recent humiliation and violent assault on my nephew and niece cannot be tolerated. Let it be thus, the land of the Xiao family villa shall serve as compensation. Zhao Heihu's eyes narrowed, and as if summoned. He scrutinized Duan Lingxiao from head to toe, failing to detect even a hint of martial aura emanating from him. He appeared to be no different from an ordinary person. It is essential to understand that martial practitioners are distinctly different from the common populace. After cultivating martial arts, one undergoes a qualitative transformation in vital energy, spirit, and physical prowess. Among experts, this difference is easily perceived. Yet, Zhao Heihu felt nothing unusual. Duan Lingxiao struck him as a tranquil pond. Could such a person truly withstand an excavator with one hand? It seemed far-fetched. Is it unreasonable? Duan Lingxiao replied coolly. If I do not see 30 million in compensation by 9 o'clock tonight, I would not hesitate to extinguish the Black Tiger Hole before I retire for the night. A gasp of disbelief swept through the crowd, and many faces etched with shock. Zhao Heihu's imposing presence made those around him shrink back, rendered mute by fear. Yet Duan Lingxiao boldly threatened to obliterate the Black Tiger Hole if the payment was not made. Truly, it was an audacious proclamation that defied belief. Zhao Heihu's countenance darkened, and everyone could sense his simmering rage. Gao Deye recoiled, caught in a precarious position, for he dared not provoke Zhao Heihu, nor could he challenge Duan Lingxiao. He felt utterly trapped between two formidable men. Zhao, is this the expert you spoke of? At that moment, a man clad in a white training outfit and black cloth shoes, standing beside Zhao Heihu, suddenly spoke. He appeared to be in his 30s. A fearsome scar marring his face, exuding an intimidating aura. Brother Hao, it is indeed him. Zhao Heihu replied, his tone surprisingly courteous. This individual was a martial artist he had summoned from Jinling, named Zhou Tianhao. Years ago, Zhao Heihu had a brief romantic entanglement with him. And out of gratitude for that connection, Zhou Tianhao agreed to lend his assistance when Zhao Heihu extended an invitation. Upon hearing Zhao Heihu's reference, a knowledgeable member of the crowd exclaimed, is he not Zhou Tianhao, renowned as the Iron Fist unrivaled, who triumphed over 18 martial practitioners in the Jinling fighting arena 5 years ago, achieving 18 victories in 18 battles? I have heard that Zhou Tianhao is a disciple of a celestial realm martial artist, having braved life and death in the mercenary world overseas, honing his fist techniques amidst the chaos of battle, making remarkable progress. There was even a bounty on his head, yet he pursued and eliminated his adversary across 3 provinces, successfully achieving a counter-kill. Clearly, Zhou Tianhao's reputation is considerable, even surpassing that of Zhao Heihu. It was only then that the crowd noticed his fists, which were more than twice the size of an ordinary man's. His hands were thick with sinew and prominent veins, resembling 2 colossal iron hammers. Zhou Tianhao nodded slightly, his gaze lofty and condescending as he glanced at Duan Lingxiao, speaking coldly, as Mr. Zhao instructed, surrender that piece of land, and kneel down to apologize, and then leave. He waved his hand dismissively, seemingly filled with disdain for Duan Lingxiao. Initially, upon hearing Zhao Heihu's description, he was eager to engage, believing Duan Lingxiao to be a formidable master with whom he could spar and refine his skills. However, upon meeting him, he was greatly disappointed. Young, brash, with a feeble aura, devoid of any martial energy fluctuations, overall, he appeared to be utterly worthless. Such a person was hardly worthy of his effort. Where did this scar-faced fool come from? Duan Lingxiao frowned, shaking his head in irritation. If you kneel and apologize now, I might spare your life. Otherwise, dealing with lowly scum like you would simply be a waste of my energy. Duan Lingxiao spoke calmly, his hands clasped behind his back, his demeanor serene. You seek death. Zhou Tianhao's countenance shifted abruptly, his eyes gleaming with murderous intent. To him, his previous words had already reflected great magnanimity. He had refrained from striking, merely demanding that Duan Lingxiao kneel and apologize, relinquishing the land. This was a gesture that at least preserved the latter's life. Yet this despicable wretch had the audacity to be so arrogant, such a fool deserved to be torn to shreds. You insolent wretch, you are quite audacious. Soon, I shall personally break your arms and legs, ensuring your demise. Zhou Tianhao's arms trembled, his muscles and bones creaking, an overwhelming aura of sanguine energy erupting forth, exuding a chilling malevolence. The onlookers retreated in fear, their faces pale as paper. The title of Iron Fist Unmatched was not a mere jest. Such arrogance could very well lead to an early demise. Zhao Heihu's expression remained indifferent, since Zhou Tianhao was already enraged. He would merely watch as this ignorant wretch was torn apart. Good. Dare to provoke us, and you shall meet your end. As Zhao Guifeng and Zhao Mangru observed this scene, they scoffed derisively, their eyes glinting with malicious intent. Oh, is that so? Duan Lingxiao casually picked up a pair of disposable chopsticks from the dining table. Then, with his fingers poised like a blade, he suddenly flicked the chopsticks away. A surge of energy enveloped the chopsticks, transforming them into a little sword that shot forth from his hand with astonishing speed. I wield a sword that can slay all under heaven. Suddenly, the tranquil second floor of Xiangweiyun was beset by a gust of wind. It was a tempest that arrived with great force. Boom. The chopsticks flew like lightning, swift and unrestrained. The surrounding furniture, at this moment, trembled as if caught in the throes of a tempest, reminiscent of an elderly woman burdened and gasping for breath, akin to the creaking of a dilapidated wooden door. Under the onslaught of this formidable gale, it quivered violently, ultimately shattering with a resounding crash. Meanwhile, a pair of chopsticks pierced directly into the lower left shoulder of Zhou Tianhao, penetrating cleanly and splattering a cluster of crimson droplets. A mere millimeter separated the chopsticks from his heart. In other words, had they descended just a fraction more, they would have punctured Zhou Tianhao's heart, resulting in immediate demise. Zhou Tianhao gazed down at the gaping wound, blood gushing forth, his expression frozen in shock. The second floor of the Xiangweiyun restaurant was shrouded in an eerie silence, akin to a desolate wasteland, as all present held their breath, dumbfounded by the unfolding scene. Was it possible that my prolonged indulgence in last night's revelry had clouded my vision? Or had this individual descended from the heavens? Was he even human? The crowd was engulfed in astonishment. Oh my, did I just speak too loudly? What on earth was I rambling about? Zhao Heihu's mouth gaped wide, unable to close, his voice trembling as he spoke. He had encountered formidable warriors before, like Zhou Tianhao, who could shatter a 2-meter thick wall with his bare hands, displaying immense strength surpassing 1,000 pounds. Yet, the force unleashed by Duan Lingxiao's toss of chopsticks was akin to a thunderclap, emanating an awe-inspiring might that left all in dread. If only I had known better than to accompany that fool Zhao Heihu. Damn it. Gao Deo trembled with regret, his gaze filled with remorse. He had presumed that, despite Duan Lingxiao's formidable prowess, he would struggle against Zhou Tianhao. To his astonishment, Duan Lingxiao not only managed to contend but did so with remarkable ease. At this moment, he felt as though he were being scorched by flames, blue and thin. This was a manifestation of external energy and solidified internal force. Could his strength truly be at the celestial realm level? While others marveled at Duan Lingxiao's extraordinary power, they failed to grasp the intricacies involved. Zhou Tianhao and Zhao Heihu, as martial practitioners, discerned some of the underlying mysteries. Just then, with a swift motion, Zhou Tianhao disregarded the blood pouring from his shoulder and accelerated his pace, bolting towards the staircase. He sought to escape. Internally, Zhou Tianhao cursed Zhao Heihu's mother 1,000 times. The frustration boiling within him was palpable. He had initially envisioned easily dispatching an insignificant adversary, collecting the raid envelope from Zhao Heihu, and completing the task with satisfaction. With a reward in hand and minimal effort, how could he refuse such an opportunity? Yet, he never anticipated facing a martial artist of the celestial realm. His master was a being of that very realm, fully aware of its terrors. In the realm of martial arts, each level is akin to a towering barrier, with the disparity between major realms resembling an insurmountable chasm. Consequently, progress in martial cultivation is generally painstakingly slow. However, this is not absolute. For those favored by destiny, breaking the norms is their birthright. This young man, having ascended to the celestial realm at such a tender age, is truly remarkable. My master, Peng Qianha, has devoted 65 years to martial cultivation, barely reaching the celestial realm. Yet he reigns supreme in his province, a formidable figure in his own right. But this youth, how old could he possibly be? I cannot delay. I must return immediately to seek my master's assistance. This young man, despite his age, may not possess a martial foundation as solid as that of my master. As Zhou Tianhao contemplated this, an alarm bell rang in his heart. In a flash, he propelled his body to its utmost speed, akin to an arrow released from its bowstring. Onlookers gasped in astonishment, marveling at Zhou Tianhao's prowess. Decisive and unhesitating, he chose to flee the moment he sensed danger. Zhao Heihu's dark demeanor deepened further. Ha! You wish to escape? Attempting to do so beneath my very nose is a grave miscalculation. Duan Lingxiao chuckled. Having refrained from plunging his chopsticks directly into Zhou Tianhao's heart, merely desiring to leave him alive for questioning. With a swift kick, Duan Lingxiao dislodged a piece of pavement. In the next heartbeat, the tile shot forth at a remarkable speed, accelerating like a galloping steed. In the blink of an eye, it crashed down. With a resounding thwack, it struck Zhou Tianhao's knee. Zhou Tianhao cried out in agony as his knees buckled, collapsing to the ground. His kneecap shattered, blood gushed forth. And he found himself in a dire predicament, torn between attending to his bleeding knee or his shoulder. At that moment, Zhou Tianhao, dragging his body, crawled to Duan Lingxiao's feet. Simultaneously, he retrieved a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his pocket. With a puff, he ignited one. Brother, why not indulge in a smoke to ease your temper? Zhou Tianhao implored, a sycophantic grin plastered across his face as he proffered the lit cigarette to Duan Lingxiao. Were you not just declaring that you would use my head as a chamber pot and dispose of my corpse in the river? Duan Lingxiao declined the cigarette with a mild smile. At times, my words escape my lips without the mediation of thought. Allow me to rectify that. With a series of sharp slaps, Zhou Tianhao, clever adaptable, immediately struck his own face forcefully. The resounding noise echoed in the silent restaurant. A stark contrast to the gravity of the moment. Who could have imagined that the indomitable Zhou Tianhao would debase himself in such a manner? The scene was utterly explosive, shocking, and beyond belief. Zhou Tianhao paid no heed to the gazes of those around him. He merely wished to survive. As long as he lived, there remained a chance for reversal. He skillfully concealed the resentment simmering within him. Once he escaped, he would seek out his master, Peng Chenhe, with a vow to exact vengeance. Yet for now, he had to play the part of the submissive. You conceal your intentions well, but do you realize? Duan Lingxiao paused. Zhou Tianhao looked up at him with ingratiating eyes, convinced of his successful disguise, certain that he would not falter. Please, enlighten me, he replied with a sycophantic tone. I have spent considerable time in one place, becoming intimately familiar with the subtle shifts in a person's gaze. From the changes in your pupils, I discern that you are biding your time, yearning for survival, only to return and seek my demise. Am I correct? Duan Lingxiao stated calmly. In Zero Prison, prior to confronting the 7 notorious masters, he had dealt with numerous treacherous and formidable inmates. Surviving was not mere fortune. It was a testament to his profound understanding of human nature and ability to perceive the minutiae with clarity. Although Zhou Tianhao concealed his murderous intent with remarkable depth, how could he possibly deceive Duan Lingxiao, who lived every moment in the company of dangerous criminals, constantly under the specter of death? Once discovered, the outcome was inevitable, a death. Zhou Tianhao noticed the icy indifference in Duan Lingxiao's gaze and felt a chill run down his spine. He understood that Duan Lingxiao was poised to strike. In such dire circumstances, why remain passive? It was time for a final desperate gamble. For he still possessed a trump card. With a thunderous roar, Zhou Tianhao's right fist expanded dramatically, resembling a colossal dumbbell. The knuckles cracked ominously, and his skin glistened with a dark sheen, akin to black iron. In that critical moment, Zhou Tianhao unleashed a powerful punch aimed directly at Duan Lingxiao's heart. Positioned on his knees, he launched his attack from a low angle, striking with ferocity. Renowned for his unmatched iron fists, Zhou Tianhao's most prized skill was embodied in this pair of iron fists. At that moment, the technique he unleashed was known as the splitting gold. The splitting gold technique was fierce, compressing his entire vitality into a single point before erupting with tremendous force, rendering it exceptionally terrifying. The critical aspect was its unpredictability. The opponent would have no chance to evade, and in such haste, failure and injury were inevitable. Zhou Tianhao had been feigning weakness all along, biding his time to unleash this brutal technique. However, the repercussions of this attack were severe, inflicting tremendous damage upon himself. Yet, he could afford no further hesitation. With a resounding impact, Zhou Tianhao's formidable punch was unleashed. In the next moment, he felt as if his fist had been ensnared by an unyielding force. Upon closer inspection, he was horrified to discover that Duan Lingxiao had firmly grasped his fist. Unmatched iron fists. Then let us render them useless, Duan Lingxiao stated coolly, exerting pressure. In an instant, Zhou Tianhao's fist was overwhelmed by an immense, insurmountable power. This force coursed through his arm, twisting it into a spiral shape in mere moments. The sound of bones cracking, tendons snapping, and flesh tearing echoed resoundingly. Zhou Tianhao screamed in agony. In the next heartbeat, Duan Lingxiao delivered a kick to Zhou Tianhao's abdomen, shattering his martial arts foundation and rendering him entirely incapable of harnessing his internal energy, thus reducing him to a mere shell of a man. A collective gasp of disbelief filled the air, eyes wide and bodies trembling. Thud. Thud. Zhao He, who was the first to kneel, followed closely by Gao Diyao. Their faces turned ashen, cold sweat beading on their foreheads, lips quivering. What shall we do? Speak up. Duan Lingxiao loomed above them, an imposing figure akin to a deity. The crowd quaked in fear, cowering in submission. It's all your fault, you two inept fools. You, a wretched harlot, only know how to seduce men, how desperate can you be? And you, arrogant scoundrel, parading around under my name, brazenly deceiving others, do you seek death? You cannot discern who should be offended and who should not perish. Suddenly, Zhao He, who erupted in fury, launching a barrage of punches and kicks at Zhao Guofeng and Zhao Mangru. The anguished cries of the two echoed, deriding Zhao He's actions. Can we not discern? Have you managed to make a distinction? A case of the 50 mocking the 100, akin to a monkey ridiculing an orangutan. What pretense of grandeur is this? Yet they dared not voice their thoughts. To do so would invite even more brutal reprisals. Zhao Guofeng and Zhao Mangru. From this day forth, you are left to fend for yourselves, you are no longer part of the Zhao family. After a prolonged silence, Zhao He finally ceased his assault. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he gazed at Zhao Guofeng and Zhao Mangru, who lay battered and unrecognizable, and with an indifferent expression, spoke in a grave tone. Uncle. Please don't. The two were struck with terror, their faces pale with fright. Without Zhao He, their formidable protector, how could they continue their audacity? Everything they enjoyed was a gift from Zhao He. Once lost, they would plummet to the depths of despair, with no chance of resurgence. Begone. Speak another word, and I shall shatter your limbs. Zhao He's expression darkened ominously, as though he could squeeze water from it. The two were left silent, their faces ashen. In the next moment, Zhao He immediately transformed his demeanor, donning a sycophantic smile as he turned to Duan Lingxiao. Sir, is this acceptable? These two fools have offended you, and I have dealt with them. Might I be spared? Zhao He inquired cautiously. Duan Lingxiao's gaze was filled with amusement, yet he remained silent. Oh, great sir. Do not be angry. I am willing to compensate 30 million, no, 100 million. I am prepared to compensate 100 million. Zhao He hastily exclaimed. Is your life merely worth 100 million? Should I decide to end you, I could easily seize your assets. Duan Lingxiao retorted with a cold laugh. Please, great sir. Spare my life. Zhao He, filled with dread, immediately knelt and pleaded for mercy. He understood that Duan Lingxiao spoke the truth. In this world, the existence of martial practitioners means that the legal system operates under two different standards, one for ordinary people and another for practitioners. As a martial practitioner, Duan Lingxiao was not easily constrained by ordinary laws. Zhao He had crossed him and could only accept his fate. I offer you two choices. First, take your own life. Zhao He's eyelids twitched as he quickly replied, I choose the second. Second, kill Zhou Tianhao, and then pledge your entire faction to me, Duan Lingxiao stated nonchalantly. Killing a sycophant like him would make little difference, yet such a sycophant could be of greater use if kept alive. Zhao He hesitated. If he did not kill Zhou Tianhao, he was certain to meet his demise today. However, should he kill Zhou Tianhao, he would be relegated to a subordinate role under Duan Lingxiao, with no chance of redemption. My patience is limited. 3, 2, Duan Lingxiao began a countdown. If Zhao Heihu continued to waver, his fate would be sealed. With a sudden resolve, Zhao Heihu drew a dagger and plunged it violently into Zhou Tianhao's heart, twisting it fiercely. Zhou Tianhao's eyes widened in disbelief, his teeth clenched in rage, as the absurdity of his fate struck him like a surreal nightmare. With a sardonic chuckle, the individual declared, "Today I have met my downfall, but should you take my life, await the vengeance of my master." With these final words, he succumbed. "From this day forth, the Black Tiger Hole shall heed your command." Zhao Heihu cast a glance at Zhou Tianhao's lifeless form, his hesitation evaporating as he resolutely knelt and proclaimed his loyalty. Gao Dayao too prostrated himself, his forehead striking the ground with a resounding thud. "Excellent. As long as you serve me well, I shall not treat you unjustly. Otherwise." He. Duan Lingxiao smiled wryly, sending a chill down Zhao Heihu's spine, as if he were being scrutinized by a malevolent spirit. In haste, he bowed repeatedly, affirming his allegiance. "Enough. Clean this place thoroughly, and ensure that the necessary items are delivered to the Shao family villa by morning." With that, Duan Lingxiao took Shao Manshue's hand and departed. To him, subjugating the Black Tiger Hole was merely a trifling task, one he did not dwell upon. However, the Dragon Palace, founded by the fourth notorious villain's master, had yet to be fully revealed, and he had not consolidated all its forces. Thus, a small faction like the Black Tiger Hole could still prove advantageous in his endeavors. Once Duan Lingxiao had left, Zhao Heihu and Gao Dayao cautiously rose from the ground. "Brother Hu, what shall we do?" Zhou Tianhao's master, Peng Qianhe, will undoubtedly seek retribution against our benefactor. Having slain Zhou Tianhao, we shall surely be embroiled in the fallout, Gao Dayao expressed anxiously. "Now that we have embarked on this path, there is no turning back. We cannot contend with Peng Qianhe. Do you believe we can rival this formidable figure?" Zhao Heihu countered. "Since we cannot withstand both, we must choose one to follow steadfastly. Currently, our only viable option is him, is it not?" He shook his head. Yet a glimmer of resolve flickered in his eyes. His submission was not merely a reaction to the perilous situation, but rather a conclusion drawn from meticulous contemplation and comprehensive analysis. Duan Lingxiao, youthful yet powerful, represented a genuine opportunity for advancement. In the world of the underbelly, stability is paramount, yet the ability to choose one's allies is of even greater significance. Duan Lingxiao exuded an enigmatic aura, one that transcended the ordinary. Zhao Heihu, a man well acquainted with the intricacies of politics, military, commerce, and the underworld, found Duan Lingxiao to be uniquely remarkable. It seemed he had the potential to rise above all, to dictate the destinies of many. A golden scale is not merely a creature of the pond, such an extraordinary individual is destined for greatness. This potential was worth the risk. Furthermore, we must address the onlookers, whatever means necessary, and ensure their silence. I do not wish for Peng Qianhe to seek vengeance immediately after we have dispatched Zhou Tianhao. At the very least, it must not occur so swiftly. Zhao Heihu cast a cold glance at the surrounding spectators. "Rest assured, Boss Zhao, we shall remain tight-lipped." The onlookers pleaded. "Please spare us." A few among them, previously emboldened by the chaos, now found themselves ensnared in a dilemma. Zhao Heihu might not eliminate them, but he would certainly implement measures to ensure their compliance. On the other side, Duan Lingxiao and Shao Manshue took a taxi back, the night deepening around them. During the ride, Li Dongming sent an image generated by text. Duan Lingxiao glanced at it, astonished to find a dense list of over a dozen factions. Among them were noble families, underworld forces, and even military and political entities, as well as martial arts associations. While he pondered this, Li Dongming initiated a voice call. "Lord Dragon Emperor, I have uncovered everything." Li Dongming's voice resonated. In the past 5 years, there have been 12 factions targeting the Shao family. Aside from the Lu family, the 6 prominent families of Jiangnan City, Lu, Li, Gu, Zhong, Qin, and Zhou have all participated. They have primarily seized most of the Shao family's assets in Jiangnan City, including but not limited to the machinery rental company. The local underworld factions have occupied the remaining industries, with the Sanjiang Gang, Longhu Gang, and Sakura Society being the most aggressive. 2 other factions consist of relatives of the Shao family, intent on cutting off all ties. "Continue," Duan Lingxiao urged, his voice slightly somber. He had been wrongfully imprisoned. And Xiao Longhu had been murdered. After his death, further disparagement ensued, even erasing his military achievements. The intricacies of this matter were many, and the depths ran deep. The factions involved were undoubtedly numerous, with 12 already identified in Jiangnan City alone. One could only imagine how many others across the southeastern provinces, the capital of Longdu, and throughout the nation, as well as in border regions, had been wronged by them and might act in the shadows. However, it is of no consequence. We shall investigate gradually, seek out the truth, and eliminate them thoroughly. Duan Lingxiao declared. Currently, the Xiao family's only remaining asset was that solitary villa. Everything else had been seized. The villa had narrowly escaped calamity solely because Miss Xiao Manxue had threatened to take her own life. And due to Xiao Longhu's status as a distinguished figure, no one dared to provoke it. Li Dongming paused for a moment before continuing, indeed. Upon hearing of Miss Xiao Manxue's threat, I felt compelled to inform you. Do you have specific information? Duan Lingxiao inquired. I have discovered that 3 days from now, the 5 major families will convene for a council to discuss the distribution of interests regarding various industries in Jiangnan City. They will gather in one place, Li Dongming replied. Good, I understand. Keep me updated with any news, Duan Lingxiao responded before ending the call. A council. This presents a splendid opportunity for a decisive strike, he mused. His gaze narrowing, and a glimmer of frost flashing within. Half an hour later, the taxi arrived at the Xiao family's villa. After settling the fare, the two proceeded directly toward the villa. At that moment, Duan Lingxiao's eyes turned icy. Years of combat experience had endowed him with an exceptionally keen perception. Beneath the veil of night, a subtle aura of impending danger lurked, hidden yet palpable, lying in wait like a creature in hibernation. Who could it be? He wondered. A cold smirk gracing his lips. It seems the Hon family's movements are swift. Brother Lingxiao, what troubles you? Xiao Manxue sensed his grip tighten around her hand and inquired. It's nothing. A mere flea has intruded, but it shall be dispatched shortly, Duan Lingxiao replied with a smile. A flea? Xiao Manxue furrowed her brows, immediately grasping that Brother Lingxiao was referring to an intruder. Let us proceed, there is no need for concern. Duan Lingxiao took Xiao Manxue's hand, their palms intertwined. The warmth emanating from his grasp instilled a profound sense of security within her. With Duan Lingxiao leading the way, he pushed the door open. In the same instant, 3 bullets pierced through the air, descending upon Duan Lingxiao with alarming speed. Harnessing his energy, Duan Lingxiao unleashed a protective aura, enveloping Xiao Manxue in a shield of spiritual energy. Upon contact with the barrier, the bullets behaved as if they had struck the surface of the sea, dissipating their force in a cascade of rippling waves. Strange, why do they not fall? From a shadowy corner on the second floor, a figure clad in dark attire lay poised behind a sniper rifle, his face a mask of bewilderment. The night was devoid of illumination, forcing the assassin to rely solely on the infrared night vision scope affixed to his weapon to discern the positions of the two individuals. Yet, the scope merely revealed their silhouettes, lacking any discernible details. What left him utterly astonished was that despite firing 3 shots, his targets remained standing, showing no signs of being struck. Is this amusing? At that moment, the assassin's body bristled with alarm as a voice echoed in his ear. Unbeknownst to him, Duan Lingxiao, who had seemingly been at the entrance, had now materialized behind him. How had he accomplished this? As an assassin, his pride lay in his ability to conceal his presence and his acute perceptual skills, yet he had sensed not a whisper of movement. The assassin's mind unraveled in despair. With no time to ponder, he concentrated his energy into a singular point, summoning all his might as he spun around, delivering a powerful punch aimed at Duan Lingxiao's head. Simultaneously, he planted his foot and attempted to flee. The aura emanating from Duan Lingxiao felt exceedingly ominous, and an internal alarm rang loudly within him, remaining any longer jeopardized his life. Yet under such circumstances, the escape was hardly an option. Since you have come, there is no way you shall depart. Duan Lingxiao executed a swift strike, landing a precise blow to the assassin's back. The latter let out a pained scream as he plummeted from the second floor to the grand hall below. At that moment, Xiao Manxue reached behind the door to activate the electric switch, illuminating the surroundings with a sudden brilliance. Speak. Who sent you to kill me? And which assassin organization do you belong to? Duan Lingxiao's foot rested firmly upon the assassin's head, his expression utterly indifferent. Prostrate on the ground. The assassin's gaze fell upon several intact bullets scattered about, remnants from the moment Duan Lingxiao and Xiao Manxue had entered, indicating that he had not misfired. Connecting the dots that this individual was a martial artist caused his expression to shift dramatically. A martial artist could stand immobile yet still deflect bullets. The only explanation was clear: he was a Celestial Realm warrior. To think you are a Celestial Realm warrior, I have underestimated you this time. However, prying secrets from my lips is an impossibility. If you kill me, the organization will not let you go. Prepare to meet your demise. The assassin's countenance hardened. Devoid of any trace of fear. Assassins of the Killing Hall underwent rigorous and often brutal training. The failure of a mission typically led to self-destruction. He clenched his jaw, ready to bite down on the poison concealed within his teeth. Crack. With a forceful step, Duan Lingxiao dislocated the assassin's temporomandibular joint. The poison tooth failing to release its venom before being crushed underfoot. Before me, you shall not even have the opportunity for self-destruction. Regardless of his time in Zero Prison or his military career 5 years prior, Duan Lingxiao is far from an empty-headed novice. Such trivial tricks are instantly recognizable to him. Hiss. The 9 in evil needles shot forth with precision, striking the assassin's acupoints. Simultaneously, Duan Lingxiao shattered the assassin's limbs, preventing him from imitating Lu Beilai and tearing his own throat in a fatal act of desperation. Savor this slowly, whenever you wish to speak. I shall naturally relieve your suffering. Duan Lingxiao reclined leisurely on the sofa, observing the unfolding scene with an air of calm. Head, I have undergone rigorous and comprehensive training. Do you really think your mere needles could compel me to yield? A fool's dream. The assassin's expression was one of utter disdain. Having endured severe training from a young age, the brutality of which is beyond description, almost akin to torture, he found it inconceivable that a few silver needles could bend him to submission. Yet in the next moment, the assassin's muscles began to quiver. Not just a single muscle, but every fiber in his body trembled in unison, akin to the strings of a finely tuned instrument. Soon, his entire form contorted violently, muscles twisting and intertwining as if they were strands of steel wire. The assassin's limbs tensed suddenly, pain crashing upon him like a storm. Overwhelming and inescapable. He had never experienced such excruciating torment in his life, feeling as if a sadistic individual were methodically severing his flesh, tendons, and bones with a chainsaw. This agony resonated from his very soul, akin to the mournful wails of the underworld. In but a fleeting moment, veins bulged on his forehead. The sweat beneath his skin seemingly evaporated, capillaries ruptured, and fine streams of blood seeped forth, transforming him into a figure drenched in crimson. I will tell you everything. The assassin's voice emerged, hoarse and strained, laden with profound suffering. He was unafraid of death, yet found himself unable to endure the relentless pain. His sole desire now was for swift release, to perish at once. Yes, it is the Horn family. I am a killer from the Assassin's Hall, number 13. As he uttered these words, the assassin trembled, pleading, please, grant me a merciful end. So it is the Horn family. The Assassin's Hall, you say? Quite intriguing. Duan Lingxiao was well aware of the Assassin's Hall, one of the top 10 assassination organizations in the Dragon Kingdom, its influence pervasive across the nation, with a branch stationed in Jiangnan City of the Southeast Province. Given the involvement of the Assassin's Hall, the necessity for this organization's existence was rendered moot. Duan Lingxiao placed his hand upon the assassin number 13's head, giving it a gentle twist, causing the latter's head to loll to the side. Come along. After ensuring that Xiao Manxue could rest, Duan Lingxiao made a call to Zhao Heihu. Well acquainted with the underworld, Zhao Heihu was adept at handling the grim task of disposing of bodies. He arrived promptly, a suitcase in hand. Upon entering, he found Duan Lingxiao seated on the sofa. Beside him lay a lifeless body. This is the assassin from the Assassin's Guild, designated as number 13. You shall take care of it discreetly, Duan Lingxiao remarked nonchalantly. Yes, sir. Zhao Heihu's gaze flickered. The name of the Assassin's Guild resonated strongly with him, as many affluent families routinely hired their services to eliminate rivals with substantial sums of money. However, the mention of number 13 sent tremors through his entire being. It is well known that the ranking of assassins within the guild descends from 1 to the highest, where the lower the number, the greater the prowess. An assassin ranked 13 signifies an elite member of the guild, whose success rate for assassinations typically exceeds 98. Yet, observing the scene, Duan Lingxiao remained utterly unfazed, clearly having triumphed over his opponent with overwhelming force. While the vivid image of Duan Lingxiao confronting Zhou Tianhao with a flurry of chopsticks lingered in memory. That was a direct confrontation. Conversely, the assassins from the guild excel in stealth and surprise attacks, striking decisively. The fact that even such an assassin was crushed illustrates the staggering extent of Duan Lingxiao's strength. With this thought, Zhao Heihu gazed at Duan Lingxiao with growing reverence. Feeling increasingly validated in his decision to submit and align himself today, experiencing an overwhelming sense of relief. By the way, I am Ling Tian, Duan Lingxiao stated, deliberately withholding his true identity. With countless enemies from 5 years past, both overt and covert, revealing his name would complicate the pursuit of truth, despite his lack of fear. Ling Tian. What a formidable name. Zhao Heihu nodded vigorously. Additionally, I have discovered that the Sanjiang Gang, Longhu Gang, and Sakura Society have, over the years, usurped numerous assets from the Shao family. I intend to make them disgorge every last bit with interest. A little undertone laced Duan Lingxiao's voice. Yes, sir. The Black Tiger Hall will surely follow your lead. Zhao Heihu looked up, astonished, as his heart surged with tumultuous emotion, soon replaced by overwhelming joy. With interest. This signifies the annihilation of the 3 major gangs. Though the Black Tiger Hall was a prominent underground force in Jiangnan City, it paled in comparison to the 3 major gangs. However, with Duan Lingxiao's assistance, the prospect of the Black Tiger Hall absorbing the other 3 gangs no longer seemed a mere fantasy. Thus, the Black Tiger Hall would ascend to become the most formidable power in Jiangnan City. Zhao Heihu immediately set about tidying the scene, ensuring the floor was spotless and immaculate. Sir, this villa has long been neglected and is somewhat dilapidated. Perhaps it would be better for you and Miss Xiao to relocate. I have an unoccupied villa in the coastal area, what do you think? Zhao Heihu inquired cautiously. No need, it is quite satisfactory here. Tomorrow morning. Have someone thoroughly clean and tidy up this place, Duan Lingxiao replied. This was the home of Shao Longhu, to which he had an emotional attachment, and for Shao Manxue. Parting with it was even more challenging, otherwise she would not have risked her life to protect the villa. Hence, he had no intention of leaving. Understood? Zhao Heihu nodded. But he did not depart immediately. Instead, he opened his briefcase and retrieved a small wooden box. Esteemed sir, I initially intended to present this to you tomorrow, however. There is no better time than the present, so I seize this evening's opportunity to offer it to you. Duan Lingxiao received the gift, opened it, and his expression instantly transformed, betraying a hint of discomposure. Nestled within the wooden box was a pearl of milky whiteness, measuring 5 centimeters in diameter, its luster radiant, seemingly exuding the essence of the sun and moon, as if it were a convergence of the world's quintessence. From whence did this pearl originate? Duan Lingxiao, suppressing his astonishment, inquired. A gambler at my casino lost millions and, unable to repay his debts, pawned this pearl. Despite its diminutive size, its density is astonishing, weighing several dozen pounds. I had it appraised, and the experts declared it not to be an ordinary jade, but rather a unique mineral. You, with your extensive knowledge, surely have a connection to this object, Zhao Heihu asserted. Indeed, I shall take this item, but rest assured, I will not leave you at a loss. I shall concoct a batch of elixirs that will guarantee your ascension to the Xian realm within 3 days, and I will further facilitate your rise to the Tian realm. Duan Lingxiao nodded affirmatively. Achieving the Xian realm in 3 days. Ascending to the Tian realm thereafter. Zhao Heihu was momentarily rendered speechless, as he was merely a novice in the martial arts. To become a Xian realm warrior was a dream he longed for. To attain the Tian realm was a fantasy he scarcely dared to entertain. What is it? Are you reluctant? Duan Lingxiao spoke calmly. No. I am willing. Zhao Heihu exclaimed joyously, kneeling in gratitude. An enigmatic pearl exchanged for a significant enhancement of martial prowess, this was a dream come true for him. Although the pearl was peculiar, he had subjected it to numerous tests and consulted various experts, yet its specific purpose remained elusive. Thus, aside from its curiosity and collectability, it held no other practical value. He had merely entertained a flicker of hope in presenting it to Duan Lingxiao, curious if he would recognize its worth. To his astonishment, Duan Lingxiao not only acknowledged its value but also engaged in a mutually beneficial transaction, yielding substantial returns for him. This exchange was exceedingly worthwhile. After Xiao Heihu departed, related, Duan Lingxiao turned his attention back to the pearl in his hand. This pearl was indeed a treasure, yet for an ordinary individual it bore little significance. And for martial artists, its utility was similarly limited. However, for someone like Duan Lingxiao, a practitioner of spiritual cultivation, it was immensely valuable. This object was a natural spirit source stone. For cultivators, their practices rely on the essence of spiritual energy from the world. And the spirit source stone is a naturally occurring mineral rich in spiritual energy. The energy contained within far surpasses that which can be naturally drawn from the environment. Moreover, the spirit source stone Xiao Heihu presented was nearly transparent, resembling a precious gem, indicating an exceptionally high concentration and purity of spiritual energy. Such a treasure is indeed a rare find for a cultivator, its worth beyond mere monetary description. The realms of martial practitioners are classified as Chendishen Huang, with the Huang realm being the lowest and the Tian realm the highest. Yet, beyond the Tian realm, there exist even higher stages. 5 years ago, when Duan Lingxiao became the champion marquis, he had already transcended the Tian realm. However, on the night of the bestowal of honors, he was framed. And his martial foundation was shattered. Since that moment, he has fallen from the celestial realm, reduced to a mere invalid. In essence, he is no longer a martial artist but rather a spiritual practitioner. As a spiritual practitioner, Duan Lingxiao naturally belongs to a distinct hierarchy, which includes stages such as Qi refinement, the innate, golden core, nascent soul, transformation, returning to void, harmony, then tribulation. Currently, Duan Lingxiao finds himself in the early stages of the innate realm. With the acquisition of this spiritual soul stone, I am determined to advance swiftly from the early to the mid-innate stage. In the next moment, Duan Lingxiao activated the War God technique imparted by his first malevolent master, causing all the meridians within him to operate at an astonishing speed, akin to a finely tuned instrument. A terrifying force erupted from his palm, and the spiritual soul stone was the first to succumb, immediately yielding a continuous stream of abundant spiritual energy. In an instant, Duan Lingxiao's complexion flashed with vigor. Deep within Zero Prison, the 7 malevolent masters had gone to great lengths for his cultivation, concocting potent medicines, capturing fierce beasts for their blood, and preparing bizarre ingredients for him to consume. Thus, within 5 years, he transformed from a mere invalid to a formidable spiritual practitioner who surpassed the 13th layer of Qi refinement and ascended to the mid-innate stage. At this moment, as the energy from the spiritual soul stone surged into Duan Lingxiao's body, he resembled a sponge amidst an endless ocean, relentlessly pressed by the overwhelming tide. Were it anyone else, such an intensity of energy absorption would have resulted in their body exploding, the meridian severed, and life extinguished. However, Duan Lingxiao was forged by the 7 malevolent masters, a fierce individual who had clawed his way out of the depths of battlefields and mass graves. His willpower was resilient enough to obliterate anything in its path. What could a person endure who has faced doubt, suspicion, resentment, jealousy, and hatred? The War God technique is exceptionally domineering, upright, and fierce, exuding an unparalleled momentum, akin to a raging dragon soaring through the heavens, crashing through all obstacles, stirring waves of vitality and strength. At this moment, within Duan Lingxiao, that tempestuous ocean surged forth. The spiritual energy within the soul stone was remarkably pure, and he absorbed it voraciously. Before long, he opened his eyes, which radiated a chilling brilliance, as if dragons and phoenixes intertwined, showcasing a primordial grandeur. An overwhelming might emanated from Duan Lingxiao's being, his realm firmly established in the mid-innate stage. Meanwhile, the spiritual soul stone in his hand had been reduced to mere fragments. With a thunderous roar, Duan Lingxiao felt as if a wild wolf surged within him, unstoppable and capable of shattering all barriers. The innate realm is divided into early, mid, late, and great perfection stages. I never anticipated that upon my release from prison, I would encounter such a pure spiritual soul stone to aid my breakthrough. No wonder the 7 malevolent masters proclaim that the mortal realm is the finest training ground. It truly is. With a creak, Duan Lingxiao casually clenched his fist, and an exceptionally pure force radiated from him. With this simple motion, his strength soared to over 10,000 pounds. Such power would send shivers down the spines of all martial practitioners. In the city of Jiangnan, among the cultivators, the strength of the Tiger War general is at the pinnacle of the profound realm, on the verge of entering the Earth realm. With all his power unleashed, it is estimated to be around 1,500 to 2,000 pounds. Yet, the casual grip of Duan Lingxiao possesses a force that is 5 to 6 times greater than that. This exemplifies the formidable nature of spiritual cultivators. Simultaneously, it highlights the terrifying aspect of the battle god technique. Ordinary cultivation methods cannot achieve such astonishing rates of advancement. With such pure spirit source stones, it is not uncommon for an average person to transcend 2 minor realms, yet I have only progressed from the early stage of the innate realm to the mid-stage. Indeed, as my malevolent masters have proclaimed, the true terror of the battle god technique lies in its ability to forge an unparalleled foundation, solidifying an unshakable base at each realm. A robust foundation is undeniably a crucial prerequisite for determining whether one can traverse further in the path of martial arts. Having steadied his mind and consolidated his realm, Duan Lingxiao realized that it was already past midnight. He rose and suddenly heard muffled whimpers coming from Xiaoman Xue's room. Rushing to her door, which was ajar, he gently pushed it open. It was cold and he felt hunger. "Don't chase me, don't hit me," Xiaoman Xue murmured incoherently. A pang of concern gripped Duan Lingxiao's heart. Bathed in the moonlight streaming through the window, he noticed Xiaoman Xue's body trembling slightly beneath the covers. Those accustomed to a life of luxury could not possibly comprehend this scene. The pain accumulated over 5 years of hardship cannot be easily erased in just a day or two. "I want to eat candied hawthorn, brother," Xiaoman Xue continued to mumble. Duan Lingxiao's hands clenched slightly as memories flooded back. Every time he and Xiaolonghu set out for battle, they would take Xiaoman Xue out for a delightful feast. Yet, her favorite treat was undeniably the sweet, crimson candied hawthorn sold at the school's entrance. "Brother Lingxiao, please don't leave. Stay with me, all right?" Xiaoman Xue instinctively curled up, wrapping her arms around herself as if embracing her brother Lingxiao. Even in her dreams, she feared losing him. In her world, both parents had passed away, and her brother had been harmed. She was left with only Lingxiao. He was her only one, her everything. He represented her life, her all. "I will not leave. I will always be by your side." A sharp pang pierced Duan Lingxiao's heart as he quickly approached Xiaoman Xue, gently placing a hand on her. A wave of gentle energy flowed into her body, then her tense form softened, relaxing significantly. Observing her steady breathing, Duan Lingxiao couldn't help but smile. "From now on, with me around, you will no longer suffer from nightmares, and every night will be filled with sweet dreams." Just as he was about to rise and leave, he suddenly felt Xiaoman Xue's arms tightly wrapped around his arm. She nestled close to him like a little kitten. "Brother Lingxiao, please don't go, don't leave me." "All right." Seeing this, Duan Lingxiao affectionately stroked her head and decided to stay by her side. The night passed in silence. In the deep of the night, at the Hon family residence in the provincial capital, Hon Yu sat on the sofa, holding 2 jade beads in his hands, while a cup of exquisite pu'er tea beside him had already cooled. He didn't take a single sip before he was waiting for a message. The efficiency of the Assassins Guild was remarkable. In the morning, he had approached them, quickly negotiating a price, after which they dispatched their finest assassin, designated as number 13. He was informed to await news by nightfall. "Father, rest assured, my sister's vengeance will be avenged." The success rate of assassin number 13 exceeded an astonishing 95. This assassination of that insignificant wretch would undoubtedly proceed without a hitch. A man, whose features bore a slight resemblance to Hon Yuegang, spoke up. He was Hon Quan, Hon Yuegang's eldest son. "I understand, but I cannot fathom why my right eyelid keeps twitching." Hon Yuegang furrowed his brow, hoping it was merely a manifestation of unnecessary worry. Just then, his phone vibrated. Hon Yuegang hastily pressed the answer button. "Hon Yuegang, the assassination attempt on the target has failed." The voice on the other end was notably somber. "What do you mean by that?" Hon Yuegang frowned, visibly displeased. "The literal meaning. After an assassination concludes, we immediately send a report back, yet number 13 has not communicated. I attempted to establish contact, but received no response. Our assassins would never sever ties with headquarters voluntarily. All signs indicate one thing: the assassin number 13 has encountered misfortune and is likely deceased. The voice on the other end now revealed a hint of anger. Training an elite assassin is no trivial matter. The cost of training each assassin starts at a minimum of 10 million, not including expenses for firearms and ammunition. To have one die so inexplicably is unfathomable. How could he possibly have escaped? He is merely a trifling character, devoid of any formidable backing. Whether you believe it or not, the facts remain, came the reply. Moreover, this failure is also linked to the inaccuracies in the information you provided. The target's strength should be conservatively estimated to be at least in the late stages of the Earth realm, if not at its peak. The possibility of him being a Heaven realm martial artist cannot be ruled out. Should you wish to continue with the assassination attempt, the bounty will be raised from 30 million to 200 million. With that, the call was abruptly terminated. Bang! Hunyuegang slammed the phone to the ground. His expression one of utmost fury. A suspected Heaven realm martial artist. Even if he is a Heaven realm martial artist, if he has killed my son, he shall not live. It seemed he had no choice but to seek out the Southeast Marquis. He was certain that the Marquis would not want anyone associated with the Shao family to remain alive, especially one who posed such a significant threat. Hunyuegang's gaze flickered with dangerous intent. He had investigated that insignificant character but found nothing, an utter blank. Such a person always emanated an elusive sense of threat, which left him feeling quite uncomfortable. The following morning, upon awakening, Shao Manshue found herself nestled in Duan Lingxiao's embrace, a small droplet of saliva staining his chest. Lingxiao brother, why are you sleeping here? Shao Manshue, still groggy from sleep, spoke with a voice laced with innocence. Awake at last. Duan Lingxiao, in truth, had not slept much. As a spiritual practitioner, he could absorb the energy of the heavens and earth to replenish himself. The quality of sleep as a means of rejuvenation was exceedingly inadequate for him. Shao Manshue nodded obediently, reluctantly rising from her comfortable position. Lingxiao's embrace was warm. Even more so than a plush mattress. Last night, I heard you talking in your sleep. I was concerned you might have a nightmare. So I stayed by your side to protect you, Duan Lingxiao remarked with a smile. Shao Manshue's face flashed instantly. Lingxiao Gij, I didn't say anything inappropriate, did I? If I revealed something embarrassing in my dreams, that I would truly be too ashamed to face anyone. Haha, indeed you did. But I shan't divulge that you confided in me numerous little secrets last night. Duan Lingxiao chuckled. What secrets? Shao Manshue inquired eagerly. If you call me the most handsome Lingxiao Gij 10 times, I shall tell you, he teased. The most handsome Lingxiao Gij. 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 After chanting 10 times, Shao Manshue asked, can you tell me now? Her face was flushed with urgency, resembling a rosy red apple. Ha ha ha, your dreams echoed that Lingxiao Gij is the most handsome, and you even mentioned wanting to have little monkeys with me. Duan Lingxiao joked. Lingxiao Gij, you are teasing me. Shao Manshue said, her cheeks blushing with shyness. Was it true that she had uttered many things in her sleep that she ought not to have? Although she had no secrets with Lingxiao Gij, it was undeniably embarrassing. Change your clothes fast. I just ordered breakfast on my phone, it will arrive shortly, Duan Lingxiao said, giving her a playful pinch on her rosy cheek. Shao Manshue nodded obediently. Just then, the doorbell rang. Duan Lingxiao swiftly exited the room. Upon opening the door, he was met by a man dressed in a black training outfit, his expression cold and stern. Who are you? Duan Lingxiao frowned, assuming it was a food delivery. He was surprised to see the man without any delivery boxes. It seemed he was not a courier. You are that young man surnamed Lin, aren't you? You are quite arrogant, having killed the vice president of our martial arts association, yet you dare to remain here in Jiangnan City unperturbed. What gives you such confidence? The man's face was grim, his tone haughty and accusatory. Killing a mere dog requires no confidence, Duan Lingxiao replied coldly. Humph. Elegant brat, you are indeed unreasonable. You have slain members of the Lu family, exterminating their entire lineage, you have paved your own path to death. The man retorted with a frosty demeanor. Speak only if you have business, otherwise, leave me be. Don't provoke me this early in the morning, the Duan Lingxiao warned, his expression darkening. The man hesitated momentarily, furrowing his brow before continuing with irritation. I have no interest in wasting words with someone like you. I come on behalf of our Martial Arts Association President, Yu Longjun, to inform you that you are to go to the association and apologize immediately. Only then might President Yu consider sparing you, otherwise, you will find yourself facing certain death. His tone was condescending, showing no regard for Duan Lingxiao. It wasn't that he was ignorant of Duan Lingxiao's accomplishments in annihilating the Lu family within a day. Rather, he simply did not care. Compared to the Martial Arts Association, the mere Lu family is utterly insignificant. The Martial Arts Association is a national organization. No matter how arrogant Duan Lingxiao may be, he would not dare to oppose the Martial Arts Association. You are a martial artist, yet the association governs martial artists. The common folk do not challenge the authorities. What gives you the audacity to act defiantly before me? Moreover, annihilating the Lu family is simple, but the ensuing troubles. How do you intend to resolve that? Bang! Duan Lingxiao suddenly kicked out, sending the man flying. Damn it. I haven't had breakfast this early and I'm already irritable. And now I have to deal with such a fool. How dare you kick me? I am Wang Chongqiang, the office director of the Martial Arts Association. How can you, a mere waste, dare to strike me? Wang Chongqiang shouted in indignation. Duan Lingxiao's gaze turned frigid. Such foul language. It seems you've forgotten to brush your teeth this morning. In a swift movement, he appeared beside Wang Chongqiang. Bang! A large foot carelessly stomped onto Wang Chongqiang's mouth, relentlessly trampling it until it was reduced to a mass of raw flesh. Wang Chongqiang cried out, Duan, I am conveying the orders of our President Yu. Do you dare to defy them? His voice trembled with anger, tinged with a whimper of pain. It hurt tremendously. My teeth are nearly falling out. What is Yu Longjun even worth? I would rather apologize to a dog than to him. That it is utterly laughable. Get lost. If he seeks revenge, I shall be here waiting. Duan Lingxiao kicked Wang Chongqiang 20 meters away, leaving him sprawled like a lifeless dog. Pfft. Wang Chongqiang spat out a mouthful of blood, his face a portrait of rage and humiliation. He was accustomed to being revered and flattered wherever he went. He had never endured such disgrace. Very well. Just wait, Duan. Wang will remember this grievance. Wang Chongqiang wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth, his eyes filled with venomous hatred. Sir, why are you lying here? At that moment, a delivery person on a small electric bike passed by and, upon seeing Wang Chongqiang on the ground, inquired with concern. His inquiry only deepened Wang Chongqiang's displeasure. Struggling to rise, he limped towards the Mercedes parked by the roadside. Soon, the car started and drove away, leaving the delivery person in bewilderment. What kind of game is this guy playing? Is this some sort of twisted fetish? Previously, he had encountered others who crawled on the ground, fetching their deliveries with their mouths, playing the part of a dog. One can only say, city folk certainly know how to have fun. Mr. Ling, do your delivery. The delivery person retrieved the meal box and handed it to Duan Lingxiao at the door before hastily departing. Duan Lingxiao entered the villa, holding the takeout, his gaze somber. Prior to his imprisonment, he had devoted most of his energy to military affairs. Although he was aware of the existence of organizations like the Martial Arts Association, he had seldom communicated with them. However, he understood well that within the Martial Arts Association, there were many experts, including some exceptional warriors and even deeply concealed ancient masters. However, that was merely a relative assessment of his former prowess. As for the present, I hope that Yu Longjun possesses enough discernment to refrain from seeking his own demise. On the other side, at the 10th floor of the Martial Arts Association building on Zhenxi Road in Jiangnan City, the computer screen on the desk displayed inappropriate content. The audio was distinctly from an island nation, while the visuals were domestic, and the plot was disturbingly abnormal. Before the screen, two individuals were diligently engaged in their tasks. President Yu, I am but your little pet, forever and always at your service. You may treat me as you wish. In the expansive office, a scantily clad woman adorned with a black collar, embellished with a copper bell, crawled to the feet of Yu Longjun, her face adorned with a sycophantic smile. Excellent. I did not anticipate such latent potential within you, capable of manifesting so many new skills. Jiang Bujing truly failed to exploit your talents, Ju Longjun mused. A satisfied expression gracing his features as he leisurely puffed on a golden leaf. After Jiang Bujing's demise, he originally intended to discard the woman once he had exhausted his amusement. Yet, unexpectedly, she had embraced role-playing with remarkable zeal, providing him with an unparalleled thrill, an experience that many men could scarcely fathom. Consequently, the desire compelled him to retain her presence, at least for the time being. Suddenly, the office door was forcefully flung open. "Who the hell are you?" A flash of murderous intent flickered in Yu Longjuan's eyes. The abrupt intrusion startled him, nearly causing him to recoil. While playing cards in his office, he never locked the door, for no one dared to enter without knocking. Jiang Bujing's wife, alarmed, hastily covered her overly exposed form with a cushion from the sofa. Just as Yu Longjun was about to unleash his wrath, he froze in shock. What on earth has transpired? He beheld Wang Qiongqiong's face smeared with blood, his mouth resembling a gaping wound, a sight of utter devastation. "President, that scoundrel surnamed Ling has shown you utter disdain. I suggested you invite him for a discussion, and he dismissed you as the greatest fool in the world. A worthless scoundrel, unworthy of negotiation," Wang Qiongqiong exaggeratedly reported, venom lacing his words. Did he truly utter such insolence? Yu Longjuan's eyes narrowed, a formidable aura emanating from his being. The scantily clad woman felt the temperature plummet several degrees, her teeth chattering, her body shivering. Meanwhile, Wang Qiongqiong lay prostrate on the floor, astonished. As the president of the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Association, Yu Longjun seldom resorted to violence. Yet the pressure radiating from him was unmistakable. That scoundrel surnamed Ling dared to confront President Yu head-on, it was a death wish. Indeed, he further declared that you are nothing, and that killing Vice President Jiang was akin to slaying a mere dog. Wang Qiongqiong spoke with a tone laden with malice. "You insolent wretch, seeking your own demise." Yu Longjuan's countenance darkened ominously, as if drenched in shadows. "President, you must avenge my husband. That scoundrel's arrogance cannot go unpunished, he must be eliminated." As Jiang Bujing's wife spoke, her gaze was filled with unbridled resentment. Had it not been for the fact that the other party had slain her husband, would she now be reduced to groveling before Yu Longjun, behaving like a mere lapdog, ingratiating herself daily? All of this was the fault of that scoundrel. It was at this moment that Wang Qiongqiong noticed the woman beside him, unable to suppress a swallow. This woman was stunning. Dressed in attire that was scantier than a beach bikini, her expression more provocative than that of a hostess at an exclusive club. How delightful it was to be in a position of leadership, nothing could tarnish his younger brother's reputation. "Fear not, that little scoundrel is already doomed to a fatal end. He is surely destined to die." Yu Longjun spoke coldly. "Then shall we gather the martial artists of the Martial Arts Association to capture that scoundrel?" Wang Qiongqiong exclaimed with excitement. "Calm down, this little scoundrel should not be underestimated. He has killed the Tiger General and Vice President Jiang. Do you think this matter can be settled so easily? To my knowledge, the military has already reported this incident. That scoundrel has slain the Tiger General. Yet he remains unaware that the Tiger General hails from the Qi family. I have learned that General Qi is furious and has vowed to take that scoundrel's head." Yu Longjuan's eyes narrowed slightly, exuding a sense of danger. "So, you mean we should wait for the Qi family to take action?" Wang Qiongqiong inquired solemnly. He had not anticipated that the Tiger General had such connections. The Qi family is one of the 10 prominent families in the provincial capital. Qi Chonglong, the head of the Qi family, is a figure of great influence. Within the military, one ascends from the rank of soldier to the leader of an army, thus earning the title of general. Above the general is the commander. As the title suggests, the commander is the leader of the generals. The Tiger General merely defends the military district of Jiangnan, while Qi Chonglong oversees the southeastern province. In other words, the Qi family is a colossal force in the southeastern province. That little scoundrel has slain the Tiger General. And that scoundrel Li Dongming dares to step forward to protect him, even shooting Lin Shannon's son. He must be relying on his connections. However, should the Qi family intervene, that scoundrel, regardless of his formidable backing, would find it difficult to stir any significant trouble. Wang Qiongqiong's eyes burned with hatred. He was closely allied with Lin Shannon, sharing a mutual disdain. Lin Haotian was even his godson. Yet he was brutally shot in the head by Li Dongming. And today, he was humiliated by being stepped on by Duan Lingxiao. Such an affront. He could hardly bear to wait any longer, wishing to seize Duan Lingxiao immediately and exact brutal revenge. Indeed, the Qi family has dispatched a significant figure who will arrive in Jiangnan in a couple of days. Not only to attend the council of the 6 great families to discuss the allocation of power and interests but also to address the issue of that little scoundrel. With this individual taking action, that scoundrel, even if he sprouted wings, would find it impossible to soar. Yu Longjun, confident and assured, appeared as if he were playing poker in an office, orchestrating victories from afar. Who is this important figure? Wang Chongqiang felt a jolt of alarm. To warrant the attention of Qi Chonglong, this person must hold substantial weight in the Qi family. The second master of the Qi family, Yu Longjuan's eyes gleamed with insight. Oh my, it's him. The wolf extinguisher. Wang Chongqiang was left in utter shock. The second master of the Qi family, known as the Violent Tiger. Once a valiant warrior following Qi Chonglong into the fray, he charged through the battlefield with the ferocity of a tempest, as if traversing an uninhabited realm. With sheer might, he tore apart the enemy's formation, literally ripping their generals asunder. His presence on the battlefield was akin to that of a ferocious tiger descending from the mountains, unmatched and exuding an overwhelming aura. Wherever this tiger tread, not a blade of grass would survive, leaving devastation in its wake. Let that little wretch's head linger on his neck for a couple more days. At the Zhao family villa, after breakfast, Zhao Hehu dispatched workers to transport a complete set of solid wood furniture into the residence. He thoughtfully selected pieces that had been treated to eliminate formaldehyde and other harmful substances, and instructed his subordinates to ensure the villa was spotless inside and out. In an instant, the once overgrown Zhao family villa was rejuvenated. Zhao Manshue's expression radiated joy as she felt a sense of home return. Sir, I have compiled the detailed information on the 3 major gangs, the Sanjiang Gang, the Longhu Gang, and the Sakura Society. Please review it. Just then, Zhao Hehu retrieved a thick stack of documents from his briefcase and respectfully presented it to Duan Lingxiao. No need to examine it. Proceed immediately to annihilate the 3 gangs and reclaim all assets they have usurped. Duan Lingxiao did not even glance at the materials. They were merely trifling factions. And he did not wish to squander precious time. Furthermore, the 3 gangs had dared to encroach upon the enterprises that Xiaolongu had fought for with his life. They should be prepared for their demise. Or eliminate them directly. Zhao Hehu was taken aback, his eyes wide with disbelief. He could scarcely believe his ears. What other course is there? Duan Lingxiao replied with a faint smile. Prepare the vehicle, we depart at once. Sir, please don't act impulsively. While the 3 gangs may lack your strength, their deep-rooted foundation in Jiangnan City spans many years, making them formidable with their intricate web of influence. Once war is declared, it will be a fight to the death, difficult to conclude. The Sakura Society is particularly unique, backed by Eastern forces. Zhao Hehu exclaimed in alarm, hastily attempting to dissuade him. He understood that Duan Lingxiao was resolute in his decision to eradicate the 3 gangs. But he never anticipated that Duan Lingxiao wished to do so immediately. Given the strength of Hehu Hall, accomplishing such a task would be akin to scaling a mountain. Are you unwilling to join? Duan Lingxiao's gaze flickered, his tone indifferent. If not, ensure the vehicle is ready at once. Zhao Hehu, slightly shaken, promptly responded with respect. Soon, the entourage of Hehu Hall arrived at the stronghold of the Sanjiang Gang, nestled in the western district of Jiangnan City. The Sanjiang Gang's headquarters was located at a port that had once served as an old dock. The gang's rise to prominence was built upon smuggling through maritime transport, yielding immense profits. Following urban redevelopment, their enterprises had been upgraded, establishing them as leaders in the shipping industry of Jiangnan City. After annexing a portion of the Zhao family's assets, they solidified an exceptionally robust foundation. At present, in the realm of shipping, the Sanjiang Gang stood as the unequivocal leader in Jiangnan City. Halt. This is the headquarters of the Sanjiang Gang. No entry without an invitation. A young thug clad in black obstructed their path, issuing a cold rebuke. After stepping out of the car, Duan Lingxiao, under the guidance of Zhao Hehu, strode directly towards the largest ship among them. The office and residence of Chun Kuning, the leader of the Sanjiang Gang, were located aboard. With a sharp slap, Zhao Heihu sent one of his subordinates sprawling, his demeanor ferocious. Damn it, I am Zhao Heihu, the esteemed leader of the Black Tiger Hall. You insignificant wretch have no right to dictate to me. Although Zhao Heihu was wary of the might of the three major gangs, having chosen to follow Duan Lingxiao, he understood the necessity of unity. In the underworld, indecision is the gravest sin. You think you can come to the Sanjiang gang to stir up trouble? On the dock, a robust man approached swiftly, his expression dark as thunder. Internally, he was taken aback, wondering what audacity had possessed Zhao Heihu to cause a ruckus within the Sanjiang gang. It must be noted that the overall strength of the Black Tiger Hall paled in comparison to the Sanjiang gang. The Sanjiang gang, along with the Longhu gang and the Sakura Society, was renowned as one of the three foremost gangs in Jiangnan City, while the Black Tiger Hall was relegated to the second tier. Lin Bao, go inside and inform Chen Kuning that we have matters to discuss with him, Zhao Heihu commanded coldly. In the past, he would never have dared to speak so boldly, but with Duan Lingxiao as his backing, he felt emboldened. After all, Duan Lingxiao was a terrifying figure capable of vanquishing even the formidable Zhou Tianhao with a single blow. Let your leader come out to greet us. Who the hell do you think you are? Lin Bao retorted angrily, launching a punch in response. The impact resonated through the air. Lin Bao, a martial artist of the Shen realm, surpassed Zhao Heihu in strength. The intensity of his blood energy surged powerfully, akin to a steel machine, causing the very ground to tremble. Zhao Heihu's expression changed, had it not been for Duan Lingxiao's presence. He would not have dared to act so brazenly at the gates of the Sanjiang gang. He was no match for Lin Bao, let alone Chen Kuning. With a casual motion, Duan Lingxiao intervened, his palm descending upon Lin Bao. Lin Bao's expression shifted to one of disdain. You insignificant pest. Daring to cause a stir on my Sanjiang gang's territory, do you not know the meaning of death? As his words fell, Duan Lingxiao's hand struck Lin Bao with unrelenting force. Lin Bao's face changed as he felt an overwhelming surge of terrifying power enveloping him. In the next instant, he was sent flying, crashing into the river beside the dock with a resounding splash, blood gushing from his mouth and staining the water crimson. The subordinates and thugs behind Lin Bao stood frozen in terror, their eyes wide with shock. Duan Lingxiao's speed had rendered them incapable of reaction. Lin Bao, a veteran member of the Sanjiang gang and Chen Kuning's right-hand man, was among the gang's top fighters. Yet, in this moment, he lay severely injured from a single blow. Who the hell are you, to treat me so? Lin Bao shrieked in agony, his face contorted in rage. What are you all standing around for? Get him. Kill that bastard. With this command, hundreds of Sanjiang gang members on the dock brandished electric batons and knives, charging towards Duan Lingxiao. Brothers, hold nothing back. Fight. If something goes wrong, I will take the blame. If we win, we shall feast like kings, if we lose, we will rot in prison. Zhao Heihu bellowed with fervor. Faced with a master like Lin Bao, he found himself in a precarious situation. However, in the presence of others, he felt little pressure. With a single punch, he could shatter the arm of a member of the Sanjiang gang. In the blink of an eye, he had already claimed the lives of over a dozen Sanjiang subordinates. He had to demonstrate his worth, otherwise he would be rendered worthless before Duan Lingxiao. Soon, the hundreds of Black Tiger Hall members clashed with the several hundred from the Sanjiang gang. The entire dock was engulfed in a storm of blood and chaos. Yet, Black Tiger Hall, being outnumbered, quickly found itself at a disadvantage. Zhao Heihu, you are seeking death. How dare you provoke the Sanjiang gang? Today, I'll break your dog legs and make you drink my urine. Lin Bao seethed with rage, his eyes filled with hatred as he glared at Zhao Heihu. More than that, he was astonished. He had never anticipated that Zhao Heihu would dare to challenge the authority of the Sanjiang gang. His gaze shifted toward the direction of Duan Lingxiao, his expression shifting between hope and despair. His instincts told him that Zhao Heihu's sudden boldness was entirely due to Duan Lingxiao's presence. But no matter how formidable the opponent, could he truly overthrow the entire Sanjiang gang? Kill. At that moment, the battle cries echoed as members of the Sanjiang gang surged from all directions like a tidal wave, encircling the people of Black Tiger Hall, leaving no escape. Duan Lingxiao's eyes flickered. In the next instant, he soared into the sky like a colossal eagle. Executing the group combat technique from the Dragon Fist, 10,000 cups ascend the dragon. Instantly, a powerful wave of energy surged forth. Resembling a gathering of carp from all corners, coalescing into a majestic and powerful dragon. Duan Lingxiao's imposing aura loomed above, delivering punch after punch. The thunderous booms resonated continuously. Each strike imbued with the sound of a dragon's roar. The faces of the Sanjiang gang members turned pale as they stared in terror at Duan Lingxiao. As if truly facing a primordial dragon. They were not only subjected to immense physical pressure but also felt as though struck by lightning, struggling to cope. Duan Lingxiao's muscles were as hard as iron, resembling an immensely powerful battlefield crossbow. Within the range of his punches, blood splattered and flesh flew. In no time, the number of Sanjiang members felled by Duan Lingxiao reached 300 to 400. In a mere moment, the tide of battle turned overwhelmingly against the Sanjiang gang, who retreated like lost dogs, howling in despair. What the hell? How could this be? Lin Bao's face turned ashen at the sight of this one-sided battle. Duan Lingxiao's strength was akin to a bulldozer, an invincible force crushing everything in its path. Supporting his injured body, he shouted towards one of the luxury yachts. Quickly inform the gang leader, we have a formidable opponent, hurry. But before he could finish his words, Duan Lingxiao had already closed in, delivering a punch that obliterated his head. Blood mist filled the air, the stench overwhelming. Duan Lingxiao's expression remained indifferent as he stepped onto the yacht's gangway. Meanwhile, on the most luxurious yacht docked at the pier, within an opulent private room adorned like a supreme VIP lounge, vibrant lights and flowing wine created an intoxicating atmosphere. In a lavish cabin aboard the cruise ship, vibrant and alluring, Chen Kuning indulged in the pleasures of life, being fed grapes by two scantily clad beauties. His hand, rather audaciously, wandered towards their intimate areas, eliciting soft giggles and delightful shivers from the women. Mr. Chen, please refrain from touching and let us sing. One of the ladies exclaimed breathlessly, unable to bear the situation any longer. You sing, I touch, neither of us shall be hindered, Chen Kuning replied, intensifying his grip rather than relenting. The soundproofing of the room was exceptional, rendering him oblivious to the chaos outside. Since the Sanjiang gang had divided the territory with the Longhu gang and the Sakura society, peace had reigned, and Jiangnan city presented no real threats. Other factions were not even in the same league as the Sanjiang gang. With wealth and power, indulgence in life's pleasures was inevitable. These two young women, though not innocent, were university students skilled in various arts, their affections sincere as they called him father and daddy. After a moment, he planned to hold the microphone in his left hand, singing conquer while his right hand roamed suggestively. What bliss it would be. Suddenly, a loud bang reverberated as the door to the private room burst open, and a bloodied corpse was unceremoniously thrown inside, crashing onto the glass table before Chen Kuning. The impact sent fine spirits, fruit platters, and appetizers scattering in disarray. The accompanying beauties shrieked, hastily covering their exposed chests. Damn it. Chen Kuning's expression shifted as he assessed the situation with calmness born from experience. It was evident that an intruder had breached their sanctuary. He instinctively recoiled, grabbing one of the women and thrusting her forward as a shield. In a swift motion, he retrieved a gleaming Desert Eagle handgun from beneath the sofa, a precaution he had taken in anticipation of unforeseen dangers. Bang! As the woman was propelled forward, a figure appeared in the doorway. Without hesitation, Chen Kuning fired his weapon, unleashing a barrage of 10 bullets straight ahead. One struck the woman in the chest, sending her crumpling to the floor, lifeless, while the remaining 9 were aimed at the figure standing in the entrance. Chen Kuning did not wait for the intruder to speak. The mere fact that they had managed to board the cruise indicated substantial losses among the Sanjiang gang and a complete breakdown of their defenses. This suggested that the intruder was exceptionally formidable. Thus, Chen Kuning opted for immediate action to secure his safety before considering anything else. Boom. Die, you wretched scoundrel. Chen Kuning rose, prepared to ascertain the situation outside. In mere seconds, a shot fired at such close range left the opponent utterly defenseless. Suddenly, the expression on his face shifted dramatically. 9 bullets came to an inexplicable halt merely 10 centimeters from him, suspended in midair, as if time itself had frozen. The manifestation of condensed chi and malevolence. Chen Kuning's eyes widened in astonishment, recalling a certain realm of martial practitioners. Upon reaching the earth realm, a martial artist begins to refine their chi and malevolent energy. The purpose of this energy is both protective and offensive. This explains why martial arts masters, once they strike, emanate an intimidating aura that compels others to retreat in fear. This aura is a manifestation of the refined chi and malevolence. However, this is relative at such close proximity. The protective chi shield should be incapable of stopping a desert eagle's bullets. Yet, the evidence lay before him. This indicated that the chi shield of the individual before him was extraordinarily formidable and robust, far beyond the capabilities of an Earth-realm martial artist. This meant that the opponent was a Celestial Realm master. Third, Chen Kuning was left dumbfounded by his own speculation. Moments ago, he had contemplated resistance and seizing the opportunity to fire his weapon. Now, he was consumed by an overwhelming fear, devoid of any rebellious spirit. Respected Celestial Realm Master, how may I serve you? I am certain I have wronged no Earth-realm martial artist, let alone someone of celestial stature. If I have erred in any way, I am willing to repay tenfold, 100-fold, 1,000-fold. I beseech your magnanimity. Chen Kuning's face turned ashen, bewildered as to when he had offended such a significant figure. His mind raced, desperately attempting to recall any misstep. 5 years ago, you usurped the Shao family's mechanical equipment company, subsequently allowing your Sanjiang gang to monopolize the dog transportation industry. Am I mistaken? Duan Lingxiao spoke with a calm demeanor. Swish. Chen Kuning's complexion paled. Why, you are from the Shao family? This is not my fault. I did seize part of the Shao family's assets, but all annual profits were handed over to the higher-ups. Moreover, the order for me to seize the Shao family's assets came from above. Chen Kuning hastily protested. He could hardly fathom that, despite the Shao family's decline 5 years ago, someone would emerge to avenge them. Handed over to whom? Duan Lingxiao's gaze narrowed. Indeed, matters were not as straightforward as they seemed. Chen Kuning's expression darkened, caught in indecision. Speak. Duan Lingxiao's aura radiated, akin to the arrival of death itself. Chen Kuning felt an unbearable weight pressing upon his chest, as if he were being forcibly submerged in concrete. Breathing became an arduous task. I received orders from the steward of the southeastern Maquis state. Beyond that, I know nothing. Truly, I am not deceiving you. I had no choice but to obey the southeastern Maquis commands. Chen Kuning stammered, trembling. I believe you, Duan Lingxiao replied with a detached tone. Phew. Chen Kuning instantly exhaled in relief. But in the next moment, he heard a chilling remark that sent shivers down his spine. Yet, you are not blameless. With that, a decisive snap resonated in the air. Duan Lingxiao swiftly snapped Chen Kuning's neck. At that moment, Zhao He entered, wielding an electric baton, and upon witnessing the scene, his gaze sharpened. Chen Kuning, as the leader of the Sanjiang gang, had previously commanded a facade of respect from Zhao. Yet now, he lay before him, lifeless and unblinking. The irony and thrill of the moment were palpable. Sir, what shall we do next? Zhao He inquired, his tone laden with profound reverence. Let us proceed to the Longdu gang. We must act swiftly and eliminate them all in one fell swoop, Duan Lingxiao replied casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Understood. Zhao He responded promptly, his heart racing with excitement, his body trembling with anticipation. In a single day, 2 major gangs had been eradicated. Such audacity was unimaginable. A dream too bold to dare. Yet today, it had become reality. Meanwhile, at the Longdu gang, the second in command, Ma Hu, expressed his disquiet. Boss, I cannot shake this unsettling feeling. Yesterday, I received news that at the Lu family's grand wedding, a mysterious and formidable figure slayed both Lu Beilai and Lu Junxian, father and son, before also killing the Han family's heiress. Mere hours later, the Lu family was completely annihilated. Witnesses nearby reported that after the massacre, the assailants set fire to everything, reducing it to ashes. This is nothing short of barbarism. Ma Hu, a towering figure at 6 feet 3 inches, with arms as thick as the average man's thigh and adorned with a gold chain around his neck, spoke with evident concern. In their world, offending a martial artist was the gravest of missteps, for such individuals operated outside the law with their own set of principles that defied conventional justice. The one who had decimated the Lu family was not only powerful but shrouded in mystery. Brother, you are overthinking this. What does it have to do with us? interjected Wang Chao, the leader of the Longhu gang, casually playing with 2 iron balls in his hands, his brow marred by a broken segment. His triangular eyes glinted with a cunning and perilous light. It has everything to do with us. The Lu family was annihilated for their treachery, abandoning their betrothal to the Shao family's ugly heiress and disfiguring Shao Manchu. The reason this individual sought vengeance upon the Lu clan is evidently tied to the Shao family. And we, the Longhu gang, have seized a considerable portion of the Shao family's assets, Ma Hu protested, furrowing his brow. What is there to fear? You worry too much, brother. Although we have taken some of the Shao family's holdings, they currently have no means to retaliate against us, Wang Chao chuckled, exuding an air of inscrutable confidence. What do you mean by that? Ma Hu asked, bewildered. I have gathered reliable intelligence. The second heir of the chief family has already set out for Jiangnan City. That man is as good as dead, Wang Chao declared. The second heir of the chief family. The one who can tear apart wolves barehanded. The expression on Ma Hu's face shifted dramatically, clearly taken aback by the news. The name of the ruthless tiger instills fear throughout Jiangnan. Who would dare to remain unperturbed? Furthermore, when it comes to encroaching upon the assets of the Shao family, any of the 6 major clans have far surpassed our dragon and tiger gang in their transgressions. Even if that young man intended to confront us, it seems unlikely he could spare the time. Wang Chao spoke nonchalantly, showing little concern for the matter. Ma Hu nodded in agreement, realizing he had been overly anxious. Suddenly, a deafening explosion reverberated through the air. Both men were struck by a thunderous roar that caused their eardrums to ache. They glanced upward, still in shock. A powerful shockwave surged towards them, shattering the solid wooden doors and windows of the hall. The splintered wood was propelled forward with an unstoppable force, leaving the 2 men no time to react as they were thrown to the ground, gasping for breath. Amidst their astonishment, Duan Lingxiao strode in. You are the one who annihilated the Lu family. Wang Chao and Ma Hu exchanged wide-eyed glances, utterly shocked. They had recognized Duan Lingxiao from the surveillance footage of the Lu family's wedding ceremony. Just moments ago, they had been brimming with confidence, believing their adversary would not confront them so soon, especially with the expectation that the second master of the chief family would soon eliminate him. Now, they found themselves painfully disillusioned. It seems you have recognized me. Let us dispense with pleasantries. Who commanded you to encroach upon the Shao family's assets? Duan Lingxiao wasted no time on idle chatter and swiftly unleashed several silver needles. The 9 in-demon needles. Instantly, an overwhelming and excruciating pain engulfed them. Wang Chao and Ma Hu writhed in agony, their bodies convulsing. This torment penetrated to their very bones and souls, and with their limited prowess, they were akin to cattle stumbling into a crocodile-infested swamp. How could they possibly endure? It was the Southeast Marquis. The steward of the Southeast Marquis' estate, Wang Tianxing, ordered us to devour and seize the Shao family's properties, allocating 70 to 80% of the spoils to the Southeast Marquis' estate, with the remainder left to our discretion. Ma Hu's face contorted in pain, his hands trembling slightly. It seemed that both the Dragon and Tiger gang and the Sanjiang gang were operating under the covert orders of the Southeast Marquis. The head of that scoundrel, the Southeast Marquis, no longer seemed worthy of preservation. A glint of murderous intent flashed in Duan Lingxiao's eyes. Why had the Southeast Marquis acted thus? He was well aware. Previously, during the border conflicts, a logistics director under Xiaolong who had embezzled supplies intended for the soldiers, selling them at a fraction of their worth. The total amount embezzled had reached a staggering 400 million. Like Duan Lingxiao, Xiaolong who could not tolerate the misappropriation of taxpayer funds for personal gain. Thus, he had ordered the director's arrest and execution, remaining steadfast in his adherence to military law. However, this individual was related to the Southeast Marquis, being his brother-in-law. At that time, the Southeast Marquis had attempted to intercede on his behalf, but Xiaolong who had remained resolute, choosing to uphold justice without bias. Consequently, the Southeast Marquis harbored resentment towards Xiaolong Hu, now instigating the Sanjiang gang, the Longhu gang, and the Sakura Society to encroach upon the assets of the Shao family is a calculated move, seeking to take advantage of the Shao family's misfortunes following the death of Xiaolong Hu. I have spoken my piece, I beseech you for mercy, Wang Chao cried out hoarsely, his voice a strained whisper filled with agony. Ma Hu, enduring his own suffering, pleaded desperately for reprieve. One must bear the consequences of their misdeeds, mustn't they? Duan Lingxiao extended his hand, and in the fearful gaze of Wang Chao and Ma Hu, he effortlessly snapped their necks. At that moment, Zhao Hehu entered from outside. Sir. The entirety of the Longhu gang's living forces has been severely crippled, and the remaining strength has been completely subdued. I doubt they will be able to stir up any further trouble, Zhao Hehu reported, his face flushed with excitement. For many years, his Black Tiger Hall had languished in the shadows and never competing on the same level as the Sanjiang gang or the Longhu gang. However, from this day forth, the tides had turned. If reliant solely on himself and the Black Tiger Hall, even with a decade's time, he could not have achieved today's results. Yet, with Duan Lingxiao's intervention, it had taken less than 2 hours to eradicate the Sanjiang gang and the Longhu gang entirely. Death swept like the wind. Life akin to falling leaves, scattered and fragmented. Zhao Hehu gazed at Duan Lingxiao with increasing reverence, pondering the true extent of his power. Was he a martial artist of the heavenly realm, or something beyond? Zhao Hehu perceived Duan Lingxiao as an unfathomable ocean, deep and mysterious. Let us proceed to the Sakura Society, Duan Lingxiao spoke languidly. Among the 3 major gangs, the one he despised the most was indeed the Sakura Society, for 2 reasons. Firstly, the Sakura Society had ties to the East Japan. Secondly, it was led by San Guoxing. San Guoxing had once been in dire straits, burdened by substantial debts. Until Xiao Longhu took him in and provided him with employment. Eventually, he even appointed him as the deputy chief economist of a company under the Xiao family, thus altering the trajectory of San Guoxing's fate. However, once the Xiao family fell into turmoil, he was the first to align himself with the East Japan Chamber of Commerce, acting as an insider to aid in the plundering of the Xiao family's assets. He transformed himself into a spokesperson for the East Japan Chamber of Commerce. Regardless of the past or present, my greatest disdain lies with the treacherous and disloyal. A surge of fury ignited within Duan Lingxiao's eyes. The Sanjiang gang and the Longhu gang were merely concerned with the appropriation of assets, it was a matter of profit. Yet, San Guoxing of the Sakura Society represented a question of character and morality. Moreover, colluding with the East Japan was the source of Duan Lingxiao's utmost wrath. Sir, the Sakura Society is backed by the East Japan Chamber of Commerce, and they possess formidable strength. Their influence may embroil us in significant troubles, Zhao Hehu responded, a tremor of apprehension coursing through him. The Sakura Society's might is formidable, especially given its unique background connected to the East Japan. They are but curs from the East Japan. Should they obstruct our path, we shall slay them. Duan Lingxiao declared coldly, his words imbued with an unparalleled, commanding confidence. Indeed, Zhao Hehu's spirit surged, utterly captivated by Duan Lingxiao's formidable presence. It was clear that the intention was to annihilate all 3 gangs. Damn it, if we are to act, let us act decisively. Let us create a profound upheaval. Let us astonish the world. Soon, the 2 arrived in the southern part of Jiangnan City. Here lies a street known as the Ancient Culture Long Street. All the buildings here exude an air of antiquity, steeped in historical charm. However, the architectural style is uniformly Japanese in design, featuring wooden doors, intricate carvings, lanterns, and ornamental trees, almost all meticulously replicated from Japanese structures. The Sakura Club is situated in the heart of this street. At this moment, numerous affluent individuals from Jiangnan City traverse the long street, with many entering the grand doors of the Sakura Club. The club is backed by the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, serving as a vital communication bridge between the chamber and local businesses in Jiangnan City. At the entrance of the Sakura Club, a successful middle-aged man, impeccably dressed in a suit with polished leather shoes and a Rolex adorning his wrist, stepped out of a Rolls-Royce Phantom. Following him were 2 men clad in traditional kimonos. 2 young women, gracefully poised, swiftly approached to open the car door, welcoming the distinguished guest. This man is San Guoxing, the head of the Sakura Club, while the 2 kimono-clad gentlemen are the vice presidents of the Japanese Chamber of Commerce, Kaohara and Kakuida Koichi. Mr. San, you have managed the Sakura Club with remarkable precision over the past 5 years, facilitating numerous substantial deals for our Japanese Chamber of Commerce. The rapid development of the chamber owes much to your contributions, Kaohara said with a smile, patting San Guoxing on the shoulder, appearing quite pleased. Indeed, Mr. San is a rare exemplary citizen of the Dragon Kingdom. Rest assured, as long as you serve the chamber diligently, I will certainly recommend to the president that you receive an honorary medal, Kakuida Koichi remarked coolly. It is my honor to serve the chamber, San Guoxing responded. Bowing deeply in a manner reminiscent of a true Japanese, his face adorned with a humble smile. Vice President Kayohara, Vice President Kokuida. I have invited you both here for an important matter. San Guoxing seized the opportunity to speak urgently. What is it? Please, go ahead, Kakuida Koichi urged. The head of the Lu family, Lu Beilai, was murdered yesterday at the Tianfu Grand Hotel, and the entire Lu family was annihilated. I believe you are both aware of this matter, San Guoxing said respectfully. We are aware. Our Japanese Chamber of Commerce has an intelligence system. The assailant was a young man in his 20s with the surname Ling, Kakuida Koichi replied gravely. At this point, one must highlight the incompetence of your Dragon Kingdom. The patriarch of a local family was brazenly slain by a mere youth, with the entire clan wiped out. Such a thing would be utterly inconceivable in our Japan. Kayohara scoffed derisively. Historically, Japan has continuously learned from, imitated, and even appropriated the culture of the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, the Japanese have always possessed a character that is subservient to the powerful while dominating the weak, fearing might rather than virtue. Therefore, despite Japan's defeat in the last conflict, it has not become subdued, rather, it has occasionally revealed some latent ambitions over the years. Mr. Qingyuan, Mr. Kakuta, your observations are indeed astute. Yet this individual possesses a mysterious background and employs ruthless tactics, ultimately presenting a significant dilemma. After all, the primary usurpers of the Shao family's enterprises, aside from the 6 great clans, are none other than our Sakura society. The other factions, such as the Sanzhong gang and the Longhu gang, have merely skimmed the surface. If that fellow named Ling intends to restore the Shao family's honor, it may prove quite challenging. San Guoxing furrowed his brow, visibly troubled. He chuckled coldly, stating, Our Eastern Merchant Association is not to be trifled with. Should he dare to provoke us, the blades of our Eastern warriors will undoubtedly exact a bloody toll. With your words, I find solace, San Guoxing replied with a slight smile and a nod. Mr. Kakuta, Mr. Qingyuan, I have recently gathered several young girls from impoverished regions. All tender and under 18, they are currently awaiting you inside. Tonight, as you stay here, I suggest you take the opportunity to educate these fledglings. San Guoxing's spirits lifted, deftly shifting the conversation. Truly, San, you are quite considerate, Kakuta Yukichi rejoiced, while Qingyuan and more eagerly anticipated the prospect. Training the young innocents was indeed their passion. And the previous encounters had not been sufficiently youthful. San Guoxing's understanding of their desires marked him as a well-trained companion of the Eastern Merchant Association, their most obedient hound. San Guoxing. Just then, a chilling voice resonated from somewhere along the ancient cultural Long Street. Who calls my name? San Guoxing was taken aback, his expression darkening. Given his stature, others typically referred to him as Chairman San or President Sunday. Who dared to address him so brazenly? His icy gaze swept the area, landing upon a tall, imposing figure striding forward, accompanied by Xiao Hehu and a host of his subordinates from the Black Tiger Hall. It's that Ling. What brings him here? San Guoxing's pupils contracted in disbelief as he processed the unexpected arrival of Duan Lingxiao at the Sakura Society, and so swiftly at that. Mr. Kakuta, Mr. Qingyuan. This is the one who annihilated the Lu family. San Guoxing informed his companions. This individual appears rather unremarkable. Could he truly have vanquished the elite of the Lu family? Kakuta Yukichi replied, a hint of skepticism evident in his furrowed brow. His doubts were unwarranted. Duan Lingxiao's youthful appearance, complemented by his sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, along with a prominent nose, conveyed the impression of a university student. How could such a person be capable of committing familial extermination? As Duan Lingxiao approached, his gaze was frigid, emanating an unreserved aura of lethal intent. With each step closer, San Guoxing felt as though he were ensnared in an icy wilderness, every pore prickling with a biting cold that penetrated like a venomous serpent. Nevertheless, despite Duan Lingxiao's obliteration of the Lu family, which had stirred considerable uproar in Jiangnan City, San Guoxing remained unfazed. The Lu family operated independently, while he was the leader of the Sakura Society, the foremost among the 3 great gangs, backed by the formidable Eastern Merchant Association. He had no reason to fear. No matter how formidable one individual might be, could he truly overturn the established order here? Sun Guoxing, you have shown a remarkable ingratitude over these past 5 years. Having received the benevolence of the Shao family, you have committed the despicable act of betraying them, choosing instead to serve the Easterners like a dog. If Longhu were to know that the person he once aided has now sunk to such depths, he would surely obliterate you, a mere piece of refuse. Duan Lingxiao spoke indifferently. What do you mean, Ling? What qualification do you, an outsider, have to interfere in my affairs with the Shao family? Moreover, had it not been for my intervention, the Shao family's fortunes would have long since crumbled, Sun Guoxing retorted, visibly displeased and even enraged. He may be ungrateful, but he would not tolerate being accused of such. He could serve the Easterners, but he could not bear being insulted as such. Are you suggesting that the Shao family ought to be grateful to you? Duan Lingxiao's gaze was filled with intrigue as he looked deeply at Sun Guoxing. Since you assisted Shao Mangxue in eliminating the Lu family members, you must be acquainted with Shao Longhu and wish to advocate for the Shao family. In that case, I shall not squander words on you. Shao Longhu once helped me, but my current standing is solely the result of my own efforts. Since you are seeking justice for the Shao family, I shall generously provide them with an additional sum of 500,000. Is that satisfactory? I am aware that the Shao family has fallen on hard times in recent years, and this sum would indeed be substantial for them. Sun Guoxing frowned, feeling the sting of that amount. He was notoriously miserly and greedy. Had it not been for Duan Lingxiao's annihilation of the Lu family, which instilled a certain fear, he would have been unwilling to part with even that sum. Ha! Sun Guoxing, you are rather magnanimous, Duan Lingxiao chuckled. The assets of the Shao family, to which the Sakura Club has seized, total no less than 1 billion each year. The profit from their enterprises is close to 100 million. Yet you are only willing to offer 500,000 in compensation. What is the matter? Are you dissatisfied? Let me remind you, do not be overly greedy. Sun Guoxing recognized the mockery lacing Duan Lingxiao's laughter, then his anger surged fiercely. Damn it. I am the president of the Sakura Club now, a significant figure mingling with the vice president of the Eastern Business Association. How dare a mere youth mock me? Were it not for my caution regarding Duan Lingxiao, I would have already commanded that his legs be broken to teach him a painful lesson. I am quite satisfied. But I did not come here today to request money, Duan Lingxiao replied with a smile. Oh. Sun Guoxing breathed a sigh of relief. It appeared this fellow was merely a FAOD of bravado, hesitant to act knowing there were members of the Eastern Business Association present. Indeed, the Shao family had become a pitiful entity, universally scorned. How could anyone who stood up for them be a formidable character? Then you should leave at once. I have 2 vice presidents to entertain today and no time for you. Sun Guoxing's words were cut short as Duan Lingxiao's form flashed before him. I have come today not for money, but for your life. With a resounding slap, Duan Lingxiao struck down, forcing Sun Guoxing to the ground. Subsequently, he placed a foot upon Sun Guoxing's right shoulder, and with a sickening crunch, one of Sun Guoxing's arms was brutally shattered beneath his weight. At the juncture of his arm and shoulder, exposed bone gleamed starkly white, with the brutal marks of torn flesh and sinew vividly apparent. Blood gushed forth, a torrential spray. The agonizing intensity of his suffering could not conceal the profound shock etched upon his face. A piercing scream accompanied the sheer panic reflected in his eyes. He could hardly fathom that Duan Lingxiao would dare to act, and with such crude ferocity, akin to a ferocious tiger unleashed, wreaking havoc and slaughter. Damn it. The pain is unbearable. You scoundrel, how dare you break my arm? Mr. Qing Yuan, Mr. Kakuta, intervene swiftly, help me eliminate this wretch. Sun Guoxing's cries of torment and deep-seated hatred reverberated, piercing through the eardrums of all who heard. At the entrance of the Sakura Society, passers-by were either esteemed scholars or affluent merchants, their status grand and their backgrounds illustrious. In that instant, upon hearing Sun Guoxing's anguished wails, their gazes converged. When they beheld that his arm had been completely crushed, the bright red stamp still spewing blood mixed with shattered bone fragments, a collective pallor swept over the crowd. Sun Guoxing, an ordinary man, had suffered the excruciating fate of having his arm brutally broken, an ordeal that could only be likened to the most extreme form of torture. The gruesome sight of his severed arm even compelled several beautiful women, who often associated with wealthy merchants, to retch in disgust. The security personnel at the Sakura Society exchanged wide-eyed glances, stunned into silence by the shocking scene that had unfolded before them. You little wretch, you are courting death. This is the Sakura Society, not the Lu family, the place where you cannot run rampant. Sun Guoxing's forehead glistened with cold sweat, his eyes bulging with rage. Bloodshot and filled with fury. What a ferocious man. Although it was not the first time Xiao Heihu had witnessed Duan Lingxiao's brutality, he was nonetheless taken aback. He descended like a demon, unrestrained and merciless, instilling an unparalleled sense of dread. You were once a mere dog, your livelihood granted by Xiao Longhu, who treated you with profound kindness. Yet, what have you done? Over the past 5 years, Shaman Xue has endured relentless humiliation. Did you ever once visit her? Did you offer even a scintilla of assistance? What have you done? You not only repaid kindness with ingratitude but also brazenly encroached upon the Xiao family's assets. Is this your repayment to the Xiao family? Duan Lingxiao loomed above, his foot pressing down upon Sun Guoxing's head like the harbinger of death. Bang! Another kick landed squarely on Sun Guoxing's remaining arm. Crack! The last vestige of his arm was crushed as if it had been run over by a truck. The muscle, along with 2 bones, was reduced to a gruesome mix of flesh and shattered remnants. Sun Guoxing gritted his teeth, writhing in pain. How terrifying! Is this fiend intent on turning President Sun into a mere puppet? The assembly of wealthy individuals and beautiful women along the boulevard were expressions of utter shock. In high society, despite the sordidness that often lurked behind the scenes, there was a tendency to maintain a facade of formality and feigned benevolence. Yet, never had they witnessed such a brutal and terrifying spectacle. Son, you fool, cease this at once. This is the Sakura Society, under the protection of our Eastern Merchants Association. To kill so recklessly in public is to seek death. Kokyuta Koichi's face flashed with rage as he shouted vehemently. However, Duan Lingxiao paid him no heed. With a single step, he crashed down, producing a sickening crack. This time, Sun Guoxing's left leg was shattered. The agony was so intense that Sun Guoxing nearly lost consciousness. Yet, Duan Lingxiao swiftly inserted a silver needle into his Tianzhong acupoint. Even the most excruciating pain could not render him unconscious. Instead, the needle intensified his suffering manifold. You, a mere wretch from the Dragon Kingdom, dare to disregard me. Kokyuta Koichi seethed, unleashing a powerful punch. Instantly, a tremendous force erupted, bearing down on Duan Lingxiao. Begone! Duan Lingxiao bellowed, his voice akin to thunder, resonating like the roar of a celestial dragon. In that moment, Kokyuta Koichi felt as though he had been struck by lightning. Staggering back 5 or 6 steps before regaining his composure. How can this be? Kokyuta Koichi's mind reeled, his expression shifting dramatically. He was a high-ranking warrior from the Eastern Isles, serving as the vice president of the Eastern Isles Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan City. His martial prowess ranked among the top 10 in Jiangnan. Yet, in the face of Duan Lingxiao's thunderous shout, he found himself unable to withstand even the opponent's aura. This was utterly unfathomable. He was a master capable of ascending the elite warrior list in the Eastern Isles, revered in his homeland and dominant in the Dragon Kingdom. Now, to be unable to resist even the opponent's presence was a profound humiliation. When did the Dragon Kingdom produce such a formidable young talent? Impossible. It defied logic. The top 10 young prodigies from the Eastern Isles would likely be no match for him. Kokyuta Koichi's countenance fluctuated, dark and uncertain. Meanwhile, Duan Lingxiao redirected his focus to Sun Guoxing. One final step, and I shall bestow upon you a body of a human pig, Duan Lingxiao declared, crushing Sun Guoxing's last intact right leg. Blood erupted forth, transforming the ground around Sun Guoxing into a pool of crimson. The vivid red was blinding, the stench was overwhelming. Sun Guoxing had completely lost his limbs, reduced to a grotesque state, his muscles spasming in agony. Yet, devoid of limbs, he writhed like a maggot in a burning pit, desiring death but finding it elusive. The stimulation from the silver needle exacerbated his suffering to unimaginable levels. Young Masterling, it is my fault. I should not have been ungrateful, should not have betrayed you, should not have acted treacherously. Kill me, thy wish to die, oh please, let me die swiftly. Sun Guoxing pleaded. The Eastern Isles Chamber of Commerce compelled me to encroach upon the Xiao family's enterprises. They seek to dominate the Dragon Kingdom's market, using the Xiao family's resources as a FAOD for nefarious activities such as organ trafficking and live organ transplants. Even arranging for organs to be smuggled abroad through clandestine channels. Sun Guoxing was utterly shattered, his voice a wail of desperation, pleading for a swift end. Even the most sensitive secrets stumbled from his lips, shocking all who heard them. Baka Yaru. Sun Guoxing, cease your nonsensical ramblings. Beware lest I sever your tongue. You despicable swine. Qing Yuan and Ma coldly admonished. Is that so? Duan Lingxiao replied, seemingly unfazed. The people of the land of the rising sun have long been restless in economic, military, and political spheres, harboring intentions to pose a threat to the dragon nation. The trade of organs, while illegal and morally reprehensible, does not come as a surprise given the historically tenuous ethical principles of the Japanese. This is not their first foray into such reprehensible acts. Sun Guoxing is not destined to perish just yet, and Duan Lingxiao has no desire to simply eliminate him. To deal with a traitor by granting him a swift death would be far too lenient and convenient. It is imperative that he experiences the depths of human suffering. To truly know what it means to wish for death. As Sun Guoxing's cries of agony echoed, Duan Lingxiao's gaze shifted towards Akita Koichi and Kaohara Kazuma. Sun Guoxing is but a pawn of your Japanese Merchant Association, suggesting that the encroachment upon the Shao family's enterprises is orchestrated by you. Am I correct? Duan Lingxiao's voice was cold, imbued with an unmistakable indifference. Kaohara, though your assertion holds some truth, it merely reflects standard business practices. The Shao family has fallen into disrepair. And it is only natural that the capable seize control. Since you wish to stand up for the Shao family, our Japanese Merchant Association is open to forging a deep collaboration, splitting the profits 50-50. What say you? Kaohara Kazuma countered. If it is merely the capable who seize control, then I possess sufficient ability. Does that not render your lives inconsequential? Duan Lingxiao retorted coldly. Kaohara. There is an ancient saying in the Dragon Nation, those who understand the times are the true heroes. Do not presume that a mere display of strength can compel us to yield. The foundations of the Japanese Merchant Association are beyond your comprehension. Kaohara Kazuma replied, shaking his head. Indeed, why don't we transform our hostilities into harmony and sit down for a cup of sake to discuss matters amicably? Akita Koichi suggested. A cunning glimmer in his eyes, his face adorned with a smile. Duan Lingxiao's strength had exceeded his expectations, prompting him to stabilize the situation before seeking an opportunity for revenge. Do you think that merely proposing to turn swords into plowshares absolves your actions? How amusing. Moreover, no one craves your Japanese sake, which is akin to horse urine. Duan Lingxiao declared as he unleashed a powerful punch. Seeking death, are we? Since you refuse to accept my goodwill, I seize this Chinese wretch. Akita Koichi backed, his eyes ablaze with fury as he gestured, summoning dozens of armored warriors from the Sakura Society. Kill. Slay this Chinese scoundrel. Kaohara Kazuma and Akita Koichi shed all pretense, their faces twisted in extreme malice. With swift movements, the cadre of Japanese warriors, clad in combat gear and fully armed with katanas, exuded an air of ferocity. Duan Lingxiao assessed the situation, his mind already grasping the reality. The Japanese military and aristocracy often cultivate formidable warriors through dubious means, such as enhancement drugs and human experimentation. These armored warriors were evidently augmented by special substances to unleash their latent potential, predominantly hovering around the mid-tier warrior level. Nonetheless, even so, the collective combat prowess of such a multitude of mid-tier warriors could potentially pose a significant threat, even to those at the earth realm of martial cultivation in the Dragon Nation. It is noteworthy that the Nippon Chamber of Commerce, though merely a foreign entity, wields an influence that surpasses that of many local organizations in Jiangnan City. Is this not akin to allowing one's adversaries to plunge a dagger into one's own abdomen? This underscores the extent of the Japanese infiltration into the Dragon Nation, which is nothing short of staggering. Just then, a formidable samurai, clad in armor, suddenly swung his katana, aiming a strike at Duan Lingxiao from the side. Without a flicker of emotion, Duan Lingxiao calmly extended two fingers, effortlessly pinching the descending blade between them. With a snap, he struck his fingers together, causing the katana to shatter instantaneously into countless fragments, akin to shattered ice. One of these jagged shards hurtled forth, piercing the eye of the mid-tier samurai, resulting in a gory eruption of blood. "Oh, it hurts. My eye!" the samurai exclaimed, clutching his face as blood gushed forth between his fingers. The remaining mid-tier warriors were taken aback, their expressions shifting dramatically. The katana they wielded had been forged by the finest craftsmen in Japan using exceptionally resilient metal, yet it had been obliterated by mere fingers of Duan Lingxiao. Such a weapon, crafted from high-quality steel, had crumbled as if it were nothing more than tofu in his grasp. This insufferable wretch possesses formidable strength. We must call for reinforcements, lest we encounter dire consequences. Qing Yuan and Ma exchanged glances, and subsequently Qing Yuan discreetly retrieved his phone, tapping a few commands. This unfolding scene did not escape Duan Lingxiao's keen observation, yet he remained indifferent. If his adversaries yearned for annihilation, how could he refrain from indulging their desires? Let us converge and eliminate this abominable creature, bellowed the strongest of the samurais, brandishing his katana as he charged forth. The others followed suit, encircling Duan Lingxiao from all directions. They were rigorously trained, their foundations solid, and their coordination impeccable, a blend of offense and defense. In an instant, they had Duan Lingxiao ensnared in their midst. Mr. Zhao He, who watched in trepidation, every warrior present was a master, and he struggled even against a single mid-tier samurai, let alone against such a multitude of skilled opponents. The 30-odd Japanese samurai wasted no breath. They understood well that villains often perish due to excessive chatter, especially in the presence of such a formidable foe, and thus they remained vigilant. With 6 or 7 blades arcing down toward Duan Lingxiao, the air shimmered with the intensity of their strikes, as if a cage were closing in around him. A mere flock of clumsy fools. Duan Lingxiao exclaimed as he swiftly propelled his right foot forward, mimicking the iconic stomping style of Stephen Chow in the film Kung Fu. With a series of resounding thuds, the toes of several Japanese warriors were flattened beneath his feet. A surge of immense power erupted, sending the samurai hurtling backward, crashing to the ground. Die, you imbeciles! 4 more Japanese warriors advanced from behind. Duan Lingxiao pivoted, unleashing a rapid punch that struck true against their chests. Crack! Their sternums caved in, and their bones pierced into their lungs. Blood gushed forth, erupting like a fountain. Bang! Turning swiftly, Duan Lingxiao launched another kick. 2 Japanese warriors were sent flying several meters away. Their hearts shattered upon impact, causing them to cough up blood alongside fragments of their own hearts. Pathetically weak. Duan Lingxiao shook his head, expressing his disappointment. With a fluid motion, he activated the Dragon Soaring 9 Heavens technique, resembling a divine dragon emerging from the sea, soaring through the cosmos, effortlessly weaving through the remaining Japanese warriors. Crack! 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 With each warrior he passed, he precisely grasped their necks. A gentle squeeze was all it took to snap their necks. In the blink of an eye, the ground was strewn with the lifeless bodies of Japanese warriors. The island nation of Japan, which dared to gather so many warriors on the sacred ground of my dragon kingdom, was thought to pose a significant threat, yet it appeared to be nothing more than refuse. Duan Lingxiao smiled faintly, his gaze proud and defiant, reminiscent of a majestic eagle soaring above the mundane world. The streets lay in utter silence. The affluent attendees of the Cherry Blossom Festival stared wide-eyed, trembling in disbelief at the scene unfolding before them. How terrifying! Such power is beyond human capability. Could this be an extraterrestrial? Baka. A warrior may be killed, but never humiliated. Angered, Kakuida Koichi, a member of the elite ranks of Japanese warriors, held a profound belief in the spirit of Bushido. Hearing Duan Lingxiao's derision towards their kind, he erupted in fury. Slap! Duan Lingxiao moved swiftly before Kakuida Koichi and delivered a resounding slap to his face. Bang! Kakuida Koichi tumbled through the air for several meters before crashing to the ground. Half of his face was left fractured, nearly disfigured. All his teeth were scattered on the ground. Ugh! Kakuida Koichi could not utter a word, his speech slurred. Blood foamed continuously from his mouth. Die! Duan Lingxiao relentlessly stomped on Kakuida Koichi, expressing his disdain for his foes in the most brutal manner. Soon, Kakuida Koichi was left battered and bruised, his chest caved in, blood spurting forth. His entire body bore no intact surface. He resembled a frog thrown into boiling water, reduced to mere instinctual spasms and tremors, unable to exhibit any other behavior. By heaven, this man is terrifying. Kaiohara and Mo's expressions changed drastically. In a flash, he abandoned Kakuida Koichi and darted towards the Cherry Blossom Society, as a gang sheltered by the Japanese Chamber of Commerce. The inner structure of the society was funded by them. In a precautionary measure, Kaiohara and Ma had even constructed a steel bunker within. Originally intended for his twisted pleasures of tormenting abducted women, it had now become his refuge for survival. He rushed into the Cherry Blossom Society, pressed a button on the wall, when with a thunderous crash, the wall before him split open. He slipped into a narrow space that had just opened up. In an instant, the narrow passage sealed behind him. Damn it, damn it. How formidable this Dragon Kingdom scoundrel is. I had just spoken with President Tokugawa on the phone. If we can hold on a little longer, reinforcements should arrive swiftly. Qin Yuan and Mo's faces turned pale, for the first time experiencing the ominous threat of death. However, he felt a sense of reassurance, as the walls of this room were fortified with steel plates embedded within a meter-thick layer of concrete, rendering them virtually indestructible, capable of withstanding even bullets. No matter how powerful the adversary, they were still merely martial practitioners, who, after all, are mortal beings. He could not fathom that Duan Lingxiao could breach these defenses. Boom. At that moment, a deafening sound reverberated through the room, causing Qin Yuan and Ma to instinctively cover their ears. Good heavens, could it be? Stunned, Qin Yuan and Ma were overwhelmed by the intense vibrations that filled them with an acute sense of unease. He hastily pulled out his phone and dialed several numbers. Just then, another colossal crash echoed, even louder than the previous one. Qin Yuan and Ma lifted their gazes to the wall. Suddenly, shock and confusion painted their faces, as they witnessed chunks of concrete rapidly dislodging from the seemingly impenetrable wall. Soon, the robust steel plates beneath were exposed. With a resounding thud, a deep fist imprint appeared on the steel plate, which was supposed to withstand bullets and conventional artillery. How could it be shaken by a mere fist? In that instant, Qin Yuan and Mo's expressions shifted, their eyes narrowing in dread as fear enveloped them. Bang! Qin Yuan and Ma collapsed to the ground, their bodies feeling as though all strength had been sapped from them. They stared in horror as the number of fist imprints on the steel wall multiplied, forming a dense cluster of protrusions. Damn it, could it be that I, the esteemed Vice President of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, damned to perish here? Qin Yuan and Mo's face turned ashen. Just then, his phone beeped insistently. It was President Tokugawa. President. Have you arrived? This Dragon Kingdom scoundrel has gravely injured Vice President Kakuta and slaughtered over 30 of our mid-tier martial artists. I am about to be killed. Qin Yuan and Ma shouted, his voice trembling with agitation. Do not panic. I am not in Jiangnan City at the moment, but I have already summoned young Master Ouyang to your aid, came Tokugawa's voice. He too found the situation quite incredulous. During his tenure in Jiangnan City, such an invasion had never occurred. Who exactly is this young man from the Dragon Kingdom? Why have I never heard of him before? Young Master Ouyang? Excellent. I shall await his arrival. We can hold on for a few more minutes. Qin Yuan and Ma replied eagerly. President, please urge young Master Ouyang to hurry. Otherwise next year on this day will mark my death anniversary. Qin Yuan and Ma cried desperately. Grandma Lu Shaoqing once said that apart from life and death, all else is trivial. When faced with the imminent threat of death, few can maintain their composure. Just then, the heavy steel plate suddenly burst with a loud bang, creating a gaping hole. Boom! A formidable force surged forth, striking Qin Yuan and Ma with overwhelming pressure that constricted their chests, causing them to expel a mouthful of dark blood. Please, don't come any closer. Qin Yuan and Ma trembled, their gazes quivering like flickering candles in the wind as they beheld the approaching Duan Lingxiao. To their astonishment, they discovered a safe house had been constructed here. Duan Lingxiao surveyed the room with a darkening expression, for the steel and concrete chamber was adorned with a multitude of peculiar implements, whips, hooks, daggers, candles, ropes, chains, and a dragon gate frame, many stained with remnants of blood. It was evident that this place had been the site of unspeakable activities. The Japanese were indeed perverse. Duan Lingxiao forcefully kicked Qin Yuan and Ma out of the room, and they fell like lifeless dogs at the feet of Kida Koichi. The two quaked in fear, their eyes reflecting terror, as if standing at the bottom of the food chain before a fearsome predator. Speak. Why have you encroached upon the Shao family's enterprises? No matter how you calculate, the Shao family's assets should be beyond the reach of your Japanese business association. If there are no other forces at play, Then you must be jesting. The methods your association has employed to expand its influence in Longdu over the years have hardly varied, Duan Lingxiao stated calmly. Upon hearing this, Qin Yuan and Ma's expressions shifted dramatically. They had not anticipated that Duan Lingxiao possessed such profound knowledge of their Japanese business association's secrets. Mr. Ling, spare my life. If you grant me mercy, I am willing to betray Japan and become your servant, a mere dog beneath your feet. I will not hesitate to comply with your every whim, Kida Koichi pleaded, crawling on the ground towards Duan Lingxiao. Koichi Kida, you wretched creature. How dare you betray our great Japanese empire? Qin Yuan and Ma shouted in furious outrage, having already communicated with Tokugawa Chongyue, who would soon send reinforcements. Yet at this critical juncture, Koichi Kida, this worthless coward, chose treachery. There is an old saying in Longdu, those who recognize the times are the true talents. Qin Yuan and Ma, do not be obstinate. I suggest you learn from me and kneel before Mr. Ling, begging for his forgiveness. Kida Koichi retorted coldly, unmoved by their fury. Meanwhile, his right hand rested against his waist, the glimmer of realization flashing in Qin Yuan and Ma's eyes. Previously, Kida Koichi had participated in Japan's human experimentation project, successfully passing the initial trials. The results of these experiments involved concealing lethal toxins within the human body. Once released, this poison would rapidly transform the vicinity into a hellish realm where no one could survive, ensuring certain death. Kida Koichi had already sustained grave injuries from Duan Lingxiao's assault, missing the optimal window for treatment. Even if he were to seek medical attention now, equipped with the best facilities, recovery was improbable. Thus, he resolved to drag Duan Lingxiao down with him to hell before his demise. Please answer my question first, said Duan Lingxiao. The president of our Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce is Tokugawa Kyoyek, and his Tokugawa family is one of the 10 great families of the East. They wield significant influence and have long been entrenched in the Long Kingdom's market, establishing a substantial stronghold. Among the local forces allied with the Tokugawa family is the Ouyang family, replied Kakuta Koichi. The Ouyang family? Are you referring to the Ouyang family from Jinling? Duan Lingxiao inquired. Indeed. Kakuta Koichi looked at Duan Lingxiao with surprise, thinking to himself that this was indeed the case. Duan Lingxiao's knowledge of the Ouyang family from Jinling suggested that his background was anything but simple. Mr. Ling, all of this is under the orders of Tokugawa Kyoyek, with the Ouyang family's involvement as well. I am merely following orders and have not harmed any member of the Shao family in the past 5 years. I beseech you, considering my honest confession, spare my insignificant life. Kakuta Koichi pleaded incessantly. In the next moment, he suddenly tore open the flesh at his waist, exposing blood and innards. Simultaneously, a thick black cloud of toxic mist rapidly engulfed the area. A sudden turn of events. As he spoke, Kakuta Koichi drew ever closer to Duan Lingxiao, until only a meter or two separated them. This proximity was an almost unparalleled advantage for him. At such a close range, the toxic mist could exert its maximum effect. Even if Duan Lingxiao were a martial artist of the heavenly realm, what could he do? The speed of the mist spread was swift, and its ability to permeate was formidable. The protective aura of a martial artist of the heavenly realm could not hinder the infiltration of the mist. This was not a bullet, it was an invisible threat. Should even the slightest trace touch him, it would spell certain death. With a swift motion, Kakuta Koichi shredded the muscles of his waist, blood gushing forth. In that same instant, a nauseating, pitch-black toxic mist wafted into the air. By his deliberate guidance, the mist surged directly towards Duan Lingxiao's face. Ha ha ha. A cold, cruel grin spread across Kakuta Koichi's face. Die, you foolish pig. Do you think our Eastern Japan warriors would easily surrender? Absolutely not. This toxic mist is concocted from 27 of the deadliest poisons. Do you feel your blood thickening, your circulation stifled, and your muscles tingling with spasms? You dare to cause trouble here at our Cherry Blossom Society, to slap the face of the Eastern Japanese people. Today shall be your demise. He felt a sense of satisfaction. Although he was gravely injured, it would all be worth it if Duan Lingxiao perished. However, in the next second, the smile on Kakuta Koichi's face suddenly froze. The triumphant sound in his throat was abruptly stifled. No, it was not merely stiff. His expression was bizarre, almost spectacular. This was because Duan Lingxiao had neither dodged nor summoned his energy to form a protective aura. Instead, he stood calmly, appearing unresponsive. Initially, Kakuta Koichi had intended to mock Duan Lingxiao for his arrogance in not even attempting to evade the toxic gas. However, when he observed Duan Lingxiao, who did not exhibit the gruesome spectacle of blood streaming from 7 orifices, he was immediately taken aback. This should not have happened. A mere breath of this toxic mist should yield instantaneous effects. Yet, the reality was starkly different. Duan Lingxiao remained utterly unharmed. How could this be? How could you possibly be unscathed? Kakuta Koichi watched in disbelief as the poisonous mist was inhaled by Duan Lingxiao, only to see him perfectly fine. The impact of this revelation was overwhelming. This was merely a toxic mist, a trivial tactic that you Easterners revered as a standard. Duan Lingxiao scoffed derisively. Having inherited the pharmaceutical king's scriptures from his fifth malevolent master and cultivated a body impervious to poison, this toxic mist was as inconsequential to him as a sweet dessert after a meal. Impossible. This simply cannot be. Kakuta Koichi remained in disbelief. The price of a life paid for such an outcome was utterly intolerable. In this world, nothing is impossible. If it were, it simply means you are not strong enough. With a smile, Duan Lingxiao approached Kakuta Koichi and stamped his foot down. Bang! One of Kakuta Koichi's arms shattered into a mist of blood. Kakuta Koichi screamed in agony. Bang! Duan Lingxiao did not pause, stepping down on his other arm. Kakuta Koichi's limbs were reduced to a gruesome pile of flesh and blood. Oh, Ling, if you have the ability, kill me, just kill me. Kakuta Koichi howled. Very well, but I believe that granting you a swift death would be too merciful for an Eastern dog. Duan Lingxiao unleashed the 9-in demon needle. Instantly, Kakuta Koichi's body stiffened, followed by violent convulsions. Under the relentless wave of excruciating pain, Kakuta Koichi found it unbearable. It is known that the horror of the 9-in demon needle lies in its ability to ensnare a person in an endless purgatory, subjected to an unceasing torment that defies description. Lu Beilai, unable to endure it, had chosen to tear his own throat in suicide. Unless the acupoints of the victim are sealed, an ordinary person would not withstand it. I want to die, I want to perish. Kakuta Koichi's face contorted in extreme agony, and never had he yearned for death more than at this moment. Yet, with his arms obliterated into a mist of blood, he was incapable of ending his own life. He struggled to rise, suddenly ramming his head against the wall with reckless abandon. The ferocity of his actions was utterly horrifying. Boom! A resounding crash echoed as Kakuta Koichi's head struck the wall, creating a gaping wound. Blood gushed forth uncontrollably, leading to his immediate demise. Only you remain. Duan Lingxiao approached Kaiohara and Ma. Ling Sang, Mr. Ling, I was wrong. We, the Eastern merchants, will return all of the Shao family's assets with both hands. If you are still unsatisfied, we can offer compensation. Kaiohara and Ma, witnessing Kakuta Koichi's dreadful fate, pleaded incessantly. There is no need for that. Killing you means the possessions are mine. Moreover, based on what transpired in that underground steel room, killing you Eastern dogs 10 times over would not be excessive. Duan Lingxiao retorted coldly. I have long heard of the collusion between the nobility of the Eastern land and certain local bureaucrats and malevolent forces in the Dragon Kingdom, exploiting wealth and power to deceive impoverished girls from destitute mountain villages for their personal indulgence. Indeed, it is as I have heard. Duan Lingxiao possesses a keen sensitivity to blood. Within the basement, he sensed that at least dozens of young girls had perished there. This wretched scoundrel from the Eastern land deserves to meet his end. Stop. Do not harm Qingyuan and Ma, he cried, his voice trembling with urgency, anxious as to why reinforcements had yet to arrive. This man was nothing short of a lunatic. If help did not arrive soon, he would surely suffer a gruesome fate. Just as Duan Lingxiao was about to crush Qingyuan and Ma underfoot, a chilling voice interrupted. You scoundrel, cease at once. The speaker was a young man clad in an opulent suit. Upon his arrival, the eyes of Qingyuan and Ma sparkled with hope. Young Master Ouyang, you have finally come. This is splendid. Their joy was palpable. Young Master Ouyang, known as Ouyang Fangri, belonged to the illustrious Ouyang family of Jinling. The Ouyang family maintained a close cooperative relationship with the Eastern Lands Merchant Association, which is why President Tokugawa Chongyue had requested the Ouyang family to intervene in this matter. Firstly, the Ouyang family possessed the capability to resolve such issues, and secondly, the Ouyang family happened to be in Jiangnan City, thus timely for the occasion. Ouyang family nodded to Qing Yuan and Ma before turning his gaze towards Duan Lingxiao. With an air of superiority, he addressed him with a haughty demeanor. Do you have any idea whom you have slain today? The Vice President of the Eastern Lands Merchant Association. Are you attempting to jeopardize the international relations between the Dragon Kingdom and the Eastern Land? President Tokugawa has already contacted me. Had I not arrived in time, you would have surely committed a grave error. Ouyang family wasted no time in casting heavy accusations upon Duan Lingxiao, his tone icy and aggressive. Begone. Duan Lingxiao replied coolly, offering no further commentary. What did you say? Ouyang family was taken aback, scarcely believing his ears. I said, begone. Duan Lingxiao narrowed his eyes, a glint of coldness flashing within them. This insufferable fool was clearly attempting to take advantage. For such a person, Duan Lingxiao felt no inclination to engage in dialogue. If he sought death, then let him meet it. In the face of one who sought his own demise, Duan Lingxiao would not hesitate to strike. Seek death, you fool. Ouyang Fengri's anger bubbled over, a sinister expression crossing his face. He had never regarded Duan Lingxiao as a threat, viewing him merely as a brutish man who relied on violence than worthy of consideration. Given the Ouyang family's status in Jinling and the Dragon Kingdom, he felt no need to extend any courtesy towards Duan Lingxiao. Little did he anticipate that Duan Lingxiao would dare to command him to leave. Attack! Ouyang Fengri snarled. At his command, a group of over a dozen bodyguards surged forward, all possessing formidable skills at the mystic realm level, their battle-hardened auras exuding a palpable scent of blood. Bang! 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 Duan Lingxiao unleashed a flurry of powerful kicks. The bodyguards, akin to fragile chickens, were swiftly subdued, all collapsing to the ground in pitiful wails. Such strength! A dozen bodyguards trembled in fear, their eyes quivering. The onslaught from the opposing side was utterly overwhelming. A bunch of useless fools, Ouyang Fengri coldly remarked. Then turned to Duan Lingxiao, saying, not bad. No wonder you dare to create a disturbance at the Cherry Blossom Society, it appears you possess some skills. Ouyang Fengri raised an eyebrow, revealing no trace of fear or concern. Behind him, the man and a woman emerged slowly. The man had a complexion as dark as the bottom of a pot, while the woman's skin was fairer than milk. Together, they formed a striking contrast of black and white. Heavenly black and white, eliminate him. Ouyang Fengri issued the command nonchalantly. Yes. The two figures grinned wickedly as they approached Duan Lingxiao. The white-clad one, noticing Duan Lingxiao's handsome features, licked his lips, revealing a lecherous grin. They were the notorious Heavenly Black and White, and Duan Lingxiao was doomed. They were ranked 274th on the Qilin list, a roster of formidable martial artists. Furthermore, the duo were siblings with a seamless partnership, notorious for their ruthless killing methods, earning them the title of Death Demons. The crowd gasped, their gazes filled with trepidation towards the pair. The Qilin list was established within the martial arts realm of Longdu, specifically to rank the prowess of various martial artists. Any warrior at the level of Tendi Shen Huang would find their place upon it. However, only the top 1,000 were displayed, as those ranked beyond lacked significance. Of those, only the top 600 were deemed true experts. The Heavenly Black and White ranked within the top 300, undeniably formidable. Voices buzzed around. Brother, it's all your fault for being so violent in your killings. Look at how terrified everyone is. The white-clad one flaunted her ample bosom, leaning in to plant a kiss on the cheek of her brother, the black-clad one, who promptly slapped her rounded rear playfully. Their demeanor was far from that of siblings. They resembled a pair of illicit lovers. What if we don't kill this pretty boy? We could take him back and play with him slowly, the black-clad one suggested casually. Sure, I enjoy taking my time with such delicate men until they can't take it anymore. It's thrilling, especially when I'm with you. The white-clad one licked her lips again, her crimson tongue glistening with a seductive allure. Goodness, it's the Heavenly Black and White. Mr. Ling, perhaps we should withdraw. As long as the Green Mountains remain, we need not worry about firewood. Zhao Heihu, visibly frightened, crept behind Duan Lingxiao and whispered a warning. Being accustomed to the underworld, He was well aware of the fearsome reputation of the heavenly black and white, which was far more terrifying than the alliance of the three major gangs. Moreover, they were backed by Ouyang Fengri, the scion of the illustrious Ouyang family in Jinling, a formidable power not to be trifled with. It was said that Ouyang Fengri held a unique status, fostering a character that was reckless and unruly, mercilessly taking lives and committing unspeakable acts. The litany of his misdeeds was extensive. At this moment, in front of the ancient cultural street at the Sakura Club, a gathering of affluent elites bowed their heads in deference. The imposing presence of Ouyang Fengri instilled a sense of dread, especially with the weight of the name Ouyang from Jinling, which commanded the attention of all. Ha ha ha, you insignificant wretch named Ling. Do you realize you are on the brink of death? What audacity do you possess? With young Master Ouyang in attendance, your demise is imminent. I shall seize you and subject you to the tortures we reserve for prisoners of war in the East, ensuring you experience the torment of wishing for death yet being unable to attain it. The suffering endured by Kakuto Keda will be repaid to you 100-fold. Upon witnessing this scene, Qing Yuan and Ma breathed a sigh of relief, their initial panic dissipated, replaced by a profound anger and a desire for vengeance. Fool! Duan Lingxiao forcefully crushed Qing Yuan and Ma's head against the ground, mercilessly trampling down. A cacophony of agonized screams erupted from Qing Yuan and Ma. Unrelenting, Duan Lingxiao pressed their heads into the earth, the marble pavement shattering beneath his foot, while Qing Yuan and Ma's heads were forcefully embedded into the debris. Their necks were brutally crushed in the process. You wretch, you dare to act so arrogantly before me? Ouyang Feng receded with fury, his eyelids twitching. In his eyes, he was the embodiment of authority, a figure to be feared by all. Yet, Duan Lingxiao's audacity to slap him in the face was intolerable. Black and white impermanence. Dispose of this wretch at once, he commanded. Yes. Black and white impermanence nodded in agreement, swiftly advancing towards Duan Lingxiao from either side with remarkable speed. Unfazed, Duan Lingxiao stood still, his expression unchanged, awaiting their assault. You young fool, to posture at this moment is to court disaster. You shall perish within 3 moves. Black Impermanence's iron fist clenched tightly, its dark hue glimmering like black iron, a testament to years of honing his muscles in iron sand. What a pity. My lord wishes for your demise, it appears I shall not have the pleasure of toying with you tonight. Meanwhile, White Impermanence, with skin as pale as jade, exuded a tender smoothness, yet should not be underestimated, for she practiced judo and possessed formidable skills in the ancient art of yoga. In an instant, Duan Lingxiao appeared before Black Impermanence, effortlessly grasping his wrist and twisting it with a swift motion, resulting in a resounding crack. Black Impermanence's arm shattered, and Duan Lingxiao lightly patted his back, an overwhelming force surging into Black Impermanence's body, causing his internal organs to rupture within a heartbeat. Brother! Panic flashed across White Impermanence's exquisite visage as she screamed in terror. Without hesitation, she coiled around Duan Lingxiao like a serpent, her right hand lunging towards his heart. In this fluid motion, her form shifted like water, making her elusive and difficult to grasp. Yoga is hardly esteemed in the grand scheme, and you are but an amateur, Duan Lingxiao remarked with a faint shake of his head. Yoga, in ancient India, was often associated with the lower realms. Yet modern individuals have inexplicably transformed it into a supreme art of fitness. In the next moment, Duan Lingxiao withdrew his right hand from the soft, boneless body of Bai Wuchang, seizing her neck with precision and lifting her high. No. Bai Wuchang's feet left the ground as she frantically shook her delicate form, her eyes radiating incredulous shock. Spare me, please. I can fulfill all your fantasies, Bai Wuchang pleaded, her voice sultry and her tone soft, embodying the essence of a seductive femme fatale. What a wretched creature. Ouyang Fengri, witnessing this scene, was consumed by jealousy. He had hinted to Bai Wuchang on multiple occasions about his desire for her company, but she had consistently refused. Moreover, as the bodyguard ranked among the top 300 on the Chilean list, he found it difficult to exert too much pressure. Yet, he never expected her to so shamelessly offer herself to Duan Lingxiao. What a disgraceful harlot. Crack. Duan Lingxiao, weary of idle chatter, swiftly snapped Bai Wuchang's neck. Such a woman, devoid of principles, is a significant menace. Furthermore, he was not one to engage with just any woman. You are truly formidable, Zhao Heihu exclaimed. his eyes brimming with astonishment. The wealthy elite gathered at the entrance of the Sakura society shared the same expression of shock. The annihilation of the Lu family and the death of Old Master Lu had already been astonishing enough. Now, even the formidable Bai Wuchang, ranked among the top 300, had perished at Duan Lingxiao's hands. Such prowess eclipsed their expectations, instilling fear in their hearts. Who exactly is this man named Ling? The affluent and powerful of Jiangnan City pondered. Meanwhile, Duan Lingxiao strode directly towards Ouyang Fangri. What do you intend to do? Don't act rashly. I am from the Ouyang family of Jinling, do you dare to harm me? Ouyang Fangri finally displayed a hint of panic. For he could discern no trace of fear in Duan Lingxiao's gaze. Bang! Duan Lingxiao delivered a swift kick, merciless and lightning fast, crashing into Ouyang Fangri's abdomen with unstoppable force. In that instant, Ouyang Fangri's body contorted into a bow shape, and before the tremendous power could dissipate, he was propelled like a launched arrow. Whoosh! Ouyang Fangri slid backward across the ground for several dozen meters, finally halting only upon colliding with a wall. Thud! The wall trembled, shedding a cascade of concrete debris. Gasp! Ouyang Fangri immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, clutching his chest, while sweat and tears mingled with blood, rendering his face a grotesque sight. Young Master Ouyang. The gathered affluent and powerful of Jiangnan City erupted in chaos upon witnessing Ouyang Fangri grievously injured by Duan Lingxiao's kick. Too fierce. Too audacious. To send Ouyang Fangri flying several dozen meters with a single blow. What do you want? Don't come any closer. Please, I implore you. Ouyang Fangri huddled in the corner. Retreating constantly, his gaze trembling like a ghostly flame, his whole being engulfed in madness. He was terrified to the core. Initially, he had held a sense of superiority. But that was predicated on Duan Lingxiao's fear of the Ouyang family of Jinling. Yet, in reality, the other party was indifferent. All the bodyguards and the agents of Yin and Yang he had brought along were either dead or injured, completely stripped of their combat efficacy. At this moment, Duan Lingxiao appeared to him as the most terrifying demon in the world. Kneel. Duan Lingxiao commanded coldly, towering over Ouyang Fangri. Don't act impulsively. Whatever you desire. I can fulfill wealth, power, women, anything. Ouyang Fangri's body trembled uncontrollably, his voice quivering to the point of being barely audible. Yet, enduring the humiliation, he slowly knelt down. Witnessing this scene, everyone instinctively gasped in shock. What? Surely, this is not a dream. Killing the agents of Yin and Yang was one thing. But Duan Lingxiao was not even sparing Ouyang Fangri. He had kicked him severely and now commanded him to kneel. This was an affront that could provoke the Ouyang family to the extreme. Sir, the Ouyang family is a prominent local clan in Jinling, with formidable power. Moreover, it is said that Ouyang Fangri's uncle is a 5-star general. Zhao Heihu approached Duan Lingxiao, speaking nervously. Indeed, he speaks the truth. Our Ouyang family is quite powerful. My uncle is General Tu Zhenbong, the 5-star general. If you kill me, he will not spare you. But if you let me go, I can pretend this incident never happened. I swear on my father's life. Ouyang Fangri pleaded desperately. You fear trouble. Duan Lingxiao raised an eyebrow, glancing at Zhao Heihu. Speaking indifferently. Buzz. Zhao Heihu's complexion changed, and he hurriedly knelt, stating, No, I merely expressed some concern. His heart raced, his face pale. He was acutely aware that had he continued his earlier remarks, he would likely have been a corpse by now. For in the midst of battle, as Duan Lingxiao's subordinate, to bolster another's prestige while diminishing his own was a grave taboo. His earlier anxiety had led to a blunder that was entirely unwarranted. Humph. What Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, what Jinling gentry? In my eyes, they are nothing but mere chickens and dogs, easily vanquished. 5 years ago, when I was the champion marquis, I paid no heed to this so-called Jinling gentry. Today, I am far beyond what I was then. A mere Ouyang family does not warrant my attention. Upon these words, the crowd erupted in astonishment. How can you be so unreasonable? Do you not fear the wrath of the 5-star general? Ouyang Fangri was momentarily stunned, scarcely believing his ears. Was this man insane? The 5-star general wielded immense military power. And the Ouyang family's ability to flourish in Jinling was inextricably linked to the support of this very uncle who was a 5-star general. Such a character, in the eyes of Duan Lingxiao, was surprisingly deemed insignificant. Yet, in the next moment, his expression abruptly shifted, as he unexpectedly brought his foot crashing down toward the man's head. What logic dictated this? In my realm, strength is the only logic. The so-called reason exists solely within the reach of my fist. Duan Lingxiao's countenance remained impassive. Having spoken, he forcefully stamped down in the midst of astonished gazes. And in an instant, Ouyang Feng's head erupted into a mist of blood. The headless corpse lay slumped in the corner, the stench of blood permeating the air. Witnessing this scene, the crowd was engulfed in shock. The Lu family has been annihilated. The 3 major gangs have been eradicated. The Eastern Commerce Society has been destroyed. From this day forth, in Jiangnan City, the Shao family shall reconstruct its dominion. Duan Lingxiao's tone was calm, yet imbued with an undeniable authority. The crowd trembled in fear. It dawned on them that before Duan Lingxiao had even arrived at the Sakura Society, he had already obliterated the Sanjiang gang and the Longhu gang, including the Sakura Society. He had dismantled 3 major factions in a single day. This is utterly inhuman. In the next breath, Duan Lingxiao continued to speak. His words reverberated like thunder, resonating in the ears of all present, striking at their very souls, leaving them shaken. To the 6 great families, I implore you to voluntarily return the appropriated Shao family assets, otherwise, the Lu family shall serve as your cautionary tale. Having said this, he gradually departed from the ancient cultural street. The affluent and powerful of Jiangnan City who remained at the scene were left aghast. He dares to threaten the 6 great families. Has he gone mad? The martial world of Jiangnan City has been peaceful for so many years. Yet this individual seems intent on inciting a bloody storm. The 6 great families are not to be compared with the 3 gangs. They have deeply entrenched themselves in the local landscape for years, their influence intricately woven and their power formidable. How could he possibly hope to annihilate the 6 great families? Moreover, by broadcasting such a statement, the 6 families will undoubtedly be on guard. This is tantamount to seeking his own demise. The crowd buzzed with speculation. The events unfolding here today quickly spread like a seismic shockwave to various locales. The 6 great families, Qin, Li, Gu, Zhong, Lu, and Zhao, were soon informed of this news. At the Qin residence in Jiangnan City, the atmosphere was charged with indignation. How audacious to proclaim the intent to exterminate our 6 great families. This upstart, an inconsequential figure who has suddenly appeared, is alarmingly arrogant. He seeks his own destruction. Qin Jianon, the head of the Qin family, wore a grim expression, his grip tightening around the teacup until it was reduced to powder, spilling its contents explosively. Elder brother, this individual's origins are shrouded in mystery, however. His support for the Shao family indicates a deep connection to the legendary Shao Longhu. It seems that 5 years ago, many remnants were left unaddressed. Qin Xiongbei, the second son, remarked with a furrowed brow. I have my suspicions as well, but what of it? Even if Shao Longhu were alive, he could not stave off the Shao family's demise. Furthermore, at the upcoming council meeting of the 6 great families, the second master of the Qi family will be present. That little upstart stands no chance. Qin Jianon shook his head with a cold smile. With the Qi family's ferocious tiger entering the fray, the success is assured. Qin Xiongbai nodded in agreement. The Qi family's ferocious tiger is indeed one of Qi Jiangsa's most capable right-hand men. The valiant warriors emerging from the battlefield are far from being comparable to mere trifles. By the way, you must immediately extend invitations to the other 5 prominent families. Although Lord Qi has taken the initiative, we, the 6 families, cannot remain idle while being subjected to such humiliation. If we do not ensure that this insignificant wretch pays the price, how shall we maintain our standing in Jiangnan City in the future? Qin Jianon commanded. Understood. Qin Xiongbai responded, preparing to depart when suddenly a voice resonated. Qin family head, second master Qin, there's no need to go, we have already arrived. The leaders of the other 5 families entered with grim expressions. We are here for a singular purpose, to eliminate that insignificant wretch and make it known throughout Jiangnan City that the 6 families are not to be trifled with. As for how to execute this, I suggest we spare no expense. Identify his weaknesses and strike with precision. We must ensure his complete and utter annihilation. The leaders of the Li, Gu, Zhong, Lu, and Zhao families spoke in hushed tones, evidently filled with hatred for Duan Lingxiao's menacing threats. They were resolute in their intention to bring him to his demise. In Jinling, the Ouyang family. In the hall, the atmosphere was thick with silence. The metallic scent of blood overwhelming many of the women present and nearly causing them to retch. Ouyang Fengri lay lifeless, his body mangled beyond recognition, his skull crushed. And his neck a chilling sight. My son, you have suffered such a tragic fate. That damned wretch dared to kill you. I shall avenge you, my dear. I will make that scoundrel kneel before you until his last breath. A woman of exquisite attire and noble demeanor wept uncontrollably, collapsing onto Ouyang Fengri's lifeless form. Her ample frame trembling violently. She was Ouyang Fengri's mother, Tu Yanping. Madam, please remain calm. Zhenbang has made a call and will arrive shortly, a middle-aged man. Suppressing his fury, consoled Tu Yanping. He was Ouyang Honhai, Ouyang Fengri's father and the head of the Ouyang family. He, too, was consumed with rage. But as the family patriarch, he understood the necessity of maintaining composure in order to seek vengeance. How could you let this happen? I told you to assign more skilled protectors to our son, yet you only sent a pair of deathly guardians. Now that our son is dead, you share the blame. Upon hearing Ouyang Honhai's words, Tu Yanping erupted in anger, lunging at him and viciously clawing at his face. Ouyang Honhai did not resist, allowing her to ravage his cheeks. Yet, he was equally infuriated. For the deathly guardians were among the top 300 on the Chilean list, yet they still failed to protect him. Falling victim to a single strike. In such circumstances, he felt utterly powerless. Brother-in-law, sister. At that moment, a robust voice echoed from outside the hall. Shortly thereafter, a burly man clad in battle armor strode in with purpose. Zhenbang, look, your nephew has met a most tragic end. Tu Yanping threw herself before Tu Zhenbang, her body heaving as she wept pitifully. Sister, rest assured, upon my return to Jinling, I shall ensure that wretched scoundrel meets a fate worse than death. The audacity of that little scoundrel is infuriating. He has even slain 2 of my vice presidents. The young Master Ouyang has perished as well. At this moment, Takagawa Kayama, the president of the Dongning Chamber of Commerce in Jiangnan City, is seething with rage. He had assumed that inviting Ouyang Fengri would effortlessly resolve the matter. Little did he anticipate that even Ouyang Fengri would fall victim. It has become a complete annihilation. Damn it. Establishing a deep cooperation with the Ouyang family of Jinling will now be exceedingly difficult for the Dongning Chamber of Commerce. After all the effort to lay a foundation in Jiangnan City, it has been so ruthlessly destroyed. Takagawa Kayama's heart burns with unbridled fury. Damn it, Bakoyaro. Since you dare to ruin my grand plans, I shall ensure your demise. Those who offend the great Dongning Empire shall meet a grim fate. With a countenance twisted in malice, Takagawa Kayama's voice howls like a wolf, startling a kneeling woman in a kimono beside him, causing her to drop her teacup in fright. Seeking an outlet for his rage, Takagawa Kayama seizes a whip and relentlessly lashes it towards the kimono-clad woman. Her screams of agony fill the air as her garments are torn apart, revealing bloodied and mangled skin beneath. Duan Lingxiao is utterly indifferent to the magnitude of the chaos he has wrought. The annihilation of the 3 major factions and the obliteration of the Dongning Chamber of Commerce is far more stirring than the downfall of the Lu family. Nevertheless, Duan Lingxiao remains unconcerned. These powerful families had previously conspired against the Xiao family, and they must now pay the price. He is determined to help the Xiao family rebuild their enterprise. Furthermore, this path might lead him to uncover the truth from 5 years ago. He has realized that, aside from the Morong family from the capital, there may be even more clandestine forces involved in the conspiracy that led to his wrongful accusation and the murder of Xiaolonghu. However, there is no need for haste. He will investigate slowly, eliminating threats one by one, savoring the taste of bloodshed. Upon returning to the Xiao family villa, Duan Lingxiao's expression shifts dramatically. A pungent stench of blood permeates the air, overwhelming his senses. He strides into the villa and is met with the sight of numerous corpses, all belonging to the Black Tiger Hall's subordinates. What on earth happened? Who the hell did this? Zhao He, whose expression changes drastically, these were his most capable men. And they have all been slaughtered, their throats viciously slit. Manchuria is missing. Duan Lingxiao's gaze darkens. Before embarking on his campaign against the 3 major factions, He had stationed a portion of the Black Tiger Hole's men here to safeguard Xiao Manxue. But now, they are all dead and Xiao Manxue has vanished. Duan Lingxiao pulls out his phone and dials Li Dongming's number. Dragon Lord. Li Dongming's voice comes through. Li Dongming, I give you 5 minutes to uncover Xiao Manxue's whereabouts. Duan Lingxiao's tone is icy, his murderous intent unmistakable. Understood. Li Dongming recognizes the significance of Xiao Manxue to the Dragon Lord and responds with unwavering resolve. Sir. I will immediately mobilize the brothers from the Black Tiger Hole to search, even if I must turn Jiangnan upside down, I will ascertain Miss Xiao's location. Zhao Heihu interjects hastily. Wait. Duan Lingxiao's voice is indifferent, his eyes chillingly cold, resembling the gaze of death itself. In less than 3 minutes, Li Dongming's phone rang. Sir. Lord Long Huang, we have mobilized the entire surveillance system of Jiangnan City and discovered that half an hour ago, Miss Xiao was abducted by a black van. That vehicle ultimately vanished in the outskirts of Jiangnan City, a desolate area with rugged mountains, but there is a lakeside villa situated there. Li Dongming reported swiftly. Understood. Duan Lingxiao replied before hanging up the phone. Sir, the vehicle is ready. Zhao Heihu quickly responded. Duan Lingxiao hurried to the address provided by Li Dongming. Upon arrival, he found the scene to be as described, a convergence of mountains. However, at the base of the peaks lay a vast, crystal-clear lake, a stunning expanse of azure. A black van was parked nearby, yet there was no one in sight. Duan Lingxiao opened the van door and was met with emptiness, his expression darkening significantly. Through traces left at the scene, he deduced that the abductors had likely taken a boat to the small island at the lake center. Sir, what should we do now? They must have taken a boat to the island, and we have no boats here. If we were to mobilize one, it would take too long. Zhao Heihu reported, frowning. The lake before them loomed like an impassable barrier. Wait here, I will go rescue her. Duan Lingxiao said impassively. Ah. Zhao Heihu was taken aback. Unable to comprehend Duan Lingxiao's words. There were no boats, could Duan Lingxiao possibly have a way to cross? What a ridiculous notion. Yet the next moment, Zhao Heihu witnessed a scene that would forever be etched in his memory. What the hell am I hallucinating? Is the Sir a deity come to earth? Zhao Heihu's eyes widened in disbelief as he watched Duan Lingxiao, after uttering those words, take a step forward and glide across the surface of the lake. To his astonishment, he did not sink but instead floated effortlessly, then with another step, he surged forward like a jet ski, slicing through the waves with incredible speed, vanishing in an instant. Is this what it means to ride the waves? Zhao Heihu, not an ordinary man himself but a practitioner of martial arts, understood that some cultivators possess extraordinary internal energy, enabling them to perform remarkable feats of agility. However, the lake was vast and expansive. Yet Duan Lingxiao could still traverse it with ease. This indicated that his internal energy was astonishingly profound. In awe, Zhao Heihu knelt on the ground, adopting a posture of reverence towards the direction in which Duan Lingxiao had departed. Incredible. His admiration for Duan Lingxiao reached new heights. Duan Lingxiao, a figure beyond the mundane, traversed the waves and swiftly reached the island at the lake center. Meanwhile, on the small island, dozens of armed mercenaries gathered around Xiao Manxue, leering with crude amusement. To their surprise, they had previously heard tales of the Xiao family's unattractive daughter, yet now, it was evident that she was not only beautiful but stunningly captivating. A sight that stirred deep admiration. A rugged man, his face adorned with unkempt stubble, gazed at the enchanting figure of Xiao Manxue, a lascivious grin spreading across his face. Li Kuei, you truly are a man whose brain is controlled by base desires. We bear a heavy burden this time, we cannot afford the slightest carelessness. Should anyone make a mistake, their head will be forfeit. A middle-aged man, seemingly the leader, spoke up. Boss, rest assured, right boldly. I'm quite capable of discerning the gravity of the situation, Li Kuei replied with a smile. This time, the entire Blood Shark team has mobilized. It is an unprecedented occasion in a decade. That little brat named Ling is as good as dead. The Blood Shark team, originally a mercenary organization operating along the southwestern borders, had returned to the Dragon Kingdom to reorganize as a bounty hunting squad. The Blood Shark team had gained considerable notoriety in the southeastern provinces. Indeed, our boss is a formidable warrior, excelling in both martial prowess and firearms. He has previously served as a captain in an international mercenary organization. With you at the helm, a victory is assured, the burly man with a dark complexion remarked. Everyone must remain vigilant. According to our intelligence, this young man named Ling, despite being in his 20s, possesses formidable strength. We cannot afford to underestimate him, cautioned another. The reason we chose the island in the middle of the lake is to take advantage of the terrain. There are no boats in the vicinity. And by the time they trace our whereabouts and find a vessel, it will take them at least 3 to 4 hours. By then, we will have set our traps, waiting to ensnare them effortlessly. A sinister glint flickered in Lu's eyes. If this deal goes smoothly, we stand to gain at least 50 million in pure profit. That would suffice for our expenses for quite some time. The others nodded in agreement, though they feigned indifference, they understood the gravity of the mission. Success was the only option, failure was not an alternative, especially considering they were up against an opponent of suspected celestial prowess. By the way, what of the guards outside? They must remain vigilant and cannot afford to be lax, Lu instructed. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. What is happening? Go and see, Lu commanded, his brow furrowing in irritation. Boss, look. What is that? A mercenary on lookout duty exclaimed, pointing at the lake in shock. Lu and the others turned their attention to the lake, and their eyes widened in disbelief. An individual appeared to glide across the surface of the water like an arrow released from a bow, accompanied by frothy white waves, moving at an astonishing speed. In the blink of an eye, the figure was within clear sight of the group. My God, it's that Ling. He is actually walking on water without a boat. How is he doing this? Lu gasped in astonishment, his voice trembling. The others stood in stunned silence, the expressions of disbelief etched across their faces. Panic gripped them as they struggled to comprehend the situation. Quickly, prepare immediately. Activate all weapons and get ready for battle. To arms, Lu bellowed, urgency and command ringing in his voice. Prepared and within range, ready to fire, he must not be allowed to reach the island. Yes. Dozens of mercenaries swiftly regained their composure, raising their weapons, dozens of guns aimed at the approaching figure of Duan Lingxiao. All eyes were vigilant, as if facing a formidable foe. Bang! At that moment, Duan Lingxiao leaped and landed firmly on the small island. Fire! Lu, the leader, commanded. Bang 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 bang. Bullets flew like shooting stars, a torrential downpour of gunfire directed at Duan Lingxiao. Buzz! As the bullets neared Duan Lingxiao, they encountered an immense resistance, unable to breach even an inch. Boom! Duan Lingxiao trembled, then the bullets abruptly changed direction, returning to their source. This scene left the mercenaries in stunned disbelief, unable to fathom what they were witnessing, helplessly watching death approach. Puffed. 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 Over 20 mercenaries were instantly felled by their own bullets. Fall back. Retreat indoors, Lu shouted urgently. The remaining men quickly retreated into the building. Duan Lingxiao followed closely, kicking the door open. Don't come any closer. If you take another step, I will kill her. Lu, gripping Xiao Manshui by the throat, spoke coldly. A threat? Using Xiao Manshui's life as leverage. The Blood Shark team had thoroughly prepared before their operation, knowing that Duan Lingxiao's greatest concern was Xiao Manshui. Thus, their first step was to kidnap her to threaten him. Yet, they had miscalculated. They estimated that Duan Lingxiao would take at least 3 to 4 hours to reach the island, but he accomplished it in less than half an hour, rendering all their plans ineffective. Now, it was a desperate fight for survival. Release her. Duan Lingxiao entered the room, disregarding the fearful gazes around him, and spoke coldly. Hey, I didn't expect you to be so strong. However, if you wish to save her, very well, drink this, and then we shall talk. Lu signaled. And Li Kuei immediately tossed a bottle of dark green liquid to Duan Lingxiao. Excellent. Without hesitation, Duan Lingxiao uncapped the glass bottle. Immediately, a pungent, foul odor wafted forth. Without a moment's pause, he tilted his head back and consumed the dark green liquid in one gulp, not even wrinkling his brow. Lu was dumbfounded. Aren't you curious about what you just drank? He never anticipated that Duan Lingxiao would drink the entire contents without question. It was utterly inconceivable. I am well aware that this is the soul-eroding poison soup containing 37 types of toxins and venoms, yet yours contains only 21. Thus its potency is not at its peak. Nevertheless, even a sip is sufficient to rend one's insides, causing all organs to rapidly fail within 2 minutes, leading to death. Duan Lingxiao spoke calmly. How do you know the formula of this poison so well? Lu's expression changed instantly, for everything Duan Lingxiao stated was accurate. I have a master who, in his quest to hone my skills, delights in presenting me with various venomous centipedes and snakes as snacks, and is well versed in numerous toxic concoctions. Duan Lingxiao stated calmly, indeed, you are formidable. However, you should not recklessly consume them. Knowing the formulas does not grant you immunity to the poisons. Ha ha ha, perish. Longdu furrowed his brow but soon burst into maniacal laughter. What a pity. You remain foolish. Once you meet your demise, we shall take turns toying with your sister. Alas, you shall not witness the live broadcast. The remaining mercenaries behind Longdu displayed cruel smiles. They had suffered significant losses, nearly 20 brothers, and thus, Duan Lingxiao must pay the price. Nevertheless, Duan Lingxiao watched their performance with a serene demeanor, as if observing a group of fools acting out in a nonsensical manner. Ignorance breeds fearlessness. Duan Lingxiao shook his head with a cold smirk, and in the blink of an eye he flickered into motion. Crack! 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 All the mercenaries had their necks snapped in an instant, leaving only Longdu. You mustn't act impulsively. Impulsiveness is the devil. Longdu had not anticipated that Duan Lingxiao, after consuming the soul-eroding elixir, would still exhibit such ferocity. Is he even human? Bang! Duan Lingxiao seized Longdu's neck. Who sent you? His tone was icy. My blood shark squad encountered this misfortune due to my ill fate. But do not revel too soon. After drinking the soul-eroding elixir, you too shall meet your end. I shall take my leave and await you in the hall of Yama. I have traversed life, only to perish on this nameless isle. What a laughable and lamentable fate. It appears the heavens wish to see my downfall, an unjust punishment. Longdu sighed deeply. Believing Duan Lingxiao merely possessed a resilient constitution, temporarily withstanding the elixir's effects. Before me, you dare to feign. I have long been immune to all toxins. To engage in a contest of poison with me is to court death. Duan Lingxiao swiftly snapped Longdu's neck. Meng Shui. At that moment, Xiao Mengshui lay in a faint. Duan Lingxiao picked her up and departed the isle, walking on the waves back to the shore. Sir, are you all right? Zhao Heihu hurried forward. I am fine. By the way, are you familiar with the Blood Shark Squad? Duan Lingxiao inquired. The Blood Shark Squad? Have you encountered them? They are the most renowned bounty squad in the Southeast Province, formerly an international mercenary organization. They are incredibly powerful and instill fear in countless hearts, Zhao Heihu quickly explained. Is that so? Yet they are merely a rabble, Duan Lingxiao replied, shaking his head. Loud thunder is scarce rain. The combat prowess of the Blood Shark Squad is as fragile as dried twigs before me. Rabble? Zhao Heihu's voice quivered. He had been watching the clock. From the moment Duan Lingxiao left to his return, no more than 20 minutes had passed. In such a brief span, the entire Blood Shark Squad had been eradicated. Moreover, Duan Lingxiao was not confronting them at the peak of his strength, but rather after enduring a fierce battle. Even so, the Blood Shark Squad was no match for him. The strength of this gentleman is truly terrifying. Let us depart. Duan Lingxiao cradled Xiao Mengshui in the back seat as Zhao Heihu drove away with a swift departure. Shortly after their exit, a helicopter suddenly descended upon the island at the heart of the lake. An elderly man clad in a Zhongshan suit stepped out of the helicopter, his expression darkening as he furrowed his brow. Upon witnessing the scene on the island, his countenance shifted dramatically. The Blood Shark Squad had been utterly annihilated. It appears that the remnants of the Xiaolonghu lineage possess formidable strength. The elderly man surveyed the ground littered with corpses, his gaze cold and devoid of warmth. It was evident that these individuals had been dispatched with a single blow, indicating that their adversaries' power surpassed that of the Blood Shark Squad by a considerable margin. Zhuge, what shall we do now? Inquired a bodyguard clad in black. Return to the provincial capital and report to the Lord. The elderly man turned, reboarding the helicopter, leaving the island behind. Meanwhile, Duan Lingxiao administered acupuncture, deftly inserting needles into Xiao Manshue's acupoints. In a short while, she awakened. Just as Xiao Manshue was about to scream, she caught sight of Duan Lingxiao and immediately leaped into his embrace. Wu, I thought I was going to die. I encountered several nefarious figures in black, and I nearly believed I would never see you again. Manshue, it's all right now, those scoundrels have been dealt with. Duan Lingxiao gently reassured her, patting her back soothingly. Xiao Manshue felt reassured, resting her head on Duan Lingxiao's lap, behaving like a docile kitten. Before long, the group returned to the Xiao family villa. Upon alighting from the vehicle, they were greeted by Chao Mengchen, the head of Shonong Workshop, waiting at the entrance. Master Ling, we have finally awaited your arrival. Chao Mengchen exclaimed, rushing forward with palpable excitement upon seeing Duan Lingxiao. This title was bestowed upon him by Duan Lingxiao, as Chao Mengchen had yet to attain the status of a formal disciple. What is it? Duan Lingxiao inquired. In Jiangbei City, a legendary alchemical furnace has surfaced, purportedly from the Preqin period. I wondered if you might be interested. Chao Mengchen articulated with enthusiasm. An alchemical furnace from the Preqin era. Duan Lingxiao's eyes widened in astonishment. The Preqin period was a time of intellectual flourishing, with various schools of thought vying for prominence, and the cultivation of spirituality was exceptionally advanced. Alchemists and chi practitioners had established a remarkably comprehensive system. In practical terms, the spiritual energy on earth has dwindled from the Preqin era to modern society. Consequently, the current cultivation framework primarily emphasizes martial prowess. The spiritual cultivation that Duan Lingxiao inherited is nearly extinct in this age. In this era of declining spiritual resources, spiritual cultivators have receded from the historical stage, while martial practitioners have taken center stage. This shift is a natural progression. However, to truly reach the pinnacle of cultivation, spiritual practitioners must vastly surpass their martial counterparts. This represents a dominance of higher dimensions over lower ones. Indeed, Master Ling, should you decide to go, I would be honored to accompany you, Chao Mengchen stated, his gaze filled with anticipation. Very well. Duan Lingxiao nodded, then called Li Dongming, instructing him to assist He Hu Hall in safeguarding the Xiao family villa. Subsequently, the two set forth on their journey. The so-called Jiangbei City lies directly across the Song River from Jiangnan City. To the north of the Song River lies Jiangbei City, while to the south, one finds Jiangnan City. In ancient times, however, both Jiangbei and Jiangnan were considered as one, belonging to the illustrious Songjiang city. Alas, those days are but a distant memory. Along the way, Chao Mengchen diligently elaborated on the specifics of the alchemical furnace to Duan Lingxiao. It was revealed that this remarkable furnace had been unearthed by a group of tomb raiders from an ancient grave dating back to the Preqin period. However, as upon its excavation, discord arose over the division of spoils, leading to a tragic altercation. This incident, fortuitously, was brought to the attention of the police, who traced the matter back to the alchemical furnace. Ultimately, it was acquired by the largest auction house in Jiangbei, the Jiashong Auction House. For reasons unknown, Jiashong sought to part with this extraordinary artifact, thus organizing an auction set to occur today. Typically, such precious alchemical furnaces are seldom relinquished by any auction house. Even when they are, they command exorbitant prices. Yet, Jiashong chose to take an entirely different approach. Nevertheless, this did not dampen the enthusiasm of the participants vying for the auction. Soon, Duan Lingxiao and his companion crossed the Zhangjiang Grand Bridge and arrived at the towering edifice housing the Jiashong Auction House. Standing at a height of 83 stories, it is a landmark of Jiangbei City. From the summit, one can behold the Zhang River gracefully meandering through the city, a truly magnificent sight. Master Ling, this is Jiashong Company, shall we enter? Chao Mengchen remarked respectfully as he swiftly exited the vehicle and opened the door for Duan Lingxiao. Very well. Duan Lingxiao nodded and alighted from the car. Isn't this Master Chao? As they stepped inside, guided by a low-cut blouse-clad waitress, an elderly man with graying hair greeted them with a broad smile, his face lined with prominent wrinkles. Master Zhou, I see you are here as well, Chao Mengchen replied, his expression slightly displeased. This man, known as Zhou Yuan, was the head of Shonong Workshop in Jiangbei. Despite sharing the title of workshop head, a competitive rivalry existed between them, and their relationship had long been strained. Of course, with the auction of the alchemical furnace taking place here in Jiangbei, I must secure it for myself. I never anticipated that Master Chao would also come to join the fray. Zhou Yuan replied with a smile that failed to reach his eyes. Before the auction has even commenced, you declare it yours. Have you perhaps arranged a private deal? Chao Mengchen scoffed, his voice deliberately raised so that others in the hall could hear. Instantly, Zhou Yuan's expression soured. Do not speak such nonsense. I see that despite our separation for a few months, your eloquence has certainly sharpened. However, at this auction, besides my Shonong workshop, numerous formidable forces from beyond our borders will be present. If you hope to acquire the alchemical furnace, you are merely indulging in fantasies. Zhou Yuan retorted. Hands clasped behind his back, his eyes glinting with derision. Chao Mengchen stood firm, his expression shifting between contemplation and resolve. No wonder Jiesheng Auction House had suddenly chosen to auction this alchemical furnace. It seemed there were many intricate layers to the matter. Yet, in a fleeting moment, his demeanor reverted to calm. With Duan Lingxiao by his side, he was confident that none could rival him in securing this exceptional furnace. After all, Duan Lingxiao's alchemical skills are at least that of a third-tier alchemist. Master Ling, let us proceed. Chao Mengchen addressed Duan Lingxiao with utmost reverence. This scene left Zhou Yuan in a state of astonishment as he gazed at Chao Mengchen, utterly taken aback by his deference towards such a young individual. Chao Mengchen, have you taken leave of your senses? How can you so respectfully address a mere youth? Zhou Yuan frowned. In his memory, Chao Mengchen was not one to mingle widely and had never been accompanied by any noble science. How dare you, Zhou Yuan? Show some respect. This is Master Ling. I am learning the art of alchemy under his tutelage. Chao Mengchen retorted sharply. Learning alchemy from a mere boy? Ha ha ha, you must be jesting. Zhou Yuan exclaimed, momentarily stunned before bursting into laughter. Even a child knows that mastering the art of alchemy is a daunting and prolonged endeavor. Thus, renowned alchemists are typically elderly men with white hair and frail appearances. To be a skilled alchemist in middle age is already quite remarkable. Yet, who is Chao Mengchen following? Merely a young lad. How could such a person possibly be a formidable alchemist? Zhou Yuan, your lack of ability does not imply that everyone else is equally inept. You are not even a first-tier alchemist yet you speak so recklessly, assuming everyone is as foolish as you. Though Chao Mengchen possessed a gentle temperament, he was not one to be easily intimidated. Upon hearing Zhou Yuan's derisive remarks about Duan Lingxiao, he immediately retaliated. A 20-something alchemist. Are you trying to fool ghosts? Zhou Yuan retorted defiantly, his expression darkening. Just as Chao Mengchen was about to respond, a cool, clear female voice suddenly interrupted. I have traveled far and wide. Yet I have never encountered such a young alchemist. It is merely pretentious nonsense. The speaker was a tall and graceful woman, her features exquisitely sculpted with long, slender legs. As she spoke, her chin was held high, and a hint of disdain flickered in her eyes. Miss He. Upon seeing her, Zhou Yuan immediately displayed a sycophantic smile and bowed respectfully to her. The others hastily followed suit. Master Ling. This is the young lady from the He family of Hong Kong. I have heard she is currently in search of rare herbs and high-quality alchemical furnaces. It seems she has come to Jiesheng for that purpose, Chao Mengchen quietly explained. The He family of Hong Kong. Duan Lingxiao recalled. The founder of the He family, He Hongmiao, made his fortune primarily in the entertainment and gambling industries, with an extensive and profound portfolio, wielding considerable influence in Hong Kong. At the height of his success, He Hongmiao ranked among the top 5 in Asia's wealth rankings. Although he now leads a low-profile life, the immense depth of his financial resources is beyond dispute. Therefore, it is no surprise that this young woman exhibits such arrogance. With such a background, who wouldn't be presumptuous? However, Duan Lingxiao chose to disregard her behavior, as his thoughts were solely focused on that alchemical furnace, a genuine treasure from the Preqin era. Once acquired, it becomes immensely significant for him to concoct higher quality elixirs. Inferior-grade potions may be produced using an electromagnetic stove, but such a makeshift approach is utterly inadequate for superior ones. Miss He, I have been awaiting your arrival. Zhou Yuan remarked with a smile as he prepared for the auction on behalf of the host family. Moments ago, I overheard someone audaciously masquerading as an alchemist. He Kailian furrowed her brows, displaying a hint of impatience. It is precisely them. This individual, Chao Mengchen, the master of Shonong workshop in Jiangnan City, dares to follow this inexperienced youth to learn alchemy. What a ridiculous farce. It is a disgrace to our Shonong workshop. Zhou Yuan's expression turned cold as he pointed at Duan Lingxiao and his companion. Zhou Yuan, do not overstep your bounds. Chao Mengchen retorted furiously, his voice rising. He had witnessed Duan Lingxiao's extraordinary alchemical skills, capable of producing top-notch potions with an electromagnetic stove. How could Zhou Yuan, in his ignorance, demean him so? Let us proceed. The auction is of utmost importance. Should a dog bite you, do you intend to retaliate? Duan Lingxiao responded indifferently, too apathetic to engage with such a minor character. Indeed. Chao Mengchen was momentarily taken aback before bursting into laughter. Was that not a direct insult to Zhou Yuan, likening him to a biting dog? The affluent individuals surrounding them were struck with alarm, their faces paling. Zhou Yuan, the master of Shonong workshop in Jiangbei City. Being insulted in such a manner constituted not merely a slap in the face but a blatant provocation, akin to rubbing his nose in the dirt. The crux of the matter was that Zhou Yuan was clearly aligned with He Kailian. To offend Zhou Yuan was tantamount to offending the He family from Hong Kong. Observers perceived Duan Lingxiao's arrogance as reckless, for they doubted that someone so young could truly be an alchemist. Even if he were, a mere alchemist could hardly contend with the He family. Such individuals were undoubtedly doomed to a swift demise. Zhou Yuan initially appeared stunned. But a chilling and cruel smile soon spread across his face. Halt! At that moment, He Kailian's voice rang out with an icy command. Step aside. Duan Lingxiao replied coolly, disinterested in indulging this wealthy young lady. The status of an alchemist is exalted, not something that any commoner can impersonate. Is it truly possible that those from the mainland lack such discernment? Do they even deserve to attend the auction? Kneel and acknowledge your wrongdoing. He Kailian frowned. Directing her gaze at the two, her ire intensifying upon seeing Duan Lingxiao's calm demeanor. She could not fathom the source of her agitation, yet she adopted an authoritative tone. Upon hearing her words, Chao Mengchen's expression darkened considerably. Master Chao, perhaps you should kneel. Do you dare to offend Miss He? Zhou Yuan remarked with a knowing smile, revealing a sinister grin. The He family held a prestigious position in Hong Kong, maintaining close ties with many prominent families in first-tier cities across Longdu, particularly in the capital city of Longdu. In contrast, Chao Mengchen was merely a master of a local workshop, vastly overshadowed by the likes of the He family. Amidst Chao Mengchen's visible struggle, Duan Lingxiao stepped forward, his expression unyielding as he addressed He Kailian. I said, step aside. And what if I refuse? This is indeed the first time I have encountered someone as ungrateful as you. For me to allow you to kneel and admit your mistakes is already a gesture of leniency. Otherwise, you would have long since found yourself crippled. He Kailian's expression was frigid. Throughout her life, few dared to speak to her in such a manner. Indeed, young man, your arrogance is excessive. And it seems I must teach you a lesson in humility. Zhou Yuan spoke in a voice laced with darkness. Boom. Suddenly, Duan Lingxiao unleashed a punch, resulting in a resounding crash as Zhou Yuan was sent flying. He landed heavily on the ground, blood spewing from his mouth, his limbs seemingly broken, clearly gravely injured. Go teach your mother, Duan Lingxiao declared, preparing to enter the auction hall. You scoundrel, how dare you harm me? I will make your life a living hell. Miss He, please help. Zhou Yuan suddenly lifted his head, violently spitting out a mouthful of vital blood, his face as pale as death, yet the venomous glare in his eyes intensified. He directed a furious shout towards He Kailian. Crack. Duan Lingxiao swiftly pivoted and in an instant, he was before Zhou Yuan, followed by a crashing kick. Zhou Yuan's neck snapped instantly, his eyes bulging wide, forever unclosed in death. Damn it, I can't be bothered with you. Are you really trying to push your luck? Duan Lingxiao shrugged, his expression unchanged, as if he had merely performed a trivial act. Murder. Hiss. The crowd collectively gasped, their expressions frozen in shock. Someone had the audacity to commit murder within the Jiasheng auction house. No one anticipated that Duan Lingxiao would strike suddenly, and with such ferocity. Who gave you the courage to kill? He Kailian, witnessing Duan Lingxiao's decisive brutality, narrowed her eyes and exclaimed with a harsh tone. Certainly not Liang Jingru. Duan Lingxiao replied with a faint smile, his gaze sly and mocking. At this moment, you still dare to jest with me. He Kailian could no longer contain herself. She felt that Duan Lingxiao was humiliating her, mercilessly so. Who is joking? I am merely acting in self-defense. It is an act of urgent avoidance. Duan Lingxiao retorted. He Kailian was left with a multitude of questions. The onlookers were expressions of disbelief, astonished that Duan Lingxiao could be so shameless. You killed Zhou Yuan with a mere punch and kick. How does that constitute self-defense? He has relentlessly insulted me, causing irreparable harm to my spirit and psyche. Moreover, he had been threatening me repeatedly, clearly intending to inflict harm. Thus, my urgent avoidance was entirely justified, Duan Lingxiao replied with a playful smile. Damn. What a ridiculous notion of self-defense and urgent avoidance. Those are mere terms you conjured up. He laughed derisively. Old Wu. Break his legs and make him kneel to listen to me. He Kailian commanded. Following her words, an elder clad in Tai Chi garb stepped forward with measured strides. Young man, one must be ambitious, yet excessive pride surely invites disaster. I do not wish to bully the young or oppress the weak. Break one of your legs and kneel to hear my young lady speak, Elder Wu commanded with a cold demeanor and an air of superiority. And who do you think you are? Duan Lingxiao furrowed his brow slightly. Why are there so many seeking death? I am the fourth elder of the Tai Chi sect. Wu Qingxian, he declared with haughty pride. I have never heard of you, Duan Lingxiao replied dismissively. You ignorant wretch. The mayfly knows not the vastness of the ocean. And the cicada is ignorant of the changing seasons. Your narrow vision and limited perspective do not provoke my ire, however, I must accompany you on your journey. Wu Qingshuan's expression darkened, nearly dripping with discontent, as he unleashed a powerful punch. With Elder Wu intervening, this young man was doomed. The Taiji sect, a martial arts faction located in the Central Plains, possessed undeniable strength, especially with Elder Wu as its fourth elder. The onlookers spoke in hushed tones, casting sympathetic glances at Duan Lingxiao. Master Ling. Xiao Mengchen's eyes were filled with concern, eager to intercede. Boom. Yet, in an instant, the force of Wu Qingshuan's punch reached Duan Lingxiao. Although Taiji emphasizes overcoming rigidity with flexibility, the true essence of Taiji also harbors fierce and aggressive power. The moment Wu Qingxian struck, he exuded an unparalleled ferocity. The wealthy individuals in the hall were compelled by this overwhelming aura, retreating several steps. Bang! At that critical juncture, Duan Lingxiao's fist descended with swifter velocity than Wu Qingshuan's, landing squarely on his chest. In that instant, the surrounding glass showcases shattered into fragments. A formidable force surged forth, spreading widely. Bang! To everyone's astonishment, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. Wu Qingxian was sent flying. A crimson arc splattered through the air. That was blood. With one blow, the fourth elder of the Taiji sect, Wu Qingxian, was defeated. Silence enveloped the room, the sound of a pin dropping could be heard. All eyes were fixated on Duan Lingxiao in disbelief. Master Ling is formidable. Xiao Mengchen, absorbed in alchemical pursuits these past few days, was unaware of Duan Lingxiao's exploits in Jiangnan. Had he known, his astonishment would have been far less. He Kailian's eyes widened, her face a mask of incredulity. No one understood Wu Qingshuan's might better than she did. He was a powerful martial artist hired at a premium by her father, Yi Hongmeo, from the Taiji sect. Even without taking action, his annual salary was a staggering 50 million. She had witnessed Wu Qingxian dispatching a champion from Southeast Asia's Thailand in a single strike within the underground boxing arena, his prowess beyond dispute. But what was this scenario? How could this be possible? Among all present, the most stunned was undoubtedly Wu Qingxian himself. He had just felt an insurmountable force emanating from Duan Lingxiao's punch. A force that had utterly shattered his meridians. From this day forth, he could no longer summon his energy, falling from the heights of a martial artist to the status of an ordinary mortal. Who are you? Wu Qingxian spat out a mouthful of congealed blood. struggling to articulate those words. I am an existence you cannot provoke. Duan Lingxiao's voice boomed like thunder, reverberating in the hearts of all present. Upon hearing those words, Wu Qingxian found it increasingly difficult to withstand another mouthful of blood spewing forth. Let us proceed to the auction venue, Duan Lingxiao instructed Chao Mengchen. Yes, Master Ling. She replied, nodding vigorously and hastening to follow. The crowd swiftly parted, their gazes filled with profound respect. Elder Wu, are you all right? He Kailian gazed intently at Duan Lingxiao's departing figure before rushing to assist Wu Qingxian to his feet. I am finished. Wu Qingxian remained silent for a moment. Yet he felt compelled to utter the heartbreaking truth. Ah! He Kailian instinctively glanced in the direction of Wu Qingxian. She recalled that Duan Lingxiao had not harmed Wu Lao. My martial arts foundation has been destroyed. Wu Qingxian spoke solemnly. What? This man is truly despicable. I shall immediately contact the family and inform them of this matter, urging them to mobilize their forces to ensure he pays for this. He Kailian was suddenly alarmed, her expression turning grave. Wu Qingxian was her most capable martial artist, yet now he had been incapacitated, his martial arts foundation shattered and requiring time to recuperate. As a result, his assistance to her would be negligible. Moreover, she still needed his formidable support for her subsequent plans. Now, all her strategies had been thrown into disarray. Miss, you absolutely must not. This person is not to be provoked. Wu Qingxian, gathering his breath, urgently cautioned. Wu Lao, what do you mean? He Kailian furrowed her brow. Miss, this person's strength is unfathomable, he is likely above the celestial realm. Wu Qingxian recalled the terrifying power of that earlier strike, his voice trembling as he spoke. Upon hearing this, He Kailian's expression shifted dramatically. Above the celestial realm. That corresponds to the realm of the martial sovereign. In Longdu, such a figure unequivocally belongs to the ranks of elite masters, among the top 100 on the Qilin list. But how could someone so young possibly be a martial sovereign? How could he be ranked among the top 100 on the Qilin list? He Kailian exclaimed in disbelief. Had I not experienced it myself, I would not believe it. Yet the reality is as such. This individual's terror is unparalleled in my lifetime. His talent is likely on par with that of the 6 young masters of Gandao. Wu Qingxian asserted. The 6 young masters. He Kailian was taken aback, astonished by Wu Qingxian's high regard for Duan Lingxiao. The 6 young masters of Gandao are the most outstanding 6 youths among the prestigious families of the island. And they are also He Kailian's idols. Among their peers, the 6 young masters have always been invincible, a group of prodigies, resplendent in their brilliance. They are akin to the 4 young masters of Jingcheng, standing at the pinnacle of talent in Longdu. Yet Wu Qingxian dares to compare this country bumpkin from Jiangnan with them. In an instant, He Kailian was stunned, even questioning whether Wu Qingxian had been struck senseless to utter such thoughtless words. Moreover, that Chao Mengchen mentioned this person as an alchemist initially. She thought it was a fabrication, but given his profound strength, perhaps he truly is an alchemist. Wu Qingxian continued to speculate. Wu Lao. He Kailian's complexion grew increasingly grim. While it was understandable that he possessed formidable martial prowess, having defeated Wu Qingxian, to claim he was also an alchemist seemed rather far-fetched. As a scion of a prestigious family in Gandao, He Kailian was well acquainted with alchemists, yet a 20-something alchemist was still hard to believe. Frankly speaking, He Kailian harbored doubts, sighing inwardly at the evident disbelief reflected in He Kailian's changing countenance. Wu Qingxian refrained from saying more. Indeed, it is hard to believe. After all, he is merely a young martial artist from a small prefecture. Yet only he can truly comprehend the formidable strength of Duan Lingxiao. This power is unmatched, akin to an insurmountable chasm. All Wu, there is no need for concern. Even if he is an alchemist with profound abilities, he certainly cannot rival the esteemed elder Yao Shuancheng. Our purpose in Jiangbei is of great significance. He Kailian's gaze narrowed, revealing a resolute demeanor. Her journey to the mainland was to seek a renowned physician to treat her father, and coincidentally, Jiangbei harbors a hidden divine doctor named Yao Shuancheng. Yao Shuancheng's ancestors once served as imperial physicians within the Forbidden City, and he himself has long been in attendance to national leaders, his medical prowess reaching an extraordinary zenith. However, persuading Yao Shuancheng to act is no simple task. For he has chosen to live in seclusion. Thus, He Kailian resolved to visit the Jeshong auction house. Intending to bid on the centerpiece of today's auction, an ancient alchemical furnace from the Preqin era, as a tribute to Yao Shoncheng. Very well. Wu Qinshen felt a subtle unease at the thought of opposing Duan Lingxiao, yet he could not voice his discontent with He Kailian's decision. Let us proceed to the auction venue. I refuse to believe he can outbid me there. After He Kailian spoke, she instructed 2 attendants from Jeshong to assist Wu Qinshen into the auction box. Inside the auction hall, Duan Lingxiao and Chao Mengchen occupied their seats. Upon spotting Duan Lingxiao, He Kailian's eyes reflected a mix of wariness and indignation. How could she, the distinguished daughter of the He family from Hong Kong, endure such repeated humiliation in a place as insignificant as Jiangbei? Were it not for other pressing matters, she would have been tempted to leverage her family's connections in the mainland to resolve this affront immediately. Master Ling, they have arrived, Chao Mengchen alerted. Duan Lingxiao glanced at He Kailian before turning away, redirecting his focus to the auction. Observing this, He Kailian felt a swell of indignation, vowing to show him the consequences soon. This auction, organized by the Jeshong auction house, maintained a degree of formality. Shortly, a mature beauty clad in a high-slit chipao stepped onto the stage, instantly captivating the audience with her alabaster long legs. Even though the attendees were affluent merchants and dignitaries, accustomed to countless beautiful women, they found it difficult to resist the allure of the chipao-clad lady. Greetings, everyone. I am Lulu from the Jeshong auction house, and it is my pleasure to serve you. The next item for auction is a super invincible pill favored by men. Just one can transform you from a weakling to a formidable man. Even those who have withered with age can regain the vigor of their youth. The Chipao beauty's lips parted to reveal a sultry smile, her gaze enchanting, her voice soft and inviting. The opening bid incited a flurry of excitement, with many portly middle-aged businessmen eagerly participating in the bidding. After all, they had long been sapped of vitality by indulgence, and such a miraculous pill held immense appeal for them. In contrast, Duan Lingxiao merely closed his eyes slightly, showing no interest. He was solely focused on the alchemical furnace from the Preqin era. Meanwhile, Chao Mengchen beside him rubbed his hands together, feeling a strong impulse to bid. Yet, due to his status and pride, his face flushed with anxiety. The subsequent auction items included antique paintings and calligraphy, as well as medicinal herbs aged over a century. Among others, several of these herbs were successfully bid on by He Kailian, for the He family of Hong Kong was not lacking in wealth. A few million to tens of millions were but trifles to them. It was no wonder they could afford to hire a Taijiquan elder as a bodyguard, many mused. The auctioneer, a beautiful woman in a Cheongsam, was elated to encounter such a wealthy patron, as her commission would be substantial. Ladies and gentlemen, we now commence the final bidding event. The item for auction is an alchemical furnace from the Preqin era. It is evident that most of you have come with the sole purpose of acquiring this furnace. The value it embodies is beyond elaboration. However, due to its unique nature, we have decided to conduct a trade. Lulu's voice was magnetic and enchanting. As her words faded, several staff members wheeled an automated cart to the center of the stage. Upon it stood a furnace, half a person's height, with 3 legs and 2 ears, shaped like a round cauldron. Its surface was adorned with engravings of mythical creatures and auspicious clouds, along with Preqin seal script. The entire piece exuded a sense of ancient elegance. Indeed, it was a furnace from the Preqin era. Duan Lingxiao immediately recognized its provenance. It was undeniably ancient, traceable to a time before the Qin. I shall acquire this furnace, offering a relic from the Western Zhou period from my family's collection in exchange, which predates this furnace. That should pose no issue, right? He Kailian spoke fast, her eyes gleaming with determination. As her words settled, she scanned the crowd and continued, esteemed guests, I intend to present this furnace to the Venerable Yao Shoncheng. I trust you will yield. Otherwise, not only will Yao be displeased, but the He family of Hong Kong will also be displeased. Her tone was laced with an unmistakable threat. Instantly, the previously fervent crowd fell silent, doused like flames by cold water. In comparison to the He family of Hong Kong, they were indeed insignificant. Observing this scene, He Kailian could not suppress a triumphant smile. Feeling everything was well within her grasp. Since no one else will bid, I shall take this item, she declared. At that moment, a faint voice interrupted. I will exchange a formula for this alchemical furnace. The crowd was taken aback, curious who dared to oppose the He family. Once they recognized the speaker as Duan Lingxiao, who had just incapacitated Wu Qingxuan, their expressions shifted to one of intrigue. How bold! Not only has he bested Wu Qingxuan, but he also seeks to snatch something from the He family. What a formidable man! Truly, he is a man of iron will. He Kailian's expression darkened abruptly. She had made her position abundantly clear. This was a treasure that the He family intended to present to Master Yao Xuancheng. Yet, Duan Lingxiao continued to bid, which was utterly outrageous. It was as if he had disregarded the He family of Hong Kong entirely. At an auction, the highest bidder prevails. And your Western Zhou artifacts are simply not as valuable as my medicinal formula. Duan Lingxiao stated calmly, determined to acquire this alchemical furnace. The formula for the Gue Shizeng Shodan was of considerable merit, ranking moderately among all the prescriptions inherited from the fourth evil master. Well, it seems you are resolutely opposing my He family, He Kailian said, her exquisite cheeks turning a shade of fury. She sat down abruptly, choosing silence. Yet her eyes sparkled with a dangerous and resentful glint. What medicinal formula will this gentleman offer in exchange? Lulu inquired, her eyes brightening with curiosity. The formula for the Gue Shizeng Shodan, Duan Lingxiao replied with composure. The Gue Shizeng Shodan? The crowd was taken aback. They had not anticipated that Duan Lingxiao could present the formula for this particular elixir. This concoction was renowned for its excellent efficacy in regulating bodily energy and blood. Prolonged use could, to some extent, rejuvenate one's vitality and invigorate youthfulness. Consequently, it had become highly sought after by the upper echelons of society, reaching a point where it was nearly impossible to procure a single pill. The price for one Gue Shizeng Shodan stood at 20 million. Not to mention that Duan Lingxiao was now willing to offer the formula itself, which would naturally fetch tenfold that amount. The formula for the Gue Shizeng Shodan? Ha ha ha, you truly amuse me. Which alchemist would willingly part with their treasured formula? Do you even comprehend what you are insinuating? He Kailian momentarily paused before bursting into raucous laughter, her mirth echoing around the room. The crowd nodded in agreement, affirming her skepticism. Indeed, the prestige of an alchemist stemmed not only from their skills but also from the monopolization of their formulas. Once an industry establishes a monopoly, it inherently conveys an air of superiority. Therefore, it was hard for anyone to believe that Duan Lingxiao would casually present such a rare formula. Was it possible that what He Kailian suggested was true, that it was a counterfeit? Xiao Mengchen was equally startled. Such a precious formula offered in exchange for an alchemical furnace seemed rather painful. Could it be that Master Ling was unaware of the formula's true worth? Was it necessary to make such a fuss over merely a formula for the Gue Shizeng Shodan? Duan Lingxiao smiled faintly, unfazed. If you intend to use the formula as a trade, we will need to verify its authenticity, Lulu stated. Of course. Bring me paper and pen. Duan Lingxiao replied nonchalantly. Ah. You wish to write it here? Lulu was momentarily taken aback, her eyes wide with surprise and curiosity. Is that a problem? Duan Lingxiao asked, puzzled. Not at all, Lulu said, casting a deep glance at Duan Lingxiao before turning to fetch the materials. The others remained silent, not daring to speak. However, deep down, everyone understood that Duan Lingxiao was merely putting on an act. Firstly, the alchemical formula was exceedingly precious, and everyone would naturally preserve the original manuscript, thus, the auction would reference the original as a template. Secondly, the contents of the alchemical formula were intricate, and the average person could not be expected to memorize it flawlessly. The risk of errors during a live transcription was substantial. Yet, due to Duan Lingxiao's formidable presence, no one dared to voice their doubts. Pfft. What a country bumpkin, this is utterly hilarious. If you are an alchemist, then I am the celestial maiden of the 9 heavens. He Kailian could not help but mock him. Foolishness. Duan Lingxiao cast a nonchalant glance at He Kailian, uttering no further words, while at that moment Lulu brought forth paper and pen. Duan Lingxiao immediately began to write with great speed. Soon, a page was filled to the brim. Take this for verification, Duan Lingxiao said, handing the paper to the elegantly dressed woman. Very well, sir, please hold on. Lulu replied as she glanced at the page laden with text and proceeded to the backstage of the Jiasheng auction house. As an auction house, they naturally possessed a professional appraisal institution. What a waste of time, utterly ridiculous. If your formula is genuine, I shall drink your urine upside down. He Kailian scoffed, sitting down leisurely as she awaited the spectacle of Duan Lingxiao's embarrassment. Just say you are thirsty, why resort to such deceit? Duan Lingxiao remarked coolly. He Kailian trembled with rage. In terms of verbal sparring, she was no match for Duan Lingxiao. I'll let you revel for a moment longer. Once the appraisal results are revealed, I shall relish your humiliation. If you flaunt a counterfeit formula, you will become the common enemy of all alchemists. Surely meeting a grave fate. He Kailian coldly declared, her face a mask of frost. She was determined to wait, eager to witness Duan Lingxiao's downfall. Yet before she could finish her taunt, Duan Lingxiao suddenly appeared before her, delivering a swift slap that caused her cheek to swell with pain, bringing tears to her eyes. Do not presume I would refrain from striking a woman. Should you continue to prattle, you may find yourself forever silenced, Duan Lingxiao stated icily. He Kailian clutched her face, trembling uncontrollably, yet she dared not utter another word, her gaze filled with intense resentment. Simultaneously, she discreetly pulled out her phone, sending messages to mobilize her allies. She intended to leverage the He family's network to completely eradicate the thorn that was Duan Lingxiao. She was genuinely furious. Beside her, Wu Qingxian observed this scene and opened his mouth to offer counsel. Believing that Duan Lingxiao's formidable prowess and the substantial value of the alchemical formula he presented was sufficient to attest to his mystery and strength. To recklessly confront him could lead to unforeseen consequences. Old Wu, if you are afraid, you may leave at your discretion. I know you have been thoroughly cowed by him. But I shall handle this matter. If I allow myself to be repeatedly humiliated without response, the reputation of my He family in Hong Kong will be utterly tarnished. He Kailian declared coldly. Upon hearing this, Wu Qingxian fell silent for a moment, choosing not to say more. After all, he had offered his warning. Whether she heeded it was her choice. Meanwhile, Lulu arrived at the Jiasheng backstage, presenting the alchemical formula penned by Duan Lingxiao to the esteemed appraiser. Master Huo Jiang. Master Huo. A guest presented a prescription for the longevity elixir derived from tortoise and snake, and I implore you to authenticate its legitimacy, Lulu remarked. A prescription. Master Huo, maintaining a stoic expression, took the paper handed to him by the elegantly attired woman without much concern. Such prescriptions are exceedingly rare. And as an appraiser, he frequently encounters counterfeit attempts by unscrupulous individuals seeking to deceive for profit. However, as Master Huo meticulously examined the document, his countenance suddenly froze in disbelief, and even his hands began to tremble. Is this truly a forgery? Lulu inquired, her voice tinged with anxiety. If it were indeed false, the financial loss would be secondary. The primary concern lay in the formidable power of the individual behind it. Someone who could easily overpower even the most esteemed members of the He family from Hong Kong. Should she reveal the prescription's falsity and provoke their ire, the consequences could be dire. It is authentic, Master Ho finally managed to calm himself enough to respond, his voice quavering. Phew. That is a relief. Lulu exhaled. Yet her curiosity compelled her to ask, then what is this? Not only is it genuine, but it surpasses the conventional tortoise and snake longevity elixirs in quality. Master Ho elucidated. The purpose of the tortoise and snake longevity elixir is to regulate vital energy and invigorate the body. Yet it has a significant drawback: a long-term consumption can impair liver and kidney functions. Nevertheless, its advantages far outweigh the disadvantages, which explains its popularity and high price. However, the prescription you have presented completely alleviates the shortcomings of the tortoise and snake longevity elixir. The elixirs available on the market are classified as one-star concoctions, easily crafted by a one-star alchemist, but this particular prescription is far more intricate, representing an elite version that necessitates a two-star alchemist for its creation. This prescription is, thus, categorized as a two-star formula, valued at no less than 10 times that of a one-star formula. Master Ho exclaimed with palpable excitement. A two-star formula. Upon hearing this, Lulu's beautiful eyes sparkled with incredulity. Rarity confers value, and the magnitude of a two-star formula is indisputable. Lulu shuddered, drawing a deep breath as her heart raced with astonishment. She had not anticipated striking such fortune this time. Moreover, there is a crucial point to consider. Master Huo furrowed his brow, pausing for a moment before continuing. Please, go on, Lulu urged eagerly. It is said that the tortoise and snake longevity elixir is derived from the divine tortoise longevity elixir, the prescription of which is held by the esteemed sage of medical arts, Taishian. The absence of a complete prescription for the tortoise and snake longevity elixir, along with its inherent flaws, can be attributed to this fact. Thus, the prescriptions circulating in the world are merely incomplete versions. This particular prescription, however, is flawless. I surmise that the individual who possesses it may have connections to the sage of medical arts, Master Huo elaborated. The sage of medical arts. Lulu, having presided over countless auctions, was well acquainted with this illustrious title. It is said that the sage possesses divine medical skills, capable of pulling one back from the brink of death. This attests to the sage's extraordinary prowess in the realm of healing. However, it appears that the sage of medical arts has since encountered some misfortune, disappearing from the public eye. Many prominent figures, afflicted by grave illnesses, have sought the whereabouts of the renowned Taishian medical sage. Despite their exhaustive efforts, digging deep into the earth and scouring the heavens, they found not a trace of him. Unexpectedly, today, they stumbled upon information related to the illustrious sage. If this elixir formula is indeed authentic and complete, its worth surpasses that of miscellaneous antiquities from the Western Shore period by a significant margin. Lulu lightly tilted her head, her mind already calculating the possibilities. The mere name of Taishian medical sage holds immense value, not to mention the additional merits it brings. Thus, Lulu seized the formula and returned to the auction front desk. Meanwhile, Master Huo, observing Lulu's departure, suddenly wore an expression of grave concern. He murmured to himself, "If news of the Taishian medical sage spreads, its value will be extraordinary." He promptly retrieved his phone and dialed a rather unique number. After ensuring that he was not being overheard, he spoke cautiously. "Fourth uncle, there are rumors of the Taishian medical sage at the auction site." Upon seeing Lulu walk in gracefully, all eyes turned towards her. However, many harbored skepticism, almost convinced that the elixir formula was a fabrication. After all, the scene of Duan Lingxiao writing the formula was rather theatrical. It seemed too good to be true. Hikailian's beautiful face darkened, her eyes glinting with malice. She had made her decision. Regardless of the authenticity of Duan Lingxiao's longevity elixir formula, she intended to make him pay. She had already contacted several influential local powers in Jiangbei closely tied to her family, including the Jiangbei Martial Arts Association, the Tianhua Martial Arts School, and the Shuiyun Club. With so many forces at play, even if Duan Lingxiao possessed extraordinary abilities, his demise was assured. Lulu surveyed the crowd, taking in their expressions. She sighed inwardly, understanding why they were doubtful. Were it not for Master Huo's appraisal, she too would find it hard to believe. Ladies and gentlemen, the appraisal is complete. This gentleman's elixir formula is indeed genuine. Our Jiasheng auction house is willing to accept a trade. This alchemical furnace from the preaching era will belong to this gentleman. At that moment, Lulu spoke up. As her words fell, everyone was stunned, gazing in the direction of Duan Lingxiao. Incredible. It's actually real. I can't believe I misjudged it. Who on earth is this guy? He presented the longevity elixir formula so nonchalantly. The crowd burst with speculation. Duan Lingxiao, however, remained indifferent to their chatter. His sole purpose was the alchemical furnace. He had little interest in anything else. Esteemed guests, this alchemical furnace is the finale of our auction. It has been a pleasure serving you. This auction concludes here. We look forward to seeing you next time, Lulu announced, her melodious voice echoing throughout the hall. Shortly thereafter, the attendees rose and began to depart. Master Ling, where shall we go now? Xiao Mengchen asked, astonished, realizing that the formula Duan Lingxiao had casually produced was of such immense value. Moreover, he had a foreboding sense that there were likely many more similar formulas in Duan Lingxiao's possession. With the alchemy furnace in hand, he returned to Jiangnan. Duan Lingxiao rose to his feet, following Lulu as they made their way to the backstage of the Jiasheng auction house. May I ask how to address you, sir? Lulu inquired, her enchanting eyes fixed on Duan Lingxiao, a smile gracing her lips, her gaze as fluid as water, her complexion as flawless as jade, and her hair cascading like a waterfall. Particularly striking were her exquisite features, which drew the attention of any man under her gaze, stirring their desires. Yet, to her astonishment, Duan Lingxiao remained remarkably composed, a stark contrast to those who regarded her with lewd intentions. Ling Tian, Duan Lingxiao replied nonchalantly. Mr. Ling, Lulu's expression shifted momentarily. In her recollection, there seemed to be no prominent family by the name of Ling in Jiangbei City. Could it be that he was not from Jiangbei? This is the agreement for the auction items, please review it. If all is in order, kindly sign, and the transaction shall be deemed complete. Lulu presented a contract to Duan Lingxiao. All is well, he remarked after a cursory glance, signing his name. Mr. Ling, would you mind sharing your address? We can arrange for delivery, if it's a long distance, we also offer complimentary shipping, Lulu suggested. No need, we have our own vehicle, Duan Lingxiao replied. Stepping forward and effortlessly lifting the several 100-kilogram alchemy furnace as if it were an apple. This spectacle left Lulu breathless, her eyes wide with astonishment. Her delicate hand instinctively covering her mouth. Such a heavy object. Yet in Duan Lingxiao's grasp, it appeared as simple as a mere fruit. Subsequently, he strode out. The furnace in tow. Chao Mengchen hastily followed suit. The spacious rear seat of the car was essential, otherwise, accommodating the half-man-high furnace would indeed pose a challenge. Once the furnace was securely placed, the car ignited and departed Jiashong, heading southward. Follow them. Behind, Hitzailen's icy gaze commanded her driver to pursue without delay. Miss, be cautious, this individual is not one to be trifled with. Wu Qinxian exclaimed in frustration, unable to restrain himself. All Wu, you need not accompany me. You are of no use now, merely a burden, Hitzailen retorted before shutting the car door, leaving Wu Qinxian behind as she sped away. The heavens may forgive a transgression, but self-inflicted harm is inexcusable. If you seek your demise, I shan't waste my breath, Wu Qinxian sighed, shaking his head. Rendered powerless. Returning to the He family of Hong Kong would only invite further humiliation. After contemplation, he resolved to return to the Taiji sect and devise a long-term strategy. Meanwhile, in the car, Hitzailen continued to make calls to several powerful factions, summoning them to converge from various directions to encircle and capture Duan Lingxiao. The intent was clear, he must be seized. The wealthy elite at the auction house, witnessing the unfolding scene, felt a palpable tension in the air. A great battle was imminent. Master Ling, that vehicle behind us seems to belong to the He family of Hong Kong. Chao Mengchen remarked, glancing into the rearview mirror. No matter, keep driving. If they seek trouble, I shan't hesitate to oblige, Duan Lingxiao responded. Duan Lingxiao had long been aware of Hitzailen's relentless pursuit. Trailing behind their vehicle. However, he remained indifferent, as all his thoughts were consumed by the alchemical furnace before him. His hand caressed the surface of the furnace, and a glimmer of astonishment flickered in his gaze. The reason he offered the complete recipe for the tortoise and snake longevity pill in exchange was that he recognized the extraordinary nature of this furnace. It emanated a residual aura of spiritual energy, rooted in the presence of a young essence stone at its core, something others could not discern. As a cultivator, Duan Lingxiao immediately perceived the furnace's exceptional quality. To trade a mere recipe for a furnace imbued with a young essence stone was an extraordinary bargain. With this stone, his cultivation would surely ascend to new heights. He could scarcely believe that in coming to Jiangbei, he had not only acquired an alchemical furnace but also obtained a young essence stone, an exhilarating turn of events. While Duan Lingxiao was deep in contemplation, Chao Mengchen suddenly changed color. Master Ling, we are surrounded. Dozens of vehicles were rapidly converging from all directions, encircling them and leaving no avenue for escape. Creating a scenario reminiscent of catching a turtle in a jar. It's evident that we cannot break through, he concluded. Let us stop the car, Duan Lingxiao replied, shaking his head. There are too many flies, it's quite unappetizing. In that case, we shall swat the flies before we proceed. With a screech, Chao Mengchen slammed the brakes, and the two exited the vehicle. As they stepped out, several cars approached swiftly from 3 or 4 roads, coming to a halt. And soon after, over 100 individuals emerged, each exuding formidable energy, most of them evidently martial artists. Did you think I wouldn't return, my dear? How dare you attempt to steal from me? Do you believe you possess enough lives to survive this encounter? Kneel and beg for mercy now. And perhaps I shall show you leniency, Hitsalian declared coldly as she emerged from one of the vehicles, her gaze icy and laced with murderous intent. As if she were looking at a corpse. Is this the little scoundrel who dared to rob you and even kill Master Zhou Yuan? A powerful middle-aged man queried in a chilling tone. This man was Fan Xinghua, the head of the Tianhou Martial Arts School in Jiangbei and one of the region's foremost experts. Indeed, Director Fan, it is he. My personal bodyguard, Wu Qingxian, was also incapacitated by him, and I myself was humiliated. Hitsalian responded, her fury palpable. As a young lady of privilege, she had never endured such indignity. It was utterly inconceivable. Upon hearing her words, all present were taken aback. They had gleaned some insight from Hitsalian's earlier phone call. But the full extent of the situation was still unknown. Now, hearing her recount the events firsthand left them astonished, their curiosity piqued regarding Duan Lingxiao's identity. Daring enough to act in such a manner, showing no regard for the He family's dignity from Hong Kong. No. This was not merely a lack of respect. It was akin to grinding the He family's face into the dirt. I have already warned you once, should you dare to persist. I shall not hesitate to render you voiceless for the rest of your life. It appears you are as foolish as you are brazen, lacking any sense of memory. With these words, Duan Lingxiao's voice fell. Ha! At such a moment, you still dare to threaten me? Hikai Lian's cold laughter rang out. Her gaze towards Duan Lingxiao laced with derision. Yet, in the next instant, her smile abruptly froze. Duan Lingxiao's body shot forth like an arrow released from its bow. Arriving before Hikai Lian in the blink of an eye, he extended his hand and seized her by the throat. Do you wish to die for your lack of memory? Duan Lingxiao's voice turned chilling. Hiss. A suffocating sensation enveloped her. Hikai Lian trembled, her chest heaving violently. Her long legs dangled in the air. She felt as if her neck might snap. She had believed that summoning so many local forces to encircle Duan Lingxiao would terrify him into begging for mercy. However, she never anticipated that he would act with such resolve, daring to strike her in the presence of so many onlookers. It was simply inconceivable. Crack. Duan Lingxiao delivered a resounding slap to Hikai Lian's face, the force so great that her facial muscles were instantly torn. Her temporomandibular joint twisted grotesquely. Oh! Hikai Lian screamed in agony, her voice trembling as if possessed by a malevolent spirit. You. Release Miss He at once. What audacity! How dare you act so recklessly in Jiangbei? Miss He's arrival in our Jiangbei is an honor, and you dare to offend her, truly courting death. Fan Xinghua's voice was severe as he bellowed. He had not imagined Duan Lingxiao would dare to act amidst so many skilled warriors surrounding him. Is this man mad? Meanwhile, several powerful martial artists stepped forward, including the two vice-presidents of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Association and several leaders from prominent families. In total, over a dozen individuals. Their auras coalescing exuded a power capable of swallowing mountains and rivers. Save me. Someone, please save me. Whoever rescues me. The He family of Hong Kong shall forever be grateful. Upon my return to Hong Kong, I shall inform my father, and there shall be a substantial reward. Hikai Lian cried out desperately. Brash youth, release Miss He at once, this place is already surrounded, and you cannot escape. If you wish to avoid death here, comply without resistance. Fan Xinghua's expression was grim as he coldly threatened. The He family's influence in Hong Kong is significant. Soon, several voices joined in support of Hikai Lian. Indeed, I command you in the name of the Martial Arts Association, cease this at once. Otherwise, you shall bear the consequences. Vice President Ke Mingji of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Association shouted fiercely. Die here. Ha! You lack the capability to ensnare me. Duan Lingxiao sneered. His gaze fixed on Fan Xinghua and the others. Furthermore, I have little fondness for your threats. And what of it? Young man, your opinion is inconsequential. This is Jiangbei. Should you dare to act recklessly, do you believe that everyone you know, including yourself, shall not perish? Fan Xinghua's face twisted in rage, his tone harsh and unyielding. He seemed to feel that he could easily manipulate Duan Lingxiao, while Hitsalian let out a sigh of relief, casting a resentful glance at him. She realized that her earlier carelessness had provided Duan Lingxiao with an opportunity to exploit her vulnerability, leading to her current predicament. However, as soon as Duan Lingxiao released her, she vowed to make him pay with his life. Ha! Do you see this? This is the influence of the He family from Hong Kong. So many people are here to protect me. Do you really intend to gamble everything? He Cailian's words had yet to finish when snap. Duan Lingxiao abruptly broke her neck, silencing her voice. Her once beautiful face turned as pale as paper, her slender, swan-like neck twisted grotesquely to one side. A trickle of blood seeped from her vibrant lips. Silence. At this moment, the world fell into an eerie stillness where even the fall of a pin could be heard. I keep my word. Since you sought death, you shall remain silent for the rest of your life. In that instant, the atmosphere became profoundly quiet. Everyone's eyes widened in disbelief as they gazed at Duan Lingxiao. He truly dared to kill Miss He. Did he not fear the retribution from the He family? All were rendered speechless. This man's style seemed oddly familiar. I had just communicated with a friend from Jiangnan who mentioned a ruthless individual emerging from Jiangnan, a person of few words but fierce actions. This fellow, accompanied by Chao Mengchen, couldn't he possibly be that formidable person from Jiangnan, could he? The inexperienced often fear nothing. Yet his ruthless demeanor likely had him already in someone's sights. Youth can be formidable, but drawing too much attention could lead to a swift end. The commotion attracted numerous wealthy merchants and influential figures. Some, well-informed, speculated on Duan Lingxiao's identity. Meanwhile, Fan Xinghua from the Tianhua Martial Arts Institute and Kan Mingji, the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, wore grim expressions, their teeth clenched in fury, wishing to tear Duan Lingxiao apart. They were local forces from Jiangbei City, and their attempt to ally with the powerful He family had backfired. Not only did Duan Lingxiao show them no respect, but he also publicly killed He Cailian. If the He family were to blame them, they would share some responsibility. Damn it. Instead of gaining favor, they were now trampled upon. Their expressions were filled with discontent. You little brat, you are courting death. Fan Xinghua roared, stepping forward with a fierce aura. Fire-devouring fist. Boom. Fan Xinghua unleashed a punch, reaching Duan Lingxiao in the blink of an eye. Without even glancing, Duan Lingxiao retaliated with a casual punch, colliding with Fan Xinghua's fist. Bang. A thunderous sound erupted, and Fan Xinghua was sent flying over 10 meters, the sharp pain shooting through his wrist as if dozens of silver needles had pierced deeply into it. Scram. I am busy and have no time to waste on you. Duan Lingxiao spoke indifferently. What in the world was happening? The hundreds of onlookers were filled with astonishment. They never anticipated that the esteemed head of the Tianhua Martial Arts Academy would be sent flying by a single punch. Vice President Kan remarked. This young man possesses remarkable strength. It appears that Director Fan is no match for him. A middle-aged man among the Martial Arts Association's members whispered, indeed. His mastery of punching technique is effortless. That blow just now was entirely a reflection of Fan Xinghua's own power. In essence, Fan Xinghua has been propelled away by his own force. Kan Mingji frowned, his penetrating gaze keenly observant. You shall pay for this. Fan Xinghua's face darkened. This insolent brat had shown him no respect. Not only had he been knocked back, but he was also told to roll away. Having occupied a position of authority for so long, the level of rage within Fan Xinghua had reached its zenith. Especially upon hearing the whispers around him. He felt his composure teetering on the brink of collapse. You insolent wretch. I have shown you mercy due to your youth and ignorance. Yet you fail to recognize my kindness. Thus, today, I shall teach you a lesson on behalf of your parents. Fan Xinghua's expression twisted in fury, his tone still dripping with condescension. As he spoke, he was amassing power, his energy surging as he awaited the opportune moment to strike. However, the moment he mentioned disciplining Duan Lingxiao's parents, Duan Lingxiao's eyes turned frigid. In a flash, he advanced with the fury of a thunderstorm. You. Fan Xinghua's hair stood on end, his eyes wide with horror. In that instant, he felt as though a colossal primordial beast had awakened, its roar echoing through the heavens, its growl shaking the earth. His very soul felt as if it were frozen. He dared not make a single move. The energy he had just gathered dissipated in an instant, flowing away like water. What are you to presume you can discipline me on behalf of my parents? Duan Lingxiao's icy voice rang out as he stood before Fan Xinghua in an instant. Crack. He forcefully stomped down on Fan Xinghua's kneecap. Fan Xinghua let out a piercing scream, collapsing to his knees before Duan Lingxiao. Bang. Duan Lingxiao pressed down hard on Fan Xinghua's shoulder, forcing him to the ground. His face pressed against the earth. His teeth shattered and flew away, his mouth filled with blood, a sight both horrific and pitiful. Fan Xinghua was terrified. He was utterly consumed by fear, his voice trembling as he desperately sought mercy. You are unworthy of mercy. Duan Lingxiao did not grant him even a moment of reprieve, delivering a kick that sent Fan Xinghua flying. Show some restraint. Vice President Kan Mingji shouted in vain. Yet it was futile. Boom. Duan Lingxiao's foot connected with Fan Xinghua's heart, propelling him several meters away. The area where his heart resided felt as if it had been drilled through, leaving a gaping, bloody pit. Inside, his heart had been reduced to pulp. Fan Xinghua's eyes widened in a fish-like stare, lifeless and unblinking. There are myriad ways to perish in this world. Yet you chose to seek your own demise. Duan Lingxiao cast a cold glance at Fan Xinghua's lifeless body, his expression devoid of emotion. On that rainy night at the age of 18, the disappearance of his parents became a profound anguish for Duan Lingxiao. Yet, Fan Xinghua had the audacity to mock this tragedy, which was tantamount to courting death. Duan Lingxiao would not indulge such foolishness. To satisfy the desires of those seeking death could, in a sense, be viewed as a form of mercy. Kan Mingji approached Fan Xinghua, checked for breath, and discovered that the latter had completely ceased to breathe. Instantly, his expression grew exceedingly somber. He was dead. Fan, the head of the largest martial arts school in Jiangbei, recruited over 1,000 students annually and maintained close ties with numerous wealthy and powerful figures, being a guest of honor among the influential. And now, he was simply gone. A collective gasp echoed among the onlookers. What was happening today? The daughter of the He family from Hong Kong had died. The director of the Tianhua Martial Arts School had perished. All these prominent figures were dead. The crowd's expressions trembled with profound astonishment. Lingxiao was formidable. Initially thought to be merely an adept alchemist, he turned out to be equally proficient in martial arts and medicine. Chao Mengchen's eyes reflected on shock. He knew Duan Lingxiao was a martial artist, but never anticipated such prowess. Surely, he rivaled even the most exceptional talents from the Dragon Capital. Numerous thoughts flashed through Chao Mengchen's mind. Did I not instruct you to show mercy? Why are you so cruel and ruthless? How can you be so arrogant? You are a martial artist, do you dare defy the words of the Martial Arts Association's leaders? Kan Mingji roared in fury. As the vice president of the Martial Arts Association, which governs martial artists, he naturally believed that Duan Lingxiao ought to heed his commands. At the very least, he should respect his position. Yet, Duan Lingxiao acted without hesitation, seemingly oblivious to his words. What a fool. Do you expect me to show mercy simply because you ask? I only eliminate those who deserve it. If you wish to intervene, then come at me. Duan Lingxiao scoffed coldly. Kan Mingji's expression grew increasingly grim. Though his strength surpassed that of Fan Xinghua, it was limited. The manner in which Duan Lingxiao dispatched Fan was utterly overwhelming. Could he dare to confront Duan Lingxiao in battle? He did not have the courage. That would be courting death. Engaging in mere verbal sparring was one thing. But when it came to actual combat, he preferred to avoid such risks. He could not afford to lose his life. However, fighting alone did not mean he could not deal with this thorn in his side. Just then, the mobile phones of everyone present began to emit a series of urgent notifications. The news that followed confirmed the earlier speculations. During the incident in which Duan Lingxiao had slain He Cailian and Fan Xinghua, the wealthy and powerful figures of Jiangbei had begun to leverage their connections to investigate Duan Lingxiao's identity. Soon, they received shocking revelations. The Lu family of Jiangnan had been annihilated, and 3 major gangs had been completely exterminated. Even San Guoxing, the head of the most influential gang, the Sakura Society, was brutally murdered in public. Both vice presidents of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce, Kakuida Koichi and Kayohara Kazuma, were executed. Ouyang Fengri, the scion of the Ouyang family from Jinling, was killed. The notorious He Bai Wuchang, ranked 274 on the Qilin list, had also met his demise. Messages flickered rapidly across the screens of the gathered crowd, leaving the affluent and powerful of Jiangbei momentarily paralyzed, their faces etched with shock and silence. In ancient times, Jiangnan and Jiangbei were united as one city, known as Congjiang City. However, in modernity, the two major prefecture-level cities were divided by the river, each governing independently, resulting in many pieces of news failing to circulate promptly between them. Had it not been for Duan Lingxiao's ruthless execution of He Cailian and Fan Xinghua, the wealthy elite of Jiangbei would have shown little interest in investigating his identity. Yet, upon delving deeper, their jaws collectively dropped in astonishment. The fierce individual who had stirred such chaos in Jiangnan was none other than the young man before them. It became clear this young man was indeed formidable. The fact that he had created such a commotion in Jiangnan yet remained unscathed suggested that from this point onward, whether in Jiangnan or Jiangbei, he would shine like a blazing sun, illuminating the world without restraint. The crowd gazed at Duan Lingxiao with reverence. A true strength commanded respect at all times. A fundamental aspect of human nature. Is anyone still inclined to obstruct me? If so, now is the time to step forward. I lack the leisure to eliminate each of you individually. Duan Lingxiao's indifferent voice resonated in the ears of everyone present, deafening and unsettling. They struggled to believe their ears. The notion of eliminating so many martial artists, many of whom were adept, reduced to mere vegetables in his rhetoric, was unfathomable. Kan Mingxi's complexion darkened perilously as he grappled with the urge to speak, ultimately choosing silence. The others, even more intimidated, dared not utter a word. Nor could they meet Duan Lingxiao's gaze. Let us depart, Duan Lingxiao instructed Chao Mengchen. Yes, Master Ling. Chao Mengchen regained his composure and promptly opened the car door. Once Duan Lingxiao was seated, he hurried to the driver's seat, starting the vehicle and driving away. The onlookers could only watch, their expressions a mixture of awe and dread. This was the essence of power. Lacking strength rendered one vulnerable to exploitation, whereas possessing it instilled fear. Everyone understood that stepping forward at such a moment would equate to courting death, an act of folly no one dared to commit. Damn it. This little brat is utterly arrogant. In my Jiangbei, he, a newcomer from Jiangnan, dares to wreak havoc without restraint, slapping the face of our Jiangbei Martial Arts Association. He is mocking all martial artists of Jiangbei. Kan Mingxi's fury erupted once Duan Lingxiao had distanced himself significantly. His visage twisted in rage. A reflection of the humiliation he felt as the vice president of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Association, fast for him to be so disrespected and disregarded. He resolved to report the incident immediately to the president at the provincial capital and the He family in Hong Kong. The crowd exchanged peculiar glances at Kan Mingxi's outburst. Perplexed by his post-event bravado, and a sense of disdain lingered in the air. Kong Mingxi seemed to sense the peculiar gaze of those around him. With a swift and cold wave of his hand, he departed with the members of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Association. Master Ling, you are truly remarkable. These individuals from Jiangbei are exceedingly arrogant. They need a lesson to remind them that there are always greater heights and people beyond their realm. Chao Mengchen remarked. Jiangbei and Jiangnan? Merely a trifling territory, Duan Lingxiao replied, his demeanor calm. 5 years prior, he had been battling in foreign war zones, establishing his merit. And his perspective was far from ordinary. His experiences in the Zero Prison over the past 5 years, under the tutelage of the 7 notorious masters, had broadened his horizons significantly. He understood that beyond the mundane world existed the realm of martial cultivation, which encompassed all cultivators and possessed its own set of rules. Distinct from the secular world, the depths of the martial realm were far more profound than they appeared on the surface. Trifling territory. Chao Mengchen was taken aback, but soon grasped the implication. Within Master Ling's expansive vision, the regions of Jiangnan and Jiangbei were indeed quite diminutive. His aspirations should reach the grand cities of Longdu and beyond, to a broader global stage. The journey was silent. Jiangbei city was merely a 3 to 4 hour drive from Jiangnan. Before long, the two arrived at the expressway toll booth of Jiangbei city. After exiting the highway, they swiftly reached the outskirts of Jiangnan city. Master Ling, we will arrive at the villa in half an hour, Chao Mengchen said, glancing at the satellite navigation. Very well. Duan Lingxiao nodded. Just then, a convoy of over 10 black hammers approached, forcing their vehicle to a halt. Subsequently, around 20 individuals emerged from the vehicles, led by a middle-aged man clad in a suit exuding a strong bureaucratic aura. Master Ling, we are being abstracted. Chao Mengchen frowned. Get out of the car. Duan Lingxiao's gaze turned icy. Understood. After exiting the vehicle, the opposing group quickly approached. Chao Mengchen was taken aback upon recognizing the leader. Principal Yang. What brings you here? The man, named Yang Deisheng, was the principal of Jiangnan Medical University. As Chao Mengchen was the head of Shonong workshop and involved in the medical field, they were quite familiar with one another. Yang Deisheng had previously invited Chao Mengchen to give several lectures at the university, which were well received by students. Master Chao. I apologize for the intrusion. I am here at the behest of someone else, Yang Deisheng said with polite pleasantries, then turned his gaze to Duan Lingxiao, stating, a significant individual wishes to meet Mr. Ling. His tone was laden with curiosity. Clearly, the insistence of this important figure to intercept the young man indicated that he possessed something extraordinary. Who? Duan Lingxiao inquired. We shall arrive shortly, Yang Deisheng replied, glancing at his watch before looking towards Duan Lingxiao's rear. Just then, a rumbling sound echoed as several luxury vehicles with distinctive license plates arrived. After a few bodyguards clad in black disembarked, they promptly opened the rear door of the second vehicle. From within emerged an elderly man dressed in a white tang suit. The elderly man leaned on a dragon-headed cane. Though his hair was streaked with silver, he exuded a vigorous spirit, his eyes glimmering with brilliance. He approached Duan Lingxiao with measured steps, gazing for a moment before speaking directly. I am Yao Xuancheng. Young man, what is your relationship to the Grand Master of Medicine? Upon hearing that name, Chao Mengchen was momentarily taken aback. Master Yao, I apologize for not welcoming you properly. I am the head of the Shonong workshop in Jiangnan City. He bowed respectfully to Yao Xuancheng and then turned to introduce Duan Lingxiao. Master Ling. This esteemed elder has retired from the capital of Longdu and now resides in Jiangbei City. His family has practiced medicine for generations, specializing in court medicine. He himself served as a royal physician in the Forbidden City before his retirement. Chao Mengchen's words served as a reminder to Duan Lingxiao as a royal physician. Yao Xuancheng must have treated many dignitaries and aristocrats, thus possessing an influential network that was not to be trifled with. In other words, he was a person to be respected. 5 years ago, when Duan Lingxiao returned to Longdu to receive accolades, Yao Xuancheng had already retired. Hence Duan Lingxiao did not recognize him. Naturally, Yao Xuancheng would not recognize Duan Lingxiao either, as he had spent his time in the military, with little interaction with physicians. Additionally, Duan Lingxiao's demeanor and appearance had since transformed, making it unlikely for anyone to recognize him unless he chose to reveal himself. However, even if recognition occurred, it mattered little to him. In Duan Lingxiao's eyes, the esteemed royal physician paled in comparison to his master, the fourth evil. The medical skills of the fourth evil were truly divine. He had witnessed his master save a man who was on the verge of death with just a few needles. Of course, he had since inherited all of those skills. Since you are aware of my presence, I shall not elaborate further. Let us dispense with pleasantries. I wish to inquire about the Grand Master of Medicine, Yao Xuancheng stated with an air of authority. The bureaucratic demeanor cultivated through years amidst the elite of Longdu subtly emanating from him. The Grand Master of Medicine. I do not know him, Duan Lingxiao replied, shaking his head. How could you not know him? The formula you presented at the Jiesheng auction house was the complete version of the turtle snake longevity pill. Not the incomplete versions available on the market. This complete version is derived from the divine turtle longevity pill of the Grand Master of Medicine. How could you possess such a formula without a close connection to him? Yao Xuancheng's brow furrowed, the impatience creeping into his tone. Must I know him to possess this formula? Duan Lingxiao frowned, slightly displeased by Yao Xuancheng's tone. Nevertheless, he recalled the teachings of the fourth evil, who had once imparted wisdom regarding the apothecary's manual. A little Duan, this compendium of medicinal knowledge encompasses all. Anything you can find or cannot find in the world can be answered within its pages. The sacred pharmacopoeia of the medicine king is the culmination of my lifelong dedication. You must utilize it wisely and ensure it remains untainted. Do you understand? The words of my master, the fourth malevolent one, reverberated vividly in my mind. Within this tome resides the formula for the tortoise and serpent longevity pill. Could it be that my master, the fourth malevolent one, is indeed the legendary Taishan medical sage? Duan Lingxiao pondered. However, regardless of the truth, he could not acknowledge it. The fourth malevolent one concealed himself deep within Zero Prison to sever all ties with the outside world. Thus, Duan Lingxiao could not willingly divulge any information pertaining to him. Having said that, how much would you demand to share information about the Taishan medical sage? Furthermore, do you possess any other formulas? If so, I shall acquire them all. Yao Xuancheng interjected. Duan Lingxiao furrowed his brows, about to respond, but Yao Xuancheng continued, moreover, young man, be cautious with your words. Do not let greed cloud your judgment. The ramifications of the Taishan medical sage's information are vast and complex, far beyond your grasp. By entrusting me with the details and formulas, you not only stand to gain a substantial sum of money but also secure a favor from me. It would be a mutually beneficial arrangement. Yao Xuancheng leaned heavily upon his dragon-headed cane, his countenance darkening with an air of menace. Were it not for concerns regarding his own reputation and the formidable strength of Duan Lingxiao, he would have resorted to more violent measures long ago. After all, he wielded considerable influence in Longdu, and eliminating a few individuals would hardly be a significant matter. Indeed, Elder Yao is among the foremost medical experts in the country. If he were to receive news of the Taishan medical sage or other formulas, it would truly unleash the potential of these concoctions. Master Chao, might you persuade this young brother? The favor of Elder Yao is a privilege not granted to just anyone, it is a blessing bestowed by generations of ancestors. Young Desheng urged, his eyes filled with envy. The favor of Yao Xuancheng is coveted not only in Jiangbei and Jiangnan but throughout the entirety of Longguo. I am afraid I lack the authority to impede any decision made by Master Ling, Chao Mengchen replied, shaking his head. He too harbored disdain for Yao Xuancheng's coercive tactics. What is this? Young Desheng's expression darkened, taken aback by Chao Mengchen's apparent lack of discernment. Did he not realize that Elder Yao is a towering figure in the realm of medicine? They all earn their livelihoods in this industry. Offending Elder Yao is tantamount to courting disaster. Have you made your decision, young man? I have traversed the highways from Jiangbei City expressly to confront you. I have shown you considerable respect. Know when to retreat and do not overstep. Yao Xuancheng asked Duan Lingxiao, his voice low and intense. Your favor holds no value in my eyes, Duan Lingxiao replied coolly. Upon uttering these words, Yao Xuancheng's expression twisted in disbelief, resembling one stricken by constipation. While young Desheng stood agape, astonished by the audacity of Duan Lingxiao. It was utterly inconceivable that Duan Lingxiao would so brazenly dismiss the significance of Elder Yao's standing. To declare the elder's favor as worthless. Such boldness was remarkable. It appears you have no intention of granting me any courtesy. Yao Xuancheng's fingers gripped the dragon-headed cane tightly. The veins on the well-maintained back of his hand bulging, clearly harboring immense ire. Master, I extend you such deference. The words had been spoken. And should you persist in your entanglement, do not blame me for my unrelenting resolve. Duan Lingxiao spoke calmly, the formidable aura erupting instantaneously. The roar of a tiger and the chant of a dragon soared above the heavens, casting a disdainful glance upon the world, exuding an air of superiority over all. Yao Xuancheng's eyes narrowed slightly. Duan Lingxiao's presence involuntarily evoked the oppressive weight of an authority figure. It was akin to facing the prominent individuals within the capital of Longdu. True powerhouses often displayed an inscrutable demeanor, unflinching even in the face of calamity. Yet, when they unleashed the might they had long harbored within, it resembled a tidal wave. Overwhelming and awe-inspiring, inducing fear. Such a presence, however, was typically possessed solely by those who had long occupied positions of power, wielding the authority of life and death. How could it possibly manifest in a young man from a mere prefecture-level city? Yet this sensation was unmistakable. After years of experience in Longdu, Yao Xuancheng had not been blind to such matters. For a moment, he found himself engulfed in hesitation. Let us depart. Duan Lingxiao disregarded Yao Xuancheng and addressed Chao Mengchen. Yes, Master Ling. Chao Mengchen promptly opened the car door and started the vehicle, swiftly vanishing from sight. Once the two had left, Yao Xuancheng remained silent. Old Master Yao. Are you all right? After a considerable while, young Desheng inquired with a mix of curiosity and hesitation. I am fine. Yao Xuancheng shook his head. Old Master Yao. That fellow is far too arrogant, lacking even the basic virtues of respecting the elderly and cherishing the young, daring to speak to you in such a manner, it's utterly detestable. Young Daishen exclaimed indignantly. Patience is key. The revered Taishan medical saint has been missing for many years, and now that there are leads regarding him, this matter is of great import and cannot be acted upon recklessly. This individual possesses the formula for the Guishi longevity pill. It does not necessarily imply a direct connection to the Taishan medical saint, yet it is wiser to err on the side of caution. We must refrain from hasty actions. This person may very well have significant backing, and we must proceed with prudence. Yao Xuancheng's narrowed eyes betrayed a shrewdness born of experience. Your words ring true, old master. Young Daishen nodded in agreement. By the way, keep an eye on this individual's movements in Jiangnan City. I shall also utilize my connections to investigate his origins. To know oneself and one's enemy is to ensure victory in every battle once we uncover his background. The legacy of the Taishan medical saint shall undoubtedly remain with me, Yao Xuancheng declared. Yes, I will not fail in my mission. Young Daishen vowed earnestly. Excellent. Should you execute this task well, I will recommend you to the Thai hospital in Longdu. Seize this opportunity with all your might. Yao Xuancheng spoke calmly, painting a promising future for young Daishen. Thank you, old master. I will give it my all. Young Daishen responded, overwhelmed with excitement. Yao Xuancheng nodded slightly before turning to board the vehicle, departing with determination. Behind him, young Daishen respectfully watched the convoy of Yao Xuancheng fade from view before finally turning to leave. Meanwhile, in the office building of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Association, on the fourth-floor conference room, the palpable tension enveloped the air as Duan Lingxiao and his companion departed, causing the numerous affluent and powerful figures of Jiangbei to disperse. The events that transpired today in Jiangbei appear to have reached a conclusion. However, within the confines of the conference room, an oppressive silence reigned. The atmosphere had plummeted to an exceedingly dreadful degree. Damn it. That arrogant wretch with the surname Ling dares to disregard the dignity of our martial arts association, exclaimed Kan Mingji, his anger surging uncontrollably, his visage twisted with rage. As the second in command of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Association, he was seething. Beside him, fellow Vice President Jin Yong and others were similarly furrowed brows. Although it was Fan Xinghua of the Tianhua Martial Arts School who had perished, it was the face of their association that had been struck. What was more critical was how they would explain this incident to the He family from the Hong Kong island. Miss He had come to Jiangbei to auction alchemical furnaces and medicinal herbs, only to have her neck cruelly snapped. This was indeed explosive news. The expressions of all present were grim as discussions ensued, centering on a singular point: how to address the issue at hand. It is quite simple: eliminate that wretched Ling and restore our association's honor. Avenge Miss He, someone boldly suggested. Indeed, I concur. I second that. This brash youth must be eliminated. The assembly echoed with affirmations and support. Bang! Kan Mingji slammed his palm onto the conference table, his gaze darkening. What you all say is not incorrect, but confronting that Ling wretch will not be an easy task, I fear. At his words, a hush fell over the room. Indeed, the strength of their opponent was formidable. With a single punch, he had dispatched Fan Xinghua. How many present could claim to do the same? Even Kan Mingji lacked such confidence, let alone the others. At that moment, the door to the conference room was unexpectedly pushed open, and a youthful figure strode in. The assembly lifted their heads, displeasure evident on their faces. How dare someone intrude upon such a significant meeting without knocking or announcing their presence? Such a breach of etiquette was intolerable. Yet, in the next instant, their demeanor transformed to one of reverence and sincerity. For the newcomer was He Siyun, the chief secretary to the president of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Association, Sikong Laonwei. Those familiar with the structure understood that a leader's secretary was often referred to as the number 2 leader. Hence, He Siyun represented President Sikong Laonwei. Secretary He. Greetings. Secretary He. Soon, a chorus of salutations filled the air. Except for Kan Mingji, Jin Yong, and a few other key figures. The remainder of the attendees rose to welcome him. There is no need for excessive formality. The president is currently on a business trip. I did not accompany him, but I have just reported everything that transpired. The president remarked that he has been away for only a few days, yet so much has unfolded. How could a mere youth in his 20s wreak such havoc in both Jiangnan and Jiangbei? Hsiyun inquired, his brow furrowed. Secretary, please convey the situation to the president with some subtlety. The emergence of the Ling individual was both sudden and formidable, catching us entirely off guard. However, we are already preparing for a counteroffensive. Kong Mingji's gaze flickered as he spoke in a deep voice. Upon hearing Kong Mingji's words, Hsiyun softened his demeanor somewhat. After all, he was the second in command of the Martial Arts Association. Though he served as the secretary to the leader, he still had to maintain a sense of respect and could not act recklessly. Vice President Kong. It is as follows: the president has instructed us to remain patient and not rush into seeking revenge. We shall discuss everything once he returns, Hsiyun said, glancing around before continuing in a somber tone. Young He, enlighten me, does the president already have a plan in mind? Kong Mingji inquired, fixing his gaze on Hsiyun. Vice President Kong, the president is currently on a business trip in Chilu province, visiting Master Kai Longyun, who has established a martial arts school at Mount Tai. The president has extended a warm invitation for Master Kai to come to Jiangbei to oversee and guide our work, and Master Kai has graciously accepted. Therefore, do you understand? Regardless of the origins of that individual surnamed Ling, can he truly stir up any waves before Master Kai? Hsiyun responded, shaking his head with a faint smile. Master Kai Longyun intervening. If it is indeed him, then we need not worry. Master Kai is a formidable warrior ranked among the top 200 on the Chilean list. Known for his prowess across the banks of the Yellow River and his dominance over the 6 regions of Chilu. Having him here ensures our victory, Kong Mingji exclaimed, bursting into laughter. Precisely. With Master Kai's involvement, a mere slap would suffice to eliminate that insignificant brat. Haha, now I can rest easy. Tonight, I shall treat Secretary He to dinner. We will raise our glasses in celebration, and when the president returns, we will swiftly deal with that little rascal. The atmosphere was filled with joy, starkly contrasting the earlier oppressive mood. Little rascal, soon you shall learn the severe consequences of disrespecting me. A dangerous and cruel glint sparkled in Kong Mingji's eyes. Meanwhile, Chao Mengchen drove back to the Shao family's villa in Jiangnan City. Ling Master, we have arrived. Chao Mengchen announced as he opened the car door. Good, thank you for your hard work. Please prepare the medicinal materials according to the list I sent you. Tomorrow I will impart to you the art of alchemy, Duan Lingxiao replied coolly as he exited the vehicle. Thank you, Ling Master. Chao Mengchen exclaimed, elated. His obsession with the art of alchemy had reached a level of fervor, consuming his thoughts entirely. Hearing that Duan Lingxiao would teach him the craft filled him with immense joy. Subsequently, Duan Lingxiao turned and entered the villa. After glancing at Xiao Mangxue, he took the alchemical furnace and returned to his room to begin his cultivation. With this Yangji stone in hand, my strength will surely advance further. The moment he took out the Yangji stone, memories of his first villainous master's words flooded his mind. The so-called cultivator is one who defies fate and seeks to alter destiny, a person who contends with the heavens for longevity. By opening the meridian gateways and connecting with the spiritual energy of the universe, one can enter the Qi refining realm. The Qi refining has 13 layers, each representing a distinct level. The spiritual energy encapsulated within the body flows through 100 meridians, transforming the essence within the dantian into liquid, thereby generating a spiritual spring, which is known as the innate realm. The innate realm consists of 4 stages: early, mid, late, and great perfection. Duan Lingxiao currently resides in the mid-stage of the innate realm. The formidable master of the first evil has imparted to me the divine battle technique. And I currently find myself at the 7th level. The rate at which I can absorb spiritual energy has become remarkably swift. I estimate that this young energy stone could be entirely consumed within a single night. Duan Lingxiao sits cross-legged, clasping the young energy stone, and begins to circulate the divine battle technique. In an instant, an enigmatic aura envelopes him. The spiritual energy from the heavens and the essence of the moon hanging in the night sky are all drawn into his being. Gradually, a layer of mysterious radiance emerges upon Duan Lingxiao's body, as if he were gilded in gold, resembling a deity descended from the heavens. Wow, Brother Lingxiao is glowing. Xiao Mangxue, sleepily traversing the corridor, notices the beams of light emanating from Duan Lingxiao's room. Quietly, she nudges the door ajar and glimpses Duan Lingxiao bathed in a divine glow, ethereal and untainted by the mundane world. However, she refrains from interrupting him. gently closing the door once more. She understands that Duan Lingxiao's safe emergence from the notorious Zero prison, where it is said no living soul has ever escaped, must be attributed to numerous secrets. Yet, she cares little about these matters. As long as Brother Lingxiao remains the same as he always was, the one cherished in her heart, that is sufficient. In the deep of night, over 1,000 kilometers away from Jiangnan City lies Hong Kong Island, a perpetual financial hub of dragon country, renowned for its opulence. The land prices have skyrocketed, with reports of sales exceeding 100,000 per square meter. Thus, one of the most iconic representations of Hong Kong Island is the Pigeon Towers, where many families cram into mere 10 square meters, living day by day, year after year, akin to pigeons trapped in a cage. In stark contrast, however, is the affluent district located in the heart of Hong Kong Island, opposite the Pigeon Towers, showcasing a dazzling array of luxurious residences. At this very moment, in the coastal wealthy area of Hong Kong Island, stands the He family, established by the notorious gambling magnate He Hongmiao. The lights shine brilliantly, creating a luxurious fantasy. Even a chandelier or a sofa here can easily be valued at several million. An ordinary person would toil a lifetime and still be unable to afford a single carpet from the He family. Bang! He Hongmiao smashes a limited edition teacup, one of only 10 in existence, in his hand. His eyes, dark and piercing, are filled with a fierce and furious glare. The history of the He family's rise to prominence is far from immaculate. He Hongmiao has committed countless nefarious deeds from his youth until now. Yet, many matters have since been laid to rest, and the dark stains have been washed clean. The He family has transformed into a distinguished lineage of Hong Kong Island. However, He Hongmiao never anticipated that his daughter, after a trip to the mainland, would meet a tragic end, her neck cruelly snapped. How long has it been since such a shocking event has transpired? It has always been He Hongmiao who has taken lives. Today, someone dared to murder a member of the He family. Father, this is news from the Martial Arts Association in Jiangbei City. Shonong Fang has confirmed that my sister has indeed encountered a mishap. Zhou Yuan accompanied his sister to the Jiashong auction, where they encountered an exceedingly arrogant and ruthless thug who brazenly took Zhou Yuan's life in public. In a tragic turn of events, his sister was also brutally murdered by this villain in her desperate pursuit of the auction centerpiece, a primordial alchemical furnace from the pre-Qin era. Beside He Hongmiao, a strikingly handsome young man spoke in a deep voice. He was He Guangyu, the eldest son of He Hongmiao, and he cherished his sister, He Cailian, above all. Thus, his countenance was twisted with a fierce grimace, radiating unbridled ferocity. Do we have any information on this individual? He Hongmiao inquired. Yes, but it is incomplete. His name is Ling Tian, and he seems to be acquainted with Xiao Longhu, a warrior under the champion Duan Lingxiao from 5 years ago. Beyond that, there is a void of information. He Guangyu relayed the details obtained from the Jiangbei Martial Arts Association. Isn't there a personal bodyguard by Cailen's side? Wu Qingshen is a senior elder of the Taiji sect. How could such an incident occur under his protection? A bejeweled noblewoman lamented, tears streaming down her face. She was He Hongmiao's fourth wife and Cailen's biological mother. Wu Qingshen was struck and sent flying by the thug, his martial arts rendered useless. And he has since returned to the Taiji sect, He Guangyu replied. Though he was displeased by Wu Qingshuan's abrupt departure, the latter was not a personal bodyguard of the He family. Moreover, he had sacrificed his martial foundation to protect He Cailian, which could be seen as a form of loyalty to their family. Damn it. Cailian ventured inland to seek out a renowned physician to cure my hidden ailment, only to encounter such misfortune. This grudge must be avenged. He Hongmiao's expression darkened further. This was not merely a vendetta for his daughter's death. It was a battle for the He family's dignity and reputation. If the other families in Hong Kong learned of this incident, they would surely mock them mercilessly. Therefore, swift action was imperative to bring the perpetrator to justice, serving as a deterrent. Otherwise, the He family standing in Hong Kong would inevitably suffer, and their reputation would plummet. Father, we must avenge my sister's death. Should I reach out to the Taiji sect's leader, Lu Qingfeng? He Guangyu pondered before speaking. Not yet. Although the Taiji sect shares a close relationship with our family, we need not employ a sledgehammer to crack a nut. As a prestigious family in Hong Kong for decades, we must not be seen as incapable of dealing with a nameless scoundrel. Utilize our family's influence to issue a wanted notice. He Hongmyo replied coldly. A wanted notice. He Guangyu frowned slightly. Make it nationwide, regardless of any organization or individual. Anyone who kills Ling Tian of Jiangnan City will receive a bounty of 100 million. If captured alive, the bounty will double. He Hongmyo declared icily. As his words fell, he could not suppress a violent cough. Father. Master. Are you all right? He Guangyu and several concubines expressed their concern. I am fine, it is merely an old ailment. There is no need for alarm. He Hongmyo waved his hand dismissively. Settling into a handcrafted leather sofa made by a renowned artisan, sipping the nourishing soup offered by a maid. Instantly, his complexion regained a hint of vitality. Father. I have already reached out to Yao Xuancheng and several esteemed doctors both domestically and internationally. I am confident that this illness will be completely cured. He Guangyu's eyes flickered with concern as he spoke. Yes, I understand, replied He Hongmyo, his expression darkening as he fixed his gaze upon He Guangyu. You must take this matter regarding your sister to heart. You must avenge her. Otherwise, she will never find peace in the afterlife. Rest assured, Father. I will issue a wanted notice on the dark web immediately. He Guangyu declared, turning to leave the room. That night, the underground world erupted in chaos. The He family of Hong Kong announced the bounty. The ripples of this announcement stirred a tempest. Money can indeed move mountains. And the allure of such a substantial reward was irresistible. Soon, organizations such as the Killer's Hall and the Underworld gathered like serpents emerging from their lairs, infiltrating Jiangnan City with the intent to capture or eliminate Duan Lingxiao. Among the most notable were a pair of sister assassins, known for their striking appearances. One donned a purple miniskirt, her ensemble a vibrant hue of purple, with even her hair dyed a shade of crimson. The other sister favored pure white attire. Her look immaculate, with silver hair reminiscent of freshly fallen snow. They were dubbed the Purple and White Double Demons. Masters of various firearms, their martial prowess was exceptional. It was said that their sisterly bond allowed them to work in perfect harmony, often exceeding expectations during assassination attempts, catching their targets entirely off guard. They ranked highly on the assassin list in the underground world, known for their ruthless efficiency and a penchant for tormenting their victims before delivering the final blow. In a prior notorious incident, the Purple and White Double Demons had kidnapped a wealthy tycoon and executed him in a gruesome manner on a cross-river bridge, forcing him to witness his own demise. This event sent shockwaves through the community, prompting an exhaustive manhunt by law enforcement, yet they managed to evade capture, solidifying their infamous reputation. Naturally, they would not overlook such a lucrative bounty. Upon learning of the He family's wanted notice, they immediately set their plans in motion. Unbeknownst to all of this, Duan Lingxiao remained oblivious. Even if he had been aware, it would not have concerned him, as his full attention was devoted to his training. As the night passed in silence, Duan Lingxiao opened his eyes to a surge of inexplicable energy emanating around him. As anticipated, he had ascended to the late stage of the innate realm. His sharp, star-like eyes gleamed with profound brilliance, and his aura had become increasingly unfathomable. In the hierarchy of martial practitioners, above the realms of heaven and earth lies the martial sovereign, the master of martial arts. Beyond the martial sovereign is the Grand Master, a level of which Duan Lingxiao was still unaware. Although he had once been esteemed as the champion Marquis 5 years prior, he had never encountered the realm above Grandmaster. As martial arts had rapidly evolved following the depletion of spiritual energy. Throughout the millennia of development, the martial arts world was filled with hidden talents. Even though spiritual cultivators possess an overwhelming advantage over martial practitioners, one must not underestimate the heroes of the world. Mastery of martial arts, when taken to profound depths, can be equally formidable. With introspection, one finds the spiritual essence flowing abundantly through every limb and sinew, and a sensation of unparalleled bliss. It seems I must seek out more treasures of this nature. A single young essence stone surpasses the hardships of my solitary training in prison, utterly delightful. Duan Lingxiao smiled faintly. Beyond the young essence stone, there are also spiritual soul stones and other invaluable treasures that are immensely beneficial for cultivation and should not be squandered. The Dragon Palace organization oversees 36 halls, though regrettably, they are scattered across various locations and operate in a semi-hidden state. It appears that I must gradually regroup the 36 halls of the Dragon Palace and, when the time comes, mobilize its power to seek out these treasures, undoubtedly leading to greater efficiency. Duan Lingxiao pondered. Naturally, the gifts bestowed by the 7 infamous masters should be utilized to their fullest potential. After contemplating each aspect, Duan Lingxiao rose and freshened up. Subsequently, he entered the kitchen to meticulously prepare today's breakfast: lovingly crafted ham and eggs, multigrain porridge, vegetable salad, and savory tofu pudding. It can be described as a harmonious blend of Eastern and Western cuisines, rich in nutrition, with fresh ingredients requiring only simple cooking methods. Wow, it smells wonderful, Brother Lingxiao. Upon waking, Xiao Mangshui was immediately drawn to the aroma of the food, resembling a delightful little kitten. Hurry and brush your teeth, breakfast is almost ready, Duan Lingxiao said, affectionately ruffling her hair. Xiao Mangshui nodded eagerly. Delicious. After washing up, she eagerly picked up a piece of fried egg and savored it with delight. Eat slowly. All of this is for you, Duan Lingxiao chuckled. Brother Lingxiao, you should eat too, Xiao Mangshui urged. All right, Duan Lingxiao replied, taking a piece of fried egg while glancing at Xiao Mangshui. By the way, Mangshui, do you wish to continue your education? 5 years ago, Xiao Mangshui was still in high school, and had the unfortunate event not occurred, she would now be in her 2nd year of university. I want to. But I didn't take the college entrance exam, so I can't attend university. If I were to repeat a year, my age would be a hindrance. I doubt any school would accept me, she lamented, her spirits low. After all, only students with exceptionally high exam scores are favored by schools willing to accept them unconditionally for repeated attempts. She longed to return to the campus, for she cherished learning. Her dream during high school was to become a teacher, but that aspiration was shattered by her brother's passing. Now, she could only keep that thought buried deep within her heart. I will find a way, rest assured, that I will ensure you return to school, Duan Lingxiao said, tenderly ruffling her hair. Over the past 5 years, Xiao Mangshui had sacrificed far too much. Henceforth, he felt it was his duty to provide her with a joyous and fulfilling life. Brother Lingxiao, thank you, Xiao Mangshui replied, her heart brimming with sweetness and gratitude. What nonsense are you speaking? There is no need for politeness between us. Whatever you wish to do, I will fulfill it for you. Even if you wish for the stars in the sky, I will pluck them for you in the future, Duan Lingxiao replied with a smile. Really? Then I want the brightest star in the night sky. Xiao Mangshui exclaimed joyfully. She listened to her elder brother Lingxiao with unwavering faith. As if no matter how outrageous, fantastical, or implausible his words might be, she would never suspect him of deceit. However, it was not deception on Lingxiao's part. For truly powerful cultivators can indeed soar through the skies, traverse the cosmos, move mountains, and fill seas, even pluck stars from the heavens. Should Lingxiao's strength reach a certain pinnacle in the future, the act of retrieving celestial bodies would not merely be the daydream of a fool. After having breakfast, Xiao Mengchen drove over with a substantial collection of herbs to find Lingxiao. Subsequently, Lingxiao commenced the alchemical process, while Xiao Mengchen, akin to a novice alchemist, patiently observed every move he made, her eyes fixated on him, fearful of missing any crucial steps. Typically, the art of alchemy is conducted in a highly private setting. Away from prying eyes, thus, Xiao Mengchen greatly cherished this rare opportunity, exerting her utmost focus without even a blink. Alchemy can be conducted in such a manner. It's utterly miraculous and astonishing. How come I never thought of employing this method before? What a foolish mind I possess. Xiao Mengchen was enraptured by Lingxiao's alchemical process. Her face a canvas of shock and awe, even chastising herself in her excitement. In response, Lingxiao regarded her with admiration. As an alchemist, maintaining composure in the presence of exquisite alchemical skills would be akin to a young man remaining unaffected upon encountering a provocatively dressed beauty, indicative of either impotence or an unusual disposition. Xiao Mengchen's reaction, however, was entirely reasonable. Time swiftly passed, and soon, one exquisite pill after another was meticulously crafted under Lingxiao's deft hands. Thanks to the enhancement of the alchemical furnace, these pills were of remarkably pure quality compared to those produced by an electric stove, each one a masterpiece. The Qi blood pill could be administered to Xiao Heihu and Li Dongming to enhance their martial prowess, while the nourishing pill was destined for Meng Shui, ensuring her immunity to ailments, allowing her to remain healthy throughout the year. Lingxiao gazed at the pills he had created, feeling quite pleased with himself. Just then, a series of blood-curdling screams erupted at the entrance of the villa, startling Xiao Mengchen. At that moment, a figure stumbled through the door, none other than Zhao Heihu. Master Heihu, what has happened? Xiao Mengchen inquired, astonished. Zhao Heihu's Black Tiger Hall had already unified the three major factions, with the Sakura Association, the Dragon Tiger Gang, and the Sanjiang Gang retreating from the underground scene in Jiangnan City. The power of the Black Tiger Hall was at its zenith, a prime opportunity for expansion. Under such critical circumstances, it seemed improbable that any forces in Jiangnan City would dare provoke the Black Tiger Hall. As Xiao Mengchen was questioning him, a group of black-clad bodyguards surged in behind, their presence menacing. Each of the dozen or so individuals exuded an aura of ferocity, their murderous intent palpable. Wielding blades and clubs, their weapons stained with blood. Clearly, the fierce battle had just transpired. Mr. Ling, save me. Zhao Heihu cried out with the last ounce of his strength. Upon finishing his plea, his body went limp, nearly collapsing to the ground. Duan Lingxiao reached out and steadied Zhao Heihu. Subsequently, his gaze fell upon the ferocious group of over a dozen bodyguards. Who sent you? Duan Lingxiao inquired calmly. Why should we tell you who sent us? Prepare to die. Killing you will be immensely profitable for us. The leading bodyguard, clad in black, sneered, mercilessly swinging his steel rod. Overestimating yourselves, Duan Lingxiao replied with a faint shake of his head. In that instant, he unleashed a punch. Instantly, his fist surged forth like a dragon, the tremendous force of vitality erupting with a thunderous impact. It flowed like a mighty river, wild and untamed. Boom. The leading bodyguard was sent flying by a single punch. His chest was torn open, his organs shattered, and his intestines spilled out, releasing an exceedingly foul stench. Charge. Kill him. The remaining bodyguards, witnessing the scene, roared in unison as they rushed toward Duan Lingxiao. Like an ant attempting to shake a tree. How could there be so many fools seeking their own demise? Duan Lingxiao moved, resembling a rampaging dragon emerging from the sea, his presence formidable and unstoppable. Boom. In an instant, as Duan Lingxiao advanced, the group of bodyguards cried out in agony. Each of their arms and legs were broken, sprawled on the ground, wailing in pain like slaughtered pigs. All eyes were fixed on Duan Lingxiao, their hearts gripped by terror. Zhao Heihu, what transpired? Duan Lingxiao turned, ignoring the others, and inquired of Zhao Heihu. Mr. Ling, I am utterly at my wit's end. The 6 great families had promised to confront you tomorrow. Yet a fully armed group of martial cultivators stormed into my Black Tiger Hall without warning and attacked. Damn it, if I hadn't fled quickly, I would now be haunting you in dreams. Zhao Heihu's face was grim, his arm broken, blood dripping from his shoulder. Speaking caused him to grimace in pain. His expression contorted. Crack. Duan Lingxiao stepped forward, gripping Zhao Heihu's arm. Before he could react, there was a sharp sound as Duan Lingxiao effortlessly realigned the broken limb. This is a vitality pill, you take one, and not only will your injuries heal completely, but your physical prowess will surpass its former strength. Duan Lingxiao produced a freshly crafted vitality pill and handed it to Zhao Heihu. Nearby, Xiao Mengchen watched with envy. Thank you, sir. Although Zhao Heihu knew little of alchemy, he could discern from Xiao Mengchen's gaze that this vitality pill was indeed extraordinary. Thus, he hastily accepted it and swallowed it whole. Instantly, a surge of medicinal power spread throughout his body, coursing through his limbs and bones. In no time, Zhao Heihu felt a tingling sensation at his wound. It was as though he was soaking in a hot spring, utterly invigorating. Remarkably, the pain that had previously contorted his face had vanished, leaving him feeling as if nothing had ever happened. This was nothing short of astonishing. In Zhao Heihu's perception, the existence of such a remarkably effective elixir was utterly inconceivable. Yet, what unfolded before his very eyes was nothing short of astonishing, leaving him profoundly shaken. Initially, he believed that witnessing Duan Lingxiao's profound martial prowess, capable of walking upon waves, was akin to witnessing a celestial being descend from the heavens. Little did he realize that his understanding of Duan Lingxiao was still woefully inadequate. Just how formidable is Mr. Ling? This thought flickered unbidden in Zhao Heihu's mind. The more he engaged, the more he perceived the unfathomable depths of Duan Lingxiao's capabilities. The sudden intervention of the 6 prominent families indicated that they could no longer remain passive. Duan Lingxiao spoke with a measured tone. I have inquired, and it appears that the He family from the island has issued a bounty for your capture. Regardless of life or death, the reward amounts to over 100 million. Such a substantial sum. Numerous assassins, martial artists, and even some underworld factions were stirred into action. It was only natural that they could no longer sit idly by. Zhao Heihu remarked hastily. When he first learned of Duan Lingxiao being hunted by the He family, he was utterly bewildered. However, upon grasping the full context, he was struck with disbelief. He had not anticipated that Duan Lingxiao had ventured to Jiangbei the previous day and had killed the He family's heiress. It was no wonder the He family had resorted to a bounty. If Duan Lingxiao were not eliminated, the He family would lose all face and become the subject of ridicule. A bounty. Duan Lingxiao shook his head, his gaze calm and unperturbed. Mr. Ling, you must exercise caution. The He family's brazen actions, coupled with the enticing bounty, will undoubtedly attract numerous skilled assassins. While I am not afraid of a direct confrontation, I am wary of their underhanded tactics, which could prove treacherous. Zhao Heihu cautioned earnestly. With the issuance of the He family's bounty, it was predictable that hordes of elite assassins from both domestic and international realms would converge, leading to inevitable bloodshed. The mere thought sent shivers down Zhao Heihu's spine. He had never before encountered such grand spectacles. It matters not. Should they come, I shall eliminate one. Should they come in pairs, I shall eliminate them twofold. Until they dare not return, Duan Lingxiao replied with a dispassionate voice. For the short-sighted, death was the most fitting resolution. As for the He family, in due course, he would pay them a visit to eradicate them entirely. Ha! Such audacity! Who do you think you are, to speak so brazenly? At that moment, the feeble voice resonated, followed by the emergence of a young man, flanked by several affluent young gentlemen. His pallor suggested a sickly disposition, not indicative of malnutrition but rather of excessive indulgence. Upon surveying the corpses strewn about and the pervasive scent of blood, the young man's brows furrowed in discontent. You possess an audacious spirit, daring to slay my people. Do you not realize that such actions are tantamount to courting death? The young man spoke with a tone that was both cold and commanding. He was Xue Taiha, a member of the illustrious Xue family from the provincial capital of Southeast Province, a clan that surpassed even the Han family in power. Though Xue Taiha himself was not a particularly formidable figure, he epitomized the archetype of a debauched young master. However, relying on his family background, he arrogantly trampled over others, displaying a blatant disregard for their existence. This time, he arrived in Jiangnan City for leisure, fortuitously learning of Duan Lingxiao's actions in the area, along with the news of a bounty issued by the He family from Hong Kong. Instantly, the scheme took root in his mind. He aimed to capture Duan Lingxiao, thereby proving to his family that he, Xue Taiha, was no trifling fool. Thus, he assembled a group and made a grand entrance. After all, as a young master of the Xue family from the provincial capital, he was accompanied by far more skilled fighters than those of the Black Tiger Hall. Consequently, the Black Tiger Hall faced defeat after defeat, with Zhao Heihu sustaining grave injuries. This only fueled Xue Taiha's confidence. Yet, upon his arrival, he was met with the sight of his subordinates sprawled on the ground, some lifeless, others grievously wounded. In an instant, Xue Taiha was consumed by fury. Who do you think you are, acting so brazenly? Duan Lingxiao frowned, regarding him as if he were a fool. Indeed, he had never encountered someone so foolish. At such a moment, to flaunt oneself so shamelessly, what sort of dim-witted mentality could conceive such an act? What did you say? Xue Taiha's expression darkened. I am from the Xue family of the provincial capital. Do you think that by annihilating the Lu family and the three major gangs, you have achieved greatness? In our eyes, you are nothing but a triviality, a country bumpkin who presumes to be impressive. Xue Taiha shook his head with a cold sneer, his gaze dripping with disdain. Indeed, you, surnamed Ling, are far too arrogant. You have offended the He family of Hong Kong and the 6 great families. Master Qi of the Qi family soon to arrive in Jiangnan to take your life. It is laughable that you do not flee instead. You dare to continue your arrogance. The young men beside Xue Taiha, all sons of the 6 great families of Jiangnan, looked at Duan Lingxiao as if he were a corpse. They had never witnessed such audacity. Lacking background, identity, or support, he flaunted his meager strength in a most ostentatious manner. In their eyes, such behavior was utterly juvenile and ridiculous. However, Your arrogance in insulting young Master Shui will not go unpunished. We need not wait for Master Qi, we could end your life right now. Another spoke up. The group chimed in, mocking and deriding Duan Lingxiao while flattering Shui Taiha. Begun. Duan Lingxiao uttered a single word with indifference, thereafter ignoring them completely. You insolent wretch. Shui Taiha was incensed, feeling as if Duan Lingxiao's demeanor cast him in a position of superiority, which was most unsettling. Fifth uncle. Break his limbs and make him kneel to speak with me. Shui Taiha commanded coldly. Yes, young master. Upon his command, an elderly man clad in grey stepped forward. You young fool, beyond the heavens, there are yet more heavens, outside of humanity, there are more humans. Do you believe you can look down upon the world just because you have vanquished a few small factions? Ignorant. Foolish. Completely oblivious. The grey-clad elder, shaking his head with a cold laugh, suddenly lunged forward, his aura surging as if he were a fierce tiger roaring through the mountains. Following closely, he unleashed a powerful palm strike towards Duan Lingxiao, the force of which was as sharp as hundreds of daggers converging upon him. Truly formidable martial artists are not the sort one can encounter in this mere Jiangnan city. Today, fortune smiles upon you, for I shall bestow upon you a single strike. To perish beneath this blow would be the greatest honor of your life. Young man, remember this technique, it is known as the mountain-shattering palm. Thunderous. The aura is formidable. The gale rips through the air, conjuring a minor tempest. Shui Taiha and several young scions from the 6 prominent families of Jiangnan shut their eyes, their hearts shaken to the core. Is this the might of a powerful cultivator? This little wretch is doomed. They gazed at Duan Lingxiao with a sense of malicious glee. Convinced that the outcome was evident, Duan Lingxiao would surely meet his demise. Bang! Duan Lingxiao cast a fleeting glance at the elder in grey, then unleashed a punch. The Dragon Fist. The Invincible Dragon Fist. In an instant, the formidable momentum gathered by the elder's mountain-shattering palm was shattered, dissipating like dense fog. Simultaneously, Duan Lingxiao's hand, akin to the chains of death, latched onto the elder's neck with precision. The elder's face contorted in horror, his expression one of sheer terror. He felt as if he were a mere piglet, easily ensnared by Duan Lingxiao. How could you? The elder was utterly unprepared. Realizing too late that Duan Lingxiao had appeared before him, this speed surpassed the realm of his comprehension. He was pleading for mercy. Crack. Yet, Duan Lingxiao granted him no such opportunity. With a casual squeeze, he snapped the elder's neck. The entire process was swift, so rapid that one could witness it without even blinking. His, including Shui Taiha, all present inhaled sharply, their faces etched with disbelief and horror. Shui Taiha was particularly astonished. He was acutely aware of the elder's strength and an absolute celestial level cultivator. Though merely at the initial stage, he was indeed a celestial being, comparable to experts ranked 4 to 500 on the Qilin list. This was the very foundation of his arrogance. He had entered with unshakable confidence. Yet reality struck him with merciless swiftness. In Duan Lingxiao's hands, the formidable elder was akin to a palace maiden. With just one move, he was crushed. What mountain-shattering palm! Such feeble strength could barely grind grain. Duan Lingxiao shook his head in disbelief. The elder's prowess was lacking, though he boasted a fair amount of bravado. Initially intrigued, Duan Lingxiao was dismayed to discover that the elder could not withstand even a single strike. Unexpectedly, you have yet to reveal your full strength. Shui Taiha's gaze darkened, his complexion taking on a sickly pallor. He had not anticipated that eliminating the Lu family, dismantling 3 major factions, and killing the vice president of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce would not showcase the entirety of his combat capability. Just how powerful could this individual be? It seems you are not entirely foolish. However, your understanding comes too late. Duan Lingxiao spoke coldly. What? Do you still intend to kill me? Ha! You have slain my uncle, do you believe you can survive? Even facing the second master of the Qi family. Your death is inevitable. Now, with my Shui family added into the equation, how many lives do you think you possess? Dare to lay a finger on me? And do you believe the entirety of Jiangnan will not tremble? Shui Taiha and Lingxiao exchanged knowing glances, their eyes brimming with confidence. This was the formidable strength of the Shui family from the provincial capital. The profound heritage of a powerful family was sufficient to render him disdainful of everything around him. What if Duan Lingxiao possessed remarkable martial prowess? In comparison to the deep-rooted and time-honored great clans, personal strength was merely trivial, insignificant. How tedious this conversation is. With a swift motion, Duan Lingxiao struck out. With a whirling motion, Shui Taiha's head spun violently in a clockwise direction, twisting several times before halting. His face grotesquely contorted to face the back. Had it not been for his cervical vertebrae, his head would surely have dropped to the ground. A few young scions from the 6 prominent families of Jiangnan City screamed in terror. The sight of Shui Taiha's demise was bizarre and horrifying. His pallid face bore wide-open eyes, unblinking, as if he had yet to grasp the grim reality of his demise. Shui Xiao. Good heavens, Shui Xiao, please wake up. Shui Xiao, you cannot die. You are finished. You dare to truly kill Shui Xiao, and Jiangnan City will surely tremble. The young gentleman exclaimed, their faces stricken with fear. After all, he was the young master of the Shui family from the provincial capital. None of them dared to offend him. And they had to tread carefully to carry favor. Now, with his death here, should the Shui family seek retribution, they would undoubtedly face dire consequences. As for whether Jiangnan City would tremble, you need not concern yourselves. Since you are so frightened, you may join him below. Duan Lingxiao spoke indifferently. With a swift motion, he moved. Crack. 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 In a blink, he snapped the necks of all present. If they chose to seek trouble, they must be prepared for the consequences. The entire sequence of actions unfolded with the swiftness of lightning, fluid and graceful. Zhao Heihu and Chao Mengchen stood dumbfounded, utterly bewildered. Make sure to clean up thoroughly. Duan Lingxiao instructed. Understood, sir. Zhao Heihu nodded hastily. He immediately made a call to summon assistance. Meanwhile, Chao Mengchen retreated to his room. Lost in contemplation of the alchemical insights he had just experienced, as if nothing had transpired at all. Duan Lingxiao, holding a health-preserving elixir, was about to return to his room when he noticed Xiao Mangshui consuming it. Just then, a sudden ringtone erupted from Shui Taiha's pocket. Zhao Heihu promptly retrieved the phone, revealing the caller ID to be mother. It was Shui Taiha's mother, the matriarch of the Shui family. Zhao Heihu's expression turned grave. Shui Taiha had just been slain, and now his mother was calling. What a perfectly timed coincidence. Duan Lingxiao answered the call, pressing the button to connect. Instantly, the voice rich yet urgent resonated. My dear son, have you gone to Jiangnan? Please. Do not act impulsively or let yourself be swayed into confronting someone named Ling. I have just received news that his strength is at least at the heavenly realm. Your 5th uncle is no match for him. Do not meddle. Do you understand? Your temperament is too flamboyant, I must warn you. The woman's voice conveyed palpable anxiety. Evidently, she possessed a keen understanding of her son's character. In the past, his arrogance had seemed inconsequential, as she could manage it effortlessly. However, if he were to recklessly provoke trouble this time, it would undoubtedly lead to disastrous consequences. Just then, Duan Lingxiao spoke in a calm voice. What do you mean? The voice on the other end of the phone faltered. Who are you? Why do you have my son's phone? Where is my son? Your son is deceased. Duan Lingxiao replied, his tone devoid of emotion. It is too late for you to speak now. Even if it were earlier, he would still meet his demise. Following his statement, the line fell into a profound silence, as if the connection had been severed. What? What did you say? In the next moment, a piercing shriek erupted from the receiver, shattering the stillness. Who are you? Are you the one with the surname Ling? How dare you kill my son? Do you believe? The call was abruptly disconnected. Duan Lingxiao had no desire to listen to the ensuing tirade, which would merely consist of curses, accusations, and threats. Having heard such things repeatedly, he found they served only to clutter his mind. He chose to terminate the call, leaving the other party to stew in their impotent rage. Mr. Ling, the matriarch of the Shui family, is notoriously tempestuous, and given that Shui Taiha is a late-born child, she dotes on him excessively, resulting in her haughty demeanor. After this killing, it is likely the Shui family will not let it slide easily, Zhao Heihu remarked. Let them come, we shall meet force with force. And there is no need for concern. Besides, it is true that one cannot be burdened by an abundance of debts. Duan Lingxiao spoke with a measured tone. Indeed. Zhao He, who responded, momentarily taken aback. Currently, you have forged enmity with several influential families in Jiangnan City, and further afield, there are the Qi family and the Hon family. Even more distantly, the He family in Hong Kong. It is indeed true that an abundance of debts brings no worry. Meanwhile, in the provincial capital, at the Shui residence, a woman adorned in designer attire, voluptuous and still possessing an alluring charm despite her age, suddenly trembled violently, as though stricken by a seizure. Listening to the incessant beeping emanating from her phone, Hon Juanli's expression morphed into one of extreme distress. My son. I will kill you, I want you dead. How dare you take my son's life? Clenching her phone tightly, her eyes blazed with fury. At that moment, a maid entered, carrying a bowl of silver fungus soup. Madam. This is the health soup you requested. The maid, oblivious to the turmoil, was simply fulfilling her duties. With a furious swing, Hon Juanli knocked the scalding soup from the maid's hands, causing it to splatter over her. The maid cried out, her hand turning red from the burn. You wretched lowly servant, are you blind or deaf? Get out. Hon Juanli glared fiercely at the maid, delivering a kick to her knee. The maid, in pain, collapsed to the ground. Hon Juanli then turned and stormed into the main hall where the head of the Shui family, Soaring, was conferring with several key figures on important matters. Upon seeing Hon Juanli's furious countenance, he was momentarily taken aback. Juanli, what is the matter? I am in a meeting with Mr. Zhao regarding urgent business, please wait until I am finished. Soaring frowned. His wife possesses a multitude of admirable qualities. She is passionate in their intimate moments, possesses exceptional skills, and offers attentive service, often displaying a playful demeanor. However, she does have a rather quick temper. Who could have possibly provoked her? Your son has been murdered, how am I expected to remain calm? Hon Juanli exclaimed vehemently. What? Soaring's expression shifted dramatically. Such a jest was utterly inappropriate. Taiha has gone to Jiangnan, and I just called to remind him, but it was too late. The one who answered was that fellow son named Ling. Taiha has already met his demise at his hands. Hon Juanli's tears flowed uncontrollably, her face contorted with rage and resentment. Son named Ling? Are you referring to the newly emerged killer in Jiangnan? Soaring, having kept abreast of the recent events in Jiangnan, recalled that even the Assassin's Guild had dispatched elite assassins to eliminate this Ling, only to meet with failure. Clearly, the mission had ended in disaster. Thus, the various powers in the provincial capital regarded him with great concern. It is indeed he. He has slain Taiha, and this vendetta must be avenged. I demand the death of that little wretch. Hon Juanli declared fiercely, her face a mask of fury. He is courting death. Soaring echoed, equally enraged. The Shui family was among the foremost clans in the provincial capital, and all held them in deep respect. Yet today, her son had been killed in Jiangnan. Although she understood her son's character, having been spoiled for far too long, when confronted with a true expert, he stood little chance of survival. Nonetheless, he was her flesh and blood. I have heard that the second master of the Qi family has already set off for Jiangnan and intends to publicly execute that little wretch tomorrow. Allow me to mobilize our forces and summon the strength of the Shui family to Jiangnan. On this expedition, I shall not only demand the death of that son named Ling. Anyone even remotely connected to him must also perish. Soaring's voice carried an icy chill. With a resounding crash, his aura erupted, shattering the teacups upon the table into dust. Clearly, he too was a martial artist of considerable strength. Unbeknownst to them, within the villa, Duan Lingxiao presented appeal to Xiao Mangshui. What kind of medicine is this, brother Lingxiao? Xiao Mangshui inquired curiously. This is a health-enhancing pill. Once you consume it, your overall physical capabilities will see a significant improvement, Duan Lingxiao explained. Oh, if I take this, will I become as formidable as you, brother Lingxiao? She asked with a smile. Haha, you will undoubtedly surpass me in the future, Duan Lingxiao ruffled her hair playfully. Then I shall protect you, brother Lingxiao, Xiao Mangshui declared, her bright eyes sparkling with determination. Well then, I shall rely on you to support me and enjoy a life of leisure, Duan Lingxiao laughed. Xiaomangxue, lost in thought for a moment, blushed but quickly regained her composure, looking sweetly at Duan Lingxiao. In the ensuing time, Duan Lingxiao devoted himself to diligent cultivation within the villa, simultaneously instructing Chao Mengchen to observe the universities in Jiangnan to identify suitable institutions for Xiaomangxue. He aspired to facilitate Xiaomangshue's enrollment, striving to compensate for the youth she had missed. The night swiftly deepened, and Chao Mengchen and the others had long departed. Within the villa, only the gentle sound of Xiaomangshue's breathing, akin to the soft purring of a kitten, filled the air. Duan Lingxiao entered the living room and discovered Xiaomangxue curled up asleep on the sofa. He lifted her tenderly and placed her upon the soft mattress. On her smooth, delicate cheeks were two small dimples, perfectly shaped like crescent moons. Unconsciously, her arms tightened around Duan Lingxiao, conveying a warmth from her fullness against his chest. This young lady is truly becoming more enchanting, Duan Lingxiao marveled in astonishment. Just then, his brow furrowed as he sensed a faint aura of murderous intent emanating from outside the villa. It was a mere whisper of danger, almost as subtle as the cool night breeze. Yet, their speed of approach was alarmingly swift, arriving in such a short span of time. Duan Lingxiao's gaze sharpened. The Xiao family villa was situated far from the bustling city, surrounded by lush greenery that provided ample concealment for those lurking in the shadows. Meanwhile, high in a sprawling tree outside the villa, several figures lay in wait, barely making a sound, as if even their breathing had ceased. The night was deep, accompanied by the rustle of the wind, creating an opportune moment for their hidden intentions. The painstakingly cultivated turtle-breathing technique was undetectable even to those of the martial sovereign rank. A practitioner seemingly at the celestial realm would never unearth their presence. Hey! We shall claim that bounty of 200 million. Furthermore, prepare the 10 fragrant soft bone powder. It must be dispersed at the earliest opportunity to minimize his combat effectiveness. Fear not, everything is ready. I have discerned the target's location. Xiaomangshui resides on the second floor, one on the east side, the other on the west. First, we eliminate the target, then we shall have our fun with that girl. Understood? The voices of the group echoed in hushed tones. Action! Commanded the leader of the black-clad assassins. They were poised to commence their operation when suddenly, their expressions shifted dramatically. Their bodies stiffened instantaneously, as if they had plummeted from the warmth of a cozy bed into an icy abyss. What the hell, why is it suddenly so cold? The weather forecast did not indicate a drop in temperature tonight. Indeed, it was cold, but not just chilly, it was an eerie, bone-chilling cold. They felt an inexplicable shiver coursing through them, an uncanny sensation that emerged in an instant, leaving them with an unsettling chill running down their spines. As if they had wandered through a haunted graveyard in the dead of night. Are you here to assassinate me? A calm voice suddenly emerged from behind them. What the hell? The group felt a surge of terror, their faces paling in disbelief. The abruptness of the voice left them utterly shocked. Who are you? Damn it, it's you. They turned to see a handsome face, expressionless and aloof. Who else could it be but the one surnamed Ling? The key point is that just moments ago, they observed Duan Lingxiao through the infrared telescope, clearly inside the villa's room. How could he suddenly appear behind them? Damn. Is this some kind of trick? Hiss. A few of them gasped in shock. Stop dawdling and take action. The leader among the black-clad assassins remained surprisingly composed, promptly issuing the command to attack. In such a situation, immediate action was essential for any chance of victory. Their minds were still somewhat clear, but sadly, their strength was insufficient. Duan Lingxiao extended his hand, precisely gripping the throat of an oncoming assassin. Crack! He swiftly snapped the assassin's neck. Following that, a powerful punch landed. Boom! The chest of another assassin exploded, blood gushing forth as ribs shattered. Bang! Suddenly, a cloud of white powder burst forth, scattering like flowers in the wind, enveloping Duan Lingxiao. Haha, you've been hit by the 10 fragrant soft bone powder, no matter if you are an 18 Arhats. You will become as weak as a soft dog. The leader of the black-clad assassins sneered. The 10 fragrant soft bone powder, a head you may not know. But the seasoning I used in my cooking was not 13 spices, but rather the 10 fragrant soft bone powder. Quite a nostalgic flavor. Duan Lingxiao replied with a faint smile. Stop pretending to be mysterious. Once you breathe in the 10 fragrant soft bone powder, how could you possibly be unscathed? An assassin shouted angrily, lunging forward with a short knife aimed at Duan Lingxiao's midsection. Crash. Duan Lingxiao extended 2 fingers, skillfully pinching the knife. Crack. With a surge of strength, he shattered the blade. Then, a punch struck the assassin's neck, causing the assassin's head to bend backward instantaneously. Damn, he truly is unharmed. How could he possibly be immune to the 10 fragrant soft bone powder? The leader of the black-clad assassin's expression changed drastically. Quickly, use the trump card. If we don't use it now, we will undoubtedly die today. As the words fell, the gazes of the other assassins tightened. But there was no time for hesitation. Gritting their teeth, they pulled out a blood-red pill from their pockets. Bloodthirsty frenzy pill. Gulp. They swallowed the crimson pill without hesitation. In an instant, a surge of immense power roiled within them, as if their bellies were on fire, an extremely intense heat suddenly rising. Their muscles trembled, and in the next moment, their bodies swelled, tearing their black garments apart. Kid, you forced us to use the bloodthirsty frenzy pill, which is already something to be proud of. Die. The consumption of the bloodthirsty frenzy pill would leave them with significant side effects. Even if they succeeded in killing Duan Lingxiao, it would ruin their martial arts foundations, making it impossible for them to continue as assassins. Thus, at this moment, their hatred for Duan Lingxiao was profound, and the ferocity of their attacks was astonishing, instilling terror in all. Such a mere stimulant to unleash physical potential is something only you dark insects would resort to. Duan Lingxiao shook his head. Regarding such a potent elixir, he has always regarded it with disdain. Only an inept alchemist would concoct such a potion. However, alchemists are inherently scarce, and the ability to produce such an elixir that can yield immense effects in a short period is, under certain circumstances, a veritable lifeline. Die. Heart extraction. A black-clad assassin suddenly transformed his palm into a blade, fiercely thrusting it towards Duan Lingxiao's chest. Bang. Duan Lingxiao swiftly seized the assassin's hand, twisting it violently. Crack. A sickening sound echoed as the assassin's right arm was brutally wrenched off. In an instant, blood gushed forth, just as the assassin was about to scream. Before any sound could escape his lips, Duan Lingxiao's hand had already clasped around his throat. Crack. He perished instantly. In the blink of an eye, only 2 black-clad assassins remained on the scene. Quick, retreat. The intel was erroneous. He is certainly not merely at the heavenly realm. Damn it. Who the hell disseminated such unreliable information? The 2 immediately moved, slithering away like serpents, vanishing swiftly into the night. Attempting to flee. Too late. Duan Lingxiao followed closely, shadowing them like a wisp of wind. How can he be so fast? Regardless of how desperately they tried, they found themselves unable to escape Duan Lingxiao's grasp. It is well known that assassins excel in stealth and speed. Yet now, they were horrified to discover that no matter what they did, they could not shake off his pursuit. They were swift, and so was Duan Lingxiao. They slowed, and he slowed as well. Step for step, they had nowhere to hide. Is this some sort of game? The lead assassin was on the verge of despair. He realized that they were entirely within Duan Lingxiao's control. Just like the monkey who could not escape the palm of Buddha. Endless, and forever unable to flee. Slap. Duan Lingxiao was now merely a step away from the 2. He abruptly extended his hand, resting it upon their shoulders. The 2 attempted to break free, but it felt as if their shoulders were ensnared in rusted iron. Firmly gripped. They were utterly immobilized. Boom. With a slight exertion of force, the 2 felt as if a mountain had descended upon them, rendering them unable to resist. Their legs trembled, and they fell to their knees. Meanwhile, their shoulders were already a gruesome mess, blood and flesh in disarray. Speak, which faction do you belong to? Duan Lingxiao inquired from his elevated position, his tone calm and detached. We are assassins from the Yama Hall. The Yama Hall? Duan Lingxiao was well aware of this organization. One of the top 10 assassin factions in the Dragon Kingdom, ranking slightly above the Assassin Hall. Yet their overall strength was comparable. Indeed, we are merely following orders. The He family in Hong Kong has issued a bounty for your assassination, and it is certain that a stream of assassins will be dispatched to eliminate you. We have heard that super assassins from both domestic and international realms are beginning to mobilize. In our Dragon Kingdom, there are elite assassins such as Black Dragon, Chasing Fate, and the Twin Shadows. As long as you spare us, your whereabouts will remain concealed, and we will feign to release incorrect information, informing the outside world that you have been successfully assassinated by us. This way, these super assassins will temporarily refrain from targeting you. The black-clad assassin spoke in a series of hurried words. Oh, understood. However, it is unnecessary. Duan Lingxiao replied nonchalantly. Do not act impulsively. Black Dragon, Chasing Fate, and the Purple-White Twin Killers are formidable super assassins. I am aware of your prowess as a martial arts master, yet each of them has slain experts of your caliber. Should you underestimate them, you will surely fall victim to their hands. The black-clad assassin quickly articulated the gravity of the situation to Duan Lingxiao. You need not concern yourself with that. Upon finishing his words, Duan Lingxiao reached out to eliminate the two assassins. Just then, a chilling gust of wind surged forth. It was a bullet. However, the bullet was not aimed at him, nor at the black-clad assassin. Instead, it whizzed past them. Halt. Leave one alive. I have inquiries to make. At that moment, a frigid voice resonated through the night. Following this, a lithe and agile figure emerged from the shadows. Crack. Duan Lingxiao disregarded the interruption and swiftly snapped the necks of the two black-clad assassins. Absurdity. They dared to assassinate him and expected him to show mercy. What a ludicrous notion. You possess great audacity. Just then, the speaker approached within 10 meters of Duan Lingxiao, witnessing the scene and instantly displaying a furious countenance. Did you not hear my command to cease? You dare defy my orders. The individual raised their weapon, aiming directly at Duan Lingxiao. A woman? Duan Lingxiao observed the newcomer, shocked to find a female figure. Though clad in attire that was not form-fitting, it still failed to conceal her exquisite and curvaceous figure. Her enchanting silhouette captivating all. The swell of her bosom resembled the tumult of the Pacific Ocean, exuding an air of superiority. Especially striking were her eyes, which held a chilling allure, emanating a subtle temptation. Any man who beheld her would inevitably experience a mix of inadequacy and an intense urge to conquer. Speak. Noticing Duan Lingxiao's silence as he appraised her, the woman's expression soured as she reprimanded him sharply. I do not appreciate being spoken to while someone is brandishing a firearm. Duan Lingxiao replied coolly. As his words fell, he moved, suddenly appearing mere centimeters from the woman. You. The woman gasped in astonishment, preparing to redirect her gun. Crack. Duan Lingxiao seized her firearm, effortlessly crumpling it into a mass of scrap metal. What? The woman's complexion paled. Her standard-issue sidearm was a Dragon Group model, vastly superior to ordinary firearms. To put it simply, while regular guns might be wrought from iron, hers was forged from high-grade steel. Yet, it had been reduced to mere refuse. Unbelievable. Such strength. As she remained in shock, Duan Lingxiao's hand clasped around her alabaster neck, lifting her effortlessly. What do you intend to do? The woman's expression shifted, her tone urgent. You entered my domain, armed and uninvited, and you dare question my intentions. My answer is simple, I shall eliminate you, and it will be a justifiable act of self-defense. Duan Lingxiao responded coldly. You truly dare to kill me? I am a member of the Dragon Group. I am a public servant of the state. The woman found it hard to believe. The Dragon team held a prestigious position in the Dragon Kingdom, being the most central and pioneering special forces unit. Many significant missions were entrusted to the Dragon team, which wielded considerable influence both domestically and internationally. Consequently, its members enjoyed substantial autonomy during their operations, with local administrative departments, law enforcement agencies, and judicial institutions yielding to their authority and serving their needs. How could Duan Lingxiao audaciously declare his intent to kill her? Was he out of his mind? The Dragon team. How would he prove it? Duan Lingxiao furrowed his brow. He was well aware of the Dragon team during his time in the military. Many soldiers aspired to join its ranks and become part of this elite unit. He had once harbored that dream himself. However, he ultimately chose to advance through the military, earning accolades and promotions through diligence. How can you prove it? We have internal channels for verification, and if you possess discernment, you will recognize the truth at a glance. She asserted, revealing a watch on her wrist. She pressed a few buttons on the device, and suddenly, it illuminated with brilliance. A floating window materialized, displaying a secure verification interface. Facial recognition and iris verification completed successfully. A mechanical voice announced, and moments later, a screen appeared, showcasing a series of information. Yan Ruoqing. Female, 24 years old, Dragon Team member, ID number 101987, active personnel. See. I am indeed a member of the Dragon Team, without a doubt. I am here to investigate. If you kill me, you will be opposing the entire Dragon Team. The woman spoke with a cold, firm tone, evidently emboldened by her revelation. Yet, Duan Lingxiao did not release his grip on her neck. State your specific purpose for being here, he demanded. Our Dragon Team has learned that numerous assassin organizations, both domestically and internationally, are poised to act, preparing a series of assassination missions, with you as their target. Therefore, in the interest of maintaining societal stability, we have come to investigate and mitigate security risks, she replied, her words tinged with an official tone. Perhaps, aside from countering these assassin organizations, you also intend to deal with me? Duan Lingxiao remarked with a faint smile. Upon hearing his words, Yan Ruoqing's expression changed slightly, revealing surprise. For what he said was indeed factual. Duan Lingxiao had wreaked havoc across Jiangnan and Jiangbei, causing considerable unrest, a situation that had not escaped the Dragon Team's notice. The essence of their work was to monitor societal risks and uphold public order, particularly maintaining the stability between ordinary citizens and the martial arts community. They could neither allow the general populace to be overly aware of the martial world nor permit the martial community to unduly influence the lives of ordinary people. Duan Lingxiao was undoubtedly a dangerous element, wreaking havoc without restraint, which naturally drew the attention of the Dragon Team. Indeed, this operation is also aimed at you. Yan Ruoqing affirmed. Aimed at me? There is no need for that, I have always been a law-abiding and exemplary citizen. Duan Lingxiao shook his head, speaking with unwavering confidence. Abiding by the law? Yan Ruoqing was taken aback. What sort of law-abiding behavior is this, my friend? Since your first appearance, the number of people you've killed could form an enhanced battalion. If this is what you call lawfulness, then it truly defies belief. You seem to be redefining what it means to adhere to the law. Of course, those I have slain are individuals deserving of death. Does eliminating such individuals not qualify one as a model citizen? Duan Lingxiao asserted, as if it were self-evident. Deserving of death? The determination of such a status should lie with the law enforcement agencies. You are merely an ordinary citizen, lacking the authority to judge who is deserving of death. The state has not endowed you with this power. Yan Ruoqing replied coldly. As a member of the Dragon Group, she had always been a staunch defender of lawful authority. She believed that the foremost condition for strict law enforcement was to ensure fairness, justice, and seriousness in the exercise of power. Clearly, Duan Lingxiao's actions undermined the authority of law enforcement, substituting private retribution for public power. My word, it is truly rare to encounter someone as naive as you. Duan Lingxiao was momentarily taken aback by Yan Ruoqing's earnestness. He could see that she genuinely held this belief. While this notion was not without merit, it was hardly aligned with the realities of the world. He understood that many prominent families had deeply entrenched power. To pursue legitimate channels would render one unable to achieve their goals in a lifetime. Desire vengeance? Feel free to dream. Contemplating a leap in authority to resolve your issues? Just daydream. If you truly attempt to seek redress, you will be thwarted at every level, each one suppressing the next. Before you even reach your destination, you will be turned back. How is one to navigate such a system? Policies issued from above are met with countermeasures below. You have your strategies, and I have mine. What do you mean? Are you calling me foolish? Yan Ruoqing's anger was palpable as she grasped his insinuation. Seems you're not entirely foolish yet. Duan Lingxiao remarked with a faint smile. You have annihilated the Lu family and the 3 major gangs of Jiangnan, even killing 2 vice presidents of the Eastern Japan Chamber of Commerce and the daughter of the He family in Hong Kong. The gravity of your actions is beyond measure. Exceedingly severe, a deeply malevolent, Yan Ruoqing said, furrowing her elegant brows. And so, Duan Lingxiao inquired with an air of nonchalance. Thus, you must return with me to the Dragon Group for an investigation. I am aware that your killings were in aid of Shao Manxue, indicating a certain connection to the Shao family. Rest assured, once back at the Dragon Group, we will handle this matter with fairness and justice. And Ruoqing declared with resolute righteousness. Since you are aware that my actions were for Shao Manxue, it should not be difficult for you to uncover the hardships she has endured over the past 5 years, correct? Where was your Dragon Group during those times? Is it that your organization only exists to protect the affluent families, leaving ordinary people to endure their suffering in silence, unable to protest or resist? Duan Lingxiao scoffed. And Ruoqing's countenance darkened, then she refrained from retorting, as she too recognized that this matter involving the Dragon Group and all law enforcement agencies was fundamentally flawed. She had inquired about Shao Manxue and was aware that she was the sister of Shao Longhu. Although Shao Longhu had been exonerated over the past 5 years and faced repercussions for charges of corruption and bribery, the legitimacy of these accusations remained questionable. Nevertheless, 5 years ago, Shao Longhu had indeed made significant contributions to the Dragon Kingdom, sacrificing immensely. It seemed utterly unjust that his sister had endured such suffering. You still possess a semblance of conscience, not entirely brainwashed, Duan Lingxiao remarked, observing the change in Ruoqing's expression. Yet, despite that, everything you have done is still wrong. Moreover, having killed Hitzai, the He family of Hong Kong has issued a bounty. Numerous assassin organizations, both domestically and abroad, are now on the move. No matter how formidable you are, can you withstand this wave of assassination? Even if you can, what about those around you? If you lay down your weapons and return with me to the Dragon Group, they can protect you. I urge you to contemplate this carefully, aside from the assassin organizations. Qi Jiang's and the second master of the Qi family will also be after you. You have made many enemies. And Ruoqing spoke persuasively, presenting facts and reasoning. She believed that her words would resonate with Duan Lingxiao, making him comprehend his precarious situation. You are correct in many respects. But there is one thing you are mistaken about, Duan Lingxiao replied with a shake of his head and a smile. What is it? And Ruoqing inquired, her brow furrowed. You believe the Dragon Group is qualified to protect me? They are not nearly strong enough. Duan Lingxiao laughed. While the Dragon Group was powerful, it had not yet reached an absurd level. In this vast world, Duan Lingxiao would not claim invincibility, yet taking him down was no simple task. Arrogant. Blindly confident. And Ruoqing shook her head. She had already experienced Duan Lingxiao's hubris. The Dragon Group monitored all activity across the borders, and not a single detail could escape their notice. How could they possibly fail to protect you? Before coming, she had naturally researched Duan Lingxiao and knew of his reckless demeanor and decisive actions, which bordered on an egregious disregard for others. However, experiencing it firsthand revealed that his arrogance exceeded mere reputation. Nonetheless, you have reminded me of something. I require your assistance in investigating all forces that have targeted the Shao family over the past 5 years, as well as the motivations behind them. Duan Lingxiao was aware that the most significant force against the Shao family was the Southeast Marquis, but he sensed that the situation was far more complex. As a member of the Dragon Group, and Ruoqing's identity would undoubtedly facilitate her inquiries into these matters. Who exactly are you? And why are you so invested in the affairs of the Shao family? Do you know Shao Longhu? And Ruoqing asked, her brow furrowed. She had uncovered information indicating that Duan Lingxiao was undoubtedly connected to the Shao family, likely sharing a profound bond with Shao Longhu. However, she could not ascertain the specifics of Duan Lingxiao's background. This individual seemed to have appeared out of thin air. There was no match for the name Ling Tian in the entire identity system of the Dragon Kingdom. The facial recognition technology also yielded no results in its database. She was filled with curiosity about the origins of Duan Lingxiao. However, that was of no concern to him. He merely advised her to focus on her own responsibilities. Duan Lingxiao spoke with a calm demeanor, not even mentioning how, 5 years ago, the Murong family had obliterated all traces of his existence within the national system. Even if those records still existed, his facial features had undergone significant alterations, and his unique martial arts skills allowed him to precisely control the movements of his facial muscles, rendering him unrecognizable to any system. If Ruoqing were to uncover his identity, that would indeed be peculiar. Are you not afraid that I might agree to your request only to renege on it later? Ruoqing questioned, perplexed by Duan Lingxiao's unwavering confidence. Not in the slightest. He responded, and as he spoke, a series of hissing sounds echoed ominously. Several silver needles suddenly pierced Ruoqing's heart. These were the 4 directions heart-capturing needles. Designed to control her heart, only he possessed the means to extract them. Feel free to seek medical assistance, but I assure you, no doctor will be capable of removing the needles. If you refuse to cooperate, you may meet your demise. Yet, as a member of the Dragon team, I trust you will not let personal interests sway you from your duty to investigate. Duan Lingxiao's calm words exuded an air of formidable confidence. As if he held all the cards. Ruoqing's expression shifted dramatically. She could hardly believe she had been so easily manipulated. Let me go. Release me. She shouted. Struggling fiercely, her movements causing quite a commotion. With a swift motion, Duan Lingxiao struck a certain part of her, leaving her momentarily stunned as though struck by lightning. My backside. You rogue. She exclaimed, shocked, for she had never been touched in such a manner before. Will you continue to scream? He asked, delivering another swift strike to the other cheek. Instantly, a tingling sensation coursed through her body, and she clutched her backside. Her face a mixture of embarrassment and anger as she glared at him, though she dared not utter another sound. Now, that is more like it. Duan Lingxiao remarked nonchalantly, tossing her to the ground. Coughing violently, Ruoqing's complexion turned pale. From his elevated vantage point, Duan Lingxiao could see the impressive contours of her figure, accentuated by her torn clothing. If you doubt my words, you may personally experience the power of the 4 directions heart-capturing needles, he continued, manipulating his energy with casual ease. In an instant, Ruoqing's face drained of color as a piercing pain radiated from her heart, leaving her utterly defenseless. It dawned on her that Duan Lingxiao had not deceived her. How ruthless! To employ such a sinister method! She exclaimed in anger. I have spared your life and allowed you to serve me, labeling my actions as sinister would be unjust, Duan Lingxiao replied flatly, unfazed by her fury. After all, Ruoqing was merely an acquaintance to him, a naive idealist at best. To such individuals, Duan Lingxiao remains ever vigilant, never allowing himself to be lulled into complacency by mere appearances. Having chosen to uncover the truth behind them, he is determined to ensure absolute certainty. Very well. I shall comply, however, once I unveil the truth, regardless of who it may concern, I will ensure justice is served, and I shall not yield. With these words, Ruoqing rose to her feet. Ouch, that hurts, such a lack of gentlemanly conduct. She rubbed her painfully bruised chest and brushed the dust off her ample, rounded backside, preparing to turn and leave. Ruoqing, are you all right? At that moment, the voice called out. A young man clad in a uniform, his expression stern, approached her, followed by several others in similar attire. Team Leader Guan, hello. What brings you here? Ruoqing glanced at the newcomer, her brow slightly furrowed, and then nodded nonchalantly. I noticed you hadn't returned for some time, and fearing for your safety, I traced your phone's location and hastened to your aid. Team Leader Guan stated in a deep voice. I'm fine, let us go, Ruoqing responded, her expression tightening upon hearing that her phone's location had been tracked. As a member of the Dragon team, she understood that Team Leader Guan belonged to the Special Operations Unit of Zhongnan City. Typically, the Dragon team would seek the assistance of the Special Operations Unit for missions. Yet it was uncommon for them to have the authority to investigate the activities of Dragon team members. Guan's inquiry into her location had clearly crossed the line. How can you be fine? Look at all the dust on you. Has that fellow Ling bullied you? Team Leader Guan's gaze darkened as he noticed the dust covering Ruoqing's chest and rear, his displeasure evident. Especially given the flush on her face. Reminiscent of someone who had just engaged in some compromising activity, how could he not suspect the worst? Team Leader Guan, I assure you, I am fine. I merely had an accident, and it has nothing to do with Mr. Ling, Ruoqing insisted, attempting to leave once more. However, Team Leader Guan remained unmoved. His icy glare fixed on Duan Lingxiao as he coldly declared, you will accompany us to the Special Operations Unit. With so many domestic and international assassin organizations targeting you, it is clear you are no innocent party. Evidently, he possessed some knowledge regarding Duan Lingxiao. Team leader Guan, that is enough. And Ruo Qing's expression shifted. And she quickly intervened. Firstly, her life was still in Duan Lingxiao's hands. Secondly, she believed Guan's assertions were overly hasty. Was it truly the case that those targeted by assassin organizations were invariably villains? By his logic, would it imply that the assassins themselves were the good ones? Such reasoning was patently flawed. Ruo Qing, how can you defend a terrorist? He has caused so much carnage in recent days, he is a bona fide threat to public safety, and we must bring him to justice. Team leader Guan's frustration boiled over at the sight of Ruo Qing speaking on Duan Lingxiao's behalf, his eyes flashing with murderous intent as he regarded Duan Lingxiao. Since Ruo Qing arrived in Jiangnan, he became utterly captivated by her beauty and grace at their first meeting, unable to extricate himself from this enchantment. Day and night, he pondered over how to win her heart. In the depths of his soul, he had already deemed Ruo Qing as his prized possession, not permitting anyone else to touch her. Yet now, she was speaking on behalf of another man, which immediately displeased him greatly. Duan Lingxiao observed the scene with a leisurely demeanor, akin to watching a captivating performance, a faint smile betraying his amusement. To leader Guan, however, this smile appeared as nothing more than mockery and disdain. Young man, you find yourself at my mercy, I can show leniency, but should you provoke me, I hold the authority to eliminate you on the spot without hesitation. Leader Guan's tone was severe and commanding. Oh, if you possess the capability, then come and kill me. Duan Lingxiao retorted, raising his hands nonchalantly. How audacious. Leader Guan's fury ignited. He was the head of a special operations team, proficient in modern firearms and traditional martial arts. How dare he speak so defiantly to their leader? The members behind leader Guan glared at Duan Lingxiao with indignation. Indeed, few have been brazen in Jiangnan and beyond. But let me enlighten you, there are greater powers and people beyond your comprehension. You believe yourself significant, yet in truth, you are but a pitiful ant. Leader Guan sneered. You are even less than an ant, Duan Lingxiao quipped mockingly. How dare you? Leader Guan's face flashed with rage. I am your father. Not having smashed you against the wall over 20 years ago is my greatest regret. Duan Lingxiao replied coolly, a smirk on his face. You seek death. Leader Guan could no longer restrain himself, entering a state of uncontrollable fury. Now, do not blink, we witness how I deal with this lawless scoundrel. Leader Guan twisted his body, the sound of cracking bones echoing throughout. The leader's anger had dire consequences, this young man was about to be obliterated. The opportunity for the leader to strike was rare. And it was imperative to observe closely, as it would be highly beneficial for enhancing martial prowess. Several members of the special operations team widened their eyes, fearful of missing any movement. Tiger demon body refining fist. Leader Guan bellowed, his voice resonating through the night. His muscles coiled like a raging serpent, surging with immense power. The overwhelming energy compelled several to retreat, unable to withstand it. Perish. Leader Guan unleashed a powerful punch towards Duan Lingxiao. Don't. And Ruo Qing's expression turned anxious. Leader Guan's punch was indeed formidable, and she was uncertain if she could withstand it. If anything were to happen to Duan Lingxiao, she would be unable to retrieve the 4 directions heart-capturing needle from within her. However, she felt compelled to speak up. As soon as she did, Leader Guan's expression soured further. Die for me. He disregarded her pleas and struck with relentless force. This young man must be foolish, remaining still and not dodging. It seems he is terrified and has been rendered dumbfounded. The crowd erupted in laughter, noticing Duan Lingxiao's lack of movement. Just then Duan Lingxiao calmly extended his hand, his palm perfectly enveloping team leader Guan's fist. With a gentle twist, crack. In the next instant, team leader Guan's body contorted like twisted dough, spinning rapidly like a top. No matter how forcefully he struggled, he could not break free. Then, with a resounding thud, Duan Lingxiao released his grip and team leader Guan plummeted to the ground. The onlookers gasped in astonishment. Team leader. They beheld his arm grotesquely twisted, flesh mangled and bloodied. Tendons and muscles lay shredded. And his bones were contorted into a horrifying spiral. It was a sight too dreadful to behold. Guan lay on the ground, mouth agape like a lifeless fish, spewing blood. Hiss. The crowd collectively inhaled sharply, unable to fathom how Duan Lingxiao could reduce team leader Guan to such a pitiful state with a single move. Remarkable. Stronger than many in the dragon team. And watching widened her eyes in disbelief at the scene. While team leader Guan was not considered weak externally, nor particularly strong within the dragon team, defeating him would require effort from its members. Yet, Duan Lingxiao had triumphed with a mere flick of his wrist, a crushing victory. Indeed, this was rather terrifying. Too fragile. Duan Lingxiao remarked indifferently. He then turned to leave, uninterested in further engagement. Suddenly, team leader Guan bellowed, "Draw your guns. Capture him." Several members of the Special Operations team swiftly drew their firearms, aiming at Duan Lingxiao. Enough, team leader. A defeat is a defeat. Mr. Ling has shown you mercy. Do not overstep. And watching admonished sharply. She had already witnessed Duan Lingxiao's indifference to the specially designed firearms of the dragon team. The weapons of the Special Operations team were inferior in quality. She feared that even a single finger from Duan Lingxiao could easily crush their guns. I am upholding the law, and he resists and assaults an enforcer. This is a grave offense. Team leader Guan shouted hoarsely, his face pale with fury. He was enraged. Having lost an arm, yet and watching offered him no consolation, instead siding with Duan Lingxiao. How infuriating. Ignorance breeds fearlessness, but this was sheer folly. Do not point your makeshift weapons at me, or should I become angered, the consequences will be dire, Duan Lingxiao replied with an indifferent countenance. A mocking smile flitting across his face. Team leader, cease this at once. Mr. Ling's strength is formidable, those guns hold no threat to him, and watching one bluntly. At this point, even a pig should comprehend the gravity of the situation, yet team leader Guan merely scoffed coldly. Even a martial artist at the celestial realm cannot evade so many specially designed bullets at such close range. And watching, I suspect you wish to shield him. After the words of team leader Guan fell, and watching was left in a daze. How foolish. And watching was utterly defeated by Guan's arrogance. How could such a fool become the leader of a special operations team? It seemed to be through familial connections, Duan Lingxiao remarked in silence. Upon hearing Duan Lingxiao's derision, Guan's expression grew increasingly grim. Lies are not terrifying, it is the truth that wields a sharp blade. Indeed, he had risen to power through his family's influence. Damn. In just a few words, Duan Lingxiao had left him utterly humiliated. Bang. In a fit of rage, Guan fired the first shot. The other team members quickly reacted and followed suit. Bang, 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 bang. A series of gunshots echoed. Boring. With a gentle wave of his hand, Duan Lingxiao conjured a barrier of energy. He then twisted his palm sharply, drawing all the bullets aimed at him into his grasp. Following that, he clenched his fist. All the bullets exploded in his palm, swiftly transforming into a pile of discarded shells. Meanwhile, Duan Lingxiao remained standing calmly, unharmed. Impossible. What kind of extraordinary ability is this? The onlookers were bewildered, gazing at Duan Lingxiao in disbelief. They had never encountered such a situation before. While everyone was in a stupor, Duan Lingxiao had instantaneously appeared before team leader Guan, gripping his neck tightly. What are you doing? Don't act recklessly. I am from the Guan family in the provincial city, and a state official. If you harm me, you will suffer dire consequences. Guan shouted, his bravado wavering. I have already given you a chance to live, but regrettably, you squandered it, Duan Lingxiao replied coolly. Mr. Ling, please spare him, after all. He has caused significant damage, and he has lost an arm, which is a deserved price to pay, and watching quickly interjected. Being a member of the Special Operations team, she could not remain indifferent. Yes, indeed, release our leader. You are committing an insubordinate act and will be charged with the murder of a law enforcement officer, a burden you cannot bear. Several team members threatened fiercely. Absolutely. Ruoqing is correct, I have already paid the price, Guan echoed repeatedly. Yet deep down, he was mentally noting this debt against both Duan Lingxiao and Ruoqing. Once he left, he would certainly inform his family not just to eliminate this Ling fellow but also to use connections to strip Ruoqing of her dragon team identity. Then thoroughly humiliate her. In retribution for today's humiliation. Price. Whether the price has been paid is for me to decide, not you. With that crack, Duan Lingxiao snapped Guan's neck. In your next life, be more mindful. Afterward, Duan Lingxiao addressed the remaining individuals, clean up the scene within 10 minutes, then leave. If you dare return to me seeking favors, this will be your fate. He then turned and entered the villa. The remaining crowd was left pale with fear. Yet none dared to utter a word. Clean up, and once you are done, we leave quickly. And Ruoqing gazed upon the lifeless body of Captain Guan, shaking her head in disbelief. This predicament had escalated beyond measure. Upon returning, how would she report to her superiors? The murder of a special operations group leader would undoubtedly draw significant attention from the higher-ups, and even the Dragon Group would likely dispatch personnel to investigate. Alas! It had been warned that their adversary was formidable, yet one still chose to confront them head-on. Now, the death was a consequence of their own folly. Suppressing her tumultuous thoughts, and Ruoqing ceased her musings. After swiftly tidying the scene with several members of the special operations team, they departed with haste. The cleanup took no more than 10 minutes, as they were thoroughly intimidated by Duan Lingxiao's ruthless methods. Should they exceed the time limit? Who could withstand Duan Lingxiao's wrath? Soon, the group hurried in and then hurried out, with their movements swift. Though somewhat nervy, they were not beyond redemption. Standing before the villa window, Duan Lingxiao observed and watching Ruoqing's retreating figure, murmuring to himself, "It seems I must hasten my pace." The Dragon Group, as a national special organization, has already taken notice of me. If I seek vengeance, I must expedite my efforts. I must unearth every clue about my enemies and ensure they find no refuge. A flurry of thoughts raced through Duan Lingxiao's mind. Simultaneously, the 6 prominent families of Jiangnan City gathered in the luxurious presidential suite of the Tianfu Hotel, awaiting the arrival of a significant figure. The Qin, Li, Gu, Zhong, Lu, and Zhao families assembled at the entrance of the hotel. Qin Jianon, the head of the Qin family, along with his brother Qin Xiongbei, Li Zhongle. The head of the Li family, Gu Shonqing, the head of the Gu family, Lu Yuelong, the head of the Lu family, and Xiao Exen, the head of the Xiao family. These were all individuals whose mere presence could shake Jiangnan City to its core. Encountering even one of them was a rarity. Yet now all 6 family heads were gathered in one place, a remarkably rare occurrence. Moreover, these individuals wore expressions of utmost respect, akin to hotel doormen, awaiting with a posture of reverent awe. Despite the lateness of the hour, the entrance of Tianfu Hotel was bustling with guests. Witnessing this scene, onlookers were filled with astonishment. Isn't that the head of the Qin family? Who are they waiting for? It was not only the Qin family, all 6 families were present. Heavens, what an extraordinary spectacle. I wonder which esteemed figure is honored enough to be awaited by the leaders of the 6 families. Speculation ran rampant among the crowd regarding the identity of the anticipated guest. At that moment, a long Lincoln limousine approached the hotel. The heads of the 6 families swiftly advanced. Qin Jianon even took the initiative to open the rear door of the vehicle. Following this, a towering and formidable figure emerged from within. His gaze was fierce, his demeanor exuding an air of intimidation, reminiscent of a battle-hardened lion forged in the crucible of the arena. Anyone would find it difficult to withstand such overwhelming presence. Master Qi, we await you here with great anticipation. Welcome to our humble gathering, Qin Jianon proclaimed. Indeed, the journey has been arduous, Master Qi has worked hard. Gu Shonqing added in agreement. Not at all, I come solely for the purpose of retribution, Master Qi replied, his voice resonating powerfully, akin to the resounding beat of a great drum. Please let Lord Qi go ahead, we shall sit and converse, smiled Li Zhonglei, the head of the Li family. Once the group entered the hotel, a commotion erupted at the entrance. I believe I just heard the Qin family head address him as Lord Qi. Is he the second master of the Qi family? It must be him, who else could bear such a title? Furthermore, why would the heads of the 6 great families await his arrival if it were not him? What brings Lord Qi to Jiangnan? Your information is outdated. I've heard it's to eliminate someone. As the crowd speculated, the heads of the 6 families escorted Lord Qi to the presidential suite on the top floor. Who would have thought that even with the 6 great families in control, such a minor character could behave so arrogantly? Lord Qi remarked, his expression indifferent as he settled onto the sofa. The faces of Qin Jianon and the others darkened immediately. Duan Lingxiao's massacre in Jiangnan had disregarded their authority entirely. severely diminishing their prestige. This was the impetus behind their relentless pursuit to eliminate him. Lord Qi, that young man is quite formidable. Not only does he possess immense strength, but he also acts without restraint, slaying whomever he pleases. In just a few days since his appearance, he has taken countless lives across Jiangnan and Jiangbei. He even dared to kill the vice president of the Dongyan Chamber of Commerce, disregarding the reputation of the esteemed Liao Shenzhen from Jiangbei. And he nonchalantly claimed he could crush the heiress of the He family from Hong Kong. Qin Jianon said, his expression grim. Ultimately, it's your lack of strength that has led to this. You've grown accustomed to peaceful days, and now a practitioner with some power emerges. And you are at a loss. He is but a mere youth. On the battlefield, I could fell 1,000,000 with a single punch. Lord Qi declared, his voice thunderous and cold. Indeed, indeed. Lord Qi, with your fearsome reputation, your strength surely allows you to dispatch that young miscreant with one blow. Li Zhong lay flattered. Absolutely. We wholeheartedly agree. Bu Shonqing and Zhao Exayan chimed in. By the way, Lord Qi, where shall we execute that young miscreant tomorrow? Qin Jianon inquired respectfully. That young miscreant has killed my brother, Fu. This grudge must be avenged, and it must be done publicly. I shall carry out a public execution tomorrow, using the most brutal methods to ensure he suffers. Moreover, everyone must witness the fate of those who offend the Qi family. The location shall be Tianfu Square. Lord Qi stated solemnly. Excellent, splendid. I shall notify all the forces in Jiangnan to ensure they are present to witness your unparalleled prowess. Qin Jianon exclaimed joyfully. Tianfu Square is a landmark in Jiangnan, spacious and bustling with people. To slay Duan Lingxiao there would undoubtedly serve as a deterrent. Furthermore, it could restore the tarnished reputation of the 6 great families. With Lord Qi taking the lead, this matter is sure to be foolproof. Tonight, we shall forego seeking companionship. Instead, let us toast with tea to wish Lord Qi victory tomorrow, revitalizing the spirits of Jiangnan's practitioners. The group laughed, raising their cups in celebration. A palpable atmosphere of confidence spread, as everyone eagerly anticipated the victory that awaited them on the morrow. Meanwhile, Xiao Mangshui remained ensconced in slumber. Moments earlier, in an effort to avoid disturbing her, Duan Lingxiao had swiftly moved behind several cloaked assassins, dispatching them with remarkable speed. At that instant, Xiao Mangshui was blissfully unaware, lost in her serene dreams. After adjusting her blankets, he returned to his own quarters, having attained the late innate stage. The speed of his cultivation of the war god technique had indeed accelerated, and it seemed that it would not be long before he ascended from the 7th to the 8th layer. Duan Lingxiao sat cross-legged. As his strength grew, the necessity of sleep diminished significantly. Meditating and absorbing spiritual energy was sufficient to alleviate his fatigue. The first of the notorious masters had once stated that upon reaching the 9th layer of the war god technique, he would experience a qualitative transformation. It appeared he needed to intensify his efforts. Regarding the identities of the 7 notorious masters, Duan Lingxiao remained in the dark, as they had never divulged such information. And he felt no inclination to inquire. He understood that their reticence was grounded in reason. Each of them harbored their own secrets. Their silence was a veil he would not dare to lift. Nevertheless, regardless of their origins, he held no concern. He would forever remember them as his benefactors. Without them, he would not be the person he was today. In fact, he had perished 5 years prior in Zero Prison, let alone being able to emerge from its depths and return to the city for vengeance. Focusing his mind, Duan Lingxiao shook his head to dispel all distractions. He then directed his awareness to his dantian and began to absorb spiritual energy. Concentration. Regardless of the task at hand, focus is an essential condition for achieving high efficiency and quality. As he devoted himself to his practice, he soon found himself immersed in a unique state of unified mind and body. Had any external martial artist been present, they would have been utterly astonished. For Duan Lingxiao's state of cultivation was one that many yearned for, a moment of enlightenment that was exceedingly rare and serendipitous. Yet, Duan Lingxiao could enter this state at will, the truly formidable aspect of his abilities. It was precisely this capacity that had allowed him to traverse the 13th layer of Qi refining and reach the innate stage in a mere 5 years. The night passed without incident. As dawn broke, the sun rose anew, heralding the arrival of a new day. The following morning, after his usual routine, Duan Lingxiao commenced preparing breakfast. When Xiao Mangshui awoke, she beheld an abundant spread of breakfast laid out before her, beckoning enticingly. Her stomach rumbled like a cooing dove. Hurry and wash up for breakfast, or your stomach will start serenading you, Duan Lingxiao chuckled. Brother Lingxiao, you tease me again, Xiao Mangshui replied, her cheeks flashing. Though her heart was sweetened by his words. I'll be stepping out for a while, just wait for me at home, Duan Lingxiao informed her. Are you going out to confront the bad people? Xiao Mangshui inquired. Although she is not a martial artist, her intelligence shines like ice and snow, allowing her to comprehend many matters effortlessly. Indeed. Duan Lingxiao chuckled as he affectionately ruffled Xiao Mangshui's hair. I also wish to cultivate, so I can help you defeat the villains in the future. Xiao Mangshui gazed at Duan Lingxiao with eager anticipation. All right, I shall teach you, Duan Lingxiao nodded. In truth, he had long harbored the intention of imparting the path of cultivation to Xiao Mangshui. However, considering her age, martial arts might not be suitable for her. She would have to pursue the path of spiritual cultivation instead. Yet, for spiritual cultivation, one must select an appropriate technique and also modify her body. Only then could she progress steadily in her training. Although Xiao Mangshui is not his biological sister, he has regarded her as such in his heart. Naturally, Duan Lingxiao would not withhold his knowledge from those he considered family. Really? Xiao Mangshui exclaimed in delight. Of course. When has brother Lingxiao ever deceived you? Duan Lingxiao replied with a smile. Haha, that's wonderful. Once I become a master, I will protect brother Lingxiao. Xiao Mangshui's big eyes sparkled with joy as she leaped into Duan Lingxiao's embrace, resembling a fluffy little rabbit. Someone is coming, Duan Lingxiao said with a smile. At that moment, a knock echoed at the door. Duan Lingxiao opened it to reveal Zhao Heihu and Chao Mengchen. Mr. Ling. Master Ling. The two greeted respectfully. Are we ready to depart? Duan Lingxiao inquired. Yes, sir. Last night, the second master of the Qi family arrived in Jiangnan and is staying at the Tianfu Grand Hotel. He has announced that he will conduct a public execution of you. Zhao Heihu's expression turned grim. Such words were a blatant affront to Duan Lingxiao. His tone is rather audacious, Duan Lingxiao remarked indifferently. Let us go and see if his strength matches his arrogance. With little concern for the matter, Duan Lingxiao bid farewell to Xiao Mangshui, and the group set off in their vehicle. Approximately half an hour later, they arrived at Tianfu Square. Mr. Ling. We can only park the car here, the crowd ahead is too dense, and we must proceed on foot, Zhao Heihu whispered. Very well. Duan Lingxiao nodded. And they all alighted, beginning their walk forward. Tianfu Square, being a landmark, typically attracts a large crowd, but today it was even more bustling, with thousands gathered to observe. Additionally, numerous luxury vehicles lined the streets outside the square, Lamborghinis, Mercedes-Benz, BMWs, Ferraris, Buicks. Clearly, the influential powers of Jiangnan City had all come forth. It appears the six great families have considerable confidence in their invitation to such a multitude, Duan Lingxiao observed coolly, surveying his surroundings as he strode ahead. Zhao Heihu led the way, clearing a path. Make way, make way. Are you in such a rush to reincarnate? Move aside. The surrounding crowd, noticing someone pushing forward, instinctively began to scold. However, upon recognizing the newcomers, the expletives were swiftly swallowed back. Zhao Heihu serves as the leader of the Black Tiger Hall, a figure of considerable repute in Jiangnan City, well known to many. You blind fool. Zhao Heihu scoffed dismissively, choosing to ignore the individual and instead beckoning to Duan Lingxiao, Mr. Duan, this way please. The surrounding crowd could not help but change their expressions, astonished. Is he truly the ruthless one who annihilated the Lu family? I never imagined he was so young. I thought he'd be a middle-aged man. He is rather handsome, I wonder how skilled he is in other aspects. Such frivolous comments echoed through the air, as among the spectators were not only martial artists but also numerous ordinary individuals, leading to a cacophony of discussions on various unrelated topics. Duan Lingxiao paid no heed and proceeded directly to the center of the square, where a grand stage had been erected. On it sat a tall, robust man in an ample chair, idly toying with two steel balls. Mr. Duan. This is the second master of the Qi family, Zhao Heihu informed him. You are Qilao? Duan Lingxiao inquired. Qilao? The crowd was taken aback. Typically, he would be addressed as the second master of the Qi family or simply Qi Iri, a title signifying respect. The term Qilao was rather irreverent, provoking unintended interpretations and hinting at mockery. Boldly insolent. You dare to speak so disrespectfully before Qi Iri without even kneeling. Lu Yuelong, the head of the Lu family, suddenly appeared behind Duan Lingxiao, viciously kicking at his knee. Kneel. Lu Yuelong's expression was twisted with malice. This was a prime opportunity to curry favor with Qi Iri, and he believed Duan Lingxiao would be caught unawares by his sudden attack. However, just as Lu Yuelong thought victory was assured, Duan Lingxiao spun around and unleashed a powerful punch. A resounding crash echoed through the air. Lu Yuelong's chest erupted with a gaping wound, blood gushing forth as he was sent hurtling from the stage, crashing to the ground below. With a violent cough, Lu Yuelong spat out a mouthful of blood, meeting an untimely demise. Incredible decisiveness, a single punch to end a life. Absolutely merciless. This is the true essence of a man, Lu Yuelong. As the leader of a prominent family, deserved his fate for attempting a sneak attack. Whispers of admiration and shock rippled through the crowd. Keep your voices down. Are you not afraid of retaliation? Murmured the onlookers, their expressions a mix of astonishment at Duan Lingxiao's ruthless efficiency. How audacious do you dare to strike so fiercely, Ling? Qin Shannon and others' faces contorted with disbelief. Lu Yuelong was among the 6 family heads, and yet he had been slain so easily. While they could now seize the opportunity to divide Lu's assets, the prevailing sentiment was far from pleasant. Just a pile of refuse daring to launch a surprise attack. It seems the 6 great families are merely a gathering of trash exhibiting lowly character and engaging in despicable deeds, Duan Lingxiao remarked disdainfully. Seek death. All of you. Let us take him down. The crowd glared at Duan Lingxiao, their fury palpable, wishing to rend him apart. Enough. A commanding voice suddenly pierced through the tension. As Qi Iri, seated majestically, finally spoke. His countenance darkened to an extreme, as if it were about to weep. Did you, indeed, slay the tiger of Fuhua? Lord Qi turned his gaze towards Duan Lingxiao, speaking with an air of indifference. I have taken many lives, names like Fuhua or Fugo do not linger in my memory. Duan Lingxiao replied coolly. Upon hearing his words, Lord Qi's expression transformed into one of grave displeasure, akin to the discomfort of constipation. The onlookers also changed their countenance in an instant. The tiger of Fuhua was a member of the Qi family, and to have perished at the hands of Duan Lingxiao was an affront. How dare he dismiss such a warrior as insignificant? Lord Qi, this individual must not be spared. I implore you to take action and eliminate him, declared Li Zhonglei, the head of the Li family, in a somber tone. Indeed, the tiger of Fuhua was an esteemed officer of our Jiangnan military district, and it is unforgivable for such a scoundrel to insult him so. Echoed Zhao Exain, the patriarch of the Zhao family. Both men, positioned closely to Lord Qi, felt secure enough to speak freely, lavishing praise upon him while mockingly deriding Duan Lingxiao. Suddenly, with a swift motion, Duan Lingxiao struck again. His speed was so astonishing that none could react in time, or not even Lord Qi. In an instant, Duan Lingxiao's hands were upon Zhao Exayan and Li Zhonglei, gripping their heads as if plucking tomatoes. With a twist of his wrist, he turned their heads several times. The next moment, their bodies collapsed to the ground, blood spilling forth and saturating the crimson carpet of the stage. Those who bully the weak and dare to back must be punished. Duan Lingxiao's voice was devoid of emotion. A sudden silence enveloped the surroundings. No one anticipated that Duan Lingxiao would act with such ruthless decisiveness. Within mere minutes of his appearance, he had slain the leaders of the Lu, Li, and Zhao families. And astonishingly, all before the eyes of Lord Qi. How audacious! Everyone inhaled sharply, engulfed in disbelief. You truly are, as the rumors suggest, arrogant, presumptuous, and excessively proud. A dangerous glint flickered in Lord Qi's eyes. The steel ball in his hand creaked ominously under his grip, revealing his profound displeasure, even anger, at Duan Lingxiao's actions. I have slain members of the 6 great families because they encroached upon the Shao family's interests, and I killed the tiger of Fuhua for aiding the Lu family. If you wish to be the one to stand out, do you not know that the one who stands out is the one who gets shot? Duan Lingxiao addressed Lord Qi coolly. You are indeed formidable. I concede that I underestimated you prior to my arrival. However, if you believe victory is within your grasp, you are gravely mistaken. Lord Chi's gaze darkened further as he rose to his feet, slowly speaking. You do not comprehend that a master forged in the crucible of battle is utterly distinct, even worlds apart, from a sheltered flower like you. At that moment, a palpable aura of menace erupted from Lord Chi, an oppressive malice that sent chills coursing through all present. It felt as though one had plunged into an icy cavern, where even the act of breathing became laborious. The atmosphere was thick with a palpable aura of bloodlust, a manifestation of the fierce spirit cultivated by those who emerge from the battlefield drenched in blood. Without the weight of countless lives on one's hands, it is impossible to conjure such an imposing presence. How terrifying! No wonder the infamous Lord Chi is known as the Fierce Tiger. It is said that he once tore apart enemy soldiers on the battlefield, gripping their thighs and ripping them asunder with sheer force, a truly chilling feat. The onlookers gazed at Lord Chi with trepidation, while Duan Lingxiao appeared unfazed. With his hands clasped behind his back and an expression of serene indifference, he strolled leisurely, as if taking in the beauty of blooming flowers. Are you truly unaffected? Lord Chi's expression shifted slightly. Duan Lingxiao's composure under such oppressive pressure was entirely unexpected. A normal person would surely feel nauseated or even faint in the presence of such dense bloodlust. Even a martial artist would display some visible reaction. Yet Duan Lingxiao seemed utterly impervious, casting doubt in Lord Chi's mind about whether he had miscalculated somewhere. This mere bloodlust, devoid of substantial form, dares to be so brazen in my presence? Duan Lingxiao scoffed disdainfully. Preposterous. Lord Chi retorted coldly, finding Duan Lingxiao's words utterly nonsensical. For bloodlust to materialize, one must be drenched in the blood of thousands. How could that be possible? Unless one were a top commander in the army. In an instant, Lord Chi moved with the ferocity of a descending tiger, his foot crashing onto the makeshift stage with a resounding boom, shattering it to pieces. Almost immediately, he surged forward like a cannonball, delivering a punch aimed squarely at Duan Lingxiao. The first form of the Chi family fist, a fist that shakes the mountains. Lord Chi's massive fist tore through the air, carving a deep chasm into the stage, unleashing a torrent of formidable power directed at Duan Lingxiao's face. The Chi family fist, honed on the battlefield, indeed possesses merit. Yet what you have unleashed here is but a fraction of its true might. Duan Lingxiao remarked coolly. Observe closely, for this is the genuine fist that shakes the mountains. With a thunderous shout, Duan Lingxiao clenched his fist and straightened his torso, channeling his energy in an instant. A cataclysmic roar reverberated through the air, reminiscent of an ancient dragon awakening, evoking an involuntary sense of reverence among the spectators. Boom! The two fists collided, erupting with tremendous force. Waves of energy surged forth, a tempest of power. With a series of staggering sounds, Lord Chi's entire arm shattered, enveloped in a mist of blood, accompanied by anguished cries. He was propelled backward, landing 20 meters away, his visage pale as a ghost, coughing up a mouthful of blood. Lord Chi stared incredulously at Duan Lingxiao. How do you possess knowledge of the Chi family fist? When did you learn it? Speak. The Chi family fist is never divulged to outsiders, yet what Duan Lingxiao had just demonstrated was unmistakably the Chi family fist. What could possibly explain this? A mere glance at the Chi family fist, and one could master it. Such a clumsy martial art, I would not stoop to learn it, Duan Lingxiao disdainfully remarked. He had been instructed by the third villainous master in the unparalleled Dragon Fist, which encompassed profound and unfathomable secrets of combat. Having mastered the Invincible Dragon Fist, the mere Kijiabquan seemed akin to child's play to him, he could grasp it with a mere glance. How could that be possible? Uncle Chi, evidently skeptical, recalled that it took him 5 months to merely scratch the surface of Kijiabquan, and nearly a decade of relentless effort to reach his current level. Yet Duan Lingxiao appeared to have comprehended it instantly. Moreover, the might he demonstrated was far superior, shaking the very mountains and rivers. Even an invincible prodigy could not achieve such prowess, could they? Uncle Chi's resolve wavered at this moment. The possibility of it mattered little now. What should concern him was the impending doom. Duan Lingxiao spoke coolly, then slowly approached Uncle Chi, gazing down upon him with an air of authority. Release Uncle Chi. A thunderous shout erupted. In an instant, the atmosphere trembled ominously. Soon, a battalion of fully armed soldiers surrounded Tianfu Square. All civilians, evacuate immediately. Those who cherish their lives must leave Tianfu Square at once. Otherwise, be prepared for the indiscriminate wrath of blades and fists. The leaders of this formidable force were two middle-aged men with grim expressions, Master Shui and Master Guan. Upon seeing their arrival, Qin Jianon exclaimed loudly. He had thought that Uncle Qi was destined to perish here, but the heads of the two prominent families in the provincial capital had come together. A sigh of relief washed over him. As the two men spoke, the curious onlookers at Tianfu Square hastily dispersed. Although they had previously been entertained by the spectacle on stage, the presence of the heavily armed soldiers from the Shui and Guan families signified that something monumental was about to unfold. In such circumstances, remaining would surely lead to disaster. Duan Lingxiao surveyed his surroundings. The vast Tianfu Square was completely encircled by soldiers, numbering nearly 1,000. Everywhere he looked, there were adversaries. The few subordinates Liao He who brought from the Black Tiger Hole were merely dozens. The stark contrast rendered their situation precarious. The enemy was overwhelming, while they were outmatched. Mr. Lingxiao, shall we escort you to safety? Zhao Heihu whispered as he stealthily approached Duan Lingxiao. He had never anticipated that the Shui and Guan families would intervene at such a critical moment. This was indeed a breach of martial etiquette. A mere rabble. Unworthy of concern, Duan Lingxiao replied coolly. Mere rabble. Ha! What audacity you possess! Our ranks are filled with elite warriors, even exhaustion could spell your demise. Shui Renmei scoffed. His eyes filled with scorn and hatred directed at Duan Lingxiao. Indeed, you insignificant cur who dares to slay my son, I shall ensure you suffer a tormenting death. Master Guan Zuing echoed the sentiment. Their sons had fallen victim to Duan Lingxiao's hand, an enmity that ran deep as the blood of oceans. Thus, they led a multitude of formidable warriors to besiege Duan Lingxiao. These individuals were masters forged in the crucible of battle, representing the backbone of their two prominent clans. With this attritional strategy, they were certain of Duan Lingxiao's demise. How foolish! Duan Lingxiao remained calm, undaunted. On the battlefield, he had witnessed formations tens or even hundreds of times larger than this. He had faced legions alone, maintaining his composure. To him, this minor skirmish was akin to children's play. You are overly arrogant. Today, I shall avenge my son Taiha. I will make you a mere child. Understand that a noble family must not be insulted. To insult them is to pay a price. Shui Renmei waved his hand, and immediately, a throng of armored soldiers surged toward Duan Lingxiao. To lack strength is to be arrogant, to possess strength is to speak the truth. Duan Lingxiao unleashed a punch. A force that resonated like thunder. It was overwhelming. The first soldiers to confront him were instantly shattered. Like a tidal wave, they were sent flying. The scene was gruesome, with severed limbs and a sight too horrific to behold. In a single move, over 20 soldiers were left gravely injured, casualties strewn about. How formidable! What level of power does he possess? This spectacle instilled fear in the hearts of all soldiers, their eyes nearly bulging from their sockets. What are you all dawdling for? Charge at him. Kill that little wretch. Shui Renmei struck one of the dazed soldiers across the face, barking out orders. Only then did the soldiers snap back to reality, yet before the overwhelming presence of Duan Lingxiao, they remained paralyzed with trepidation, unwilling to advance. Meanwhile, Duan Lingxiao took a step forward, instantly appearing before Shui Renmei and Guan Zuing. He reached out to seize. You dare, insolent wretch. Shui Renmei's blood surged, his aura soaring like a rainbow. He too unleashed a punch toward Duan Lingxiao. Bang! Shui Renmei's expression twisted in anguish, his arm exploding into a gruesome mass. Blood sprayed across both him and Guan Zuing, staining their faces and mouths. With a shriek, Shui Renmei's face turned as pale as parchment. Witnessing this, Guan Zuing collapsed in terror, for he was not a martial artist. Even Shui Renmei surpassed him, being merely an ordinary man. How could he remain composed while watching Shui Renmei's arm shatter, blood splattering on his face? Those who wish to live, kneel before me. With nearly 1,000 armed soldiers still present in the square, Duan Lingxiao's gaze turned icy, then he bellowed. He invoked the war god's art, and instantly, his voice thundered like a tempest. The sound reverberated across the universe, shaking every armed soldier to their core. Puffed. 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 Many soldiers could not withstand it. Their eardrums ruptured, blood flowing from their ears. A single roar shattered the courage of all present. They trembled, their collective momentum dissipating in an instant. Thud. 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 It was unclear who initiated it, but soon, all the armed soldiers bent their knees, kneeling upon the ground. They gazed up in reverence at the position of Duan Lingxiao. In the blink of an eye, Tianfu Square was filled with kneeling figures. Dense and overwhelming, the square was enveloped in an uncanny stillness. A profound shock reverberated through the crowd, as none dared to dream of such a scenario. Just how formidable was this gentleman? Zhao He, who was left utterly speechless, feeling as though he had squandered the better part of his life. The strength must be at least 3 or 4 stories high. Chao Mengchen beside him gestured in awe, equally astonished and exhilarated. A master of both medicine and martial arts. Such individuals are scarcely found throughout the nation. How fortunate was he in his previous life to have the opportunity to study under Master Ling. Both Chao Mengchen and Zhao He trembled with excitement. How could it be possible that a single punch, accompanied by a resounding shout, rendered our elite warriors powerless? Shui Renmei clutched her severed arm, disbelief etched upon her face. In a fit of rage, she spewed a mouthful of black blood. Did they still desire vengeance? Duan Lingxiao looked down upon Shui Renmei and Guan Zuing with a commanding presence. No, we dare not seek revenge, we abandon our quest for retribution. Spare us. The two were utterly terrified. Unless the Southeast Marquis intervened, who in the Southeast province could possibly contend with Duan Lingxiao? To forgo revenge was to invite death. After speaking, Duan Lingxiao delivered 2 kicks, striking their hearts and severing their vital arteries. In an instant, both were left gasping for blood, meeting their demise. Having come to kill him, how could Duan Lingxiao possibly let them go? Ling Yu, Qin Zhanong's eyes blazed with fury, his gaze as though it could devour a man. He had never anticipated that the second master of the Qi family would arrive, only to be grievously injured by a single blow. Shui Renmei and Guan Zuing had arrived, only to lose their lives. Over 1,000 armed soldiers had been reduced to quaking on their knees, begging for mercy. Such a scene was beyond his wildest imagination. The strength of this individual was truly terrifying. The second master of the Qi family, pale-faced, gazed at Duan Lingxiao, regret flickering in his eyes. Had he known? Had he foreseen this day, would he have acted differently? The second master was filled with remorse. How careless. Even the renowned Guan Yu had underestimated his foes, leading to his downfall. What chance did he, the second master of the Qi family, possess? Clutching his severed arm, his gaze turned venomous as he fixated on Duan Lingxiao. You harbor great hatred towards me, yet alas, you are about to perish. Duan Lingxiao spoke calmly. Should you dare to kill the second master of the Qi family, the Marquis will undoubtedly seek retribution against you. Qin Zhanong threatened sternly. If the second master perished, he too would meet his end. Their fates were intertwined. For the Marquis would not spare him, nor his family, the Qins. Master of the Qin family, this time it is I who have fallen. I accept my fate. However, you still do not comprehend the true nature of a martial arts master. At that moment, the second master of the Qi family shook his head with a smile, remarking, Second master, what do you mean? Qin Zhanong was taken aback, puzzled by the second master's words. A true martial arts master would never yield to threats. The second master gazed intently at Duan Lingxiao. To be defeated by a true martial arts master, I, second master Qi, can die without regret. Suddenly, second master Qi burst into laughter. Yet, I wonder who is truly more formidable, my elder brother or you. After uttering these words, in the next moment, he abruptly struck his forehead with great force. Bang! A resounding explosion echoed. Second Master Qi collapsed to the ground, his strength having pierced through his forehead, creating a gory hole. Blood and brain matter erupted forth. He chose to end his own life. Though he stood on the opposing side, you are indeed a valiant man. Duan Lingxiao gazed at Second Master Qi's lifeless body and spoke in a calm tone. Had Second Master Qi opted to threaten with words in his final moments, Duan Lingxiao would have held him in contempt. To shout defiantly at the brink of death is an act only a fool would commit. It is your turn now. Duan Lingxiao did not grant Qin Zhanon and the others the opportunity to speak. With a swift movement, he struck, instantly concluding the lives of several individuals. The fierce battle was effortlessly resolved by Duan Lingxiao. Thus, the leaders of the 6 great families were all slain. The dragon's head was severed. Jiangnan City fell back into chaos. From this day forth, all properties that rightfully belonged to the Shao family shall return to them. Anyone who dares to obstruct this will face merciless death. Duan Lingxiao's voice resonated throughout the Tianfu Square, echoing in every ear. The crowd's expressions turned to shock and horror. It was abundantly clear to all that as long as Duan Lingxiao was present, the remaining forces of the 6 great families would not stir up any trouble. Zhao Heihu, heed my command. Duan Lingxiao spoke with a resonant authority. At your service. Zhao Heihu stepped forward promptly, speaking respectfully. I command you to lead all the brothers of the Black Tiger Hole and eradicate all remaining forces of the 6 great families. Those who surrender shall be spared. Those who resist shall be executed without mercy. Duan Lingxiao stated coldly. Understood. Zhao Heihu replied with a stern expression, raising his voice. He then turned and made a phone call, summoning all the brothers of the Black Tiger Hole to commence a sweeping operation. Naturally, Duan Lingxiao did not need to concern himself with these matters. He returned to the Shao family villa by car. As he departed, a concealed gaze from within the depths of the Tianfu Square quietly withdrew. This fellow is indeed powerful. Fortunately, I refrained from impulsively revealing myself. Or I would have surely found myself among the deceased today. The individual's eyes flickered with a hint of fear. He was Yu Longjun, the president of the Jiangnan City Martial Arts Association. Upon learning that Second Master Qi and the head of the Shui family intended to deal with Duan Lingxiao, he had internally concluded that Duan Lingxiao was undoubtedly doomed. However, years of survival instinct told him that this matter seemed far from simple. He had meticulously analyzed all of Duan Lingxiao's battle scenarios, and from the results, it appeared that regardless of whom he faced, Duan Lingxiao could consistently deliver a fatal blow. Since his debut, he had never tasted defeat. Thankfully, he had spoken on the phone with He Xiyun, the secretary of the president of the Jiangbei Martial Arts Association. He Xiyun informed him that to specifically deal with Duan Lingxiao, the Jiangbei Martial Arts Association had already invited Master Kai Longyun from Qilu province. Kai Longyun. He is a renowned martial arts master whose reputation resonates throughout Qilu province. With his involvement, success is assured. Thus, although Yu Longjun arrived at Tianfu Square, he prudently chose to disguise himself and observe quietly, rather than assembling a grand display of force. As anticipated, Duan Lingxiao unleashed his formidable power, ruthlessly eliminating everyone, including Qi Yi, and with a thunderous roar, he caused over 1,000 armed soldiers to kneel in fear. At this moment, Yu Longjun felt immense relief at having avoided the role of a conspicuous target. Had he not, his lifeless body would undoubtedly be among those strewn across the square today. Damn it, I am on the brink of retirement and have no need to jeopardize my life. Even though Jiang Bujing's wife attends to my needs with utmost care and comfort, I cannot risk my own life for it. Furthermore, once Master Kai arrives, this fellow Ling will surely meet his demise. As Yu Longjun's gaze flickered, he stealthily departed from Tianfu Square. Meanwhile, the events transpiring here swiftly circulated through various channels. In the provincial city, at the Hon residence. Incompetent fools. A bunch of worthless imbeciles. With so many of you, you couldn't even handle a trivial nuisance. Truly a collection of useless beings. Hon Yugang's face was ashen, and his eldest son, Hon Kuan, wore a similarly dark expression. He could hardly believe that dealing with such a minor threat would prove to be so arduous. Hon Kuan spoke coldly, Qi Yi's death in Jiangnan will not go unpunished by General Qi. He is infamous for his protectiveness, with his most favored brother slain. It would not surprise me if he led his army to crush Jiangnan in retaliation. Hon Yugang's gaze darkened ominously. Let us wait and witness this unfolding drama. In a luxurious and expansive estate, within a dimly lit room, a gaunt middle-aged man with cold eyes slowly set down his phone, falling into a prolonged silence. Unexpectedly. Even 5 years after Xiaolong Hu's demise and the Shao family's fall into ruin, there still existed individuals of such formidable strength supporting them. Who could this person possibly be? Previously, he had dispatched the Blood Fiend battle team to eliminate the opposition, only to witness their complete annihilation. What level of power does this individual possess? This is exceedingly mysterious. If this continues, he will inevitably uncover that we were instrumental in the Shao family's current predicament. That would spell trouble. The gaunt middle-aged man's expression shifted repeatedly. At that moment, the servant hurriedly entered. "Housekeeper Zhuge, the Lord has returned and wishes to speak with you." The servant respectfully reported. "The Lord has returned? Quickly, let us go." The gaunt middle-aged man immediately rose and made his way outside the room. Simultaneously, in the western region of the southeast province, within a vast and exceedingly concealed forest, a robust middle-aged man wielding a battle knife stood like a mountain. He wore military attire on his lower half while his upper body was bare, revealing several jagged scars. Just then, he received a phone call. And an intense aura of malevolence erupted from him. "What did you say?" Boom. In the next moment, the Baliman forcefully swung his battle blade, cleaving it towards the forest. Instantly, a fierce wave of blade energy erupted, invincible and unmatched. A towering tree before him was swept away by the blade's force, shattering into powder. This commotion attracted a ferocious tiger lurking in the woods. Fixated on the Baliman, the tiger's enormous pupils reflected an air of indifference. And the next moment, it lunged directly at him. Its robust limbs were like iron, its gaping maw exuding a foul stench. "Beast, you seek your demise." The Baliman's gaze turned icy as he struck downward with his blade. The tiger's motion came to a sudden halt. With that single stroke, he cleaved it in two. Even so, the Baliman remained unsatisfied, relentlessly swinging his blade, mercilessly hacking the tiger's carcass into a shower of flesh, cascading like raindrops. What has transpired to provoke such fury in our master? Observing the wrathful demeanor of the Baliman from a distance, several hundred fully armed soldiers were left utterly astonished. "Dare to kill my second brother? You seek death. Regardless of your background, I shall rend your body to pieces." This Baliman was none other than the renowned General Qi of the southeastern provinces, the head of the Qi family and its master. He had always held his younger brother Qi Yi in the highest regard, viewing him as his most capable aide. Yet now, his brother had been brutally slain. Qi, the general, was consumed by rage when suddenly, an armed soldier approached, kneeling on one knee, reporting, "General, we have locked onto the enemy's position. This band of mercenaries from abroad has infiltrated our southeastern provinces and entered this mountain range. Satellite tracking has captured their signal." "Captured? Excellent. Then let us annihilate them. Let the heavens tremble and the earth quake. Once we have dispatched these scoundrels, we shall march into Jiangnan to avenge Qi Yi." With a sweeping gesture, Qi's blade radiated a chilling gleam. "Yes." The soldiers echoed, their voices rising in fervor. "To think they can threaten us. Qi Chonglong, do they presume themselves invincible?" At that moment, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the thicket, followed by a barrage of bullets. "Defend! Immediately defend!" Qi Chonglong bellowed. Upon his command, the soldiers swiftly unfurled their bulletproof shields, erecting them before them. Bang! 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 Bullets struck the shields, igniting sparks, yet they failed to penetrate the specially crafted defenses. "How dare you wreak havoc on my territory? Die!" With his fury boiling over, Qi Chonglong swung his blade, charging into the depths of the forest like a raging dragon. It wasn't long before the air was filled with roars and wails of agony. "Damn it, Qi Chonglong. Have you lost your mind?" The surrounded mercenary group seethed with rage within the woods, terrified by Qi Chonglong's reckless slaughter. Given their combined strength, relying on the geographical advantage of the forest, they could easily contend with Qi Chonglong's Qi family army for 3 to 5 days. By that time, their reinforcements would arrive. Even if they lost a portion of their mercenary members, their core strength would remain intact. However, at present, Qi Chonglong seemed to have completely lost his sanity. He was engaged in a frenzied slaughter, relentlessly tearing apart the bodies of his enemies. Each swing of his blade was accompanied by anguished screams. They could hardly comprehend how Qi Chonglong had suddenly become a man possessed. His reckless killing was akin to a disregard for his own life. Little did they know, they were bearing the brunt of Qi Chonglong's surging fury. At this moment, Qi Chonglong was intent on venting his wrath through their annihilation. When the master is enraged, rivers run red with blood. Naturally, it was these mercenaries who would suffer. Meanwhile, the instigator of all this chaos was seated in a luxury vehicle returning to the Shaw family villa. Mr. Ling, shall we head directly back to the villa? The driver, a member of the Black Tiger Hall, treated Duan Lingxiao with utmost respect. Yes, Duan Lingxiao nodded, then reclined in the back seat, closing his eyes to focus and calm his mind. After several minutes, he suddenly opened his eyes, casting a detached glance at the driver and then out the window at the passing streets. The vehicle had veered off course from the villa's direction. Mr. Ling, there is a traffic jam ahead, so I took an alternate route, the driver stated, glancing at Duan Lingxiao through the rearview mirror. All right, Duan Lingxiao nodded again, closing his eyes and falling silent. His keen senses had detected that although the driver appeared to be the same as the original Black Tiger Hall driver, he had already been replaced. However, Duan Lingxiao chose not to expose him immediately, preferring to observe the other party's intentions. In the depths of the driver's gaze, a subtle glimmer of murderous intent flickered. Soon, the vehicle sped away from the city, reaching a deserted elevated bridge on the outskirts. This bridge had become idle due to urban planning, devoid of traffic and with few pedestrians. Why are we stopping here? Duan Lingxiao inquired coolly. Mr. Ling, because, bang. The driver suddenly unleashed a punch mid-sentence. The force was unparalleled, shattering the seat into pieces and hurtling directly toward Duan Lingxiao's face. Ling Tian. At just over 20 years of age, you possess at least celestial-level power, but under my punch, you are undoubtedly doomed. That 200 million bounty will be mine. The driver turned to look at Duan Lingxiao, a mocking glint in his eyes. This sudden assault, even against an expert at the pinnacle of celestial level, would surely inflict grave injury if caught off guard. Yet, in the next moment, the driver's expression became utterly rigid. His fist was halted by Duan Lingxiao. With a thunderous explosion, Duan Lingxiao's strength erupted, instantly sending the driver flying. With a resounding crash, the front windshield of the car shattered, glass flying in all directions. The driver tumbled onto the ground, his face filled with horror as he gazed at Duan Lingxiao. When did you discover my intentions? He demanded sharply. From the very beginning. Duan Lingxiao descended from the damaged vehicle, standing with his hands clasped behind his back, then spoke with a hint of disbelief. How is this possible? The driver was taken aback, his expression a mixture of astonishment and confusion. His skill in disguise was unparalleled, complemented by meticulous planning and thorough investigation. Even the driver's own family would be oblivious to his true identity. Yet, Duan Lingxiao claimed he had suspected him from the very beginning. Was this a jest? Your flaws are so numerous that I couldn't be bothered to point them all out, to Duan Lingxiao remarked casually. I never imagined that despite my disguise, you still recognized me. I must commend your keen observation skills, were it not for the necessity of your demise, I would have been tempted to befriend you. The driver fixed a cold stare upon Duan Lingxiao, and suddenly, he reached back and tore something from the nape of his neck. In an instant, a bloodied scalp was ripped away, revealing his true visage, a man in his 30s with a sinister countenance. Since you've uncovered my ruse, I shall drop the pretense, he declared. Now, how would you prefer to meet your end? Shall I dismember you limb by limb? Or would you rather be hung from a bridge until your last breath escapes? The malevolent man's gaze bore into Duan Lingxiao, devoid of emotion. Only a raw intent to kill. He discarded the severed scalp, having murdered the Black Tiger Hall's driver to facilitate his approach to Duan Lingxiao. With expert skill in disguise, he had executed his plan flawlessly, eluding even the most sophisticated facial recognition technology. However, Duan Lingxiao had seen through the charade from the outset. Yet, he remained unperturbed. Disguise was merely a FAOD, murder, on the other hand, was his domain of boundless methods. Impressive, you possess some merit after all. Killing someone of your caliber will only serve to highlight my prowess, the sinister man said nonchalantly, positioning himself strategically for the impending confrontation. Oh. How do you wish to die? I prefer to snap your neck directly, but if you have alternative preferences, I shall consider your wishes. Duan Lingxiao replied coolly, how audacious. Even at death's door, your arrogance is laughable. It seems your strength is not as formidable as the rumors suggest. Have you not noticed your limbs growing weak? The malevolent man's eyes glinted with derision, a contemptuous smirk gracing his face. As a killer, he prided himself on meticulous caution, favoring stability above all. His confidence stemmed from having tampered with the vehicle's interior. Now, you may summon your internal energy. You will be pleasantly surprised to discover that you cannot harness your inner strength. Haha. The malevolent man laughed uproariously, his gaze brazen and unrestrained. As if he were looking at a lamb awaiting slaughter. Given the substantial bounty for your life, I shall show you mercy today. Allow me to introduce myself. I am chasing fate, the premier assassin of the Dragon Kingdom, the one who shall claim your life. The sinister man, after finishing his words, leisurely observed Duan Lingxiao, anticipating the moment he would slowly collapse to the ground, succumbing to death. Are you referring to the transformation powder? At that moment, Duan Lingxiao spoke calmly. His gaze towards the sinister man resembled that of an adult looking at a foolish infant of over 300 months. How the hell would you know? The sinister man was momentarily taken aback, caught off guard by Duan Lingxiao's response. The effects of the transformation powder were indeed notable. Yet it bore a faint odor. As an assassin, one should opt for colorless and tasteless poisons. Clearly, you lack professionalism, Duan Lingxiao remarked nonchalantly. The sinister man's expression darkened further, becoming increasingly grim. He had not anticipated that one of his trump cards would be so easily discerned by Duan Lingxiao. The transformation powder was among the most commonly utilized tools by assassins, extremely effective and utterly unexpected. As for the odor, damn. The transformation powder has no discernible scent. Even police dogs cannot detect its presence. This substance is far more challenging to identify than heroin. How could Duan Lingxiao claim to have detected it? This was utterly absurd. It seems I have underestimated you. You are far more formidable than I had presumed. The sinister man's complexion shifted several times before he suddenly collapsed to his knees, striking his forehead against the ground 3 times with a resounding thud. Blood poured forth, evidently from a forceful impact. Spare me, great one. I should not have been blinded by greed to attempt your assassination. I beseech you to treat me as insignificant and let me go. In an instant, the sinister man resembled a frightened rabbit, panic-stricken and flustered. You certainly know how to bend and yield, Duan Lingxiao remarked, amused by such an intriguing assassin. Not at all. I was foolish and should not have provoked you. Please let me escape. Just then, the sinister man suddenly tore open his shirt. With a sharp sound, dozens of pitch-black poison needles shot forth like a hail of arrows aimed at various parts of Duan Lingxiao's body. The scene was perilously dangerous. Got you, didn't I? I am the renowned chasing fate, well versed in the ways of the cunning rabbit with its 3 burrows. If the transformation powder fails, I shall unleash poison needles upon you. The sinister man executed a nimble somersault and landed gracefully, coldly smiling. A mere parlor trick, Duan Lingxiao gently shook his head. With a swift motion, he grasped his hand. And in the next moment, all the poison needles were collected into his palm. What the hell? The sinister man widened his eyes in shock. How could so many poison needles be treated as mere playthings in Duan Lingxiao's hands? This was simply inconceivable. After a few moments of fluctuating expressions, the sinister man turned to flee. In the world of martial arts, if one cannot win, it is better to escape. It's far better than losing one's life. However, at that moment, Duan Lingxiao casually tossed the poison needles. Instantly, they shot towards the sinister man with the force of springs. Damn. The sinister man froze, his expression drastically changing. The poison needle struck the thigh, arm, and abdomen of the sinister man. In the next moment, the toxin within the needle began to spread wildly, engulfing his entire body at a visibly rapid pace. Soon, his face took on a grayish hue, secreting a multitude of foul substances. As if his visage was smeared with mud. His limbs began to convulse violently. In a panic, he fumbled in his pocket for a small green vial, trembling as he uncapped it and poured the entire contents into his mouth. His breathing became somewhat steadier, yet it was merely a temporary reprieve. At that moment, Duan Lingxiao approached with a slow, deliberate stride. Witnessing the scene before him, the sinister man's face drained of color. Please, don't act impulsively, he thought, filled with regret. Had he known Duan Lingxiao was such a formidable opponent, he would have never accepted a bounty of 200 million, let alone 2 billion. Damn it. Immunity to the powder. The poison is ineffective. My escape has failed. This is the most disastrous assassination attempt I have ever experienced. Are you chasing life? Duan Lingxiao recalled that Watching had mentioned many elite assassins, both domestic and foreign, had come to kill him, among whom was chasing life. Indeed, chasing life nodded quickly. Now, tell me about your origins, Duan Lingxiao commanded. I am a top-tier assassin from the Underworld Palace, chasing life replied. Top-tier assassin, is that all? Duan Lingxiao remarked. A slight frown crossing his brow. Chasing life felt a profound sense of humiliation wash over him, yet he found himself at a loss for words. In the Underworld Palace, a top-tier assassin was already considered among the elite. The success rate of their missions was over 97%. While the remaining 3% might fail. At least they would manage to escape unscathed. Yet today had proven to be a catastrophe, encountering someone as monstrous as Duan Lingxiao. All his tactics seemed utterly futile. Your Underworld Palace truly is a persistent specter, Duan Lingxiao stated, his gaze indifferent. The recent wave of black-clad assassins originated from your organization. He had already pronounced the Underworld Palace's death sentence. It seems I shall have to eradicate the Underworld Palace when the opportunity arises. Chasing life was taken aback by Duan Lingxiao's words. Eradicate the Underworld Palace. That organization has existed for over a century, its depth and foundation far beyond your comprehension. You may consider yourself powerful, but you are gravely mistaken. While you may surpass me significantly, the Underworld Palace still possesses top-tier assassins, elite assassins, and legendary assassins. Your prowess does not equate to the ability to crush everyone in the Underworld Palace. He shook his head, rendered speechless by Duan Lingxiao's arrogance. It is merely an assassin organization. However, you will not witness its downfall. Duan Lingxiao spoke coldly, do not. As he lifted his foot to stomp down. Chasing life's expression changed dramatically. Many assassins chose to commit suicide to protect their secrets, but he had no desire to die. Just then, a thunderous roar erupted as a heavy truck sped towards them from the far side of the overpass, its velocity akin to that of a thunderstorm. The blinding speed caused the car wheels to create a terrifying friction with the ground, producing an eerily piercing sound. The elevated bridge had long been abandoned. Yet a heavy truck came barreling through, clearly with malicious intent. What the hell? Who's that fool? Stop the vehicle. Chasing Fate had never anticipated that before meeting his demise at the hands of Duan Lingxiao, he would first meet his end beneath the wheels of a heavy truck. Damn it. Chasing Fate felt on the verge of collapse. How fortunate for you, a final thrill before death. Duan Lingxiao gazed calmly at the oncoming truck. His expression as unruffled as a tranquil lake. What does this mean? Chasing Fate was momentarily taken aback, unable to comprehend Duan Lingxiao's intentions. Suddenly, with a resounding thud, he was kicked by Duan Lingxiao, propelling him directly toward the heavy truck. Shit! Chasing Fate screamed, flailing helplessly in midair. But it was futile. A deafening crash echoed as his body collided violently with the truck's windshield, instantly leaving a web of cracks across the glass. The immense force shattered his already wounded body into pieces, fracturing his bones. Blood splattered across the windshield, a gruesome sight to behold. Just then, the truck emitted a harsh screech as it gradually came to a halt, leaving 2 dark skid marks on the ground. After stopping, the truck door swung open, and 2 women leapt from either side of the vehicle. Both women exuded a striking individuality. One had purple hair and wore matching purple attire, even wielding a purple curved blade. The other, with white hair and clad in white, brandished a silver whip. What captivated the eye most was their extraordinary beauty, complemented by their long, alluring legs. Their fair and elongated limbs emerged from beneath their skirts, both adorned in sheer stockings, one in purple, the other in white, glimmering enticingly under the sun's rays. Remarkably, they bore a striking resemblance to one another, though the purple-haired one appeared more sultry, while the white-haired one exuded an air of aloofness. How can Chasing Fate claim to be a top assassin of the underworld? What a disgrace! The purple-haired woman remarked disdainfully as she approached Chasing Fate's lifeless form. Without hesitation, she kicked his body off the bridge, sending it plummeting into the raging waters of the Tsongjiang River below. Wow, sister, we truly struck gold this time. His ability to kill Chasing Fate indicates remarkable strength. It will be more interesting to eliminate someone like him. The purple-haired woman licked her lips, glancing at Duan Lingxiao. Her skin was as fair as snow, and her purple lips exuded an irresistible allure, more enticing than many top entertainers. He is rather handsome as well. I believe we can have quite a bit of fun with him later, the white-haired woman said, her gaze reminiscent of clear autumn water, evoking a sense of tenderness. She appeared almost like a delicate flower, making it difficult to associate her with the identity of a killer. What is the use of good looks? Men are often nothing more than boorish creatures, pleasing to the eye yet lacking substance. Ultimately, it is not utility what truly matters. It matters little if one resembles a donkey. What is essential is whether one possesses the virility of a stallion. The woman with violet hair brazenly scrutinized Duan Lingxiao, particularly in a certain area. Hihi, sister. You are quite mischievous. I do have a penchant for handsome men. If he is skilled, I am content to be on top or below. If he lacks prowess, surely he possesses a silver tongue. The woman with white hair entwined her beautiful legs, her alluring gaze captivating. Are you the infamous duo of purple and white? Though he had never encountered them before, Duan Lingxiao recognized their distinct characteristics at a glance. So, the young man is aware of us. Perhaps he dreams of indulging in our wickedness. The violet-haired woman swayed her hips as she spoke. What a provocateur. Duan Lingxiao's brow furrowed, his expression turning frigid. Sister. Did he just call us provocateurs? Is that not the highest form of flattery? The violet-haired woman, far from being angered, appeared rather pleased. Her bosom undulating in a rather spectacular display. Sister, let us not squander time, we should swiftly deal with him. Afterwards, we can truly enjoy ourselves, The white-haired woman proposed. Indeed. The violet-haired woman nodded in agreement. Just as they were about to make their move, a police car suddenly sped into view. A woman, possessing a figure and appearance rivaling that of the violet and white duo, leapt out and called to Duan Lingxiao, Mr. Ling, quickly, leave. They are the infamous duo of purple and white, we must vacate this place immediately. The newcomer was none other than Ruo-Qing. Following her were several members of a special operations team. Ruo-Qing had been vigilantly monitoring the movements of the purple and white duo through the intelligence system of the Dragon Group. Upon learning that they had entered the southeastern province, she immediately sought to warn Duan Lingxiao. However, upon arriving at the Shao family villa, she discovered that Duan Lingxiao was not there. His absence indicated trouble. Her first instinct was that the duo had intercepted him en route. Therefore, she promptly accessed surveillance to track his whereabouts and hurried over with utmost urgency. She was acutely aware of how terrifying and cruel the purple and white sisters could be. The sisters had faced unimaginable hardship, their mother had died during childbirth. Their father, opting to remarry, brought a stepmother into their lives who treated them with extreme cruelty, often subjecting them to beatings and abuse. Furthermore, she had a son who frequently bullied the sisters and, during their adolescence, had even molested them on multiple occasions. The stepmother not only ignored these transgressions but actively condoned her son's behavior. Their father, turning a blind eye, scolded them as if they were seductresses enticing his son. The sisters endured this torment for far too long. Until one fateful night when the stepmother's son attempted to assault the younger sister. In a desperate act, the elder sister retrieved a bone knife from the kitchen and plunged it into the boy's abdomen. Upon discovering this, the stepmother was also stabbed in the belly by them. At that time, neither sister had yet reached adulthood. Even after committing murder, they merely ended up in a labor camp. However, upon their return, they had vanished without a trace. When they reemerged, they had been transformed into exceptionally formidable assassins, now bearing the ominous title of the Purple and White Double Devils. Henceforth, the reputation of the Purple and White Double Devils reverberated throughout the domestic assassin underworld, instilling fear in many, who regarded them with trepidation akin to venomous serpents. The duo had long since been placed on the Dragon Group's blacklist, categorized as individuals warranting close surveillance. Among them, the woman with purple hair was named Qiu Qianji, while the woman with white hair was known as Qiu Yuebai. Oh my, I didn't expect another delicate beauty to arrive. Qiu Qianji exclaimed with great enthusiasm. I do have a penchant for charming women. You're truly perverse, sister. Yet this young lady's figure is stunning, rivaling even your own. Qiu Yuebai chuckled playfully. Be quiet. And Ruoqing's face flushed with embarrassment. She had been aware of the purple and white double devil's notorious reputation for depravity, yet she had not anticipated such extremes. It's already disturbing enough to toy with men, how could they also engage with women? Is it a free-for-all? Surrender your weapons and submit to the dragon group's judgment. And Ruoqing declared resolutely, brandishing her handgun. Oh, how frightening. Qiu Yuebai laughed, and in the next instant, she flicked her wrist, sending her flexible whip darting forth like a venomous serpent. It coiled with astonishing precision around the handgun and Ruoqing held, yanking it from her grasp. And Ruoqing was momentarily stunned by this unexpected maneuver. Dear sister, why not join us in serving our delightful duo? Qiu Yuebai teased as she advanced. Bang. Bang. At that moment, a member of the Special Operations team, positioned closer to Qiu Yuebai, suddenly pulled the trigger, aiming directly at her. Seeking death. Qiu Yuebai's demeanor darkened instantly. She darted aside with the agility of a cunning fox, evading the bullet's trajectory. In the blink of an eye, she had materialized before the shooter, her body becoming remarkably pliable. Like a sinuous serpent, she ensnared the operative, tightening her grip. How dare you be so cruel, you wretched man? Why would you fire upon me? You are most heartless. You may unleash your stored bullets upon me, but do not employ real ones against me. With that, Qiu Yuebai thrust her hand violently into the operative's torso. Then, with a sickening squelch, she extracted a still-beating heart. How delectable! Qiu Yuebai exclaimed, cradling the warm organ and licking it with her tongue, which glistened a deep crimson, appearing disturbingly enchanting. Even though those present, including Ruoqing, had witnessed their fair share of gruesome scenes, they were nonetheless shocked and found it difficult to comprehend this grotesque spectacle. Damn it! Eliminate this pervert! The other operatives shouted in outrage, their anger clouding their judgment. And Ruoqing's countenance turned icy as she shared their fury. You wish to kill us? A bunch of deluded fools. Qiu Chenji let out a cold laugh, unexpectedly opening her mouth to take another bite of the bloody heart. Then, with a sudden squeeze, the heart exploded into a cloud of crimson mist. Sister, let's take them down, Qiu Chenji said, unperturbed by the blood splattered across her face and hands, a fierce grin spreading across her features. She and Qiu Yuebai coordinated their attacks from different directions. And Ruoqing, drawing a dagger from behind, sprinted forward in haste, waiting for the right moment before thrusting the blade forward. Suddenly, Qiu Yuebai's flexible whip struck with precision, landing on Ruoqing's shoulder. And Ruoqing hurriedly attempted to evade, but the whip seemed to cling to her as it lunged again. And Ruoqing cried out, helplessly watching the whip approach. Just then, Duan Lingxiao moved, swiftly appearing behind her. With a swift motion, he pulled Ruoqing into his embrace, while his other hand casually flicked away Qiu Yuebai's whip. Panting and flushed, and Ruoqing felt her heart race, especially with Duan Lingxiao holding her so closely, the scent of his masculine presence overwhelming her senses. Just last night, he had spanked her, and today he had drawn her into his arms. Why did it feel as though she was unwittingly offering herself up to him? Thank you. But could you please let me go? And Ruoqing's voice was barely above a whisper, her cheeks aflame. Of course. Duan Lingxiao's hand slipped from her waist. It must be noted that Ruoqing's waist possessed an astonishing elasticity. It was neither the delicate softness of a sheltered maiden nor the rigidity of a bamboo stick, but rather a slender strength that exuded a supple resilience. Stay here quietly. Don't throw your life away, you are not their match, Duan Lingxiao cautioned. And Ruoqing wanted to retort but found herself speechless, for he was indeed correct. They were not a match for the duo of Qiu Chenji and Qiu Yuebai. Young man, your strength is quite impressive. I believe you have no need to protect these useless ones. Why not join me and my sister in a secluded grove, where we can deeply explore the art of one dragon playing with two phoenixes? Qiu Chenji said with a seductive smile. Playing on a free field may seem advantageous, yet it is, in fact, a grave mistake. Every position you encroach upon is steeped in the hard work and sweat of predecessors. Duan Lingxiao replied coolly. Simply put, I find you repugnant. Seeking death. Qiu Chenji's expression turned frigid, her heart filled with astonishment. When she spoke, she had invoked her seductive skills, which possessed a unique allure in every gesture and word. Qiu Qianji had mastered her art to perfection, even the most ascetic monk could be tempted by her charms. Yet Duan Lingxiao remained utterly unfazed. Sister, set up the formation. With that thought, Qiu Qianji's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness. All right. Qiu Yuebai immediately assumed a battle stance. Before their arrival in Jiangnan, they had conducted a thorough investigation into Duan Lingxiao. Unfortunately, they could only gather information from the past few days. However, based on Duan Lingxiao's recent achievements, they surmised that her strength was likely at the pinnacle of the celestial realm, possibly even surpassing that level to reach the martial sovereign tier, though the likelihood was slim. Nevertheless, even if she had exceeded such limits, it mattered little to them. The sisters excelled in their seamless coordination. Young man, prepare yourself. Qiu Qianzi brandished her carved blade, exuding an aura of fierce momentum. The purple weapon gleaming with an otherworldly luster. With a swift motion, Qiu Qianzi advanced, her carved blade spinning, emanating a palpable aura of lethality as she charged towards Duan Lingxiao. Simultaneously, Qiu Yuebai unleashed her silvery whip, slicing through the air like a viper, its sharp fangs poised to strike. One wielded a whip for ranged attacks, while the other engaged in close combat with her blade. Their combined efforts, harmonizing distance and proximity, unleashed tremendous destructive power. Bang! 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 The elevated bridge trembled under the force of their assault, the ground marred by craters. A testament to the quality of the high-grade concrete, which even bullets struggled to damage. Yet, these two shattered it with ease, showcasing their formidable strength. Young man. Here I come. At that moment, Qiu Yuebai's whip lashed out, ensnaring Duan Lingxiao. The whip coiled around him as if it possessed a life of its own. And upon contact with his body, it activated a mechanism that tightened its grip, entwining him ever more securely. At the same instant, Qiu Qianzi's blade glimmered with a chilling light, poised to slice at Duan Lingxiao's neck. It was a pity to mar such delicate skin. Qiu Qianzi licked her lips in anticipation. Bang! Suddenly, a resounding crack echoed as the whip that had ensnared Duan Lingxiao shattered, piece by piece. How could this be? Qiu Yuebai's face was a mask of shock. This whip, crafted from rhinoceros hide, tongue oil, and refined steel through numerous processes, was extraordinarily resilient, its destructive power unparalleled. Even Tutan-class trucks could not sever it, yet Duan Lingxiao had shattered it. Was he even human? Qiu Yuebai's expression shifted dramatically as she prepared to retreat, thinking of escaping. Too late. With an impassive demeanor, Duan Lingxiao reached out and seized Qiu Yuebai's wrist. In an instant, he spun her around with the force of a whirlwind. The next moment, a resounding crash echoed as he slammed Qiu Yuebai to the ground. She screamed, disoriented, her head spinning with stars as her chest met the ground with a jarring impact, even contorting under the pressure. Sister. Qiu Qianzi's face paled, her carved blade descending with a more ferocious intent. Bang! Duan Lingxiao swiftly intercepted the blade with his fingers, pinching the blade's edge with precision. Clang! The sound reverberated as he exerted force with his fingers. In an instant, an overwhelming force enveloped the blade. Following this, numerous cracks, as intricate as a spider's web, appeared upon its surface. Qiu Qianzi's expression shifted dramatically. The next moment, the carved blade shattered with a resounding explosion, disintegrating into countless fragments. A powerful shockwave erupted, sending Qiu Qianzi hurtling through the air, her garments torn asunder by the fierce winds, revealing her delicate, fair skin, a sight both alluring and captivating. However, she had no time to dwell on such matters. Sister. Take the medicine. Qiu Qianzi called out urgently to Qiu Yuebai. Understanding her sister's intent through their profound bond, Qiu Yuebai immediately complied. With remarkable speed, they retrieved crimson pills from their bosoms and swallowed them without hesitation. In an instant, their skin flashed a deep crimson, akin to coals glowing in a furnace. Even more astonishing, steam billowed from their heads as if they were boiling pots. Simultaneously, they surged forward, charging at Duan Lingxiao with an explosive increase in their aura, their blood surging with lethal intent. Even Anruoqing and the others, standing at a distance, could not help but wear expressions of grave concern, sensing an imminent danger. Violent blood pill. Another forbidden drug. Duan Lingxiao recognized at once that the twin sisters had consumed the violent blood pill, a potent elixir capable of igniting one's vitality in mere seconds, significantly enhancing combat prowess. At this moment, the duo's strength had surpassed the celestial realm, reaching the level of a martial sovereign. Though this enhancement was temporary, the disparity between the martial sovereign and celestial warriors was vast. The four realms of heaven, earth, mystery, and yellow were merely the initial stages of martial cultivation. Crossing into the martial sovereign realm marked entry into an entirely new echelon. Die. The sisters, in perfect synchrony, executed their battle formation, attempting to ensnare Duan Lingxiao, believing themselves to have the upper hand. However, Duan Lingxiao remained calm, channeling his spiritual energy, and struck Qiu Qianzhi with a palm. The impact was thunderous. Qiu Qianzhi's face turned ashen, as if a freight train had barreled over her. The immense force tore her garments to shreds, scattering them into the air and exposing her enviable figure laid bare under the sun's gaze. Yet, Qiu Qianzhi had no time to be concerned with her exposure. The blow inflicted severe internal damage, causing her to involuntarily spew forth a mouthful of blood mingled with fragments of her internal organs. "Don't hurt my sister!" Qiu Yuebai cried out fiercely, rushing forward in an attempt to intervene. With the agility of a swallow, she launched herself into action, and from her sleeves, several gleaming throwing knives shot forth. However, with a mere flick of his hand, Duan Lingxiao batted the knives to the ground. In the next moment, he appeared before Qiu Yuebai, extending a single finger to press against her forehead. In an instant, the surge of vitality that Qiu Yuebai had gained from swallowing the blood explosion pill was abruptly extinguished, leaving her utterly depleted. She collapsed to the ground like a deflated balloon. Duan Lingxiao stepped forward, towering over the two with an imposing gaze. "To think you are truly a martial sovereign at such a young age, it is indeed remarkable." Qiu Qianzhi looked up at Duan Lingxiao, her eyes filled with a profound shock. She paid no heed to her tattered garments, which left her nearly exposed, and gazed up at him unabashedly. Her graceful curves were displayed without any pretense. "This time, my sister and I have truly underestimated ourselves, how foolish it was to provoke a martial sovereign." Qiu Qianzhi reached out and intertwined her fingers with her sister Qiu Yubai's. "Sister, if we must perish, at least we shall do so together. That alone makes this life worthwhile. To accompany you on the road to the underworld is a comfort." Qiu Yubai shared her sentiment. There was no trace of sorrow or regret on their faces, instead, they appeared remarkably calm, as if they had long desired death. In the next moment, they suddenly plunged their hands into each other's hearts, twisting fiercely. With a sickening squelch, their hearts exploded, and they fell lifeless to the ground. Duan Lingxiao observed this scene without intervening. He could easily discern their intent to commit suicide and had the power to stop them, however. He saw no necessity to do so. Dust returns to dust, and though the infamous duo of purple and white was undeniably heinous, they were also victims of fate. At that moment, An Ruoqing approached Duan Lingxiao's side and spoke up. She understood the tragic backgrounds of the purple and white duo, which filled her heart with a sense of lament. Although the duo deserved their fate, was it not the misfortunes of their family that led to this? An absent father, a cruel stepmother, and the lewd abuse from the stepbrother. Perhaps, under different circumstances, the purple and white duo could have led normal lives, attending school, working, falling in love, and marrying, rather than becoming top assassins with countless lives on their hands. Yet, life offers no what-ifs. "You're not injured, are you? I never expected your strength to be so formidable. I was worried you wouldn't be able to handle the purple and white duo." An Ruoqing looked at Duan Lingxiao, her beautiful eyes reflecting surprise. After all, Duan Lingxiao had just fought against Xi Yi and faced thousands of armored warriors from the Shui and Guan clans. He had even been ambushed by assassins on his way home. One would assume that even with great strength, he would be utterly exhausted after such battles. Yet, Duan Lingxiao remained vigorous, defeating the purple and white duo with astonishing speed. Who would believe this? You shouldn't hold any animosity towards me, after all. I did implant the four directions heart-seizing needle within you. Duan Lingxiao remarked with a playful smile. Upon hearing this, An Ruoqing huffed in indignation. You! What a rogue! How could you do this? Suddenly, she expressed an apology, her delicate face revealing regret. Duan Lingxiao was taken aback, perplexed as to why An Ruoqing was apologizing all of a sudden. The head of the Guan family, Guan Zuyin, targeted you at Chenfu Square due to the tragic demise of his son at your hands. However, the reason Guan Zhujiang sought conflict with you was also tied to my involvement. And Ruoqing expressed her regrets. Guan Zhujiang, consumed by jealousy over and Ruoqing's closeness with Duan Lingxiao, instigated trouble that ultimately led to his demise. In seeking vengeance for his son, the head of the Guan family ironically joined his son in death. The cycle of cause and effect, retribution unyielding. Though it bears little direct connection to Ruoqing, she still harbored a sense of responsibility, believing that had it not been for her, the Guan family would not have targeted Duan Lingxiao at Chenfu Square. It is of no consequence to you, such a person is easily disposed of, Duan Lingxiao remarked indifferently. By the way, I have made some progress on the matter you asked me to investigate, but you must be prepared, and Ruoqing suddenly interjected. Speak, Duan Lingxiao replied, his brow slightly furrowed. He had requested Ruoqing to investigate the forces that had oppressed the Xiao family over the past 5 years and to uncover the mastermind behind it. Ruoqing's demeanor suggested the situation was quite intricate. Since Xiao Longhu's death 5 years ago, the Xiao family had endured considerable oppression. You have eradicated the 6 major families and 3 gangs of Jiangnan City, yet they were merely the vanguard. It is crucial to understand that many of them were acting under the orders of the Southeast Marquis. My investigation revealed that during his military service, Xiao Longhu was known for his integrity and strict enforcement of the law, even executing a logistics leader on the spot. This leader happened to be a distant relative of the Southeast Marquis. The Marquis had once called to intercede, but Xiao Longhu remained resolute in his refusal. Therefore, it is not difficult to comprehend that following Xiao Longhu's death, the Southeast Marquis signaled the forces in Jiangnan City to oppress the Xiao family. The Southeast Marquis, do you say? Do you have further information? Duan Lingxiao inquired calmly. He had already learned of this matter while eliminating the elder of the Lu family. However, I discovered something peculiar. The Southeast Marquis, in his early years, followed Yi Jincheng, establishing his career and even regarded him as a surrogate father. Yi Jincheng is the leader of the Yi family in Longdu. The night before Xiao Longhu's tragic end, Yi Jincheng summoned him. At this juncture, Ruoqing's brow furrowed slightly. Yi Jincheng? Duan Lingxiao's expression hardened. Yi Jincheng is the head of the prestigious Yi family in Longdu, one of the 10 prominent families in the city. A lineage that has produced a war god and holds a significant position in the Dragon Kingdom. Yet, he had little prior interaction with Yi Jincheng, as most of his time was consumed by military affairs, making collaboration unlikely. What could Yi Jincheng have wanted with Xiao Longhu 5 years ago? Moreover, Xiao Longhu had not even had the chance to inform him of this meeting before facing his own misfortune and being imprisoned in Zero Prison. The timing seems too coincidental. It appears there is more to this story than meets the eye. As I followed this lead, I indeed uncovered some strange elements. Ruoqing continued. What? Duan Lingxiao asked. Though these 2 incidents may not necessarily be connected, it is worth noting that after their meeting, the 2 had a rather unpleasant falling out. Immediately thereafter, the murder of Xiao Longhu and the imprisonment of champion Ho Duan Lingxiao transpired. Thus, I surmised that 5 years ago, a significant event must have occurred, Ruoqing remarked. Meanwhile, Duan Lingxiao was engulfed in memories. He recalled that on the night of the award ceremony, Xiao Longhu appeared troubled, as if burdened by unspoken secrets. However, amidst the gathering of dignitaries and the numerous proceedings of the ceremony, he did not pay it much heed. Before he could inquire further, the tragic incident unfolded. Xiao Longhu perished, departing this world with his secrets intact, and he himself was confined to Zero Prison. He had always believed that this was a conspiracy orchestrated by the Murong family, yet now it seemed far more complex. The Yi family and Yi Jincheng? A cold glimmer flickered in Duan Lingxiao's eyes. Whether it was the Southeast Marquis or Yi Jincheng, if they were connected to this matter, they had already made it onto his list of targets. Moreover, not only was Xiao Longhu involved, but the circumstances surrounding champion Ho Duan Lingxiao also revealed numerous points of suspicion shrouded in mystery. Ruoqing said. Yet she was unaware that the very champion Ho she spoke of stood before her. Oh. What leads you to that conclusion? Duan Lingxiao queried with curiosity. To his surprise, Ruoqing had initiated a discussion about him. It is quite evident the champion Ho gained fame at a young age, achieving remarkable military accomplishments. Yet he supposedly assaulted his mother-in-law on the night of the award ceremony. Does that not sound implausible? Moreover, even if it were true, how could the Murong family dare to expose such a disgrace? For any prominent family, this would be an immense humiliation, something they would hasten to conceal rather than reveal. And Ruoqing shook her head. Is that so? What if the champion Ho truly succumbed to his baser instincts? Duan Lingxiao replied with a sly smile. I believe a man who fights for his country and donates his salary to charitable causes should not be regarded as a beast in human form. And Ruoqing asserted solemnly. She held the champion Ho in high esteem and had always viewed him as her life's idol. Thus she found it inconceivable that he could commit such heinous acts as assaulting his mother-in-law or slaughtering his brothers. However, she also recognized that she lacked the means to exonerate him. Nevertheless, she had followed the developments surrounding this matter over the years. Duan Lingxiao offered a slight smile and refrained from further comment. Very well, you need not investigate this matter any longer. I shall take it upon myself, Duan Lingxiao declared. Or, why? And Ruoqing frowned in confusion. You previously insisted I investigate, and now you wish to halt my inquiry. Your change of heart is rather swift. The remaining matters are beyond your capacity to investigate, continuing would only alert the enemy. I shall pursue it in my own manner, Duan Lingxiao replied calmly. As he spoke, he extended his hand and pressed it forward with astonishing speed directly onto Ruoqing's heart. Ruoqing's body instantly stiffened, as if an electric current coursed through her entire being. The intense stimulation elicited an involuntary gasp from her. With a slight exertion, Duan Lingxiao pressed further. In an instant, the 4-point heart-absorbing needle positioned at Ruoqing's heart was drawn out by Duan Lingxiao. I'll leave this to you, I must take my leave. Ruoqing had exerted considerable effort to uncover this information. To delve further would undoubtedly lead her into perilous territory. Given Ruoqing's recent demeanor, he could not allow her to fall into danger. It seemed the time had come to reactivate the 36 halls of the Dragon Palace. The 36 halls encompassed those who commanded slaughter, those who specialized in defense, and those who excelled in intelligence gathering. Many matters were not suitable for Ruoqing to investigate openly, thus the Dragon Palace would take charge of the inquiries. The Yi family of Longdu. And that fateful rainy night when his parents vanished. Duan Lingxiao's gaze darkened, his eyes deep and profound, reminiscent of a universe that holds countless stars within a darkened night. Having taken advantage, he swiftly made his escape. Ruoqing's face flashed crimson, akin to the glow of evening clouds. Just moments ago, the spot Duan Lingxiao had pressed was one of a woman's most sensitive areas. Moreover, he showed no tenderness whatsoever. The tingling sensation was accompanied by a hint of pain. Such an unusual individual. Watching his retreating figure, Ruoqing rubbed her chest while her eyes flickered with a profound significance. Why did Mr. Lingxiao pay such close attention to matters concerning the Xiao family? Furthermore, he appeared to possess considerable knowledge of Xiaolonghu. Who exactly was he? Why was there not a trace of him within the Dragon Group's Skynet system? Ruoqing murmured to herself. This matter demands thorough investigation. I am determined to uncover the multitude of secrets this man conceals. Ruoqing blinked her beautiful eyes, her thoughts swirling in complexity. Subsequently, she calmed her restless heart and began to organize the special operations team to manage the scene. Upon returning to the villa, Xiao Mangshui was reclining on the living room sofa, munching on fruit while engrossed in a novel. Brother Lingxiao. This book titled Evil Dragon released, I Send My Fiancée's Entire Family to Heaven, is absolutely captivating. The readers of this book must all be handsome men and beautiful women, blessed with fortune and leading blissful lives. Xiao Mangshui wiggled her petite feet to bare and white, resembling exquisite jade exposed to the air. One couldn't help but feel the urge to gently knead and caress them. I'll take a moment to read and see if the protagonist in this novel is more handsome than I, Duan Lingxiao teased. Of course. Brother Lingxiao is the most handsome. Xiao Mangshui responded sweetly. Your words are as sweet as honey. Duan Lingxiao affectionately ruffled her hair, the look of indulgence gracing his features. In truth, despite Xiao Mangshui no longer being a child, Duan Lingxiao unconsciously regarded her as the little girl she had been 5 years ago. Brother Lingxiao, may I give you a shoulder massage? With that, Xiao Mangshui turned over, leaning against Duan Lingxiao's back, her delicate hands resting on his shoulders. Instantly, an invigorating youthful energy enveloped him. Duan Lingxiao felt a warm breath against his back, akin to a long feather teasing his senses. It was slightly ticklish. You little rascal. Who knows which man you will end up seducing in the future? Duan Lingxiao chuckled. Oh no, brother Lingxiao, are you trying to drive me away? Xiao Manshue's lips pouted. Her large, glistening eyes radiating a sense of grievance. No matter what, even if you were to stay by my side for a lifetime, I would be willing. Duan Lingxiao gently ruffled Xiao Manshue's bangs, causing them to become slightly disheveled. Humph, that's good. I have no intention of seeking other men. I only wish to remain by brother Lingxiao's side. With that, Xiao Manshue's face brightened, and she happily laughed, wrapping her arms around Duan Lingxiao's. Resting her head on his shoulder, she beamed with joy. Seeing her like this warmed Duan Lingxiao's heart. You little one, you are truly at that moment, Xiao Heihu. Filled with excitement, knocked on the door while shouting from outside, Mr. Ling, great news. Excellent news. A tremendous haul. Xiao Heihu trembled with exhilaration. Duan Lingxiao opened the door. Casting a glance at him. What is it that causes such a stir? Mr. Ling, it's splendid news. I just led my brothers to scour all the spoils from the captives. Aside from the usual treasures, we truly unearthed something remarkable. Xiao Heihu exclaimed. Following the destruction of 3 major gangs and 6 prominent families, the immediate task was, of course, to collect the spoils. The wealth they amassed was beyond measure. He had already compiled a list for Duan Lingxiao's convenience. What kind of treasure? Duan Lingxiao inquired. A sword. Xiao Heihu instructed 2 of his subordinates waiting outside to bring forth a wooden box. They struggled under its weight, panting and sweating profusely. So heavy? Duan Lingxiao mused. Astonished that such a small wooden box required the strength of 2 robust men to lift. Sir, please take a look. Xiao Heihu opened the wooden box. Inside lay a short sword, as dark as night. Its brevity was due to a segment of the blade being broken off, leaving it only the length of a forearm. Sir, though this sword is broken, it is incredibly sharp, capable of slicing through iron like mud, and its weight is astonishing. Despite being a broken sword, it weighs several hundred pounds. Xiao Heihu elaborated. Oh. Duan Lingxiao's interest was piqued. He reached out and grasped the broken sword. Instantly, a heavy, cold aura of murderous intent surged through his palm, as if myriad ghosts were crossing over, the chilling wind howling. It emanated a bone-chilling cold that penetrated the soul. Though the blade was pitch black, traces of blood could still be discerned upon it. This is a sinister sword. Yet, it is undoubtedly a fine sword. This blade had certainly claimed numerous lives, stained with countless bloodshed, engendering such a profound aura of slaughter. Shen Yuan? Duan Lingxiao noticed the characters Shen Yuan engraved upon the blade. Formed with the earliest pictographic script. The Shen Yuan sword? Could it be the sword of the Yellow Emperor, Shen Yuan? Duan Lingxiao murmured as he scrutinized the blade. In ancient times, the Yellow Emperor, Shen Yuan, battled Qiyu at Shualu, wielding the Shen Yuan divine sword, his might unparalleled, driving away the Qiyu tribe. He established the earliest civilization of the Dragon Kingdom, setting forth the earliest spiritual symbol of the Dragon Totem. Subsequently, after the Yellow Emperor ascended to the celestial realm with 3,000 women, the Shen Yuan divine sword vanished without a trace. Could this be that very sword? Despite its extraordinary qualities, its unmatched sharpness and incredible weight, this sword held an enigmatic allure. However, Duan Lingxiao still could not bring himself to believe that this was the treasured sword of Shen Yuan Huangdi. It seemed he would have to wait until the sword was fully restored to ascertain its true nature. Presently, it was a broken blade, once repaired. The Shen Yuan divine sword would surely reveal itself in all its glory. Very well, I shall claim this sword, Duan Lingxiao declared. A fine sword deserves a worthy hero. This broken blade, in the hands of its master, is akin to a remarkable steed meeting a discerning rider, Zhuge Liang encountering Liu Bei, and Soaring crossing paths with Emperor Taizong of Tang. I, Xiao Heihu, have now found my match in you, Master Ling. Xiao Heihu exclaimed, showering praise. You dare compare yourself to Soaring and Zhuge Liang? Duan Lingxiao responded with a faint smile. What a character. It seems like flattery, but in reality, it is merely self-promotion. I told Zhou, I'm no steed, but rather a humble workhorse. I shall follow your bidding, whatever it may be. Zhao Heihu chuckled awkwardly. Since aligning with Duan Lingxiao, his black tiger hole has seen tremendous growth. Were it not for Duan Lingxiao, he would have remained trapped in the second-tier powers of Jiangnan City for life and never able to ascend even a single step. Would you confront the Qi family and the Han family of the provincial capital if I asked you to? Duan Lingxiao inquired, his gaze playful as he regarded Zhao Heihu. Zhao Heihu's expression darkened. The Qi family boasts the formidable Qi Jiangzhu, and the Han family is among the most prestigious in the provincial capital. Neither is a foe he could contend with. Yet, he quickly composed himself, adopting an expression of utmost reverence as he gazed at Duan Lingxiao. Master Ling. While I may lack understanding in other matters, I do grasp the essence of loyalty since I have chosen to follow you. If you truly wish to take on the Qi and Han families, I am willing to lead the charge. Zhao Heihu declared solemnly. Your current strength would only lead to your demise at the forefront. Go and negotiate with Chao Mengchen. Ensure that the elixirs produced by Shonongfang are prioritized for Black Tiger Hole on a regular basis. You must elevate the strength of your subordinates. Numbers do not equate to power, or what matters is strength. A strong army and formidable generals are the foundation. Duan Lingxiao asserted. You speak wisely. I have considered this as well. Upon my return, I will immediately consult with Master Chao to finalize the future plans. Zhao Heihu replied earnestly. Indeed. Duan Lingxiao nodded and then retrieved paper and pen from the table, quickly inscribing notes. Zhao Heihu stood by respectfully. This is a manual of martial arts, titled Fiery Sun Fist. This technique not only encompasses the art of combat but is also an excellent method for body refinement. Mastering the Fiery Sun Fist will invigorate your vitality, rapidly augment your strength, and expedite your martial advancement. You must diligently practice alongside elixirs. If you wish to accompany me in grand endeavors, you must first possess the capability to do so. Duan Lingxiao concluded, handing the completed manual to Zhao Heihu. Zhao Heihu gingerly accepted it with both hands, his face alight with excitement. A martial arts technique. The Fiery Sun Fist. It was impossible for Zhao Heihu to contain his enthusiasm. Why can martial artists surpass ordinary individuals? Is it solely due to strength? Indeed, that is part of it. But how is that strength differentiated? It lies in talent and resources. Talent is difficult to change, and having talent without resources leads to a dead end. Even a waste can be transformed into a genius with abundant resources. Yet, many lack precisely that resources. In the realm of martial arts, elements such as techniques, elixirs, and wealth are paramount. Duan Lingxiao has adeptly resolved all these concerns. Thank you, esteemed sir. My life belongs to you, and I shall dedicate myself to rigorous training, ensuring I do not disappoint your high expectations. Zhao Heihu expressed profound gratitude as he clutched the manual for the Blazing Sun Fist and turned to leave the villa. After observing Zhao Heihu's departure, Duan Lingxiao retrieved his phone and dialed Li Dongming's number. Moments later, Li Dongming appeared before Duan Lingxiao. Your Majesty, do you summon me? He inquired with great reverence. Since Duan Lingxiao's emergence in the world, his endeavors have been nothing short of earth-shattering. Li Dongming was also curious about how such a young dragon monarch, the master of the Dragon Palace, cultivated his powers. It is time to consolidate the 36 halls of the Dragon Palace. I need to investigate a few matters that require the palace's involvement, Duan Lingxiao declared. Your Majesty. The 36 halls are spread across the nation, and my jurisdiction is the Hall of Heavenly Punishment, primarily responsible for enforcing the laws within the Dragon Palace. The Hall of Heavenly Secrets handles investigations, boasting the ability to discern all matters, Li Dongming explained. However, the Hall of Heavenly Secrets is not located in Jiangnan but in the provincial capital. The provincial capital. Send me the address. I shall pay a visit. Duan Lingxiao replied calmly. My lord, do you intend to seek out the Hall of Heavenly Secrets? That is only fitting. However, the Hall's master, Su Xuanji, is exceedingly enigmatic and possesses formidable martial prowess. He strictly adheres to the old dragon monarch's commands, and your visit may not be met with ease. Li Dongming cautioned after a moment of silence. That is of no concern, I will ensure he complies, Duan Lingxiao stated with a serene demeanor. Very well. I shall send it to you immediately. Seeing that Duan Lingxiao had made up his mind, Li Dongming refrained from further comments and quickly opened his phone to transmit the address of the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. After discussing the matters concerning the hole with Li Dongming, he took his leave. Subsequently, Duan Lingxiao returned to his chamber, placing the Qin dynasty alchemical furnace at the center of the room. He retrieved the medicinal materials sent by Chao Mengchen and directly placed them into the furnace, igniting the alchemical flames to commence the concoction of elixirs. The elixir he sought to create was the Essence Cleansing Transformation Pill. As the name suggests, this pill serves to purify the meridians and transform the mortal body, for Manxue to embark on the path of spiritual cultivation. It is essential to establish a solid physical foundation first. The Essence Cleansing Transformation Pill will maximize her body's latent potential, thereby facilitating the opening of her meridians and enabling her to ascend the path of spiritual cultivation. As time passed, the process of refining the Essence Cleansing Transformation Pill, being of a higher grade, demanded meticulous attention. The Qin dynasty alchemical furnace provided an optimal environment for this delicate work. Ordinary alchemical furnaces struggle to produce high-quality elixirs due to their inability to withstand the chemical reactions that occur during the refining process. A failure could result in the destruction of the furnace itself. For an alchemist, the furnace is the most vital partner in their craft. Unbeknownst to the passage of time, a sudden chime resounded, and the alchemical furnace began to emit steam, releasing an enchanting aroma that pervaded the entire room. Duan Lingxiao lifted the lid of the furnace, his face instantly brightening with joy. It was complete. The quality was exceptional, flawless. Although the medicinal herbs provided by Chao Mengchen were plentiful, only 2 pills of the washing marrow and transforming mortality elixir could be concocted. However, this quantity sufficed for Shao Manshue's needs. Duan Lingxiao rose and made his way to Shao Manshue's chamber, holding the elixirs in hand. Shao Manshue, perched with her petite feet tucked beneath her, was engrossed in a drama. Upon seeing Duan Lingxiao enter, she was about to speak when her delicate nose suddenly crinkled in curiosity. "Brother Lingxiao, what do you have in your hand? It smells wonderful," she inquired with astonishment. "Divine elixir." Duan Lingxiao jested. "What divine elixir? Is it one that grants superpowers? Like Spider-Man?" Shao Manshue mimicked shooting webs, her hands crossed in front of her, exuding an adorable charm. "Even more formidable than Spider-Man," Duan Lingxiao replied with faint seriousness. "Really?" Shao Manshue's eyes widened, resembling a curious child. "You'll know once you consume it," Duan Lingxiao asserted, not entirely lying. If Shao Manshue were to truly unlock her meridians and embark on the path of spiritual cultivation, she would surpass the so-called superhumans by far. "All right." Without hesitation, Shao Manshue obediently rose, took the washing marrow and transforming mortality elixir from Duan Lingxiao's hand, and swallowed it whole. "Sit cross-legged. I will assist you in absorbing the elixir's potency," Duan Lingxiao instructed. As Shao Manshue settled into a meditative position, Duan Lingxiao placed his hands on her back. Instantly, a vast surge of medicinal energy, akin to a mighty river, surged through Shao Manshue's limbs and bones, nourishing every muscle and channel within her. A profound sense of comfort compelled Shao Manshue to emit a soft, melodious sigh reminiscent of a songbird. Hearing her own somewhat peculiar sound, her cheeks flashed a deep crimson, resembling a blooming peony. No. The exquisite beauty of Shao Manshue, blushing with a rosy hue, was even more stunning than the flower itself, captivating and breathtaking. "Focus your mind and maintain your concentration." Duan Lingxiao's voice was calm and gentle, yet imbued with a unique power that penetrated Shao Manshue's ears, instantly restoring her composure. "Follow my guidance to sense it. I shall now unlock your meridian gateway," he continued. "This step is crucial, the necessary procedure to assess your aptitude for cultivation, so do not take it lightly." Shao Manshue sensed the seriousness in Duan Lingxiao's words and nodded eagerly. Soon, Duan Lingxiao activated the God of War technique, drawing forth the elixir's energy within Shao Manshue's body to begin the assault on the Meridian Gateway. The Meridian Gateway is a checkpoint located at the intersection of the upper and lower dantian within the human body. Once the gateway is opened, a connection with the cosmos is established, allowing one to absorb spiritual energy for personal use, signifying the commencement of the path of spiritual cultivation. Under the guidance of Duan Lingxiao, Shao Manshue felt a warm sensation enveloping her body, a rather comforting experience. However, in an instant, her brow furrowed deeply, and her entire being tensed up as if beset by an overwhelming agony. Her complexion paled to a ghostly white. "Brother Lingxiao, Xiao Mangshue's lips trembled violently, her body feeling as if it had plunged into an icy abyss, cold to the very core. What is happening, Mangshue? Duan Lingxiao was taken aback. This situation was utterly unforeseen. He promptly began to investigate with meticulous care. What in the world? In the next moment, Duan Lingxiao's expression grew exceedingly grim. Damn it, a restriction. He could hardly believe that Xiao Mangshue's vital meridian had been sealed. His countenance shifted dramatically. As if a clear sky had suddenly been engulfed by dark clouds, his gaze turning icy and resolute. However, this was not the moment for contemplation. He quickly redirected the medicinal energy to bypass the meridian's location, dispersing it throughout Xiao Mangshue's body instead of concentrating it at the sealed site. Moments later, as the medicinal energy diffused, Duan Lingxiao finally met Xiao Mangshue's gaze with a grave demeanor. Had he not been there to protect her, the consequences of triggering such a restriction would have been unfathomable, ranging from debilitating injury to death. In summary, it was a cruel and merciless confinement. Brother Lingxiao, what is a restriction? Xiao Mangshue inquired weakly, her innocent eyes wide with curiosity. A restriction is a seal that closes your vital meridian, preventing you from establishing a connection with the energies of the universe, Duan Lingxiao explained. He was aware of this because his former master, notorious for his malevolence, had also been sealed, possessing profound knowledge of restrictions and sealing techniques. Does that mean I won't be able to become strong like you in the future? Xiao Mangshue, remarkably perceptive, quickly grasped the implication. Not at all, it merely means you cannot cultivate for the time being. This issue will be resolved, so do not worry. Duan Lingxiao reassured her, gently ruffling her hair. Resolving the restriction was not insurmountable, but he needed to reach the golden core stage first. Otherwise, any reckless attempt to remove it could lead to adverse effects, potentially inflicting irreversible harm on Xiao Mangshue. Simultaneously, his mind was plagued with questions. Who could have sealed Xiao Mangshue's vital meridian? Duan Lingxiao furrowed his brow deeply. He recalled that Xiao Longhu had mentioned in the past that Xiao Mangshue had been frail as a child, often falling ill, but had gradually improved with age. It seemed that the seeds of this predicament had been sown long ago, likely tied to the restriction. Regardless of who had imposed it, their intentions were surely nefarious. Duan Lingxiao gazed at Xiao Mangshue with a heart full of compassion. Such a kind and lovely person should not have to endure such tribulations. The individual capable of placing such a restriction was undoubtedly no ordinary person, and was likely a practitioner of spiritual cultivation, much like himself. What could their motives possibly be? Moreover, this restriction had been in place since Xiao Mangshue was very young, accompanying her for many years. It seems that the origins of the Xiao family are rather intricate. Duan Lingxiao's gaze deepened, when a flurry of thought surged within him. Mangshue, I recall your brother mentioning that you both were raised on the kindness of others during your childhood, fostered at your aunt's home, correct? Duan Lingxiao pondered for a moment before inquiring. Indeed, Xiao Mangshue replied. My brother said our parents passed away early, and we were taken in by our aunt. Although her household faced considerable hardships. Consequently, my brother enlisted in the military after graduating from high school. The Xiao family's foothold in Jiangnan City was undeniably established through Xiao Longhu's relentless efforts. Your brother mentioned that you were frail and ailing as a child. Do you recall at what age this began? Duan Lingxiao continued. I cannot remember, that Xiao Mangshue reflected. It seems I have always been this way since I can remember. My brother said it was due to inadequate nutrition after my birth, which led to a weakened immune system. However, by the time I entered junior high, I gradually became less prone to illness. What troubles you, Brother Lingxiao? Is something amiss? Xiao Mangshue asked, noticing his furrowed brow. Nothing, Duan Lingxiao replied, his expression still taut. It was evident that Xiao Mangshue did not possess vivid memories of her childhood. It seemed imperative to venture to the provincial capital immediately and request a thorough investigation from the Tiansha Hall. After comforting Xiao Mangshue until she fell asleep, Duan Lingxiao resumed his meditation, absorbing the spiritual energy around him. The night passed in silence. The following morning, after explaining the situation to Xiao Mangshue, Duan Lingxiao made a call to Zhao Heihu and others before setting off alone for the provincial capital. Jiangnan City was not far from the capital of the southeastern province, prompting Duan Lingxiao to opt for a high-speed train. He purchased a first-class ticket and seated himself, then gazed out at the passing scenery. Shortly thereafter, two individuals took the seats beside him by the window. One was an elderly man with graying hair, appearing vigorous yet shrouded in an air of obscurity. Beside him sat a stunningly attractive young woman, her delicate features marked by lively, intelligent eyes, long lashes, a prominent nose, and charming dimples adorning her cheeks. Additionally, several bodyguards in plain clothes were positioned nearby, indicating the notable status of these two individuals. However, Duan Lingxiao merely cast a fleeting glance before returning his attention to the window, showing no interest in their identities. The high-speed train surged forward, the landscape blurring past like lightning. Grandfather, I never anticipated that even Master Yao Xuancheng would be unable to cure your ailment completely. Fortunately, your vitality appears much improved. I believe it won't be long before you achieve full recovery. At that moment, the young woman smiled at the elderly man, introducing herself as Chu Yushi, who accompanied her grandfather to Jiangnan and Jiangbei in search of renowned physicians for his treatment. As a former imperial physician, Yao Xuancheng was naturally a focal point of their quest. Yao Xuancheng. Duan Lingxiao's brow furrowed upon overhearing their conversation. Yao Xuancheng had previously attempted to seize the Chinara alchemy furnace from him by halting their vehicle at the expressway entrance between Jiangbei and Jiangnan, resorting to coercive tactics. However, Duan Lingxiao simply did not regard Yao Xuancheng with any respect. He was taken aback to hear news of this old man here. Hopefully, it is as such. The elder Chu calmly spoke. The rejuvenating pill concocted by the elder Yao has shown commendable effects, consuming it indeed brings considerable relief. He mentioned that with continued use, miraculous results would follow. Grandfather, rest assured, your ailment will surely be cured, Chu Yushi said with a smile. Without the rejuvenating pill, you might have a few months left to live. However, should you take this pill, not only will your condition remain unhealed, but your demise will also be imminent. At that moment, a faint voice broke the tension. Instantly, all eyes turned towards the source. What did you say? Chu Yushi glared with furious eyes at Duan Lingxiao. Simultaneously, several bodyguards within the carriage cast him menacing looks. Young man, what do you mean by that? Elder Chu, leaning on his dragon-headed cane, wore an increasingly grim expression. Is he not cursing for his death? Have the youth of today fallen so low in manners? You insolent fool. Do you even know who you are speaking to? Do you think you can babble nonsense just because you have a mouth? Such reckless words come at a cost. Chu Yushi crossed her arms, her lovely face darkened, her tone icy. As her words fell, the bodyguards surrounded them with equally stern expressions, ready to engage at the slightest provocation. Yet, Duan Lingxiao remained unfazed. Initially, he had no intention of intervening. However, upon discovering that this matter was related to that old man Yao Xuancheng, and recognizing the evident decline in the elder's health, he was, after all, a withered tree, he felt compelled to speak out. Continuing to consume the so-called rejuvenating pill would be perilous. As a healer, he could not turn a blind eye to this situation. He needed to voice his concerns, regardless of whether they were acknowledged. Do you often feel a dull pain in the side of your abdomen beneath your armpit, and as night falls, does your heart race, leaving you restless until dawn? Recently, after taking the rejuvenating pill, this condition may have lessened, but do you feel a tightness in the area of your heart, as if an arrow is drawn and ready to release? Duan Lingxiao inquired with a calm demeanor. What nonsense are you spouting? Is this a condition you can frivolously discuss? Do you believe I want to subdue you right now and have you arrested once we disembark, sending you to prison? Chu Yushi shouted indignantly. Yushi, stop. Let him continue. Suddenly, elder Chu interjected. Grandfather. Chu Yushi was taken aback, looking at her grandfather in confusion. This injury stems from a concealed wound related to a severe injury you sustained in your youth. Fortunately, you were in good health back then and could endure it. But now, in your old age, your body has weakened and this ailment has deepened. If you persist, your time may be limited. Duan Lingxiao stated with a detached tone. Dare to curse again and see what happens. Chu Yushi was furious. They were members of the Chu family, how could this young man be so audacious? It was utterly infuriating. She vowed to thoroughly discipline Duan Lingxiao. You scoundrel, do you know we hail from Yushi? Be silent. When outside, avoid causing trouble. Before Chu Yushi could finish her words, she was interrupted by old Master Chu. Casting a glance at her grandfather, Chu Yushi let out a cold snort and indignantly took her seat. I suggest that the next time your ailment flares up, you utilize silver needles to puncture the 3 points, the heart, the Tianyuan, then Tanchong, which may alleviate your condition, Duan Lingxiao stated before closing his eyes to meditate. Refraining from further conversation, this scene left Chu Yushi gritting her teeth in frustration. Such pretense. Does he fancy himself a master of the unworldly? Elder Yao Xuancheng has already provided a diagnostic plan, yet he remains so self-assured. Does he truly believe he rivals Elder Yao, the renowned imperial physician? Chu Yushi felt quite displeased. Were it not for her grandfather's intervention, she would have ensured he regretted his arrogance today. Within the first-class carriage, many prominent individuals were present, all of whom possessed at least a modicum of wealth. Upon hearing Chu Yushi's remarks, their expressions shifted dramatically. Goodness, someone dares to question Elder Yao Xuancheng's diagnosis. This is utterly laughable. Elder Yao previously treated those central figures in Longdu. Had he not retired, he would not have returned to Jiangnan. Indeed, acquiring an appointment with Elder Yao could require a 6-month wait, indicating the old gentleman's exceptional status. Whispers circulated among the crowd. Chu Yushi proudly lifted her head, resembling a peacock in full display, as if to declare, see, a mere frog in a well could never compare to us. Now you comprehend our prowess, don't you? However, to her disappointment, Duan Lingxiao did not even glance in her direction, appearing utterly indifferent. You heard, didn't you? Elder Yao Xuancheng's diagnosis. You must have heard of the illustrious Elder Yao, Chu Yushi spoke with dissatisfaction. Of course. Just an old rogue who enjoys stealing. If he behaves foolishly again, I shall smash his gold-capped teeth, Duan Lingxiao replied blandly. As soon as he finished speaking, all eyes in the carriage turned toward him with a mixture of astonishment and disbelief. What absurdity just reached our ears? Smash Elder Yao Xuancheng's gold teeth. And he dares to insult Elder Yao as an old rogue. My goodness, you truly have the audacity to speak such words, while we are left in shock. Chu Yushi was equally bewildered. Her cheeks flushed with anger, alternating between red and white, causing her to tremble with rage. It was well known that Elder Yao had cured her grandfather's ailment, earning her profound respect for the old physician. Yet now, to have this individual so brazenly insult him was utterly intolerable. How arrogant. Chu Yushi was about to erupt. Yushi, let it go. Regardless of whether he is spouting nonsense or not, he does not seem to harbor ill intentions. Just let it be, our destination is nearly upon us. Old Master Chu interjected. Although he too disapproved of Duan Lingxiao's words, his cultivated demeanor allowed him to remain calm, refraining from unnecessary outbursts. Very well. Chu Yushi reluctantly nodded. Turning her gaze towards Duan Lingxiao, she ceded, consider yourself fortunate this time. In the future, restrain your words and refrain from speaking carelessly, otherwise there will be no one as magnanimous as us. Soon, the high-speed rail station announced the arrival at the southeastern provincial capital. Duan Lingxiao paid no further attention to old Master Chu and his companions. He carried no luggage and rose directly to disembark in one fluid motion. His immediate destination was the Hall of Heavenly Secrets. Duan Lingxiao's urgency to reach the provincial capital stemmed from his desire to swiftly uncover the truth. Initially, he had intended to locate Xiao Mangshui after emerging from Prison Zero and then embark on a path of vengeance against the Xiao family, Xiaolonghu, and himself. However, he was taken aback to discover that many hidden secrets lay concealed behind the events. Given that the Hall of Heavenly Secrets specializes in investigations within the Dragon Palace, he decided to enlist their aid. The 36 halls of the Dragon Palace each have their designated responsibilities, and the 4th hall, established by the Master of Evil, could indeed provide him with substantial assistance. Upon exiting the high-speed rail station, Duan Lingxiao summoned a taxi with casual ease. The address had already been sent to him by Li Dongming. Grandfather, you shouldn't have stopped me just now. I should have been allowed to teach that arrogant young man a lesson. After Chu Yushi disembarked, she assisted her grandfather to the underground parking lot, where a Rolls-Royce awaited them. Miss. Sir. The driver and bodyguard in charge of the reception bowed and greeted them. Yushi, many matters cannot be judged solely by appearances. Old Master Chu remarked, shaking his head in admonition. He sensed that the young man was far from ordinary, though he found it difficult to ascertain precisely what made him so remarkable. I understand that we shouldn't judge by appearances, but that fellow is clearly someone who seeks to attract attention. Just look at how he dares to question the diagnosis of the esteemed Dr. Yao Shoncheng. Is this not ill-intentioned? Chu Yushi retorted, visibly displeased. At that moment, a bodyguard suddenly exclaimed, "Sir." Old Master Chu clutched his chest tightly, his head tilting as he collapsed to the ground, his body beginning to convulse violently. His condition appeared dire. "Grandfather, what is wrong? Are you all right?" Chu Yushi cried out anxiously. Several bodyguards hurriedly lifted Old Master Chu into the car. Due to his long-standing illness, their family doctor, Dr. Li, was also present. "Dr. Li, please check on my grandfather," Chu Yushi implored urgently. "Miss, do not panic, I will examine him right away." Dr. Li, with furrowed brows, promptly pressed his hand against Old Master Chu's chest. After listening closely with the stethoscope for a moment, his expression grew increasingly grave. "I will administer emergency measures to alleviate his pain, and then we must head to the provincial hospital immediately." Understanding the gravity of the situation, Dr. Li began treatment while instructing the driver to set off for the provincial hospital. Chu Yushi's face was etched with worry as she anxiously watched Old Master Chu. Dr. Li was indeed an exceptional physician, having graduated from the National University of the Eastern Land, possessing remarkable medical skills. Yet, at this moment, he had exhausted all his methods without success. Not only did the dire situation fail to improve, but the countenance of the esteemed elder Chu grew increasingly pallid. "Grandfather." Chu Yushi's eyes brimmed with tears as she called out, her heart heavy with fear that her grandfather might slip away into unconsciousness. Should his awareness fade, he could very well fall into an eternal slumber. Cough, cough, cough. At that moment, the elder Chu suddenly began to awaken. "Grandfather, you are awake?" Chu Yushi exclaimed, her tears giving way to a radiant smile, her eyes still red from worry. "Oh heavens! I was truly terrified, he is my most beloved grandfather." However, in the next instant, Elder Chu violently expelled a mouthful of blood, his breath growing even more tenuous, his vitality waning to the utmost extremes. "Elder Chu." Dr. Li's expression shifted dramatically. "Dr. Li, please save my grandfather." Chu Yushi cried out in desperation. The provincial hospital was at least half an hour away, and should he falter, unforeseen calamities could ensue. "Miss Chu, I fear the elder is." Dr. Li's complexion darkened profoundly. It was akin to a bomb disposal expert encountering a bomb with disordered wiring, where severing any single connection could detonate the entire device. Under such circumstances, decisive action seemed nearly impossible. "But how? Aren't you a renowned surgeon? Hurry and save my grandfather." Chu Yushi was now as frantic as an ant on a hot pan. "Yushi, do not panic," Elder Chu interjected. "Dr. Li, insert 3 silver needles at the Tianyuan, Tanjong, and Shinko points, each to a depth of 5 centimeters. Grandfather, is this not the method that Charlatan spoke of?" Chu Yushi exclaimed, her eyes wide in disbelief, fearing her grandfather was grasping at straws in his desperation. She was about to protest. "Yushi, Dr. Li is at a loss, and the hospital is still far. This is the only way. Moreover, as I trust my instincts, this young man is undoubtedly extraordinary." Elder Chu gestured feebly, then turned his gaze to Dr. Li. "You may begin, doctor." "Very well." Dr. Li gritted his teeth and retrieved the silver needles from his medical kit. He then proceeded to pierce the Tianyuan, Tanjong, and Shinko acupoints on Elder Chu. As the needles entered his body, Elder Chu suddenly trembled violently, and then a torrent of black, foul blood erupted from him, mingled with remnants of medicinal residue, clearly the undigested impurities of the Huayong pill. "Grandfather, if anything happens to you, I shall not spare that wretch." Chu Yushi observed this scene with extreme apprehension. Just then, Elder Chu let out a sigh of relief. A miracle. Truly a miracle. He tore off 2 pieces of tissue to wipe his mouth clean, his face awash with astonishment. "Grandfather, are you all right?" Chu Yushi inquired with concern. "I am fine." Not only has the discomfort vanished, but even the pain from the hidden ailment that Yu Xuancheng failed to resolve has disappeared completely. That young man is a genuine master physician. Elder Chu was filled with exhilaration. In truth, moments ago, he had asked Dr. Li to give it a try, approaching the situation with a mere sense of experimentation. After all, no one dares to gamble with their own life. Had it not been for the dire circumstances he faced, teetering on the brink of death, he would not have recklessly opted for the method proposed by Duan Lingxiao. However, he now found himself utterly convinced by Duan Lingxiao's assertions. I, Chu Batian, am not destined to perish. What serendipity to encounter such a renowned physician on the high-speed train. This is a healer even more formidable than Yao Xuancheng. This is a medical sage. Old Master Chu was invigorated, never expecting that the man was not a fraud. Chu Yushi widened her eyes in disbelief. Yushi, promptly disseminate the word and mobilize all the resources of the Chu family. We must locate this young gentleman, he exclaimed with excitement. He is a benefactor of our family. Grandfather, I understand. I will find him immediately. Chu Yushi replied, equally elated yet filled with shame and regret for her previous skepticism aboard the train. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment. It seemed she needed to find an opportunity to apologize. The taxi sped swiftly, and the driver appeared quite familiar with the route. Shutting off the satellite navigation system, Duan Lingxiao paid this no mind, too indifferent to concern himself with such matters. Many drivers, in pursuit of extra earnings, intentionally take longer routes. Under normal circumstances, Duan Lingxiao would not tolerate such behavior. However, today he felt no urgency. It was a perfect moment to observe the transformations in the provincial city after 5 long years, a reunion that naturally stirred a myriad of emotions. Is this your first visit to the provincial city, Mr. Ling? At that moment, the taxi driver suddenly spoke, casting a glance in the rearview mirror, his eyes glinting with a cold light. Who are you? Duan Lingxiao frowned, realizing that the driver was aware of his surname. It seemed he had already fallen under the surveillance of certain forces from the moment he exited the high-speed train station. Our steward is looking for you. A banquet has already been prepared at Wanzhong Tower. I am here to take you there, the driver stated respectfully, leaving no room for error. Yet his tone was laced with caution. After all, the individual before him was a formidable figure who could wreak havoc across Jiangnan and Jiangbei. A single misstep could indeed cost him his life. The steward. The steward of the Southeast Market? What if I choose not to attend the banquet? Duan Lingxiao replied coolly. Mr. Ling, please do not place me in a difficult position. Moreover, the steward mentioned that if you do not attend, it would lead to a severe fallout, complicating many matters. You will not suffer any loss by going, the driver persisted earnestly. Oh, then I shall see what schemes he has in store for me. Duan Lingxiao responded nonchalantly. Let us proceed to Wanzhong Tower. Upon seeing that Duan Lingxiao did not object, the taxi driver visibly relaxed. Had the gentleman chosen a path of violence, he would have been unable to endure the consequences. Soon, the taxi arrived at Wanzhong Tower, situated beside a river that flowed through the city, named the Long River. The Long River, along with the Tsong River, belonged to the same Kanglan River basin, a shared lineage. Wanzhong Tower is an ancient and elegant structure. Perched high above, it offers breathtaking views of the beautiful landscapes along the banks of the Long River. Nearby lies the heart of the provincial capital. To construct a building in such a prime location speaks volumes of one's wealth and audacity. Mr. Ling, we have arrived, the driver announced, leading the way ahead. Duan Lingxiao followed closely behind. Greetings, Mr. Ling, steward Zhuge is waiting for you upstairs, please follow me. A graceful beauty clad in a high-slit cheongsam approached with a radiant smile, exuding a rich floral fragrance. As she walked, she moved with a captivating elegance, her form swaying alluringly, suggesting a fullness that was almost tangible. Duan Lingxiao nodded slightly. Soon, under the guidance of the cheongsam-clad hostess, he ascended to the 9th floor of Wanzhong Tower, which is also the top floor. The meeting ground was an elegant private room. Outside the window lay the picturesque scenery of the Long River, while the interior boasted exquisite decor. Seated at the head of the table was an elderly man with graying hair, dressed in a traditional Tang suit. Beside him sat several imposing figures. Upon Duan Lingxiao's entrance, their gazes converged upon him, filled with curiosity and scrutiny. Mr. Ling, welcome. I am Zhuge Tianming. It is a pleasure to finally meet you. The elderly man rose and slowly approached Duan Lingxiao, extending his hand. Duan Lingxiao regarded him with indifference, calmly observing Zhuge Tianming. You intercepted me right after my arrival from the high-speed train, indicating that you have been monitoring my movements since Jiangnan City. Speak, what do you require of me? With these words, the hint of scorn curved the corners of his lips. The Southeast Marquis has never been a commendable character. Even during his time as the champion Marquis 5 years ago, he was known for his unscrupulous behavior. It comes as no surprise that he remains unrepentant, consistently wretched. The elderly man in the tan suit is, of course, the steward of the Southeast Marquis estate, equally culpable. From the moment Duan Lingxiao disembarked the train, a trap had been laid for him. Under such circumstances, it would be remarkable for him to extend any pleasantries. How bold! Steward Zhuge extends his hand in greeting. And you dare to be so insolent? A middle-aged man behind the elderly figure spoke sharply. Duan Lingxiao's eyes glinted coldly as he shifted his stance. In the next moment, a resounding slap echoed through the room, leaving a vivid red imprint on the face of the middle-aged man. The man clutched his cheek. His face contorted with rage. His teeth had all been knocked out, blood spewing forth from his mouth. Who do you think you are? Speaking to your master in such an uncouth manner. Duan Lingxiao replied with a frigid gaze. Did you just call me a dog? The middle-aged man's fury intensified. Look at you barking like a mat again, Duan Lingxiao remarked, shaking his head with a calm voice. Damn it. The middle-aged man could no longer contain his anger. At that moment, the elderly man waved his hand. Zhong, step back. Upon hearing this, the middle-aged man let out a cold snort, retreating to the side while still casting a dark glare at Duan Lingxiao. Mr. Ling indeed lives up to his reputation, youthful and impetuous. He stands apart from the mundane. The elderly gentleman in traditional attire, with a flicker of darkness in his gaze, concealed it quite adeptly. Maintaining an appearance of warmth and tolerance, he regarded Duan Lingxiao as if he were a senior addressing a junior. Let us not beat around the bush. Your invitation to this grand banquet implies that you are well prepared. Speak plainly, what is your intent? Duan Lingxiao replied with indifference. Mr. Ling, you are truly impatient. Please, take a seat and have something to eat. After your arduous journey, you must be weary. The Turtle Phoenix Tiger Whip soup here at Wangjiang Tower is renowned. Do try it. The elderly gentleman, known as Steward Zhuge, smiled and waved his hand, even personally ladling soup for Duan Lingxiao. My time is precious. I have no leisure to waste here. If you wish to drink soup, do so yourself, I shall not accompany you, Duan Lingxiao retorted coldly. With that, he turned to leave. Ha, Mr. Ling, you are indeed quite hasty. Very well, I shall be direct, Steward Zhuge continued, observing Duan Lingxiao's lack of response before proceeding. Pray tell, Mr. Ling, what do you aim to achieve with the considerable upheaval you have caused in Jiangnan? Surely, it cannot be mere whim that led you to eliminate 3 major factions and 6 prominent families. I am most curious about your connection to the Shao family. What compels you to exert such effort for a family that has already fallen into decline? Steward Zhuge's eyes narrowed, resembling a venomous snake in a dark cave, flicking its tongue. That is of no concern to you, spare yourself the worry, Duan Lingxiao replied calmly. How can it not concern me? Jiangnan City falls within the jurisdiction of the Southeastern Province and is a well-known prefecture-level city, attracting much attention. The occurrence of such heinous acts as the annihilation of clans and factions must be thoroughly investigated by the whole family, said Steward Zhuge. If you are indeed conducting an investigation, you should be aware that the 3 factions and 6 families deserve their fate, since they were destined for demise. My actions to eradicate them are entirely justifiable, Duan Lingxiao remarked nonchalantly. Whether they deserved it is not for you to decide. In this southeastern province, it is not your place to administer vigilante justice. The tone of Steward Zhuge suddenly turned icy. As his words fell, the temperature in the room plummeted several degrees. The presence of several bodyguards behind him exuded a palpable aura of lethal intent, unmistakably seasoned warriors from the battlefield. I have already acted, what of it? Duan Lingxiao stated with composure. Arrogance. I am unaware of your connection to the Shao family, nor do I know your motives for stirring up such turmoil. However, I must now convey this, cease your meddling immediately. Your actions have displeased the Lord, Steward Zhuge said, his brow furrowed, voice cold. And if I do not? Are you threatening me? Duan Lingxiao asked with a hint of mockery. Consider it a warning rather than a negotiation. Do not deceive yourself. Zhuge, the steward, lifted the teacup before him, his eyes glinting with menace as he fixed his gaze upon Duan Lingxiao. The surrounding crowd held their breath, enraptured by the tension. This banquet was, in fact, the trap akin to the infamous Hongmen banquet. Should Duan Lingxiao fail to recognize his predicament, Zhuge would signal his intent by shattering the cup, prompting the assembly to turn against him. The happiness of the Southeast Marquis was of no concern to him, his current discontent loomed large. You intercepted me at the train station and summoned me in such a manner merely to issue threats. How absurd. Duan Lingxiao's countenance darkened abruptly, an aura of chilling cruelty emanating from him. The elegant chamber, once a haven of civility, now felt as oppressive as a gathering storm, engulfing all present in an eerie atmosphere. You bear the surname Ling, yet this is Wanjiong Tower, situated in the provincial capital, not the Jiangnan region. Do you dare to instigate rebellion? Zhuge's expression soured, darkening to the point of near saturation. He had not anticipated Duan Lingxiao to seize the initiative at this moment. Nevertheless, he remained unfazed, for the bodyguards at his back hailed from the military, their prowess far surpassing that of the bloodthirsty warriors he had previously encountered in Jiangnan. Rebellion? You may threaten me, abduct me to Wanjiong Tower, yet I am to be deemed rebellious for uttering a few curses. Old man, your double standards are truly remarkable. Duan Lingxiao's gaze hardened. In the next instant, he stepped forward, delivering a thunderous punch. You seek death. To act recklessly here, utterly lacking in discernment. One of the martial artists behind Zhuge snorted disdainfully, immediately retaliating with a punch of his own. The collision reverberated through the air with a resounding crash. The man's arm was obliterated, blood misting the room. Yet, Duan Lingxiao's assault did not waver, his fist struck the man's chest with brutal force. A sickening crack echoed as the ribs pierced his heart, blood gushing forth like a fountain. Duan Lingxiao resembled a harbinger of death, his eyes chillingly cold, as if a demon had descended into the mortal realm. Li Hu. Damn it, kill him. That little brat, take him down. The remaining martial artists paled, their expressions shifting as they charged forward. The furniture within the chamber trembled under the chaos. Fortunately, the spacious room could accommodate the tumult. Duan Lingxiao remained composed, advancing with swift strides before delivering a precise kick to one of the martial artist's knees. A loud crack echoed as the knee shattered, eliciting a pained cry as he collapsed. Duan Lingxiao then overturned the fallen man, bringing his foot down with crushing force, the head busting open like a watermelon, blood and brain matter splattering across Zhuge's face. Ugh! Zhuge's expression turned frigid. Though he had blood on his hands, he had never before experienced such a grotesque sight. Overwhelmed, he felt a wave of nausea rising within him. Duan Lingxiao, what do you intend? We are part of the Southeast Marquis household. Do you wish to oppose him? Zhuge demanded sharply. And what of the Southeast Marquis? Even in his presence, he is of little consequence, merely a worthless fowl. Moreover, what of you? Merely a dog beneath the Southeast Marquis. Duan Lingxiao's expression remained indifferent. In a matter of minutes, he had already slain 4 or 5 martial artists of the heavenly realm. Within the radius of his assault, the number of those below the heavenly realm he had dispatched was incalculable. The entire private room was saturated with a thick, pungent miasma of blood, nauseating in its intensity. A devil. A reaper. This fellow is a true executioner. The onlookers were instantly filled with dread. Duan Lingxiao's methods were excessively brutal, ruthless, and violent, rendering the spectators mute with fear, their gazes trembling. Yet what astonished them further was Duan Lingxiao's audacity to deride the Southeast Marquis as a mere insignificant figure. Although the Southeast Marquis did not hold an administrative position, merely being an heir to a title, those who possessed such titles in society were undeniably powerful and deeply entrenched in complex relationships. The Southeast Marquis maintained close ties with certain influential factions within the Dragon capital. Yet here was Duan Lingxiao, mocking him so disdainfully. Despite their incredulity, none dared to voice a rebuttal, all were subdued by the sheer terror of Duan Lingxiao's prowess. Previously, In Jiangnan, I was ensnared in a deadly trap orchestrated by the Blood Slaughter Brigade, and it was you, old man, who manipulated events from behind the scenes. Was it not? Duan Lingxiao spoke with an icy detachment. At that time, he had used the 9-in Evo Demon Needle to extract confessions, and naturally, the members of the Blood Slaughter Brigade could not withstand it. They claimed that the orders had originated from the Southeast Marquis estate. And so what? The butler, Zhuge, retorted coldly. Indeed, then perish. Duan Lingxiao replied with indifference. Do you truly dare to kill me, old man? Are you aware of the dreadful consequences that would follow my demise? Such repercussions are beyond your capacity to bear. A malevolent expression surfaced on Zhuge's gaunt visage, his eyes gleaming like those of a vengeful spirit, fixating fiercely on Duan Lingxiao. This situation was indeed beyond his expectations. He recognized Duan Lingxiao's strength and had thus prepared 5 or 6 martial artists of the heavenly realm. With such a formidable arrangement, one would think that killing Duan Lingxiao would be as effortless as squashing an ant. Yet what was the outcome? These heavenly realm warriors fell as if made of paper, almost instantaneously dispatched. The swiftness of their demise rivaled that of the Grim Reaper's harvest. Nonetheless, he was the butler of the Southeast Marquis, representing the Marquis himself. With such a powerful patronage, he felt invincible. Oh, I shall put that to the test. Duan Lingxiao chuckled coldly. In the next moment, he appeared before Zhuge, seizing his throat with a firm grip. You have kidnapped my sister and threatened me. You have committed an unforgivable crime. With a slight exertion of force, Zhuge's face turned crimson, a wave of suffocation sweeping over him as if engulfed by a tide. His eyes trembled, akin to a flickering candle flame on the verge of extinguishment. It dawned upon him then that Duan Lingxiao was far more terrifying than he had ever imagined. He truly dared to take lethal action. In Duan Lingxiao's eyes, the Southeast Marquis was of no concern, let alone that of a mere steward from the Marquis' estate. Release the butler. Several surviving bodyguards urged hastily. Yet none dared to intervene, merely exchanging words. With a swift motion, Duan Lingxiao effortlessly snapped the arm of butler Zhuge. Subsequently, he delivered a brutal kick, shattering both of the butler's legs. The humerus pierced through the flesh at the shoulder blade, while the femurs jutted grotesquely from the roots of his thighs. Blood and flesh were in disarray, with crimson spraying forth in a gruesome display. A piercing scream erupted from butler Zhuge, his complexion as pale as a spectre. His wretched cries reverberated within the elegantly appointed room, which had been soundproofed to muffle external disturbances. However, a dedicated attendant outside, alerted by the commotion, opened the door only to be paralyzed by terror, collapsing to the floor in fright, followed by a fit of retching. In the next moment, she hastily retrieved her walkie-talkie from her chest pocket, urgently calling for help. Someone come quickly. Manager Zhang is committing murder. Duan Lingxiao did not impede the attendant, instead remaining composed in his chair, his foot resting upon butler Zhuge's face. He poured himself a glass of wine, sipping it with an air of tranquility. The waters of the Congjiang and Longdu rivers were pristine, their quality crystal clear and sweet, resulting in a wine that was both rich and delightful. Duan Lingxiao savored the drink, seemingly unfazed, while those around him were rendered speechless, overwhelmed by the sight of lifeless bodies and the blood-soaked scene. How could he still indulge in wine amidst such madness? Moments later, a group burst into the room, eyes widening at the sight of Duan Lingxiao's foot on butler Zhuge's face. What is happening here? Who are you? Release butler Zhuge at once. This is Wanjiang Tower, not a place for your rampage. The leader's voice boomed, resonating like thunder. He stepped forward, exuding an imposing presence that was chilling and irresistible. This figure was evidently someone of high authority, accompanied by several individuals who emanated the aura of celestial realm warriors. The leader's aura was particularly formidable, dense and terrifying like an enormous mountain. Only one elder in grey remained serene, his martial presence concealed, appearing as a tranquil yet profound pool of water, elusive and difficult to grasp. Nonetheless, he could not escape Duan Lingxiao's discerning gaze. The grey-clad elder was undoubtedly the most concealed and powerful among them. President Chen, save me! Butler Zhuge cried out desperately. This man is from Jiangnan Lingtian. He is reckless, ruthless, and does not even regard the Southeast Marquis. His voice quaked with fear. pleading for mercy upon seeing the newcomers. The leader was none other than Chen Taishuo, the proprietor of Wangjiang Tower. His ability to secure such a prime location in the bustling provincial city spoke volumes of the formidable family power backing him. Do not worry, Butler Zhuge. In my Wangjiang Tower, I, Chen Taishuo, am the law. He declared confidently, casting a reassuring glance towards Butler Zhuge. Do you know where you are, young man? This is Wangjiang Tower. Are you aware that the foremost rule of the Wangjiang Tower is the prohibition of disturbances within its confines? Do you understand that this is the provincial capital and not a mere patch of land in Jiangnan? Chen Taishuo's countenance was imposing, exuding an air of authority as he coldly fixed his gaze upon Duan Lingxiao. Are you threatening me? Duan Lingxiao replied with a dispassionate smile. Umph. Your reckless behavior in Jiangnan may have gone unchecked, but the ineffectual individuals there do not grant you the liberty to act with impunity in the provincial capital. I command you to immediately release Butler Zhuge. Then, prepare for the judgment of your transgressions. Chen Taishuo stated, his gaze sharp and his tone assertive. Meanwhile, Butler Zhuge, who lay at Duan Lingxiao's feet, wore an expression of deep resentment filled with overwhelming hatred. The humiliation of being trampled underfoot by Duan Lingxiao was intolerable, especially as it was his face that was being disdained. Should he not dismantle Duan Lingxiao into 1,000 pieces today, his future in the provincial capital would indeed be bleak. You see, Chen's identity extends far beyond that of merely the proprietor of Wangjiang Tower. He is also, as Butler Zhuge attempted to voice his thoughts, Duan Lingxiao's foot came down heavily once more. Crack. Crack. The temporomandibular joint of Butler Zhuge was violently disrupted, rendering him nearly incapacitated. His face was left a grotesque sight, bloodied and unrecognizable. As for his identity, I hold no interest, Duan Lingxiao remarked coolly. Furthermore, do not presume to speak uninvited. I have no patience for your unsolicited ramblings. After this, he calmly took another sip of his drink. You insolent wretch. Do you think my words are mere wind? Chen Taishuo erupted with fury, suddenly launching a punch toward Duan Lingxiao. Unfazed, Duan Lingxiao remained seated, his demeanor undisturbed. Boom. Chen Taishuo's punch surged with tremendous force. Yet, as it approached within 10 centimeters of Duan Lingxiao, he finally extended his hand to Chen Taishuo. It appeared as though Duan Lingxiao had been rendered dumbstruck by fear. How audacious! Do you not realize that in the midst of a martial confrontation, the slightest miscalculation can lead to dire consequences? You are courting death? Chen Taishuo exclaimed coldly, his disdain for Duan Lingxiao palpable. At that moment, Duan Lingxiao's hand seemed to possess a mind of its own, deftly grasping Chen Taishuo's fist. Then, with a sudden twist, crack, Chen Taishuo's wrist snapped instantly, and due to the momentum, he was forced to kneel upon the ground. This transpired so swiftly that to the onlookers,